Lockhart chuckled as he picked up the notebook. But to give an old notebook as a gift? This isn't a prank, is it? Just as he was about to put the notebook down, he felt a voice in his mind speaking to him. Do you want to become stronger? If you want to become stronger, write in the diary. Lockhart froze. When he looked at the diary again, he felt a mysterious force urging him to open it. I am the great Gilderoy Lockhart. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and close friend of Lord Doc Dante's. How can I be looked down upon by a group of young wizards? I should receive the respect I deserve. Lockhart almost shouted as he picked up his quill and wrote the exact same words in the diary. Soon, the ink was absorbed by the diary, and then a line of text reappeared. I am Tom Riddle, I can help you gain respect. Dana didn't know that the diary had found Lockhart. He and Donna were now maintaining lovers' contact through Dentist Castle. It was a pity that there was no art of seduction in the Hogwarts library, which forced him to rack his brains to write letters. Every time he wrote to Donna, Dana felt uncomfortable all over, but the Fire Serpent Party members had not yet fully collected Lockhart's criminal evidence, so he had no choice but to keep delaying. You couldn't ask too much of them. Although the Fire Serpent Party's numbers now exceeded 1,500, more than half of them were wizards who had smuggled themselves into Britain from all over the world. But these low-level wizards had neither heritage nor powerful bloodlines. Expecting them to investigate cases like Auror's, it would be better to just ask Mr. Borgin directly. Fortunately, Lockhart's novels contained many clues, and based on these clues, the victims should be identified quickly. However, there was still good news. Dana had finally designed a defensive magic array that could cover the entire new city. This magic array was crucial. It was Dana's leverage to influence the entire European wizarding world through the new city. However, he currently lacked a magic source. According to Hogwarts library records, there were 2 ways to obtain a magic source. One was a magic array, and the other was an alchemical item. Both methods could gather the free-floating magic in the air, but the former lacked materials, and he didn't know how to do the latter. Merlin's magic source. None. Merlin's Gryffindor silver marrow. None. None. It felt like the Golden Finger was getting emotional, and since it had neither this nor that, wasn't the Golden Finger too useless? Merlin's Philosopher's Stone. None. 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 Idiot. The key is right beside you. Are you too lazy to even explore it? He was scolded again. Dana thought for a moment and took out the tapestry from his necklace. According to the conversation between Donna Avery and John Flint, Donna Avery had almost fully explored the secrets of this tapestry. After all, they had already found Merlin's tomb and even the key to Merlin's treasury. But he had intercepted the key through the Golden Finger. But now that he thought about it, he had indeed thought too simply. If the tapestry's secrets had almost been fully uncovered, why would Donna Avery continue to study the tapestry? Thinking this, Dana spread the tapestry out on his bed. In his childhood, he saw this tapestry every day and felt nothing special about it then. But now, having awakened his Merlin bloodline and gradually growing under the nourishment of Hogwarts, when he carefully examined the tapestry again, he noticed something different. Within the tapestry's woven patterns, there were faint traces of magic remaining, and upon carefully following the patterns, he discovered that the tapestry's weaving method was very strange. The horizontal and vertical interweaving was not regular, but rather like a mischievous child haphazardly tangling 2 threads together. Dana had never understood the patterns on the tapestry, but now he had a clue. If Donna, an outsider, could slowly decipher the secrets contained within it, what reason was there for him, a legitimate Merlin heir, not to figure it out? The horizontal and vertical interwoven shapes on the tapestry were complex, but summarized, they were exactly 26 types. Coincidentally, there were also 26 letters. The first section was very simple, simply combine the letters by matching them. The end is also the beginning, by Bristol Bay, the center guarded by 3 half-mountains. Dana didn't need to guess this riddle, he knew immediately that it was the location of Merlin's tomb. Donna Avery and John Flint had unearthed Merlin's body without a beard there, as well as the portcullis. However, Dana couldn't understand why they hadn't been transported to Merlin's treasury after getting the key. And the so-called beginning was probably the heir gaining a large amount of magic through Merlin's body? The second section's content, Dana also deciphered. The power of the bloodline needs guidance. Avalon, the former place of confinement, I left directions there. Very good. Avalon is a legendary place, the Elysium of the afterlife. How could an ordinary person find it? However, this sentence was not entirely meaningless. At least Dana knew that Avalon was not ethereal, but truly existed. Wait a minute, guide the bloodline. Left directions? Dana slapped his forehead. Wasn't this talking about Merlin's notebook? He had already gotten it long ago? Very good. The second section's content was also solved by him without him realizing it. Looking further down, it became confusing. January 2nd, 13-4-21. All the remaining space was combinations of 3 numbers together. What was this? It seemed Donna Avery had been stuck here back then? That's right. If one knew the decryption method for the first 2 parts, finding the information would be quite simple, but this third part actually used a code. It showed that the hidden information in this part was also quite important to Merlin. Looking at the parchment on the table that called him idiot, Dana understood. What he wanted would be within reach once he deciphered the last hidden information on the tapestry. Although the golden finger said it didn't have this or that, it had never lied to him. After all, the golden finger said Merlin had no beard, and Merlin's beard had indeed been plucked clean by him. What do those number combinations actually mean? They look a lot like the match records from League of Legends and Honor of Kings. Dana discovered a problem. The maximum value of the first number in these combinations is 45, the maximum of the second is 21, and the maximum of the third is 60. What does this represent? He was completely stumped. Dana rubbed his throbbing temples, put away the tapestry, and lay down on the bed. Professor Snape's class was first thing tomorrow, and he didn't want to be sprayed with the big bat's venom for being late. Dana. Before entering the potion classroom, Harry and Hermione greeted Dana. They hadn't seen Dana in the Great Hall in the mornings for a long time. Ron had always been annoyed that his 2 older brothers brought Dana food at night. Who was their brother, anyway? Despite his annoyance, Ron also nodded to Dana, following Harry's lead. Dana smiled and waved at the trio, then went straight to the back row of the classroom. This was his designated seat. Even though the young wizards weren't as afraid of him now, habits formed couldn't be changed in a short while. Snape stormed in, looking extremely displeased. I hope you've all thoroughly prepared for this lesson, so you don't look as foolish as a certain idiot during class later. Firstly, most people could probably guess who the certain idiot Snape was referring to was. Secondly, for Snape to curse in public, Dana felt that the culprit who upset him today could only be Lockhart, and no one else. Of course, Dana didn't know how Lockhart had managed to upset Snape. He only knew that Harry was going to have a bad day today. Sure enough. Potter? You put the horned toad juice into the cauldron before fully squeezing it out. Potter? Turn down the heat, turn down the heat. Do you want to blow up the potion classroom? Dana shook his head slightly, expressing his condolences for Harry's predicament. Ron, who was with Harry, also suffered undeserved misfortune. Given that Snape was scolding Harry right over Ron's head, it seemed the red-haired boy would need a good hair wash once he returned to his dormitory. Disaster? Disaster. Snape pointed at Harry Potter. If you haven't been listening to my lecture properly, then turn to page 23, 4th line in your textbook. It's written clearly in the book. Because of your carelessness, Gryffindor will lose 1 point. Losing points wasn't important. It was Snape's words that made Dana freeze. Smelling the fumes from the cauldron, he quickly moved the flame away. Page 23, 4th line. These words exploded in Dana's mind like a bolt of lightning. So, January 2nd, 28, could it be referring to the 28th letter on the second line of the first page? Isn't this an ancient encryption method? Such a method must have a code book. Does it even need to be said? It must be Merlin's notebook? Thanks to Harry's sacrifice, and thanks to Snape's reminder, Dana had never wished for class to end as much as he did now. Finally, when class was over, Dana rushed out of the classroom like a whirlwind, startling the other young wizards. His physical condition was ridiculously strong now. If he were to participate in the Olympics, he might even win a medal. He didn't bother to go to the Great Hall for food, instead running into an empty bathroom and opening the Spandam gate directly inside a stall. Back in his room, Dana immediately took out the tapestry and the notebook. The first letter is W. The second, H. The third, O. This spells who. Indeed, spelling out the first word greatly invigorated Dana. It works? Dana continued to decode. Finally, at the cost of skipping lunch, he deciphered the content of the third part of the tapestry. Who shall be my successor? It matters not. Having seen this message, you have proven yourself worthy enough to seek out my entire legacy. The legacy is divided into 3 parts. How much you can obtain depends on your bloodline. The legacy is hidden within a dark forest in the Scottish Highlands, where unicorns and griffins reside. Regardless of unicorns or griffins, ask them, and they will surely guide your way. The information was brief. The reason this section occupied most of the tapestry was simply because this information needed to be written letter by letter in code, which took up a large amount of space. Dana fell into thought. Scottish Highlands, dark forest, unicorns and griffins. Combining these keywords, wasn't it the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts? As for why there were no griffins in the Forbidden Forest now, that was the easiest thing to explain. A hippogriff is also called a griffin horse. Hippogriff, this thing is the product of a cross between a male griffin and a mare. As times changed, griffins became rarer, but wherever hippogriffs existed, griffins must have lived there before. Dana waved his hand, summoning the Spandam Gate. The other end of the gate was set at the spot where he had finished Quirrell with an Avada. He was about to step inside but suddenly remembered he still had class in the afternoon. Was it Charms class? Skip it, skip it. He rushed out of his dormitory into the common room and saw young wizards gathered there, passing the time. Some were diligently writing assignments, but more were chatting together or playing chess. Dana wiped his face with his right hand, and when he looked again, he was flushed, sweating on his forehead, looking extremely weak. Harry had just made a wrong move, losing a knight to Ron, and was feeling annoyed when he suddenly heard Dana call him. He looked up and was immediately startled by Dana's appearance. Dana, what's wrong? Dana shook his head. I'm not feeling well at all. Can you ask Professor Flitwick for leave for me? Of course, no problem. Do you want me to go to the infirmary with you? No need. I want to rest in the dormitory for a while first. When I have a bit of strength, I'll go to the infirmary myself. All right, be careful yourself if you ask me. Dana, you study too hard, you should rest when you need to. Thank you, Harry, your advice is very sound, I will take it. Dana staggered back. Harry watched him disappear up the stairs with concern, shaking his head. Dana studies too desperately. I've always said he'd get sick sooner or later like this. Ron's queen suddenly charged deep, checkmating Harry's king amidst his own pieces. Haha, I won again. Harry pushed the chessboard away. I'm not playing anymore, it's boring. Ron chuckled as he put away the chess pieces. He wondered if he should go easy on Harry sometimes, otherwise, what would he do if Harry stopped playing chess with him in the future? While tidying up, Ron said, "It's really strange that Dana would get sick. He's a professional Quidditch player, and someone who survived 4 years in Azkaban. Would he get sick so easily from exhaustion?" Harry shook his head and said, "Ron, everyone gets sick, there's nothing strange about it. Dana has to compete and study. He usually has no time to rest. Isn't it normal for him to get sick? I heard that Dana's original hair wasn't this color, it only turned silver white after he came out of Azkaban. So was he actually drained in Azkaban?" Ron shrugged. "Who knows? But he really should take care of himself. If he collapses, then the Chudley cannons are finished." Compared to Hogwarts Castle, Dana still preferred the Forbidden Forest a bit more. He felt more at ease here, and even the air was sweet. He didn't care and plunged into the forest. Before finding Merlin's true hidden treasure, he wanted to find a unicorn or a hippogriff first. This would depend on luck. Dana stepped on the old decaying leaves, feeling a soft, mushy sensation under his feet. It had rained 2 days ago, so walking on this ground was far from comfortable. The deeper he went, the more fitting the Forbidden Forest's original name, Dark Forest, seemed. Sunlight could barely penetrate the forest, and there was a pervasive smell of decay and dampness everywhere. Suddenly, a small dark shadow leaped out from the shadows in the bushes and swiftly darted towards Dana's neck. Dana was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He reached out his right hand and caught the small creature. This little thing wasn't slow, but compared to a golden snitch, it was completely incomparable. Dana could catch a golden snitch with ease, so why would he be afraid of such a small, furry creature? This was a niffler. After being caught by Dana, its body twisted desperately, and it made squeaking sounds. Sparkly, golden. Want, give it all to me. Let me go. Dana dangled the niffler in front of him. You want golden things? If you can tell me where the unicorns are, I'll give you a golden one. The Niffler's intelligence was clearly limited, it just repeated golden, like an addict going through withdrawal, with its mind full of galleons and unable to hold anything else. Dana took out a galleon. Tell me where the unicorns are, and this is yours. Golden. The Niffler struggled even more fiercely. If you don't tell me, I won't give it to you. If you don't give it, then don't, I can steal it. Goodness, this is the type that can't be communicated with at all. No wonder Newt Scamander was able to make Nifflers do so many things. Dana put the galleon back and threw the Niffler to the ground. If you don't take me to find the unicorns, then there will be no golden things. He took out the galleon again. Take me to find the unicorns, and there will be plenty of golden things. Perhaps Dana's action of putting away the galleon earlier briefly restored the Niffler's sanity. It restrained the urge to pounce and hug the galleon, and spoke with difficulty. There. Dana looked in the direction of the Niffler's front paw. There was a continuous patch of bushes. As a human, if he had to choose, he would definitely not go in that direction. Dana threw down the galleon. Before the galleon even hit the ground, it was grabbed by the high-leaping Niffler and stuffed into its pouch. The Niffler rolled contentedly on the ground, and when it looked up again, it found that the two-legged creature who could talk to it was gone. Only the back of a raven was seen, disappearing into the forest. Oh no, I lost sight of the bigger picture. The Niffler was filled with regret. That two-legged creature was clearly very rich. If it could attach itself to him, wouldn't it be able to be with golden and sparkly things every day? Ah, what a loss, what a loss. Dana flew for not long before he saw a small lake, or, to be precise, a pond. Compared to the gloomy environment here, that group of unicorns lying down to rest, radiating a sacred glow all over their bodies, was so dazzling. Dana the raven approached the unicorns, transformed back into human form, and landed on the ground. His appearance frightened the unicorns. One by one, they stood up as if to flee. Don't be in a hurry to run, I am Merlin's heir, and I am asking you for directions. Nay. The strongest unicorn among them turned around and pointed its horn at Dana. Clearly, this one was the leader of the herd. You say you are Merlin's heir, what is your proof? Dana shrugged. I can understand your words, isn't that proof enough? Dana casually summoned Spandam Gate. How about this then? Dana transformed into a blue light, suddenly entering the unicorn leader's body, controlling its body to walk a few steps, then withdrew, and transformed into an even stronger unicorn in the air. You have offended me, the unicorn said, displeased. However, you have proven that you are indeed Merlin's heir. Cambion cub, come with me, I will take you there. It's been over 1,000 years, and someone has finally come. When my father passed this down to me, I thought it was just a story. Snakes have their ways, and mice have theirs. Unicorns naturally have their unicorn ways. Dana, in unicorn form, followed behind the unicorn leader, galloping towards the depths of the forbidden forest. The unicorns were not slow, but they still traveled for half an hour before stopping. This was an area that even Hagrid had never set foot in. A swamp of rather unpleasant color blocked most people out, and the dense tree canopy also obstructed the view of wizards riding flying brooms. In reality, hardly anyone would ride a broom to this dangerous and rather valueless place. 100 years ago, perhaps the Fire Serpent Party would still poach here, but now, this is it. Cambion cub, my mission is complete. The unicorn leader turned and left, leaving Dana alone here. Dana didn't need to think. He walked straight towards a tree hollow, because on the gravel outside the tree hollow, there were magic traces identical to those on the tapestry. The tree hollow was about 1 meter square, not to mention that Dana was still a child. Even most adults could easily enter. Besides, Dana's self-transfiguration was unique in the wizarding world now. He could enter through a crack in a door, let alone a tree hollow. The moment he entered the tree hollow, Dana felt as if he had fallen into water. Just like last time at Merlin's treasure vault, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. His eyes blurred, and then his feet were on solid ground. This was a small room. The walls, pillars, floor, and ceiling were all alive. Tree trunks and vines formed this room, and its shape was extremely irregular. In the center of the room was a platform that was neither gold nor jade, emitting a magical glow, and on the platform were 3 books: War Magic, Natural Magic, and How to Bring the Dead Back to Life. Dana's eyes widened so much they almost tore from their sockets. How to bring the dead back to life. Clearly, War Magic and Natural Magic were both powerful schools of magic, but only the method of bringing back the dead was what excited Dana the most. He took a deep breath and put the 3 books into his necklace. He hadn't forgotten his purpose, the magic source for the new city's grand magic array. This hidden treasure had another level, because when he put away the books, a wooden door suddenly appeared on one of the walls. Dana walked over and pushed the wooden door. With a push, the wooden door remained motionless, but the next moment, Dana felt a warm current flow from the wooden door into his body, circulated within him, and then returned to the wooden door. The next moment, a line of embossed text appeared on the wooden door. Bloodline awakening level met, permission to enter the 2nd level. The wooden door opened by itself. Creak. A surging wave of magic rushed towards him. The concentration of that magic was several times higher than that of Hogwarts. Dana's mind flashed with the sentence deciphered from the tapestry. The inheritance is divided into 3 parts. How much you can obtain depends on your bloodline. So, the 2nd door could be opened because his bloodline had awakened to the 2nd level, right? He stepped into the room, ignoring the dreamlike, ethereal mist of magic crystal that filled the space, and walked directly towards a full metal portal at the very back. The metal looked like silver, but both its luster and texture were different from silver. If Dana wasn't mistaken, this entire door was crafted from mithril. Following the same method, he placed his hand on the portal, feeling the same warm current, but the result was vastly different. Bloodline awakening level not up to standard. Entry forbidden. Dana didn't manage to enter the 3rd level, but he wasn't too upset, because bloodline awakening was a slow and steady process that couldn't be rushed. Besides, this 2nd level was enough to solve his current problem. This 2nd room was filled with Grebeto magic crystals. The so-called Gerubato silver marrow was an associated ore of the Grebeto magic crystal, and in today's wizarding world, it was already incredibly rare, a critical material for making magic cores. Dana had previously sought Gerubato silver marrow precisely because he needed it to create a magic core. As for why he wasn't looking for Grebeto magic crystal, it was because that item had long been extinct in the wizarding world. Legend has it that this type of magic crystal didn't require processing at all. It could be directly used as a magic source and continuously converted the free natural elements in the air into magic. The reason ancient wizard ruins were called Forbidden Lands was because the magic circles within them could still function, and what sustained these magic circles for thousands of years were precisely the Grebeto magic crystals before him. This was true wealth. Any single magic crystal taken from here would be enough to shock the world. Even all the assets of the entire British wizarding world combined right now couldn't compare to a single fist-sized Grebeto magic crystal. Dana wasn't in a hurry to collect the magic crystals. Instead, he began to examine the room. While the magic crystals were indeed priceless and urgently needed by him, Dana believed the greatest treasure in this room was the magic patterns that spread throughout the entire space. This house was covered in extraordinarily complex magic circles, and Dana couldn't understand a single one of them. One must know that after diligently studying magic circle knowledge for almost an entire semester, Dana's expertise in magic circles was already among the top in the entire wizarding world. His ability to independently design the grand magic array for the new city was a testament to this. Dana meticulously studied these magic lines, utterly engrossed. Although he still couldn't understand the purpose of the magic circles, he was clear about one thing. The 2-meter square crystal cluster in the center of the room was the magic source for all the magic circles in this room. Normally, no one would expose a magic source, but considering that this secret hoard was prepared by Merlin for future generations, it became understandable. This was a display of ancient magic circles for later generations. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand them immediately. Dana could memorize the array patterns and slowly test them later. There were so many Grebeto magic crystals here, the margin for error was very high. A smile appeared on his lips. From a pile of magic crystals stacked in the corner, he picked out a small piece of magic crystal. Don't underestimate this small piece. Even if the new city were expanded tenfold, the magic provided by this Grebeto magic crystal would be more than enough to sustain it. He put the magic crystal into his pendant, feeling pleased. The magic here was so abundant that he could come here to sleep every night in the future, and he believed the evolution speed of Merlin's bloodline would greatly accelerate. Suddenly, the room vibrated. Dana frowned slightly, as the walls on both sides transformed into a mercury-like state, and then 2 constructs emerged from within, one on each side. One construct was gold and the other silver. Their heads were green flames wearing veiled helmets, their bodies were smooth metal spheres, their hands were like hooks, Their arms were tentacles composed of sections of silver rings, and 4 insect-like legs steadily supported their bodies. Eliminate intruder. Eliminate intruder. The constructs repeated this phrase, then suddenly accelerated, rapidly approaching Dana. Dana didn't have time to ponder why he, a legitimate heir, was being considered an intruder. He transformed into a skylark and dodged the surprise attack of the 2 constructs. The constructs' bodies did not turn because their front and back were identical. Their heads rotated 180 degrees, and green beams of light shot out from their eyes. This wasn't the killing curse, but being hit by it would still be fatal, as its temperature was terrifyingly high. Dana nimbly dodged the beams, but even though he was half a meter away, his feathers still showed signs of charring. Dana quickly returned to human form, pulled out his wand, and swung it fiercely. Conf Ringo. The spell hit the construct, causing a violent explosion. However, this single spell couldn't even make the construct retreat a step. Dana frowned tightly. How were these things so powerful? He now had at least 7 lums of combat power, making him a top 10 existence in the British wizarding world, yet he felt a sense of powerlessness against the constructs. He couldn't attack effectively, nor could he defend. He could only barely resist by relying on his nimble movements. If it weren't for the construct's slightly rigid attack patterns, he wouldn't just be struggling in a 2-on-1 fight. Even facing a single construct, he would be in serious trouble. Strange? Truly strange. Why did Merlin's secret hoard for future generations contain these things? The Grebeto magic crystals in this room were clearly meant for future generations. And with Merlin's level of power, people without Merlin's bloodline couldn't even enter this secret hoard? Why was this happening? Dana once again dodged 2 green beams of light that were almost intertwined, and with a backhand, he cast the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit the construct, causing the green flame in its helmet to waver. Dana's eyes lit up. Although it didn't cause damage to the construct, his randomly cast killing curse did elicit a reaction from it. So, was there a possibility that the constructs were classified as living beings? Was the green flame actually a special form of life? If they were living beings, then everything would be much simpler. Possession spell? Dana transformed into a blue light and rushed into the golden construct's body. Plan successful. Dana had complete control over the golden construct. This metal body was surprisingly easy to control, with extremely smooth thought transmission, even more so than Dana's own body. The golden construct bent down, dodging the silver construct's beam. Its 4 legs exerted force, propelling it forward at over 100 miles per hour towards the silver construct. It crouched, gathered strength, and delivered an uppercut. The silver construct was sent flying into the air by the immense force, and then green light erupted from the golden construct's eyes, directly hitting the silver construct's head. This feeling of charging headlong, exhilarating, the silver construct was struck by a green beam, slammed into the ceiling, remained fixed there for 2 seconds, then fell. The golden construct leaped up quickly, grabbed the silver construct's head with one claw, and landed in an open space nearby, smashing its head violently onto the ground. If the silver construct had fallen just now, it might have damaged the Grebeto magic crystal, which now all belonged to Dana, and he couldn't bear to see them harmed. The silver construct tried to struggle to get up, but the golden construct had already plunged its claw into its helmet, pulling out the green flame from inside. Having possessed the golden construct, Dana was intimately familiar with the construct's structure and bodily mechanisms, so he naturally knew how to handle it. This green flame was both the construct's core and its means of attack, but ordinary people couldn't get the green flame out because not everyone could withstand its high temperature. Once the green flame left the construct, it immediately ceased being agitated and became quiet. Dana reached into the helmet of his golden construct and pulled out the green flame as well. With the green flame separated from the body, Dana immediately lost control of the construct, because rather than possessing the construct, he was possessing the green flame itself. This green flame was the so-called creature. Dana detached from the green flame, returning to his human form. The 2 masses of green flame immediately floated over, circling and dancing around Dana, seemingly very happy. Master? Congratulations on passing the trial. I am Abe. I am Hood. We are the Graphorn fire spirits created by the old master. So this was the trial of ancestor Merlin, and also his gift? The 2 constructs were made of unknown, indestructible material, and these Graphorn fire spirits could attach to various metal objects, control their movements, and use high-temperature rays, their only drawback being that they required Grebeto magic crystal for power. Hey, now, in this world, only Dana could possess such luxurious pets. Abe and Hood circled in the air for a while, then unexpectedly charged towards Dana's eyes. With a whoosh, the two fire spirits had entered Dana's pupils. Dana wasn't panicked, because when he had possessed the fire spirit earlier, he knew that the fire spirit had the ability to hide in a wizard's eyes. He just felt a warmth in his eyes, which was extremely comfortable. Dana's face approached a Grebeto magic crystal, and the crystal's smooth surface reflected his appearance. His originally lake green eyes were now a more vibrant green, subtly glowing with a tender green halo. Tisk, isn't this a bit too flashy? As he thought this, the fire spirits seemed to sense their master's request and retreated deeper, and Dana's eyes instantly returned to normal. Putting the gold and silver constructs into his necklace, Dana nodded in satisfaction. Today's harvest was satisfying. No wonder his golden finger called him an idiot. If he had explored the tapestry's secret at the time he retrieved it, he could have obtained everything here a year earlier. A whole year? If he had rested in this magical environment for an entire year, perhaps his Cambion bloodline would have already broken through to the 3rd level, allowing him to glimpse the future. Dana exhaled a turbid breath and opened a spandam gate, moving his entire dormitory bed over. Yes, he was going to sleep here tonight. Not just tonight. From now on, this would be his dormitory? Tom Riddle, or more accurately, the little diary, was a bit depressed. He had finally managed to trick Ginny Weasley into letting down her guard, controlling her to open the Chamber of Secrets, but the basilisk was nowhere to be found. So he had no choice but to use Ginny's body to attack Muggle young wizards, but what use was an 11-year-old wizard's magic? Avada Kedavra, when cast by little Ginny, only made the mudblood bleed a little from the nose and faint for one night. So he decisively changed his host. Gilderoy Lockhart was a good target. This man was an adult wizard, but compared to his reputation, his spellcasting ability was a mess, and he was gradually disliked by professors and students. And things turned out as he expected. After controlling Ginny to place him in Lockhart's office and casting a mixed spell of Imperio and Memory Charm using half of the life force stolen from Ginny, he successfully brought Lockhart under his control. Ginny would return to her dormitory in a daze, then forget everything that had happened, and besides being weak and ill for a while, no one would know what had occurred. And Lockhart would become his means to achieve his goal. Kill all the mudbloods at Hogwarts, then use Lockhart's life force to bring himself back to life. Oh, right, he also needed to find out how that Harry Potter had killed his adult self. The little diary was utterly perplexed by this question. However, things again took an unexpected turn. This Gilderoy Lockhart's magical skills were shockingly rusty. He was even worse than first-year young wizards in many basic things. Even more exaggeratedly, although this man was very skilled at fine control of magic, as evidenced by his mastery of the memory charm, his total magical power was pitifully weak, probably not much higher than Ginny Weasley's. How did this weakling survive in the wizarding world until now and live so prosperously? Controlling this guy to kill mudbloods would probably not be much better than controlling Ginny Weasley. Would he rely on the memory charm to erase all the mudbloods' memories? Turning them into idiots wasn't impossible, but for mudbloods who defiled the sacred magical hall, was this little punishment enough? So the little diary came up with a not-so-good solution. It would continue to erode Lockhart's mind and quickly steal his life force. Of course, during this period, he also had to take on the duties of a magic teacher. Just thinking about teaching this idiot magic gave little Tom a headache, though he currently had no head. Once he accumulated enough life force, he could repeat his old trick and find a new host. During this time, he could carefully select a new host and use Lockhart's professor status to find out how Harry Potter defeated his adult self back then. Mr. Riddle, isn't there some trick to make me instantly stronger? This Expelliarmus just doesn't feel right no matter how I use it. Lockhart, what you need to do now is practice constantly. Your magical skills have deteriorated too severely, even your magical power level has regressed to an unrecognizable state. Only through continuous practice can you regain your original power. Oh, that's too painful, Mr. Riddle. How about this? When I'm teaching, could you control my body? I believe with your abilities, you can definitely conquer those young wizards. The little diary was speechless. What was wrong with Hogwarts now? How could such a guy become the defense against the dark arts class professor? Was Dumbledore senile? But guest starring as the defense against the dark arts class professor? The little diary suddenly felt a strong urge. Yes, even an idiot like Gilderoy Lockhart could be a professor. And he, Tom Riddle, a super genius who had already taken the first step on the path to immortality, had no reason not to be one. All right, I agree. Being a professor was good too. At least it would make it easier for him to scout for new hosts. Mudbloods? Just you wait. Your nightmare has returned. Surrounded by Grebeto magic crystal, Dana leaned against the headboard of his bed, holding the book How to Bring the Dead Back to Life in his hand. The ritual was very complex and required many materials, but these were not a problem, because Dana saw that there were basically no materials that had disappeared from the market except for the Grebeto magic crystal. But there was an extremely crucial problem that Dana could not solve in the short term. Avalon, the legendary island in the center of the Sea of the Dead. Because the manifestation of the dead souls needed to happen on Avalon Island, and he didn't know how to get to Avalon. This was the second time Dana had seen Avalon Island. The first time was from the tapestry, which said that Merlin's notebook was hidden on Avalon Island, and the second time was now. Dana was a bit helpless. Whether it was the description on the tapestry or in this book, it sounded as if Avalon was a place any wizard could go to. This was truly bizarre. Wizards of this era, let alone going to Avalon, many even believed Avalon was just a myth. Dana suppressed his irritation, put away How to Bring the Dead Back to Life, and took out War Magic. Since he couldn't bring his mother back to life in a short time, revenge was the first option, and he naturally wanted to be as strong as possible. Suddenly, the alarm magic he said in his Hogwarts dormitory made his forehead twitch. Someone was knocking. Dana flipped out of bed, opened the spandam gate, and returned to his dormitory, bringing his bed with him. Tisk, how troublesome. Tomorrow, he would go back to Dentist Castle and bring a large bed over. Dana still remembered what state he should be in today, so he made himself look sickly and opened the door. Outside the door were the twins. As soon as they saw Dana's condition, they asked concernedly, "Dana, we saw you didn't eat dinner, Fred. Harry said you were sick, George. So we brought you some food." In unison, Dana said weakly, "Thank you." He took the food and, with unsteady steps, placed it on the table. "Dana, aren't you going to the hospital wing to get checked out?" Fred asked. Dana shook his head. "I rested for an afternoon and feel much better now. I'll probably sleep again tonight, and I'll be fine tomorrow." George put an arm around his brother's shoulder. "In that case, we won't bother you. Get some good rest." Closing the door, the twins walked down the tower. "George, what should we do tonight? How about we go explore Lockhart's office?" "Why? That guy is just a fraud. I'm not interested in seeing a room full of his grinning photos. Did you forget what Mokai Moran from 5th year said at dinner?" In this afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart changed his usual style and taught a high-quality lesson that surprised them all. "Are you saying, if Lockhart really has true talent, then why did he pretend to be a clown for the first half of the semester? He must be hiding some secret." "Exactly. This is so cool. Let's go, Fred." Then, the next morning, the young wizards found that 100 points were missing from the Gryffindor hourglass. Lockhart sat proudly at the faculty table, eating breakfast, scanning triumphantly among the students at the 4 long tables. It wasn't until the twins walked into the Great Hall that he called out loudly, "Good morning, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley." Lockhart said with a smile, "After last night, I'm sure you two have understood one thing: never underestimate a defense against the dark arts class professor. If I hadn't noticed early yesterday, you two would probably be lying in Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing right now. This matter was truly too dangerous. Please, don't do it again next time, all right?" The twins exchanged glances, shrugged, showing no embarrassment at all, and sat down to eat. Ron, who was nearby, leaned over. "What happened yesterday?" Fred laughed. "Nothing, just got caught in a few traps in the defense against the dark arts class professor's office." Ron was shocked. "Magic traps? Is Lockhart that powerful?" Hermione, whose face had been dark all morning, slammed her cutlery onto the table. She was so angry she couldn't eat anything. "Is this the time to debate whether Professor Lockhart is powerful or not? The key issue now is that we lost a whole 100 points." George chuckled. "I thought after you lost 50 points last school year, Hermione, you'd be on our side." Hermione's face instantly turned red. she argued. But I made them up later through bonus points. Fred shook his head. Making them up is making them up, and losing points is losing points. They can't cancel each other out, you should think. If you hadn't been caught and lost 50 points, wouldn't Gryffindor be far ahead? Dana arrived in the Great Hall at this moment, but he had heard everything that happened inside from outside the door. He unexpectedly glanced at Lockhart at the faculty table and saw a faint, almost imperceptible black magic line extending from his neck to his temple. Ginny Weasley had been in this state before. Dana, who was familiar with the plot's progression, instantly understood everything. He shook his head and walked to his designated seat. As always, he was surrounded by first-year students. Why wouldn't he be? Senior Dana Emrys was a Quidditch superstar, had excellent grades, was handsome, and had also been framed, lost his family, and was tortured in Azkaban for 4 years. He was the definition of beautiful, strong, and tragic. For the new students, shouldn't such a senior be admired? As for students from second year and above, although they knew Dana was not a criminal after a year of interaction, and was even a very rare good student, the cold shoulder they had given Dana before made them too embarrassed to approach him and try to get close. Colin Creevey had been attacked earlier, but now he seemed completely fine. The professors had concealed the fact that it was an unsuccessful killing curse, claiming it was just a prank, but they had unknowingly strengthened their vigilance. Almost all the portraits and ghosts had received instructions to constantly watch for any suspicious young wizards. Creevey asked Dana across the table. "Senior Dana, I heard you were sick yesterday." Dana smiled. "Thanks for your concern, Colin. I was just a bit tired. I've been studying a bit too hard recently." 3 people away, Hermione said. "You really should slow down. I don't know what you're rushing for. You still have 6 years left at Hogwarts. If you keep this up, I won't be able to keep up." She just didn't know that the current Dana was probably already an existence she could never catch up to in her lifetime. Suddenly, a pair of large hands covered Dana's shoulders. Dana didn't need to turn around. Just by smelling the strong cologne, he knew the owner of these hands was Gilderoy Lockhart. "Dana, I'm really looking forward to this afternoon's class. I heard you missed Professor Flitwick's class yesterday. You wouldn't miss mine today, would you?" Dana smiled. "Of course not, Professor. I'm really looking forward to it." Was Tom Riddle's defense against the dark arts class not worth his anticipation? He felt that he didn't even need to collect evidence of Lockhart's crimes. This guy could ruin himself. However, after thinking about it, he decided to proceed with the original plan. What if this guy was drained of his life force by the little diary and died? He would have to exert effort to control his corpse to act, which would be too troublesome. Tisk, why is the Fire Serpent Party so inefficient? Is it that difficult to find victims based on the clues provided in the novel? Hello everyone. Lockhart opened the small door beside the classroom like a strutting peacock and walked in with his head held high. "How disgusting," Ron said. "Doesn't he know we're all aware of his true colors?" Hermione sighed. "You can't say that. Last night your brothers were caught by him, so he should still have some strength." Ron snorted. "That's because you're his fan and still have fantasies about him. Fred and George being caught might not have been due to his ability after all. This is Hogwarts, and a professor's office definitely has defensive measures. Fred and George probably fell victim to the defensive measures already in place in the professor's office." On the stage, Lockhart's expression gradually changed, suddenly becoming serious. He pulled out his wand, pointed it at Ron, and the next moment, Ron found his tongue rolled back, unable to make a sound. "It's best to keep quiet in my class." He had no playful smirk on his face, giving off a faint aristocratic feeling. "If there's a next time, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave." Lockhart no longer looked at Ron, but instead asked everyone, "Does anyone know what spell I just used?" No one answered, because no one knew if answering the question would lead to this drama professor dragging them up to cooperate with his clumsy theatrics. "If anyone answers correctly, I will add 5 points to their house." Hermione immediately raised her hand. 4 points, even if it meant acting, she would accept it. "It's the tongue-tying curse, Professor. The incantation is locomotor mortis." However, the scene of being called up to act did not happen. Lockhart merely nodded. "Very good answer, Miss Granger. I am a man of my word, so Gryffindor gets 5 points." He waved his wand, and the blackboard in the corner of the classroom, which had been gathering dust for a long time, floated over. "Locomotor mortis. The spell was written on the blackboard in bold, ornate script. This spell can make a person's tongue curl up and stick to the roof of their mouth, so that the person hit by this spell cannot speak. Lockhart pointed to the spell. Everyone, say it together. Locomotor mortis. Very good. Lockhart nodded. This spell looks very unassuming, more like a prank spell, but in the process of fighting dark wizards, this spell is unexpectedly useful. Harry, can you tell me what its use is in battle? Harry was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly replied. It can prevent the opponent from casting spells? But Professor, what if the opponent can cast silently? Lockhart nodded. You are absolutely right. If you encounter an opponent who can cast silently, this spell will become a joke. But have you ever thought? How many people in this wizarding world have mastered silent casting? As far as I know, in Britain, this number will not exceed 100. Over 90% of the remaining wizards cannot cast silently. So, as a simple and easy-to-learn spell, easy to cast, yet it can make over 90% of wizards lose their combat ability. What do you think of this spell? Hearing Lockhart say this, the young wizard's eyes lit up. So, this spell seems very useful? Come, pick up your wands, and wave them like this. Remember, just wave your wands, do not cast. Locomotor mortis. Locomotor mortis. Very good, you all did very well, but I believe practical operation is the fastest way to master a spell. Come on, everyone line up and cast this spell on me one by one. Lockhart said, waving his wand to the left and right respectively. The desks and chairs in the classroom instantly moved to both sides, revealing an empty space in the middle. Don't worry about hitting me, because I will defend against your spells. Before that, the first to go was Neville. He vigorously waved his wand at Lockhart. Locomotor mortis. However, a small leaf sprouted from the tip of his wand, and the spell failed. Mr. Longbottom, pronounce the spell more clearly, and imagine hard in your mind making me shut up. Come, try again. Locomotor mortis. Neville finally succeeded in casting, and the tongue-tying curse flew towards Lockhart. The smiling professor maintained his smile, his wand tip precisely intercepting the spell's path. Just as the spell was about to touch his wand, he flicked his wrist, batting away Neville's spell. Excellent! Mr. Longbottom did very well. Next. The students were all stunned. Is Professor Gilderoy Lockhart that powerful? He's like a different person compared to a few months ago. Locomotor mortis. Very good, Miss Granger did very well. Hermione stepped back. Although she successfully cast the spell, she still couldn't break through Lockhart's defense. Locomotor mortis. A spell with a red glow flew towards Lockhart. Lockhart frowned, still batting away the spell, but this time the spell that flew out was not aimed at the ceiling, but at the floor. Boom! The spell exploded. Mr. Finnegan, are you sure you used the tongue-tying curse and not the blasting curse? One by one, the young wizards came forward to try. It seemed learning the spell was no longer important. They all wanted to see who would be the first to break through Lockhart's defense. Locomotor mortis. Please pronounce the spell accurately. The number of people who hadn't cast a spell yet became fewer and fewer. The young wizards all turned their gaze to Dana at the end of the line. Dana was the most powerful among them. This had been recognized last semester. Which first-year student continuously published papers in professional journals like Charms and Transfiguration? Finally, it was Dana's turn. Lockhart smiled and nodded. You're the last one, Dana. I hope your spellcasting ability is as good as your Quidditch skill. Dana nodded, then flicked his wand, and the spell shot out with a whoosh. Lockhart was startled. Silent casting? He wanted to imitate and bat away the spell, but his intuition told him he couldn't bat this one away. Protego. Lockhart quickly cast a shield charm on himself to be able to make a judgment and react so quickly. This Lockhart was indeed very strong. Bang! Dana's tongue-tying curse crashed into Lockhart's shield charm. The shield charm shattered with a roar, and the tongue-tying curse, undiminished in its momentum, hit Lockhart squarely. Lockhart was sent flying backward 3 meters. He felt a great force acting on his tongue. If his tongue tip hadn't been stuck to the roof of his mouth, his tongue might have bent inward 720 degrees, tumbling 3.5 times. Lockhart adjusted his posture in the air, then landed steadily on the ground. He raised his wand and pointed it at himself, instantly releasing the tongue-tying curse. Amazing! Dana Emery's spellcasting ability is extremely powerful, and for this, I will give Gryffindor 5 points. Lockhart was not enraged by being knocked back, he even seemed somewhat happy. Of course he was happy. The next host was found. It's you, Dana Emrys? Dana's enthusiasm for learning surged once again. War magic and natural magic were both ancient forms of magic that had been lost, incredibly powerful, and contained casting techniques that the current wizarding world could hardly hope to emulate. After successfully imprinting a small magic guiding array into his left arm, Dana was already able to cast some powerful spells which would serve him well as his trump card and ultimate weapon. He attended classes during the day, hid on the second floor of Merlin's vault at night to study ancient magic and sleep, and on rest days, if there was a Chudley Cannons match, Dana would also make an appearance for a few seconds. His life was fulfilling and regular. This continued until the arrival of the Christmas holiday, which meant that Earl Dantes, who was handling family affairs in the East, would be returning to Britain. This Christmas, the twins received the best Christmas gift they had ever gotten. A 20-year lease for a shop in the new city center, along with 500 galleons in initial capital. Dana is too generous. Fred looked moved. George hugged his brother and exclaimed excitedly, "Our magical joke shop can open immediately." Fred nodded. "But we must give Dana 50% of the shares." "I don't think that's enough. The shop and the money are all from Dana." "How high are the housing prices in the new city now? A shop in the city center would probably cost more than selling our entire family." "You're right, Dana should be the boss, but he's only played Quidditch for less than a year. How can he afford to rent a house in the new city? Don't forget, he's the backbone of the Chudley Cannons for the next few decades, and the Chudley Cannons belong to Earl Dantes. Coincidentally, almost the entire new city belongs to this Earl." "Wow, I heard that Earl is a very generous person, and now it really seems to be true. Tomorrow, let's go to the new city to see our shop." "Okay." The hill where the Weasley family's the burrow was located was just to the east of the new city. It only took less than half an hour to walk down the hill, not to mention that this was already wizard territory, so the twins could simply fly down on their flying brooms and arrive in the blink of an eye. "Dinner." Molly's booming voice echoed through the entire house. The twins walked out of their room with beaming smiles, just as they encountered a very excited Ron, a small cat owl, the 5-galleon kind, perched on his head. "Look, Fred, George, this is my Christmas gift." "A cat owl? Oh, that's not cheap, Ron. You actually know such a rich friend? Is it Harry?" "No." Ron found it a bit hard to say, but finally said, "It's from Emery's. I have to admit, he is indeed generous." "Haha." George patted Ron heavily on the shoulder. "You've accepted such a heavy gift from him, and you won't even call him by his name. I bet you didn't prepare a Christmas gift for Dana, did you?" Ron's face immediately turned red. "Of course I prepared one. At the latest tomorrow, he will receive my gift." "Tomorrow?" "Cat owls are very busy at Christmas. Isn't it normal for it to be a day or two late?" While being stubborn, Ron pondered what to give Dana. Damn it, after buying Christmas gifts for Harry, Hermione, Neville, Seamus, Dean, and Ginny, he didn't have much pocket money left. He had originally planned to buy some candy on the Hogwarts Express when returning to school. Downstairs, the table was already covered with various dishes, all new to the Weasley children. Fred reached out and grabbed a square, reddish-brown piece of meat, threw it into his mouth, and then let out a comfortable groan. George followed suit and also looked satisfied. Molly came out of the kitchen, carrying a large pot of soup. "Fred. George, go wash your hands." "Yes, madam." The twins ran giggling to the kitchen, asking as they ran, "Mom, when did your cooking get so good?" Molly replied with a smile, "This is all thanks to the Christmas gift Dana sent me, a transliterated version of a Chinese cookbook." Ron proudly stroked the cat owl on his head. "A cookbook isn't as valuable as my cat owl." Molly rolled her eyes at him. Ron didn't notice his mother's disdain, and turned to Ginny, who had just come downstairs and still looked unwell. "Ginny, besides family, have you received any Christmas gifts from your classmates?" Ginny nodded. "Harry and Dana both sent me Christmas gifts." The poor girl, a semester had passed, and she still hadn't made many friends. Her roommates, apart from Muggleborns, were half-blood wizards. In their eyes, Ginny was a pure-blood family's young lady, so naturally, she wasn't one of them. "Dana sent you a gift too? What did he send?" Ginny replied, "A set of strawberry-flavored tonics." Ron blinked, displeased. "Who sends medicine as a Christmas gift?" Ginny snorted. "At the beginning of December, I don't know why my body became very weak, and I still haven't recovered. And you're supposed to be my brother, You don't care about me as much as Dana does. As she spoke, Percy came downstairs holding a book, reading it with great relish as he walked. Percy, quickly put the book down, it's time to eat. Percy nodded. Okay, Mom. Ron glanced at the book in Percy's hand. Management. TCH, boring Percy. Molly shouted into the yard. Arthur, come back and eat quickly. Arthur Weasley's excited voice came from the distance. Just a moment, I'm almost figured out how to operate this generator. Clearly, no one but Dana would send Arthur a Muggle generator. Perhaps, of all the Christmas gifts given to the Weasley, Ron's was the only one Dana gave unwillingly. Arthur, Molly said at the dinner table. That child Dana sent Christmas gifts to our whole family. I'd like to invite him to our house for a couple of days. Arthur nodded. Of course, I'll write to him after dinner. Fred chuckled. Dad, you don't need to write. Dana isn't in Britain this Christmas holiday. Not in Britain? Where did he go? Percy chimed in. He should have gone traveling in Europe. I heard Professor McGonagall say that Dana's mother's dying wish was to travel all over Europe with Dana. Molly covered her heart. Oh, the poor child. Ron suddenly thought of something. He put his fork down on his plate. So far, it seemed his gift was the most valuable. 5 galleons? Fred, George, what did Dana give you? Fred and George exchanged glances, then chuckled. Nothing, it's a future. Ron, huh? How much is a future worth? Is it as expensive as 5 galleons? The next day, the twins excitedly flew to the new city early in the morning. The new city was filled with neat white quartzite brick buildings, and the vast expanses of green-tiled roofs made for a pleasant sight. The flagstone paths were straight and orderly, dividing the new city into distinct blocks. Following the address, the twins arrived at their shop front. The first and second floors were connected, covering an area of 400 to 500 square meters. This shop was perfect for opening a business. How many people dreamed of such a place? And now, this shop was theirs? The twins excitedly opened the main door with their keys. The interior was almost fully decorated. With wooden floors, a spiral staircase, bronze banisters with floral designs, sparkling ceiling lights, and antique wall lamps, the twins couldn't have been more satisfied with the shop. They ran up and down the shop, discussing what to place here and how to change that area. Unconsciously, several hours passed. But they couldn't get enough of it. Until someone knocked on the door. Fred opened the door and saw a formally dressed wizard standing outside. Hello, I am Count Dantes' attendant. Starting today, the new city will undergo a week-long magic array setup. We have been notified that all owners and merchants need to temporarily vacate. For the future safety of the new city, please cooperate with our work. We will not be responsible for any casualties caused by not vacating in time during the magic array setup. The twins reluctantly looked back at the shop, then cooperatively walked out and locked the door. Although they wouldn't see their beloved shop for a whole week, both of them were still very excited. They mounted their brooms, chasing and laughing at each other in the air, as if what they had told Ron had already come true. They already owned their future. Upon returning to the burrow, they saw from afar in the sky an extremely grand white carriage parked at their doorstep, with 3 attendants tending to the winged horses pulling it. Who was this important guest visiting their home? Thinking this, the twins descended on their brooms and landed in the yard. They saw Ron hiding beneath the windowsill, sneaking around, as if eavesdropping on something. Fred and George exchanged a smile and both pulled out their wands. Time for some transfiguration. The 2 potted plants on the windowsill transformed into 2 large spiders. One jumped onto Ron's head, and the other quietly crawled onto Ron's back. Ron shook his head and whispered, "Is that Errol too? Stop it." Errol too was his new cat owl. Their old cat owl, Errol, was basically too old to fly much anymore, and the name Errol too was given by his father. From his father's tone, Ron's new pet might soon be in jeopardy because the Weasley family always needed a working cat owl. But Ron insisted on having Errol too perch in his messy red hair, hoping that Errol would consider his head home, so his father might not separate him from his adorable little cat owl. However, the familiar hoot didn't come, and instead, the sharp prickling sensation on his head was somewhat dispersed this feeling. It wasn't Errol I's claws, was it? Ron reached out in confusion to touch it and felt something fuzzy, soft and squishy. He didn't know what it was. He touched again and felt a long, hairy, thin leg. Ah! Ron shrieked and jumped up. Spider! As he jumped, the spider on his back took the opportunity to leap off, then slithered into his collar. Ron became even more frantic. Mommy, mommy, help. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were talking with Count Dantes when they suddenly saw their youngest son jump up from the window, shouting for help. Excuse me, Your Excellency, I'll go see. Please do. Molly hurried out, and Arthur awkwardly said to the Count, My apologies for this spectacle, Your Excellency. Count Dantes smiled slightly. Your son is very spirited, that's how young people should be. At this moment, Molly came in, huffing, with her sons. Ron walked in front, his face pale, while Molly behind him held Fred's ear with her left hand and George's ear with her right. The twins cooperatively bent over to make it easier for their mother to pull, but the smiles on their faces were as bright as the July sun. Arthur quickly introduced. Your Excellency, these three are my sons. The Count nodded. I can see that the Weasley family's bloodline is very strong, one can recognize it at a glance. You three, get upstairs right now. Molly, hands on her hips, pointed at the boys and shouted. We are discussing important matters with Count Dantes. Count Dantes smiled and waved his hand. Mrs. Weasley, please don't. What we're discussing today concerns them too, so why don't you let them sit down and listen? Molly gave them a warning look, then sat back opposite the Count. The Count then pointed to the twins. These two must be Fred and George, indeed extraordinary. Arthur asked curiously. Your Excellency knows my sons. Count Dantes nodded. I am now the owner of the Chudley Cannons. Ron's pale face brightened slightly at the keyword, and Dana Emery's is the team's star player for the next few decades. Dana talked to me about Fred and George, saying they are very kind lads, and though young, their transfiguration and alchemy skills are extraordinary. Plus, they're quick-witted and full of ideas. If they could open a magic joke shop, they would surely succeed. So, through Dana, using Christmas as an excuse, I gave these two the 20-year usage rights to a shop in the new city. Consider it my investment in these two young geniuses. What? X3? Oh no, that's too valuable. Molly waved her hands repeatedly. While I appreciate your trust in them, Fred and George are still young, and I fear they might not live up to your expectations. Listening to their mother speak, the twins' faces showed deep disappointment. But hearing Count Dantes's words, their faces instantly lit up with smiles again. I never take back what I've given. I pride myself on being a good judge of character, and my investments have always yielded good returns, so I believe Fred and George will surely succeed. Molly wanted to say something more, but the Count interrupted her. All right, let's put this matter to rest. Mrs. Weasley, you mustn't hold back these two geniuses, I'm counting on them to make me money. He changed the subject and looked at Arthur. The new city will construct a massive defensive magic array, and I'd like to include your home in it. Arthur stroked his chin. How could we impose? Our home is still some distance from the new city. Including us would surely add a lot of cost, wouldn't it? The Count shook his head. Costs will certainly increase, but I will set up an array base point here at your home, which can increase the new city's defensive strength and geometrically increase the difficulty of breaking the new city's magic array. While your home will receive the protection of the new city's magic array for free, you will also need to look after this base point. This is actually a win-win deal. All right, Mr. Count. Arthur stood up and shook hands with the Count. I accept your proposal. It's a pleasure to cooperate. The pleasure is mine. Molly asked with a smile. Your Excellency, would you like to stay for lunch with us? I've learned some new dishes recently, and they're quite delicious. The Count nodded. Thank you, then I shall shamelessly accept. The Count suddenly frowned slightly, then pulled out a two-way mirror from his pocket. He excused himself to the Weasleys, walked out of the house, and opened the two-way mirror. My Lord Count, we have collected all the evidence you requested. Evidence of everyone harmed by the memory charm. Yes, we've already sent these wizards to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Good. Gilderoy Lockhart returned to his mansion for Christmas. He brought his little diary. Before Christmas, he received a letter from Dantes. In the letter, Dantes told him that he must return home for Christmas and must act as if he loved Donna very much, the reason being that Dantes had a major project in the future with a profit margin as high as 500%. If Lockhart could not make Donna wholeheartedly devoted to him soon, then this project would benefit someone else. Darling, dinner's ready. Donna's sickly sweet voice came from downstairs. Lockhart closed his diary, rubbed his face, and put on his most triumphant smile. Coming, dearest? Yes, being nice to Donna now, even if it was just an act, would all pay off once old Avery died. Not only did Dantes say so, but even the little diary, Tom Riddle, said the same thing, which made Lockhart determined. Perhaps after the Christmas holiday, he should reply to Donna's letters in moderation? But this woman was truly foolish. He had clearly ignored her for an entire semester, yet upon returning home, she seemed to love him even more than before. Lockhart leisurely went downstairs and saw Donna Avery, wearing an apron, coming out of the kitchen with a plate of fried fish. Dearest, you're pregnant, so next time, don't cook yourself. What if you overexert yourself? Recently, Dantes launched the new house elf delivery service. You can order directly from home, and the food made by house elves tastes quite good. You're so good to me, darling, I love you more and more, I'd even die for you. There's no need to die, just help me transfer all of Avery family's wealth to my name. Thinking this, Lockhart smiled. What's this talk of dying? How could I bear to let you die? After speaking, he prepared to eat. Donna looked at Lockhart with a blissful expression, and even when the doorbell, full of Lockhart's personality, rang at the door, it took her 5 or 6 seconds to react. This is the residence of Gilderoy Lockhart, internationally renowned personality and author, recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Please continue to press the doorbell. If I am home, I will open the door for you. If I am not home, perhaps listening to a story I narrate would also be a pleasant enjoyment. It was a dark and windy night. I was walking on a country path where I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, when suddenly, a piercing howl reached my ears. I guessed it might be a werewolf. Donna finally realized someone was interrupting their sweet life, frowned, and stood up. Only at this moment did the aura of Avery's eldest daughter reappear on her. Opening the front door, she saw several male wizards in black robes standing outside. The one leading them had dark skin and wore a small African-style round hat on his head. As Donna opened the door, these male wizards all tilted their heads, listening intently. It had to be said, Lockhart's story was quite captivating. Hello, Lockhart. It's me. Your Aurors? Your Kingsley Shacklebolt. As Avery family's daughter, Donna knew most of the employees in important departments of the Ministry of Magic. What are you here for? It's the Christmas holiday, aren't you taking a break? Donna was slightly nervous. The day the tapestry was stolen, she saw John Flint's corpse come to life, and when she later returned to Flint's residence, the corpse that had been slumped over the table was indeed gone. This matter weighed on her heart like a heavy counterweight. Now, seeing the Aurors arrive, she felt as if her secret had been exposed. I apologize, Lockhart. We received a report that Gilderoy Lockhart is collecting very dangerous dark arts items, even involving you-know-who, so the Ministry of Magic takes this matter very seriously. This is a search warrant issued by Sterlinger, please confirm it. Donna's heart, which had just risen, slightly settled, but then she immediately became furious. Gilderoy isn't that kind of person. He's kind and gentle, and he's also the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor at Hogwarts. How could he possibly secretly possess dangerous dark arts items? If you said Ollivander Avery secretly possessed dark arts items, Donna would believe it, but Gilderoy? What a joke! She had lived in this house for several months, knowing it inside out. There were no dark arts items here? If there aren't, that's for the best, so Lockhart, you'd best step aside and let us search. That way, we can clear Mr. Lockhart's name, but if you insist on obstructing us, then we'll have no choice but to detain you as well for obstructing Ministry of Magic business. Donna suppressed the anger in her heart and stepped back, clearing the doorway. She knew the Aurors had come with a search warrant, so she couldn't resist. Dearest, who's at the door? Gilderoy Lockhart asked loudly from the dining room. Nothing, it's the Aurors investigating a case. Lockhart chuckled. Oh, how unusual. Perhaps I could join them. After all, I haven't written a detective novel yet. I hear detective novels are very popular in the Muggle world. Lockhart's relaxed demeanor astonished the Aurors. Could it really be someone playing a prank and falsely accusing this man? Kingsley shook his head. What a joke! The mysterious anonymous informant had, without anyone knowing, left a complete set of evidence on every Auror's desk, one for each, not missing anyone. Not to mention the detailed content of the evidence, with abundant human and material proof, just the ability to secretly infiltrate the Ministry of Magic didn't seem like a simple prank. Search. The informant had even considered how to avoid alerting the suspect, suggesting they take Lockhart back to the Ministry of Magic for questioning on the charge of possessing dark arts items, and then have him confess to using memory charms on others and stealing their experiences. Regardless of the truth, Sterling or search warrant had already been issued. Whether there were any dark arts items would be known upon searching. Lockhart looked indifferent. He put down his knife and fork, and even followed the Aurors with some cheer. Look, this is a cabinet made in 1756. This cabinet has a small mechanism, and inside it hides a small space. If you open it incorrectly, the cabinet will self-destruct. Ah, what a great place to hide things! Come, I'll show you how to open it. The Aurors. The first floor was quickly searched. In some very hidden places that the Aurors clearly hadn't discovered, Lockhart actually revealed them himself, and he was even smug about the Aurors' surprised expressions. On the second floor, before Lockhart could introduce his proud hiding spots, Kingsley noticed the diary on the desk. The informant had said that the dark arts item was a diary. Mr. Lockhart, what is this? Kingsley picked up the diary with gloved hands and shook it in front of Lockhart. Oh, this? It's just an ordinary diary. Only, as he said this, the relaxed expression on Lockhart's face disappeared, because he suddenly remembered that this diary had an unknown origin and could control his body. He knew very well whether there were any dark arts items in his house, but this diary might be the only exception. Nancy, bring the dark arts trace detector. Lockhart completely panicked. No, Auror, this is just an ordinary diary. Definitely not some dangerous dark arts item. Think about it. What dark arts item would be designed to look so ordinary? Ignoring Lockhart, the Auror named Nancy had already pressed the detector against the diary. Actually, it didn't even need to be touching it, because even when it was 5 or 6 inches away, the detector began to turn red. This diary is a dark arts item, Nancy said. Kingsley nodded and carefully placed the diary into a metal box. All right, Gilderoy Lockhart, come back to the Ministry of Magic with us. The Ministry of Magic has been very strict about tracking down dark arts items lately, so you might need to explain the origin of this item thoroughly. Lockhart forced an awkward smile. Can I not go? Kingsley adjusted his sleeves and said. Take him away. Gilderoy Lockhart was taken away. Donna Lockhart looked blank. The once ruthless and cruel pure-blood young lady, now softened by love, suddenly didn't know what to do. It took her a long time to recover. It was just a charge of privately possessing dark arts items, and that notebook was brought back from Hogwarts by her husband, so it couldn't be a big deal. Perhaps he'd be brought back to the ministry for questioning and released that afternoon. At most, it would just be paying some fines. In previous years, Avery family would often be fined for this charge. Most of the time, it was because the Ministry of Magic couldn't pay salaries, so they would pull this stunt every now and then. She had long grown accustomed to it. Her current blunder was merely due to her loved one being involved, causing her to worry too much. Donna took a deep breath and returned to the dining table. What a pity, the loving meals she had meticulously prepared for her darling would go to waste. Lockhart was not released that afternoon as Donna had imagined. Even by the 4th day, Lockhart had not returned. This time, Donna truly panicked. She rushed to the Ministry of Magic to inquire about the situation, only to be told that Lockhart had committed a serious crime, with conclusive evidence, and had already been sentenced 2 days prior to a lifetime in Azkaban. It was just that it was the Christmas holiday, and most Ministry of Magic employees were not working, and the few on duty had an endless amount of work to deal with every day, so they failed to notify Donna Lockhart in time. I request a visit. Currently, Lockhart is temporarily detained at the Ministry of Magic. After the Christmas holiday, he will be transferred to Azkaban. Sorry, Lockhart, your husband's charges are crime of seriously threatening Wizarding Society security and crime of deliberately harming others. He has been identified as a senior Death Eater, and given his special social status, Cornelius Fudge does not permit any form of visitation. Death Eater? Didn't Donna know whether Lockhart was a Death Eater? Her husband must have been framed. Humph. And no visitation allowed? Donna gritted her teeth. This kind of trick is being used on me? Here are 30 galleon, my sponsorship to the Ministry of Magic. The employee grinned as he put away the galleon, immediately changing his demeanor. standing up and saying, "Madam, please follow me. As a philanthropist sponsoring the Ministry of Magic, you should be happy to follow me on a tour of our Ministry of Magic, right?" Stepping into the elevator, Donna followed the employee directly to the Ministry of Magic's temporary prison. She saw Gilderoy Lockhart, disheveled and with vacant eyes, watching her beloved collapse listlessly in the corner of the cell. The damp and foul air stung Donna's nose, breaking her heart. "My dear." Donna grabbed the iron bars of the cage. "How are you, my dear?" Lockhart's eyes gradually focused, and when he saw Donna, he immediately jumped up. "Baby, they framed me, saying I'm a Death Eater. They even said they'd lock me up until I die. I still have a brilliant future. I can't just end like this. Baby, you're from Avery family, you must save me." Donna, through the bars, grasped Lockhart's hand. That once warm hand was now as cold as ice. She held it tightly, hoping her body temperature could warm Lockhart a little. "Don't worry, my dear, tell me, why do they say you're a Death Eater?" Gilderoy Lockhart took a deep breath and replied, "It's that diary, mainly that diary. If it was just abusing memory charm to harm others, I'd at most be out in 2 years, but who knew that notebook was actually you-know-who's item? Dumbledore even testified in court that diary was a very important item of you-know-who? Merlin's beard? That diary was put on my desk by someone I don't know. It's not mine at all. This is a blatant setup." But Cornelius Fudge and the jury wouldn't listen to me. They were terrified of you-know-who. Donna's heart sank. If that diary was so significant and involved you-know-who, then the Ministry of Magic's attitude would surely be to rather kill the innocent than let a guilty person go. Her mind was in a whirl. She wanted to comfort Lockhart but didn't know how to begin. "Baby, you must have a way to get me out, right?" Donna shook her head with difficulty. If Avery family had a way, they wouldn't have let that kid Dana Avery take the fall for Guy Avery back then. Death Eater, especially Death Eater close to Dark Lord, the Ministry of Magic would absolutely not let go, and that diary was proven to be Dark Lord's crucial item. So for Lockhart to overturn the case, it was simply as hard as climbing to the sky. Lockhart disappointedly released Donna's hand, took 2 steps back, and slumped down. The two looked at each other in silence. After a while, the employee at the side impatiently spoke. "Lockhart, please hurry up." Donna was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. She stared blankly at Lockhart, not knowing what to do. Just then, Lockhart seemed to remember something. He suddenly jumped up and shouted loudly at Donna. "Donna, go find Dantes. He's my best friend, he needs me, so he definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Find him, he will definitely come forward to save me." Donna recalled what she had seen and heard in Dentis Castle that day. Indeed, Dantes was the wealthiest person she had ever met, and he also had enough power. His black dragon followed his lead, and his attendants were numerous. Having both power and wealth meant authority. That day, even Cornelius Fudge had to fawn over him. Yes, that adult would definitely be able to save her beloved. "My dear, wait for me, I will definitely get Dantes to save you." Dana lay on a lounge chair in the castle garden, holding natural magic in his left hand, and a tender green rune appeared on his right forearm, as flowers and plants danced with the direction of his fingertips. This magic that could control plants was so useful. Thinking of the 1,000 acres of Chinese chomping cabbage and venomous tentacula he had arranged for the fire serpent party to plant, Dana almost laughed out loud. Dantes was skilled in lightning magic, while the fire serpent party leader excelled at controlling plants. The fire serpent party threatened the British wizarding world, while Dantes protected the British wizarding world. A very good script. Under the tug-of-war between these good and evil sides, the British wizarding world's social order, rotten to the core, would probably be like a decaying ladder, collapsing with a single push. Dantes, Donna Lockhart is here to visit. Dana, who had transformed into Dantes, showed a meaningful smile and nodded. "Go, take the lady to the second-floor reception room, serve her some refreshments, and tell her I'm still busy and to wait a moment." "Yes, Dantes." When Count Dantes arrived at the reception room, Donna Lockhart was already pacing anxiously by the sofa. The untouched refreshments on the coffee table clearly showed her current mood. "My apologies, Lockhart," the Count said with a smile as he walked in. "The new city is about to be put into use, and things have been a bit busy, so I've kept you waiting." Normally, Donna would have offered a few compliments first. The new city is an incredible project, and for the Count to complete it so quickly is truly remarkable. The Count is busy with a myriad of affairs. I came at an inconvenient time and caused you trouble. Something along those lines. However, Donna was clearly not in the mood for pleasantries. She practically begged, almost in tears. Count Dantes, please save Gilderoy. Count Dantes looked bewildered. What are you talking about, Lockhart? Gilderoy is perfectly fine, serving as a professor at Hogwarts. Is he in some kind of danger? He's been framed, labeled as you-know-who's loyal Death Eater, and is about to be sent to Azkaban. How could this be? Count Dantes said, his face full of shock. Gilderoy is such a good person. Who would want to harm him? Donna's tears streamed down her face as she shook her head vigorously. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I just don't want him to be locked up in Azkaban. That place is not fit for a human. He's such a refined person. If he's in Azkaban, he probably won't last half a month. Indeed, the Count said, a meaningful glint in his eyes. You're right, Azkaban is certainly not a place for humans, and Gilderoy probably wouldn't be able to endure it. I knew it. So what should I do now? Donna sobbed, looking at Count Dantes with hope. Count Dantes, Gilderoy told me that only you could save him, so I came to you. I believe with your ability, you can surely do it. Count Dantes tilted his head to the left by 20 degrees and asked curiously, can't your Avery family handle something like this themselves? I remember your cousin, the one named Guy Avery, I believe was replaced by someone you found. And the unlucky fellow who took the blame was Dana Emery's from my team. Donna slowly shook her head. Our family paid a hefty price for that matter back then, but now the new city is about to be put into use, and my family has invested almost all its cash into it, so... She paused, then continued, besides, Dana Emery's case caused a sensation throughout the wizarding world. Although the Ministry of Magic now has a good explanation for the public, if we still want to find an unrelated person to take the blame, I'm afraid even high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic wouldn't dare to agree. The Count nodded, pondering. That does make it difficult. Donna asked eagerly, can't Count Dantes exonerate Gilderoy before he's locked up in Azkaban? Count Dantes raised an eyebrow. Lockhart, please be careful with your words. Although Gilderoy might be innocent, he's currently considered you-know-who's most loyal Death Eater. If you try to get him out without absolute proof, whoever touches this will be in deep trouble. Just then, there was a knock on the reception room door. The Count called out, come in. A servant then entered with an envelope and respectfully handed it to the Count. The Count took the letter, opened it, and then shrugged. This is a letter from Cornelius Fudge, because I told him I'm very interested in the British wizarding world's judicial system, and if there are any interesting, public cases, he should notify me immediately. He looked at Donna. Lockhart, you see, Gilderoy is not only accused of being a Death Eater, but he's also accused of using the memory charm to wipe the memories of at least 7 people, causing varying degrees of brain damage to all 7, and these 7 people are all famous figures in the wizarding world. Just this charge alone means the Ministry of Magic must imprison Gilderoy, because too many people are involved. Donna was speechless. She had previously focused all her attention on the Death Eater accusation because it was the most serious charge. But the lesser charge she had overlooked was the most troublesome. Not only was the evidence conclusive, but the Ministry of Magic seemed unable to cover it up. So, Lockhart, the Count said very seriously, to save Gilderoy, I'm afraid we still need to find a way to replace him with someone else. But the high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic now dare not let an innocent person take the blame again. The Count smiled. What if the person replacing Gilderoy is willing, and has a close relationship with him? Donna froze for a moment. Willing, and closely related. Her eyes suddenly widened. You mean you want me to replace Gilderoy? Donna shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm pregnant now. I can't go to Azkaban. If I stay there for too long, something will happen to the child. The Count snorted inwardly. It seemed Donna didn't love Lockhart enough after all. No, Lockhart, precisely because you are pregnant, this is the best method. You see, your pregnancy is still in its early stages, it doesn't show yet. You can claim to be willing to replace Gilderoy, of course. I'll cover the money to bribe the Ministry of Magic officials, but in just half a month, as your belly gradually grows, I can accidentally discover this during a visit to you. The Ministry of Magic officials will naturally be afraid of something going wrong. After all, your identity is not simple. If it results in 2 lives lost, even if you were willing, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Under such pressure, and with a bit more money from me, I should be able to get you out. Donna was half convinced. Then if you can directly get people out, why didn't you just save Gilderoy from the start? The Count shrugged and said bluntly, it seems Lockhart's brain is a bit slower than I imagined. He smiled and shook his head. If you don't drag them into it first, why would they be so agreeable? Your husband is considered a Death Eater. He can't just be easily pulled out directly. The thought of her radiant beloved suffering in Azkaban sent a pang through Donna's heart. If it was just being locked up for a month, she should still be able to endure it, right? She looked up, pressing her lips together tightly. Count Dantes, are you sure you can get me out? The Count slightly raised his chin. Of course. I can even swear to it. Count Dantes held up 4 fingers. In the name of my Dantes ancestors. Count, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge welcomed Count Dantes and Donna Lockhart into his office, closing the door behind them. It's quite unexpected for you and Lockhart to make an appointment with me together. The Count first motioned for Donna to sit down, then chuckled. I apologize for disturbing the minister's Christmas holiday, but it seems the minister is in a good mood lately. Ha ha ha, with the Count's sponsorship, the Ministry of Magic has regained its vitality, and as the minister, I am naturally happy. I'm also very happy to see the minister happy, the Count said, choosing to get straight to the point. However, I came to see the minister today because I actually need a small favor. Fudge chuckled and shook his head. If it's about Gilderoy Lockhart, I'm sorry, Count, I can't help. Dantes gave a thumbs up. The minister's wisdom truly impresses me. Yes, we are here for Gilderoy Lockhart. But I remember when the minister and I first met, he mentioned finding someone to take the blame. So I thought there was still room to maneuver on this, wasn't there? Fudge still shook his head. It might have been possible before, but ever since the Dana Emery's incident, if we were to find an innocent person to replace a prisoner again, the Ministry of Magic's credibility would be completely lost. So, I apologize, Count. Dantes was not disheartened by the minister's refusal. He pointed to Donna and said, no, we are not planning to replace Gilderoy with an innocent person. Ms. Donna Lockhart deeply loves her husband, so she is voluntarily going to prison in his place. This matter is very secure and will absolutely not have an accident like Dana Emery's. Fudge looked at Donna in surprise. In his impression, this eldest daughter of Avery family was very cruel and selfish. Voluntarily replacing Lockhart out of love? Let me confirm first, Ms. Lockhart. Fudge took a sip of water to clear his throat. You are voluntarily going to prison in place of your husband, and you are not under the Imperio. Donna stood up. Minister, I love my husband very much. If you're asking if I'm under the Imperio, yes, my heart has been stolen by my beloved husband, and I am willing to do anything for him. Fudge was clearly using a joke to mask his shock. In reality, Donna did not look at all like she was under the Imperio. Fudge thought for a moment, then said, I regret to say that even if Donna Lockhart is willing to go to prison in Gilderoy Lockhart's place, I cannot do so because Lockhart is both a Death Eater and has harmed so many respected and famous wizards. It's too involved, so I don't dare. I cannot do this. Count Dantes understood Fudge's concerns perfectly. He had a contingency plan before he even arrived. Minister, once Gilderoy Lockhart is released, I will send him to a great eastern country to avoid the limelight, ensuring he will not appear in Britain again. Fudge still shook his head. No, 2,000 galleons. Fudge swallowed, then still shook his head. 5,000. Fudge's pupils began to constrict, and a fine sweat beaded on his forehead. No, Count, this isn't about money. Count Dantes snapped his fingers. In addition to the 5,000 galleons of gratitude for the minister, I will also contribute 1% of the new city's annual profits as a Ministry of Magic Development Foundation. I believe that under Mr. Fudge's leadership, this money will play a huge role. Perhaps the title of the best Minister of Magic in 100 years is about to fall upon your head. It was already widely acknowledged in the British wizarding world that the new city was a profitable venture, because all the prominent families and large merchant guilds in Europe were about to settle in the new city. 1% of the new city's profits was an enormous fortune, enough to cover 5 years of the Ministry of Magic's normal expenses, and this money was settled annually. The bright prospects instantly overwhelmed Fudge, making him dizzy. This. After a long period of incoherence, Fudge finally came to his senses. He was almost knocked out by this immense fortune. The best Minister of Magic in 100 years. The Count is truly too generous. Fudge suddenly stood up, eagerly saying, Gilderoy Lockhart has been detained at the Ministry of Magic for 2 days already. It's time to send him to Azkaban quickly. How about tomorrow? Lockhart, you should come tomorrow. As a couple about to be separated, our Ministry of Magic is very humane and can make an exception, giving you a chance to say goodbye. Donna felt a surge of excitement in her heart. It was done? Fudge leaving a day was for her to prepare the polyjuice potion. This way, Gilderoy would be sent to the east, and after she was bailed out by the Count a month later, she could go to the east and start a new life with him? A happy family of 3, what could be better than that? Thank you, Minister, thank you, Count. Count Dantes nodded. Madam, you should go back first and prepare what needs to be prepared. We'll meet here again tomorrow. And now I need to discuss with the minister how that 1% of the profit should be managed. All right, Count, your great kindness, I truly. There's no need for such words. Gilderoy and I are very good friends, remember? Go on, be careful on your way home. Donna left. Fudge waited until she disappeared at the end of the corridor before retreating into the room and closing the door. Count, is this really okay? This Donna Lockhart is from Avery family after all. If it goes wrong, it could be troublesome. Dantes chuckled. I just want to get Lockhart out. He can contribute to my businesses in the east. He's still useful. As for Donna Lockhart, as long as Azkaban doesn't close down, she won't be getting out. Fudge thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. If it hadn't been for the Hogwarts acceptance letter, Dana Emrys would probably have been imprisoned until his death, unknown to anyone. However, he still had some worries. But what if Ollivander Avery finds his niece missing and investigates? The Count laughed heartily. Investigate? Donna Lockhart married Gilderoy Lockhart and has lost her usefulness. Besides, old Avery is currently preoccupied with how to make money in the new city. He won't worry about this niece. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'm just afraid this matter will become known and have a bad impact. The Count nodded. I understand, but the minister really doesn't need to worry. Now you should probably be more concerned about how you'll use my 1% of the profits. Upon hearing this, Fudge's entire face immediately beamed like a chrysanthemum tea steeped in hot water. That really is something to worry about. He chuckled, as if he had won the lottery. Mr. Count's ability in investment is the best I've ever seen, so I wonder if Mr. Count has any suggestions. Count Dantes bowed his head slightly, feigning thought to hide his uncontrollable smile. After a while, he looked up and said, It's simple, establish a Ministry of Magic Development Foundation. I will send trusted talents to help the Ministry of Magic with its management. Believe me, if operated properly, the Foundation's annual profits will be much more than that 1%. Fudge clapped his hands sharply. This is wonderful. Mr. Count, I truly don't know how to repay your kindness. How about this? I will propose a motion to award the Count the honorary title of Deputy Minister of Magic. What do you think? I don't have time to work at the Ministry of Magic, Minister. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. This is just an honorary title, you don't have to come to work. This merely represents the British Ministry of Magic's gratitude to you. All right, then I shall respectfully accept. The next day, when Count Dantes and Donna Lockhart appeared at the Ministry of Magic again, Fudge was already waiting for them. Your Excellency, Count, you're here. He turned to the hit wizards responsible for the escort behind him. Let's go to the temporary cell. Let the prisoner have one last meeting with his wife, then you can send him to Azkaban. Yes, Minister, sir. The group descended to the temporary prison. Lockhart looked even worse than before. He seemed to have lost his soul, and when he saw everyone enter, he just opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Donna was extremely distressed. Being detained at the Ministry of Magic had already made him so haggard. What would happen if he were locked up in Azkaban? Count Dantes suddenly spoke. Minister, sir, I think we should let the couple talk one last time. Perhaps they want to have one last intimate moment anyway. There's an anti-apparition device here, so we don't have to worry about them escaping. Fudge feigned difficulty. Count, sir, I'm afraid that's not appropriate, is it? The Count smiled and said, the law must be respected, but people have feelings. Lockhart is my friend, and I must fulfill my duty as a friend. He took out 2 small money pouches and placed them in the hands of the hit wizards. I don't think such a harmless little exception would cause any adverse effects, would it? The 2 hit wizards were extremely nervous. They looked at the minister, only to find that the minister was observing the rust on the temporary prison cell door with great interest. This cell door is old enough. I think it should be replaced. The Count nodded. Yes, once the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation is established, Minister, sir, you can do whatever you want, even if it's made of mentori metal, that's fine. The two hit wizards exchanged glances, immediately understanding everything. Their highest leader was on the Count's side, so what did they have to say? Minister, sir, one hit wizard said. We also have a tradition of letting prisoners see their relatives one last time. I don't think this should be considered a violation. Oh, is that so? The minister's attention finally shifted back from the rusty iron door. I really don't know much about prison matters. Since that's the case, let's let Lockhart go in and accompany Lockhart, sir. Oh, right, let's step aside a bit, otherwise they'll be embarrassed. 10 minutes later, Fudge, the Count, and the hit wizards returned to the cell. Lockhart was still in that half-dead state, while Lockhart leaned against the wall, seemingly overcome with grief, unable to stand steadily. All right, time's up, Fudge said. It's time to send Lockhart, sir, to Azkaban. When the cell door opened, Count Dantes rushed forward to support Lockhart. Gentlemen, Lockhart doesn't seem to be in very good condition, so I'll send her back first. Please do, Your Excellency, Count. The minister shook his head sorrowfully. This is truly a human tragedy, but who made Lockhart commit the crime? Count Dantes agreed. Yes, justice cannot be profaned. Those who do evil should naturally be punished. Even if he is my friend, he cannot escape sanction. Saying his goodbyes, the Count left the Ministry of Magic with Lockhart. Midnight. Azkaban welcomed its most unbearable night. Dana's former cell suddenly had an archway appear, startling the cell's new occupant. This person was a smuggler, imprisoned for masterminding multiple smuggling operations of XXXX-level rare magical creatures. He covered his mouth, trying to control his excited emotions, and ran frantically into that door. He didn't know what was behind the door, but could it be worse than Azkaban? However, a powerful memory charm struck him, knocking him flying. The smuggler hit the wall and slid down, completely unconscious. When he woke up the next day, he would have completely forgotten about this magical door. A man in black walked out from the other side of the door. The man looked at the opposite cell. Sirius Black seemed to be sound asleep. But the commotion here made him suddenly open his eyes, yet he saw nothing but the faint sound of bats flapping their wings in the darkness. Bats, Sirius murmured. How could there be bats in this cursed place? This little fellow is unlucky, getting lost and ending up in Azkaban. No, how is this possible? This island is not close to Britain, so this must be an illusion. Sirius closed his eyes again, but before that, he transformed into a black dog because he had just dreamed of James and Lily, and turning into a dog was only because he was afraid of Dementors sniffing out happy scents and coming closer. The bats were naturally not an illusion. Dana, the bat, flew towards the top floor of Azkaban. Azkaban was still far from full. For ease of management, prisoners were housed from bottom to top, filling empty cells, and extending upwards if there were none. Therefore, the top floor had almost no prisoners. Fudge was truly capable. To prevent anyone from discovering that it wasn't Gilderoy Lockhart who was imprisoned, he used means to set Donna's cell on the top floor. The reason was, a great writer needs a quieter place, so he might even be able to write works in prison. The new book might be called I Sleep with Dementors in Azkaban. And setting the cell on the top floor had another advantage. It was 5 or 6 floors away from the inhabited floors, so even if Donna screamed until her throat was hoarse, the people below wouldn't hear her. Dana, the bat, flew directly to Donna's cell. This woman was now wearing Lockhart's already filthy violet robes, curled up in the corner of the cell, trembling. Darling, darling, I regret it. Can you switch me back? I have a child in my belly. Donna mumbled to herself. Just one afternoon of confinement had almost made her collapse. When had the young mistress of Avery family ever endured such things? She had greatly underestimated the horror of Azkaban. No, no, I must endure. As long as I get through this month, I can live a wonderful life with my dear Gilderoy. No Ministry of Magic, no John Flint, no one who wants to harm us. Are you calling me? A chilling voice sounded, and Donna shivered all over, then looked towards the sound, and saw John Flint's corpse standing in her cell. His skin was pale, covered in lividity. Donna. After 2 seconds of silence, Donna let out a heartbreaking scream. No one in all of Azkaban could hear her. In the nearest cells, the prisoners would only think that the faint crying was just the howling of the sea wind passing through the castle gate. Donna was certain that this walking corpse in front of her was John Flint. Because this corpse was missing an arm, that missing arm had been delivered to her during Dana Emery's fanatic fan revenge incident, and she had eventually burned it. John's corpse slowly walked towards Donna, making ho-ho sounds, and saliva dripped from his yellowed teeth. No, no. Donna wished she could embed herself into the corner of the wall. She screamed loudly. Don't come over. Dana watched everything happening inside the cell from outside. Donna Avery, my revenge has just begun. You can take your time suffering? John Flint's corpse had been turned into an inferi by him, and the command he gave it was to constantly stick to Donna Avery. Dementors, inferi, cold cells. Donna Avery, you can enjoy yourself here for a month first. I will come back in a month, and when you are full of hope, I will kick you into the abyss named despair. Donna Avery, are you looking forward to the gift I will bring you then? Your misery, my ecstasy. Dana could barely suppress the pleasure welling up from the depths of his heart. He radiated joy without restraint until the Dementors were attracted by this delicious taste and swarmed in. Come on, come on. Everyone, come on. Donna Avery, since you're in Azkaban, how can you not experience the Dementors' enthusiasm? Arrangement? It must be arranged for you? The Dementors came. Dana smiled. These guys were as sensitive as ever. However, this also confirmed one thing. The transformation brought by Merlin's bloodline and Animagus were completely different things. Animagus transformation was when one transformed into an animal from the inside out, while Merlin's transformation, no matter how it changed, always kept the core as human. The Dementors, which Dana had previously feared greatly, were no longer a threat to him. Donna Avery, not a typo, was still desperately pushing John Flint's inferi away, completely unaware of a blue light flashing outside the cell. It was even more impossible for her to notice that among the countless Dementors, one suddenly appeared, and this Dementor quickly unified the Dementor's simple, chaotic consciousness. Dana the Dementor spoke. Who? You all come and accompany this woman every day, but be careful not to kill her. Who? Difficult. Who? As long as you are not greedy, it is not difficult at all. Who? Try your best. Dana the Dementor left. He was very satisfied with the current arrangement. With the company of John Flint and the Dementors, Donna Avery would surely not be lonely during this month, right? Just one day before the young wizards were about to return to Hogwarts, the new city was finally officially put into use. The richest man, Count Dr. Dentis, named the new city Merlin City, in memory of the great magic pioneer, the immortal Merlin. The entire European wizarding world had no objections, because not only Britain, but wizards from other parts of Europe also recognized Merlin's status in history of magic. The new city was located in Britain, and it was reasonable to name it after Merlin. On this day, Merlin City was exceptionally lively. The British Ministry of Magic specially set up an entry channel for foreign wizards in Merlin City, where wizards from other places could directly apparate to Merlin City from their respective countries' ministries of magic. Draco Malfoy had never seen so many wizards in his life, not even when his father took him to the Quidditch World Cup when he was younger. The entire Merlin City was crowded with wizards from all over the world. This was currently the only city in the whole world that completely belonged to wizards. Shopping and entertainment were all available. Here, you could see truly exotic customs, and even find Muggle product specialty stores suitable for the wizarding world. The entire city was a commercial complex, and earlier rumors that several major European families would move their main industries to Merlin City made wizards flock to it. Once the flow of people increased, it meant business opportunities, and large families and major trade guilds came sniffing for it, which was also why the housing prices in Merlin City were previously hyped to sky-high prices. In the 1990s, when there was no internet economy, of course, if no changes were made, it was likely that the wizarding world would still not have an internet economy even in the 2020s. A city that integrated all commercial paths like this was clearly unique and irreplaceable in the wizarding world. It was not only a commercial center but also a cultural and entertainment center, a gathering place for all the essence of the wizarding world. Count Dante's complex concept, which was decades ahead of its time, truly opened the eyes of the secluded wizarding world. Draco followed closely behind his father, Operating to the tallest tower in Merlin City, they were to participate in the opening ceremony of Merlin City's operation. A cylinder less than 3 meters in diameter but 60 meters high supported a huge circular platform with a radius of 300 meters. If such a building were placed in the Muggle world, the designer would immediately be scolded into depression. But this was the wizarding world, and seeing anything that defied nature's imagination was normal. Upon reaching the top platform, the urban area of Merlin City was visible at a glance. Lucius Malfoy went to greet familiar friends, while little Draco ran to the edge of the platform, looking down at the full view of Merlin City with a look of shock. It was truly magnificent. Neatly arranged green roofs formed square after square, and the ants moving between the squares were wizards from various countries who came admiringly. "Look, Count Dantes is here." Everyone's gaze gathered on the handsome figure who operated onto the platform. Count Dantes smiled and greeted everyone, then walked to a podium in the center of the platform. "Everyone here is my good friend. Thank you all for coming to the launching ceremony of Merlin City." "Humph, what good friends? I can't afford to be associated with such a person." A discordant voice came, and everyone looked over, only to see Bernard Juliers. This was the patriarch of the Juliers family. Although this family's prestige was not as great as the Sacred 28, they were quite wealthy due to their perennial breeding of flobberworms, and were jokingly called the Worm family. Seeing the Count looking at him with a half-smile, Bernard Juliers said indignantly, "Am I wrong? The land you promised to sell me, you gave to Sherrod Bluefield? A person like you, without integrity, I dare not be called your friend, lest one day you stab me in the back." Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion below the stage. "Sherrod Bluefield? The former owner of the Chudley Cannons? I think I heard about this. His lordship exchanged a piece of land for the ownership of the Chudley Cannons. Wow, exchanging a team for land, that's a great deal. Our shop cost our family 2 million galleons." The Count on the stage did not panic because of the sudden incident. He smiled and looked at Juliers. "Mr. Juliers, regarding the ownership of that piece of land, did we sign a contract or letter of intent or anything like that before? If so, then I apologize to you. It must have been an oversight by my subordinates who failed to report such an important matter to me. But if not, I need to remind you, sir, that you are currently slandering a count without any evidence." Not to mention that almost everyone present was currying favor with the Count, hoping to gain benefits from Merlin City. Even without this interest, everyone knew that before any written documents were signed, all verbal promises were not valid. Even Bernard Juliers himself understood, but he looked at the properties bought by those families, whose value had doubled in a short time, and he was simply too jealous. In fact, he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth, but it was too late to apologize at this point, so he simply gave up, snorted coldly, and flicked his sleeves, leaving. This small interlude seemed not to affect the Count's mood. He clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, let's continue." He pointed outside the city. "Everyone, originally, to celebrate the completion of Merlin City, I prepared magic cannons, but later I felt that was too ordinary. So, I prepared 500 trebuchets to add to the excitement of the new city's launch." "Trebuchets?" Everyone looked at the Count in surprise. The Count, however, waved his hand at a servant. "Start." Just as everyone was puzzled, Draco Malfoy's terrified voice rang out. "Look over there. What is that?" Everyone rushed to the edge of the platform, looking into the distance, their livers and gallbladders splitting. They saw dense, countless specks of light flying towards Merlin City from afar. These people were either heads of major families or wealthy merchants from various regions, all well-traveled and knowledgeable. How could they not recognize that these specks of light were powerful magic bombs? The kind that could flatten a quarter of Diagon Alley with just one. Was the Count insane? Was he going to blow up his newly built city? The important figures quickly ran towards the portal. Cornelius Fudge was even more terrified, falling to the ground if any of these important figures suffered casualties here today. His time as Minister of Magic would be over. He could already imagine the accountability letters flying to his office like snowflakes. "Everyone, do not panic." The Count's voice remained calm. "Merlin City's defenses are unmatched in the wizarding world. This level of attack is merely fireworks for entertainment in front of Merlin City's magic array." Following the direction of the Count's finger, the first bomb to arrive suddenly exploded in the air. Only then did people vaguely see the runes faintly appearing in midair. It turned out that Merlin City's defensive magic array had already been activated. 1, 2, 3. Count Dantes was right, those powerful bombs really seemed to be just larger fireworks. People's moods gradually calmed down, they leaned on the railings at the edge of the platform, enjoying the flames blossoming in the sky. Perhaps from today onwards, the safest place in the wizarding world would no longer be Hogwarts. But Count Dantes's Merlin City? Merlin City is truly amazing? Those magic bombs filling the sky couldn't faze Merlin City at all. That was 500 alchemical bombs? Enough to blow up all of London, but Merlin City's defensive magic array didn't even waver a bit. Draco Malfoy, on the Hogwarts Express, excitedly recounted his experiences on the Merlin City High Tower platform to Crabbe and Goyle. Regrettably, Crabbe and Goyle were shopping in the city below with their parents at the time and had no idea this was happening. They genuinely thought it was Merlin City's celebratory fireworks? No wonder those fireworks looked so different and imposing. From another perspective, this also proved the power of Merlin City's defensive magic array. The city's residents didn't feel anything amiss at all. Draco was extremely proud. You didn't know, did you? I was the first to discover those alchemical bombs. I was right there on the high tower platform. Pansy Parkinson provided emotional support at just the right moment. Draco is so great. Draco Malfoy nodded proudly, as if Merlin City's power was something he had personally brought about. In his opinion, the owner of Merlin City, Count Dark Dantes, was his dear uncle. I bet today's front page of the Daily Prophet will definitely be about Merlin City's inauguration ceremony. The Earl's unique opening ceremony was truly spectacular. However, it was fortunate that Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle didn't bet with Draco, otherwise he would have lost. Because today's front page headline of the Daily Prophet was, "The Fire Serpent Party, silent for years, reappears. The entire Julius family missing." And the opening of Merlin City, an event that would have otherwise shocked the wizarding world, was relegated to the secondary page due to the appearance of the Fire Serpent Party. It seems that people in the British wizarding world are far more interested in horror events than in new things. Campus life after the Christmas holiday remained as dull as ever. There seemed to be nothing else worth writing about this school year. Dana continued to dominate on the Quidditch League field. It seemed he was already the designated seeker for the England national team for the Quidditch World Cup in 2 years' time. The little diary now lay on the principal's desk, small, pitiful, and helpless. The basilisk, originally this school year's boss, had its head cut off by Dana last year. The only source of fun, Gilderoy Lockhart, was locked up in Azkaban again. While Severus Snape, his replacement, was quite pleased, the Gryffindor little wizards were not so pleased. Merlin City, Merlin City, Merlin City. The topic of conversation among the little wizards almost invariably revolved around Merlin City, this truly international metropolis of the wizarding world, giving the youngsters endless topics to discuss. A month passed like this. The owner of Merlin City, the great Count Dantes, as spoken of by the little wizards, now appeared directly in Donna Avery's cell. Donna Avery numbly watched as an archway woven from vines appeared before her. She numbly watched Count Dantes walk out of the door. She numbly watched the Count make a strange ho sound, and then the Dementors moved away from the cell. The air seemed to warm up, and even John Flint's Inferi, who had been tightly clutching her, silently retreated to the side. The Count looked at Donna Avery. The woman was, of course, still wearing Gilderoy Lockhart's purple robes, but now the robes were unrecognizable. The entanglement with the Inferi had made them look more like beggar's rags than beggar's rags, which allowed the Count to see Donna's exposed, emaciated body. Donna, who had once been quite beautiful, now had sunken cheeks and eyes, and her face was covered in frostbite, here and there. Even though her mind was already unclear, she still fiercely protected her lower abdomen. The Count did not speak, just quietly watched Donna Avery. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps due to being away from the Dementors, Donna's mind gradually cleared. Her eyes finally moved, and then she was overjoyed. "Count? Is that you, Count?" Donna Avery tried to jump up, but her legs gave way, and she fell flat on the ground with a thud. She seemed to feel no pain, scrambling to her feet, and excitedly cried out, "Count, are you finally taking me away?" She cried tears of joy. She had finally made it through. She could leave this wretched place and live happily ever after with her dear Gilderoy. In a picturesque countryside, their family of 3 would live a happy life. She had had enough of this hellhole. If her dear Gilderoy knew how much she had sacrificed for him, he would probably love her even more, right? Wait a moment, Miss Avery. The Count waved his hand, pushing Donna Avery, who was approaching him, away telekinetically, a hint of disdain on his face. I'm here today to tell you something. When Donna Avery heard the Count change his address to Miss Avery, her heart immediately tightened. Please call me Lockhart, Count. No, no, no. The Count shook his head and took out a two-way mirror from his arms. Actually, you are no longer Lockhart. Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart has entrusted me to inform you that his marriage to you has ended. Impossible. Donna Avery shrieked loudly. He loves me so much, he would never abandon me? You're lying to me? You liar. The Count shrugged and opened the two-way mirror. Then please see for yourself what Gilderoy Lockhart is doing right now. Donna Avery looked at the two-way mirror, and with just one glance, she collapsed to the ground. From deep within her already cold body, an even colder chill seemed to erupt. In the two-way mirror, Gilderoy Lockhart was in a sumptuously decorated room, embracing two women, one a blonde Slavic girl and the other a wild-looking Latin American girl. The two-way mirror also transmitted Lockhart's conversation with the girls. Sir, you are so handsome and so talented, your wife must be very beautiful, right? Wife? I don't have a wife. I don't believe it. If I had to say, I once had a wife, but she was a disgusting harlot. She even put a love potion in my coffee to get me. Oh, that's too despicable. Isn't it? I don't want to see that harlot again, not even for a second. Ah! Donna Avery roared, trying to snatch the two-way mirror from the Count's hand. She wanted to confront Lockhart face to face and ask him why he betrayed her. Gilderoy Lockhart. The Count slightly turned his body, dodging Donna Avery's rush, and he smoothly closed the two-way mirror. Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly shivered. He seemed to hear Donna Avery calling his name, her voice filled with venom. He followed the direction of the sound and saw a small, exquisite mirror on a shelf displaying antiques. What is that? The Latin American girl grabbed Lockhart. That's our makeup mirror, sir. With soft jade and warm fragrance, Lockhart was momentarily dazed. He looked at the Latin American girl, and before he could speak, the Slavic girl on the other side had already pulled out her wand. Obliviate. Lockhart fainted at the sound. The Slavic girl smiled and said, Mission accomplished? Now we just need to strip this guy naked and throw him out into the suburbs. The Latin American girl also smiled. The mission boss gave us is too simple, no challenge at all. Isn't it? Who would have thought that Gilderoy Lockhart, the renowned adventurer of Britain, was actually a good-for-nothing? Count, let me talk to him, let me talk to him. Donna Avery's attempt to lunge failed, and she, weakened, fell onto the cold ground. Even at this moment, she instinctively protected her abdomen. Miss Avery, your business with Lockhart is concluded. Now we should talk about our business. Donna Avery looked bewildered. She still wanted to beg the Count to give her the two-way mirror, but before the words could leave her mouth, she suddenly froze. Because the Count dark dantes in her eyes was rapidly shrinking, quickly becoming the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Silver hair and emerald eyes. Dana Emery's. Yes, I am Dana Emery's. You brought Sally Avery and John Flint to my home to coerce my mother and me. You slapped my mother several times, kicked her to the ground, and used my life to force her to take the blame for Guy Avery. You lied to me that you would pay galleons to treat my mother's illness, coveting my family's wealth. And after I left Azkaban, you even sent assassins to kill me. Counting it all up, you've done quite a lot, so, now I'm here. With each sentence Dana spoke, his eyes grew redder. Dana clearly realized this and waved his hand, and the rough stone floor of the cell transformed into a mahogany sofa and a tea table. With another wave, a complete set of tea utensils appeared on the tea table. Dana unhurriedly arranged the tea set, completely ignoring Donna Avery's expression as it shifted from shock to confusion, then to understanding, then to resentment, and finally to fear. So it was all you? You schemed against me. Everything with Gilderoy Lockhart was arranged by this brat? She had foolishly believed his nonsense and was now trapped in Azkaban. Her sweet love was just a carefully woven lie, a trap that would ruin her for life. The resentment in Donna Avery's eyes burned fiercely, and she mustered her remaining strength, wanting to pounce and bite a piece of flesh from Dana. However, Dana merely pointed a finger, and thick vines grew from all directions, locking her limbs and suspending her in the air. Dana ignored Donna Avery's curses and began to boil water. He watched the water bubbling in the kettle, his mood gradually calming down, and his blood-red pupils slowly returned to lake green. He needed to calm himself, lest he make the same mistake as last time, letting Sally Avery off too easily with an Avada. Now if he could just find Avalon, he could bring the dead back to the living world. Besides bringing his mother back, perhaps he could also drag Sally Avery back to the living world and torture him for 100 years. Warming the pot and cups, adding tea, washing tea, brewing, and serving. He raised the teacup to his nose and took a deep sniff. Comfortable? Dana felt his heart completely settle down. Donna Avery. Dana sealed Donna's mouth, then said, "Guess why I'm brewing tea here?" Donna Avery glared at him, making whimpering sounds in her throat, struggling violently. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will kill you instantly. If that happens, it would be too easy for you." Dana spoke as if to himself. "Sally Avery died too easily. I regretted it after I killed him." Dana sipped his tea, then looked up at Donna Avery. The woman had just heard that Sally Avery was killed by Dana and showed a shocked expression. "So for you, for Olympus Avery, for Cornelius Fudge, for Barty Crouch Sr., I won't simply kill you, I want you to suffer. The more pain the better." Donna Avery's pupils constricted. Had Dana Emery's investigated almost everyone involved in the events of that year? Cruciatus curse. As Dana calmly chanted the spell, Donna Avery began to convulse, letting out roars like a wild beast from her throat. "Look, this is Lord Voldemort and the Death Eater's favorite method of torture," Dana said. "But I think this physical pain is too primitive and lacks any technique. The pain ends when the spell stops, and if you accidentally torture someone into madness, then no matter how much you torment them, they won't react, like a living piece of meat. If that happens, there's no satisfaction in revenge at all. Only by tormenting your body and mind for a long, long time, like this, can my soul find peace." Dana stopped the crucio and put down his teacup, standing up. He took out his wand and drew a few strokes here and there in the cell, magical lines outlined in the air, then sinking into the floor, walls, and ceiling of the cell. "Do you know what I'm doing?" Donna shook her head in terror. The unknown was the most frightening. This 12-year-old brat absolutely could not be viewed with ordinary eyes, because now the entire wizarding world was being played in his hands. "I'm adding a CONF undo magic array to this cell." You certainly know the CONF undo, but when integrated into an array, the effect is stronger and lasts longer. I think it can last about 300 years. This way, no one will disturb you. People will overlook this cell, even if they stand at the door, they won't see you or hear you. In their perception, this is just a wall. Moreover, if this array isn't meticulously observed inch by inch, even someone as powerful as Dumbledore or Lord Voldemort wouldn't discover any clues. In other words, this will be your home for life. Of course, the CONF undo magic array will not affect Azkaban's own operating system, so the food and water that should be distributed to you will still be distributed. Dana removed the tongue sealing and throat locking spell, and Donna Avery regained the right to speak. "I'm leaving. If you want to say anything, now is the best time." After her initial anger, Donna Avery had calmed down, and the fear in her heart slowly grew, now completely dominating her. "Please, let me go. I don't want to be here, not at all. I'm willing to be your slave, I'll do anything you want. As long as you're willing to let me go." Dana shook his head. "Is that all you have to say? You've disappointed me greatly." He summoned the Spandam Gate. Donna hastily shouted, "Don't go. I have a secret, I can tell you a big secret." Dana stopped and turned around. "Oh, as long as you let me go, I'll tell you the secret." Dana nodded. "All right, I won't kill you. Speak." Donna seemed not to have heard what Dana said, only hearing an "all right," and then began to spill everything like beans from a bamboo tube. "At first, I didn't know why John Flint targeted your family's tapestry, but later I felt his motives were impure, so I followed him, and after discovering the tapestry's secret, I formed a partnership with him. I heard him say that the reason he knew about the tapestry was because an organization called Azkaban was offering a reward for a treasure from Merlin's vault. They said they only wanted that treasure, and John Flint could dispose of the other wealth and knowledge as he pleased. John Flint only accidentally discovered the tapestry was in your mother's hands after more than 10 years of searching." "Azkaban?" Dana frowned. "Is that all?" "Not enough." Donna Avery began to panic. "Look, the origin of your troubles is this coven. If it weren't for them, John Flint wouldn't have targeted your family, right? Dana snorted coldly. It's not even certain if this Avar coven truly exists. You want to save yourself with that? Do you think this can compensate for your sins? Donna Avery screamed. I have more secrets, I have more secrets. She spoke very quickly, afraid that Dana would turn and leave. Initially, my uncle was looking for a way to save Guy, and he had no clue. It was only after meeting Dumbledore that he asked me to find someone to replace Guy. Dumbledore. That name surprised Dana a little. Why would Albus Dumbledore help a Death Eater? Donna Avery shook her head repeatedly. I don't know. I've told you everything I know. Dana didn't get an answer from Donna, but he had his own speculation. In the original work, it was described that old Avery was not a Death Eater, but Lord Voldemort's good friend. Young Avery was a Death Eater, and Snape's good friend. So is there a possibility that Guy Avery, Olimbo's Avery's son, is the young Avery from the original work? Young Avery appeared very foolish after Lord Voldemort's return, messing up several tasks Lord Voldemort assigned him. This person was an excellent Slytherin graduate and a good friend of the arrogant Snape. How could he be a dull person? Then there's only one answer. This Guy Avery was also a spy Dumbledore planted among the Death Eaters. This way, Dumbledore finding a way to exonerate him makes perfect sense. Dumbledore. Good, good, good. Although you weren't directly involved in this matter, your suggestion indirectly caused my family's ruin? I hear your soft spots are Ariana Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald? Don't think about that for now. It seems Donna Avery's value has been squeezed dry, time to wrap things up. So Dumbledore was involved too. Very good, Donna Avery, I'm very satisfied with this information. Then can you let me go? Dana smiled, so brightly that Donna felt she would most likely be released. However, of course not. Dana waved his hand, and immediately vines drilled into Donna's mouth, forcing it open. Then, a cold glint flashed, and Donna Avery's tongue fell off. Dana took out some powder and roughly applied it to Donna Avery, quickly stopping her bleeding. What made you think I would keep my word with an enemy? Dana chuckled. All right, I'm actually a very trustworthy person. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I will definitely do it. Not only will I do it, I will do it perfectly, so I also won't allow you to commit suicide. Dana waved his hand again, and Donna Avery's limbs were all broken, finally freeing her from the vine's restraint and causing her to fall to the ground. After applying medicine to stop the bleeding, Dana gave the inferior John Flint new orders. Take good care of her, feed her every day, don't let her die if she doesn't chew, you chew for her and force-feed it down her throat. Inferior John, roar, roar. Dana took one last look at Donna Avery. Goodbye, Miss Avery. Perhaps after you give birth to the child, I'll come to see you again. I wish you a pleasant time during this period. Donna Avery, ho ho ho. Dana slept soundly that night. Since being imprisoned in Azkaban, he had never slept so well. As he fell into a deep sleep, he vaguely returned to 5 Livingston Town. The uniqueness of Dana's bloodline allowed him to clearly recognize that he was in a dream. He reached out to grasp the doorknob that hand should have belonged to his 5-year-old self, but it was trembling violently at the moment. The doormat was clean and tidy, placed perfectly, so much so that even a severe OCD sufferer would give it a thumbs up and praise it. The older Dana felt his heart pound, eager to enter, but his dreaming self had its own ideas. The small hand that had grasped the doorknob released it and pulled back. Not only that, his 5-year-old self even turned to walk away, though the image was shaky, clearly indicating that the young Dana was already unsteady on his feet. The sound of a door opening came from behind him, followed by a warm embrace. Dana. Anna's voice sounded very sad. You're so sick, why are you running around? The older Dana suddenly remembered that he had indeed been very ill, to the point of near death, during a period of his childhood. Just then, the young Dana spoke, his voice weak and powerless. Mom, I'm dying, I don't want to see you sad, and if I die in front of you, I'm worried you won't be able to bear it, so. Anna turned the young Dana around, crouched down, and said, looking him in the eye, so you're just going to leave? Don't you know that would make me even sadder? And, since you're leaving, why did you come back? The older Dana gazed greedily at his mother's face. She was so radiant now. To see his mother again in a dream made Dana incredibly excited. Was this a reward for avenging Donna today? The young Dana stammered. I forgot to get my change of clothes. Anna chuckled, hugged the young Dana, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. If you miss Mom, just say you miss Mom. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Anna picked up the young Dana, turned, and entered the room. Don't overthink things, little one. Everyone in our family goes through this at this age. Just get through it and you'll be fine. Dana's consciousness re-experienced this scene, and even in the dream, he felt a sting in his nose. The scene suddenly shifted, silently, and Anna, holding the young Dana, appeared in Dana's room. Dana suddenly realized that Anna's operating, without any trace of a disturbance, was not something an ordinary wizard could do. Anna gently placed the young Dana on the bed, and she stood at the foot of the bed, the sunlight from outside the window shining in, perfectly blocked by Anna, which prevented Dana from seeing her face clearly, but he could feel his mother standing as if in a holy light. However, Dana could feel that his mother was sad and resolute at that moment. Perhaps his condition at that time was already very serious. Sleep, my child, you'll be all right. Anna gently patted the young Dana's heaving chest, and began to murmur, Tempus sine vestigio, fatum est inordinatum, time without trace, fate is disordered. Listening to the spell, the young Dana's eyes gradually closed, and the world seemed to fall silent. But upon hearing that spell, the older Dana suddenly jolted, waking up from his sleep. He looked at the Grebeto magic crystal surrounding him, his consciousness quickly clearing. Yes, he was sleeping in Merlin's vault now. He wasn't woken by a crisis. In fact, it was because he recognized the spell his mother had chanted in his dream. Divination. The divination recorded in Merlin's notebook. That divination that could change the target's fate, but would consume over 90% of one's magic and a large amount of blood essence. No wonder Mom looked so weak for the next 2 years. He had originally thought Mom was sick, but now it seemed that was clearly the backlash from using divination. Dana began to recall his mother's actions when he was little. Things he had overlooked before now came back to him one by one. Dana was surprised to find that his mother's magic level before he was 5 years old was at least 10 times as high as Lucius's. If it weren't for using divination, mere Donna Avery, John Flint, and Sally Avery would have been no match for her. But at that time, his mother was so weak that she couldn't even shout for help out the window, and his young self was completely unable to resist 2 wizards and an adult squib. Dana couldn't understand why such a powerful witch would marry an unknown wizard from a minor branch of the Avery family. It might not be nice to say that about his father, but in reality, Dana's father's line had almost died out before he was born, and soon after he was born, his father was also killed by a Death Eater, so he didn't have many memories of his father. Just thinking of his frail mother, dragging her impaired body, still having to go back and forth to the Ministry of Magic just to get him out of prison, Dana's heart ached terribly. Avalon? While seeking revenge, he must not slow down his search for Avalon. Dana took a deep breath and lay back down, wondering if he could still dream of his mother today. After tossing and turning for a while, Dana realized he couldn't fall back asleep. Calculating the time, it was already past midnight. Dana tried to summon the path from Merlin to Avalon. This time, it took a long while for parchment to emerge from his palm, and not just one sheet. Path 1, destroyed. Path 2, destroyed. Path 3, portal not in original position, searching. Portal found, beginning summoning. At this point, no more parchment appeared, which left Dana speechless. Why had the originally very distinctive golden finger suddenly become so intensely system-like? Was the main account offline, with an AI taking over? As he thought this, a new piece of parchment popped out. Summoning failed, obstructed by power originating from Avalon. Portal address, Underground Whitehall, London. Underground Whitehall, London? Whitehall is a street in London, Britain. It connects the Houses of Parliament and Downing Street. Along this street and nearby are various British government departments such as the Ministry of Defence, Foreign Office, Home Office, and Admiralty, so people use Whitehall as a metonym for the British executive branch. And coincidentally, the Ministry of Magic is located underground in Whitehall. So the portal to Avalon was moved to the Ministry of Magic? Dana immediately thought of that strange, curtained archway in the death chamber of the Department of Mysteries. That was the portal Sirius fell into after being hit by the killing curse. So that place could lead to Avalon? Dana became somewhat uncertain. After all, no one who had entered that door had ever returned. The golden finger told Dana that the portal was in the Ministry of Magic, so he could most likely find Avalon by entering that archway. Others might not be able to, but with Merlin's bloodline, he most likely could. However, nothing is absolute. Dana's great revenge is not yet exacted. What if he enters and can't return? Wouldn't that be terrible? So, the top priority now is revenge. In this process, revolutionizing the Ministry of Magic will naturally allow him to control it. At that time, wouldn't he be able to enter the Department of Mysteries whenever he wished? He should wait. If he can awaken his bloodline to the third stage, his ability to foresee the future would also give him a greater grasp of things. Touching the piles of Grebeto magic crystals beside the bed, Dana nodded to himself. February 21, 1993. 9 a.m. Barty Crouch Sr. waited in the main hall of the 8th basement floor with the employees of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The layout of the Ministry of Magic is very strange. Visitors take the elevator down to the 8th basement floor first, and then go up to reach the various departments. Barty Crouch Sr.'s Department of International Magical Cooperation is on the 5th basement floor, while the Minister's office is on the 1st basement floor. There are also paths downwards from the main hall. The 9th basement floor houses the Department of Mysteries, and the 10th basement floor is the courtroom, where the temporary prison is located. Barty Crouch Sr. waited quietly. He couldn't be bothered to manage the whispering of the employees behind him, which was unimaginable before. Ever since his demotion, his ambition had vanished. Who are we welcoming? Why such a grand display? You don't know. Do I need to know? Recently, a large number of foreign business associations have moved into Merlin City, and dealing with them has almost killed me. Haha, what's happening today is the most important event in the ministry recently. How so? Director Wang Shujing, the president of Merlin City Central Bank, is coming to our Ministry of Magic for the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation that Count Dantes promised to establish. Is that it? That's indeed very important. My salary hasn't increased in 7 or 8 years. Household expenses are also getting bigger and bigger. If this foundation can really operate, then our hard times will be over. Who says not? While they were talking, Barty Crouch Sr. finally spoke. Quiet everyone, they're here. A light on an old-fashioned elevator lit up, and as the several layers of doors opened, a group of green-robed wizards walked in. Leading the way was a Chinese lady who looked quite attractive. Could this Director Wang be Count Dantes's mistress? From her appearance, she doesn't seem like someone who could manage hundreds of millions of galleons. Shut up? Do you want to be fired? Barty Crouch Sr. went to greet her. Hello, Director Wang, I am Barty Crouch of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. The Department of International Magical Cooperation oversees the International Magical Trade Standards Association and is also the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards. Merlin City is an international city, so it was appropriate for Barty Crouch Sr. to greet her. Hello, Director Crouch. Wang Shujing's face showed no expression. I am here today for the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation. Count Dantes has instructed me to ensure this matter is handled well, so I hope Director Crouch can fully cooperate going forward. Of course, this is the Ministry of Magic's top priority, and we certainly will not neglect it. Director Wang, please come in. Following Barty Crouch Sr. upwards, everyone arrived at the 5th basement floor. This is the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Director Wang, your offices are here. I will take you there. The Ministry of Magic Development Foundation's office was very grand. 30 feet high, covering 1 or 2,000 square meters, with polished carved floor tiles, magnificent golden pillars and emerald green glazed walls, and a Hogwarts-style starry sky ceiling. Wang Shujing slightly twitched her lips. These decorations only looked splendid. In reality, they were just ordinary building materials enchanted with transfiguration, powered by the Ministry of Magic's magic to make them long-lasting. If the Ministry of Magic were truly so rich, they wouldn't be fawning over the boss so much. Although Barty Crouch Sr. had suffered a crushing defeat in the competition for Minister of Magic, he was once the second-in-command of the Ministry of Magic, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The fact that Fudge sent him to welcome her was enough to explain the situation. Don't forget, just a year ago, Wang Shujing was just a low-level wizard hiding next to a Muggle restaurant, stealing Muggle food. She had even reached the point where she was willing to sell her body at any time just to earn more galleons to sustain her husband's life. And now, a director of the Ministry of Magic was leading the way for her. Director Wang, are you satisfied with your offices? If there's anything that needs to be changed, just let me know. Although Barty Crouch's face showed no fawning expression, those who knew him well would understand that his tone at this moment was his softest, and his words were full of flattery. He hadn't completely given up on the highest position in the Ministry of Magic. If, under normal circumstances, he had no chance of competing again, then to regain an opportunity, he would have to rely on external forces. Count Dante's Merlin City was a good opportunity, and he happened to be in charge of international affairs. If he established good relationships with wealthy people from other countries, and leveraged their financial power, he might be able to return to the pinnacle. Wang Shijing surveyed the office and nodded slightly. No need to change it, this is fine. Anyway, I won't be working here all day long. She turned to look at her retinue behind her. Mr. Splinter, please lead your colleagues to quickly set up the Foundation's framework. Report directly to the bank for any expenses. Yes, Director Wang. Mr. Splinter hesitated for a moment, then asked, Director, can we move our own desks here? Mr. Splinter looked disdainfully at the workstations provided by the Ministry of Magic. Using these cheap desks and chairs will affect our work efficiency and mood. Barty Crouch Sr.'s face turned ugly. He felt as if their Ministry of Magic was like beggars. But that was the reality. Wang Shijing nodded. Do as you please. Even buying a completely new set is fine. You don't need to save money for Count Dante's. Remember, the Count's reputation is more important than money. Yes. Barty Crouch Sr. suppressed the gloom in his heart and still asked in a gentle tone. Director Wang, what is the Foundation's plan next? Wang Shijing glanced at him. The year she spent managing the Fire Serpent Party's finances had brought about a huge change in her demeanor. The Fire Serpent Party had grown from its initial 9 members to over 4,700 people now, even more than the entire population of the British wizarding world once was. And managing the daily needs of these people, Wang Shijing had developed the aura of a superior. So her glance gave Barty Crouch Sr. the illusion of being controlled by his direct superior. Director Crouch does not need to know our work plan. You only need to understand that we will use the Foundation's operations to provide more salaries and more operating funds for your Ministry of Magic. As for the accounts of Merlin City's revenue and the Foundation's accounts, we will report them to the Minister every year. That is even less something Director Crouch can know. All right, I understand. Crouch nodded. However, Director Wang, since you will be working on our floor, we can be considered neighbors. We'll be seeing each other often, so I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Director Wang and all these talented individuals to a meal together. Wang Shijing nodded, indicating her acceptance. But in her heart, she was filled with emotion. The Ministry of Magic, which once pursued her relentlessly, was now fawning over her and showing goodwill, simply because the Count was willing to bestow 1% of the profits. Indeed, the boss was right. Such a Ministry of Magic ruling the entire wizarding world was truly unreasonable. Oh, foolish Ministry of Magic, do you really think Count Dante's will just give you money for free? Haha, it's just raising pigs. Harry Potter led the Gryffindor Quidditch team to another victory. This made the Gryffindor Great Hall particularly lively tonight, drawing glances from the Slytherin wizards. Humph, let them be happy for a while. We Slytherin are currently 200 points ahead of them, so even if they win the championship this year, the House Cup will still be ours. The 100 points deducted from the twins earlier was a huge blow to Gryffindor this year, because the professors, seeing that Dana was gradually no longer being ostracized by the wizards, did not continue to look after him. And Dana was a quiet person in class, only doing his own thing. As long as the professors didn't call on him, he would never actively raise his hand to answer questions. This led to the entire burden of earning points for Gryffindor falling on the top students, led by Hermione. But adding 1 or 2 points was simply a drop in the bucket, especially since a certain shameless dean professor not only favored his own house but also constantly suppressed Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy said with a grin. That's right, this year's House Cup is definitely ours. Marcus Flint leaned over. Malfoy, I heard that Merlin City has generated over 70 million in transactions since its launch. Draco's mouth curled into a grin. Far more than that? The so-called 70 million in transactions is just a random guess by the Daily Profits reporters? My family's shop in Merlin City alone had over 5 million in orders this month, and there are conservatively 1 or 200 large merchant guilds and prominent families similar to ours that have settled in Merlin City from all over the world, not to mention countless small families. If you ask me, 200 million is an underestimate. That much money. Marcus Flint was a bit envious. His father was short-sighted and didn't pay attention to the new city during its initial construction, and as a result, when they saw others making a fortune there, the whole family was filled with regret. Marcus hesitated as he asked Draco, "Draco, I heard your family has a good relationship with Dante's. I wonder if you could help our family try to secure a shop in Merlin City as well." Draco sighed. "I heard from Dante's that it's impossible to arrange for any more families to settle there in the short term because wizards from America and Asia have started flocking to Merlin City, and appointments for buying houses and land are already thousands deep." Dante's at the Gryffindor Great Hall, who was cutting a piece of steak and putting it into his mouth, caught Draco's words with his keen hearing and unconsciously raised an eyebrow. "Dana, is today's steak that good? Is it worth you raising an eyebrow?" Fred forked half a piece of beef from Dana's plate. Dana laughed. "Hey, if you want to eat, get it from the table yourself. What's the deal with eating mine?" George forked the steak back from Fred's plate. "Boss, I've already punished this rude scoundrel for you." Fred burst into laughter, and he forked out the steak side dish, a potato from Dana's plate. "George, our boss wouldn't mind such a small thing." Dana took a new plate of steak and asked, "When will your shop open? Merlin City is so lively now, and there aren't many idle shops like yours." Fred stuffed the potato into his mouth and said indistinctly, "We are currently speeding up product development." George continued, "Currently, there are about 17 products that can be displayed, but that shop is too big. To fill it up, we need to wait until at least our 6th year." Fred nodded. "Also, we still need to study at Hogwarts for 3 more years, and we won't be able to watch the shop most of the time, so we also need to hire some shop assistants." Dana, while cutting his steak, said, "The shop doesn't have to sell only your own things besides your joke toys. You can also sell some magical creatures and common toys that children love. Firstly, it can fill the shop, and secondly, it can highlight the uniqueness of your own products." "Good idea." The twins' eyes lit up simultaneously, but then they heard Dana continue, "Also, if you're short on shop assistants, I can directly ask Dante's to arrange a few attendants for you. They are highly capable and loyal." "How much salary should we pay them then?" "Dante's will pay, you don't need to worry about it." "That's great. If so, we can open the shop this summer." Ron, sitting diagonally opposite, noticed their lively conversation, which was about the twins opening a shop in Merlin City, and felt a mix of pride and disappointment. The twins were his brothers, and their ability to open a shop in the heart of Merlin City was something to be extremely proud of. But the twins' good fortune was because Dana had a good relationship with Dante's. Yet, he, Ron Weasley, was the first person in his family to meet Dana. However, thinking about his attitude towards Dana last school year, Ron clicked his tongue unhappily and turned to Harry, saying, "Harry, you were amazing today. If you keep this up, this year's championship will definitely be ours." Harry blinked. "Ron, you seemed to have said that before dinner." Ron also blinked. "Oh, really? I didn't say that. It must have been someone else who told you. You're mistaken, Harry." Of course, Ron Weasley's conversation with Harry also didn't escape Dana's ears. He smiled slightly, put down his knife and fork, and stood up to leave. "Fred, George, I'm going back to my room to read." The twins, while feasting, waved to Dana. Dana thoroughly enjoyed this kind of interaction between true friends. Even though they mostly called him boss now, Dana knew that these two had never drifted far from him. Leaving the Great Hall, Dana turned onto the shortcut to Gryffindor Tower because it passed by the potion classroom entrance. Gryffindor wizards generally didn't like to take this route. "Dana." Dana was stopped by a soft voice. "Oh, Luna. Is something wrong?" Luna's eyes looked directly at Dana. "The nargles around you have greatly decreased. Something that was bothering you must have been resolved. Congratulations." "Indeed, you guessed correctly. Thank you for your concern, Luna." "No, I should be thanking you." Dana tilted his head. "Why? Dante's has included our family within Merlin City's protective scope and has also provided an office space in the city for Dad's newspaper, so I need to thank you." "Dana?" Luna said cheerfully. "Merlin City is full of your scent, Dana, and Dante's also has that scent. I think you and Dante's must have a very deep connection." If it weren't for you, Dantes probably wouldn't be so good to our family, right? After all, we didn't know him at all before. Dana was speechless. She truly was the girl who could spot the flaw in his cat form at a glance. Your father loves you very much. He's truly had it tough, so be kinder to him in the future. Saying these nonsensical words, Dana waved his hand and went straight into the spiral staircase. Luna behind him was still smiling carefree. Of course, I love my dad very much too. After making 2 friends, Tom Riddle fell short on his journey to find a third good friend, Dana Emery's. He was 16. Well, perhaps the preservation effect of the Horcrux was strong, so let's assume he was still only 16. At 16, he just wanted to find a good friend, and then, with the help of that good friend, return to the human world. This was just a simple wish. What was wrong with him? As for his good friend being harmed as a result, shouldn't good friends help each other? Look, before I borrowed your life force, I also generously taught you magic knowledge, didn't I? But because of the damned Ministry of Magic, he was now in the hands of that old man, Dumbledore. Locked in a cabinet in the Hogwarts principal's office, he now had almost no chance of making new friends. Damn. He could only continue to wait silently now, just as he had for the past few decades, waiting in the darkness for a destined person to open the diary's flyleaf. However, did he still have that chance now? The defense against the dark arts class professor? Although he only attended a few classes, he swore that these were the happiest days of his life. He wondered if this school year was over yet. Oh, his lovely students. The little diary's judgment was basically correct. This school year was over. Dana's second year was eventful, while Harry's second year, apart from being a bit bumpy at the beginning, was later calm and uneventful. So the wizards boarded the Hogwarts Express and went back to their respective homes. The second school year was over, but the story of the second school year had not ended. Who stipulated that the little diary had to be destroyed in the second school year? Look, Tom Riddle is still thinking. Merlin City, City Center. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes has opened. If you thought Count Dantes would be at the shop for its opening, you were mistaken. He didn't come. Diagonally across from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is a branch of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Though called a branch, it actually houses St. Mungo's most elite doctors. This is because many excellent magic doctors from other countries have come here, and to avoid disgracing St. Mungo's name, they had no choice but to do so. 2 large houses east of St. Mungo's, then a left turn, and you'll find a brand new bar. Every wizarding decor element you could imagine, this bar has used, from outside to inside. The sign above the door reads Leaky Cauldron. Entering the bar, Hannah Abbott was at the front desk helping her mother serve customers. The first floor was bustling with noise, clinking glasses, and discussions, endless. Unlike the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, this Leaky Cauldron doesn't offer lodging. Instead, the rooms upstairs provide relatively quiet private spaces for wizards. Box 201. Count Dantes sat by the window, looking at the busy street outside, and said with a smile, "Mr. Crouch, my Merlin City is quite good, isn't it?" Barty Crouch sat across from the Count, pulling at the corners of his mouth to form a smile, and replied, "Very good. I've never seen so many wizards gathered together. It's clear everyone is happy, but I still think you, Count, should cooperate with the British Ministry of Magic and let them be responsible for Merlin City's security." Count Dantes chuckled. "Mr. Crouch, your British Ministry of Magic's Auror office probably doesn't have time to maintain order in Merlin City, do they? The Fire Serpent Party has been causing a lot of trouble recently. Do you have enough manpower? I think my attendants have maintained Merlin City's security very well. If you don't believe me, look." Following the Count's finger, Barty Crouch Sr. saw a team of wizards in green police uniforms and metal-studded leather armor patrolling the street outside the window. Further away, a team of police officers was escorting a prisoner towards a nearby police station. This prisoner had committed theft and was about to face 15 days of imprisonment. Barty Crouch Sr. was silent for a moment, picked up his glass, and drank it all. The fire whiskey caused a violent burning sensation in his throat, and as the liquor entered his stomach, a bitter taste surged up. Not because of the alcohol, but because of the person. Clearly, Merlin City's security is very good. "Oh, I apologize, Count. Wanting control over Merlin City's security is not my intention. I am also powerless." The Count nodded. "Of course I know. Banker Wang told me that Mr. Crouch has shown a strong desire to cooperate with our Merlin city. A smart person like you would certainly not do anything to offend us. This is merely the people behind you pushing you out as a shield. Barty Crouch Sr. sighed again. The Count asked with a smile. So, Mr. Crouch must have something else in mind for meeting me today. Is there anything I can do for you? Crouch looked up at Count Dantes, his mouth moving, but he said nothing. Seeing his hesitant expression, the Count smiled. I see resentment in you, defiance. I also see your luck in wanting to resist fate. Barty Crouch Sr. took a deep breath. Yes, Your Excellency the Count, you are very right. The one who should have been in the Minister of Magic's position was me. Of course, of course. The Count agreed. I've also heard about Mr. Crouch's past. You were just dragged down by your son, allowing Cornelius Fudge to exploit the situation. Barty Crouch Sr. drank another glass of wine, frowned, and exhaled, as if only strong alcohol could give him the courage to speak. No, it's not like that. My son's matter. Sigh. Someone went back on their word and exposed my son's matter. Sorry, I can't say too much right now. No need to say too much. With just a few words, the Count already knew what had happened. It's easy to deduce. It was nothing more than Fudge threatening Barty Crouch Sr. with Barty's matter, making him swap Dana and Guy Avery, and incidentally deal with that unlucky Ministry of Magic employee Huo Jin. But later, to undermine Barty Crouch Sr.'s reputation and ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, Fudge publicly revealed Barty's matter. This directly led to Barty's capture and Barty Crouch Sr.'s political downfall. Don't let Cornelius Fudge's harmless appearance fool you, that fellow's heart is very dark. It's fine if you don't want to say, Mr. Crouch, but so far, I still don't know what you ultimately want. I want to become the Minister of Magic of the British wizarding world. Barty Crouch Sr. slapped his thigh. Yes, if I were the Minister of Magic, I would do a better job than Cornelius Fudge. Count Dantes leaned back. So, Mr. Crouch wants me to help you ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. Yes, Your Excellency the Count. The Count smiled playfully. Then if I help you achieve your wish, what can you bring me? As long as it's within the rules, my Ministry of Magic will give Your Excellency the Count the green light in all areas. Count Dantes nodded. That condition is reasonable, but I need to consider it. The Count stood up and walked towards the door. I'll give you an answer later. As for now, I'm going to watch the Quidditch match. You know, my team only needs a few seconds to win, and if I'm late, I won't see anything. Barty Crouch Sr. quickly said. Please, don't let anyone know about today's matter. The Count smiled. Of course, betraying Mr. Crouch is of no benefit to me. I wouldn't do something that harms others without benefiting myself. The Count had already opened the door. Before leaving, he said one last thing. While I'm considering, Mr. Crouch should also think carefully about what other value you can provide me, besides official matters. If we cooperate after all, to gain something, you must put in a roughly equivalent effort. There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? The door closed, and Barty Crouch poured himself another drink. He still drank it all, then relaxed and slumped onto the sofa. His Excellency the Count didn't refuse immediately, so there's hope? Light finally returned to Crouch's eyes. Ministry of Magic Development Foundation? Barty Crouch narrowed his eyes. The foundation did bring a large amount of disposable galleons to the Ministry of Magic, but it also proposed so-called performance appraisals. They re-evaluated the salaries of ministry employees, and only diligent and exceptionally capable employees could earn more. This seemed fine, and Cornelius Fudge fully accepted this plan to improve the Ministry of Magic's work efficiency. But Barty Crouch Sr. was the official who had the most contact with this development foundation, and he discovered a huge problem that the assessment of employees' work was being done by the foundation's people. This led all employees to fawn over the foundation's people. After all, they controlled their purse strings. Barty Crouch Sr. was the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. His reasoning ability was very strong. He keenly felt that, in the long run, the foundation would gradually gain control over all Ministry of Magic employees. By then, Fudge's words would be less effective than the foundation's? Humph, foolish Fudge. If it were me, how could I let outsiders do something as important as assessing employees? Of course, it's perfect this way now. The stronger Count Dantes's control over the Ministry of Magic, the higher the possibility of him climbing to the minister's position with the Count's help. Perhaps he would become a puppet minister, but so what? As long as it didn't involve the Count's affairs, he would be the most powerful person in the British wizarding world. The Count exited box 201. The long corridor was empty and silent. Every room on this floor had powerful soundproofing charms applied to ensure no one could hear conversations inside, which also made it a popular meeting place for many important figures. As the Count walked, he reverted to his appearance as Dana Emrys. He walked downstairs and saw Hannah Abbott bustling about like a little top. Hannah. Oh, it's Dana? Sorry, I'm very busy right now, so I might not have time to chat with you. If you want something to drink, help yourself, it's on me. No, Hannah, my match is about to start. Good luck. Well, you'll definitely win, it's only a matter of seconds. Come back and sit here after your match? I haven't thanked you enough for speaking so highly of us to the Count. No, Hannah, after the match, I'm going to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Today is Fred and George's opening day, and I have to go see it. Really? What a shame, I can't leave here. I really like the gadgets the Weasley seniors designed. Dana smiled. The Weasley family won the grand prize from the Daily Prophet, receiving 500 galleons, which they used entirely to expand their shop's products. I've seen it before, there are so many fun things there. You must go see it when you have time, it's not far anyway. All right, if I get a chance. She watched Dana leave the bar, shrugging helplessly. Hannah? Butterbeer and cod fillets for table 11. Coming, Mom. The busy Hannah Abbott at this moment had no idea that in the original timeline, her mother would die at home from illness in 1996. However, now that the new Leaky Cauldron bar is located next to the St. Mungo's branch, where top doctors from various countries have gathered, perhaps her mother's fate might change. Dana's face was smiling as he left the door, a genuine smile from the heart. Kindness must be repaid tenfold. So he had one less debt. However, he still hadn't figured out how to repay Professor McGonagall. Don't think that Azkaban only has people coming in to deliver prisoners, no one else visits. The Ministry of Magic still regularly dispatches personnel to inspect some of Azkaban's fixed magic formations. Today was an inspection day. Late at night, Sirius Black transformed into a black dog and squeezed through the cell bars. He was now emaciated, and the black dog he transformed into was naturally very bony, so as long as he endured the pain of his head being squeezed, he could get out with a push. He wasn't trying to escape, it was a habit he had developed over the years. Inspection day was also his reading day. In the original story, Sirius saw Peter Pettigrew in Ron Weasley's arms in the Daily Prophet. So you wouldn't think that Azkaban prisoners have the luxury of reading newspapers, would you? Sirius could see the newspaper only because the inspection personnel would leave it in the inspector's lounge on the first floor. He risked sneaking out to read the newspaper simply because he wanted information about Harry Potter. 2 years ago, when he saw the news that Harry was about to enroll at Hogwarts, it immediately attracted a large group of Dementors. Sirius carefully went downstairs, trying not to make any sound. He reached the first-floor inspector's lounge, which was a small, independent house near the shore, with a lamp hanging by the door that could faintly repel Dementors. Sirius, familiar with the routine, climbed onto a pile of wooden boxes on the left side of the house and jumped into the lounge through a broken window. The inspector had already left, and the room was filled with the aroma of meat. Sirius sniffed. It was the smell of Yorkshire pudding, a taste he hadn't experienced in many, many years. Sirius had long since realized that this inspector was just slacking off. Every time he came to the island, he would only roughly check the surrounding warning magic formations, then retreat into this lounge to eat, drink, and read the newspaper. When it was almost time, he would pretend the inspection was complete and return to the dock to leave by boat. By rights, the inspector should have checked cell by cell, floor by floor. Sirius jumped onto the table. On the table were some food scraps and a somewhat greasy, crumpled newspaper. He used his dog paws to flatten the newspaper and saw the headline on the front page. The Fire Serpent Party raids Diagon Alley. Is Hogwarts and Merlin City the only safe places left in the British wizarding world? Merlin City, Sirius had seen news about this place before. It was a massive wizard city where wizards from various countries gathered. He was actually very curious about this city. Continuing to read, he didn't see any news about his godson, Harry Potter. Only a small, insignificant report caught his attention. Weasley family wins this newspaper's 500 galleon grand prize, all used for Merlin city shop operations. In the photo, the Weasley family stood in front of a shop. The shop's signboard read Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. A group of red-haired wizards stood smiling broadly at the shop entrance. In the very center were a pair of twins, who were embracing a white-haired young man. This young man, why did he look a little familiar? Dana Avery? Sirius's pupils constricted. This was the genius young man who had astonished him for 4 whole years. How was he mixed up with the Weasley family? As Azkaban's neighbor for 4 years, Sirius knew too well the caliber of this young man. Besides transfiguration and spells he personally taught, this little guy had also learned many dark arts. At the time, Dana said, "Anyway, I can't get out, and I'm just idle, so learning these magic spells is just a way to pass the time." But Sirius didn't believe a single word, because the expression on Dana's face at that time was almost identical to his own expression when he wanted to kill the traitor Peter Pettigrew. "Peter Pettigrew, you got off easy." "Humph. Peter Pettigrew? Peter Pettigrew?" Sirius pressed his paws tightly on the newspaper, his entire dog face almost touching the paper. "Peter Pettigrew? Even if you, beast, turn to ash, I'd still recognize you, let alone when you're just in animagus form?" In the photo, the large rat Ron Weasley was holding in his arms was so familiar. The photo moved. Ron Weasley probably felt that this way wouldn't show how well their family raised this big rat, so he even supported its armpits and lifted it up. That tiny penis, no bigger than a bean, that their 3 brothers used to mock, and that front paw with a missing finger. Without a doubt, without a doubt. This was him? Wait a minute. If Peter Pettigrew was following the youngest Weasley son, pretending to be a pet, then did that mean this traitor was at Hogwarts? Oh my goodness, this traitor was right next to Harry? Didn't that mean Harry was in danger? Thinking of this, the hatred for Peter Pettigrew and the worry for Harry Potter made Sirius wish he could fly to Hogwarts immediately. He was willing to be imprisoned in Azkaban without any explanation because he felt that his bad idea had caused the death of the Potters, and since he had already killed Peter Pettigrew and avenged them, then the rest of his life should be atonement. But now that Peter Pettigrew wasn't dead, what was he doing staying in Azkaban? Sirius leaped towards the window without hesitation, but because of his haste, his jump lacked power. One paw barely reached the windowsill, and his body flailed twice, then he fell to the ground with a thud. Getting up clumsily, he shook his dog head and leaped again with all his might. This time he managed to reach it. After some scrambling with his 4 limbs, he jumped out of the room. His time was running out. Azkaban automatically checks the cells once every hour. If a cell that should contain a person shows no signs of life, the Ministry of Magic will send people over because that means the prisoner has died. Escape? In the Ministry of Magic's dictionary, escape from Azkaban does not exist. If the Ministry of Magic discovered that he wasn't dead but had escaped, then an overwhelming search would follow. If he ran too slowly and was still adrift at sea at that time, he would risk being recaptured. Thinking of this, the black dog raised all 4 paws and galloped towards the dock. He remembered very clearly when he was brought to the island. The ship departed from Scowrie, Scotland, and sailed directly north to reach Azkaban Island. He remembered the ship's heading very clearly at the time. Now he just needed to swim continuously in that direction to return to Britain. Of course, he might also drown from exhaustion halfway, but dogs are good swimmers, and for Harry, he had to succeed. Thinking this, Sirius leaped into the sea without hesitation. Sirius felt like he was about to die. Though it was summer, he was currently in the North Sea. Cold and hungry, if he hadn't stumbled upon a school of fish, with 2 clueless fish mistaking him for a floating corpse and trying to feast, only to become dog food themselves, he probably wouldn't have made it to shore. Because he was his own human navigator, he still ended up off course. After finally reaching land, he found he hadn't landed in Scotland, but on a large island, with faint outlines of other islands visible in the distance. So he used his clever brain to make an absolutely correct deduction. This must be the Hebrides. If you ask him why he was so sure, it was because he discovered a large number of Muggle-repelling charms, while simultaneously seeing black dragons soaring in the sky. The black dog shook his body, shaking off the seawater. He and James had come to the Hebrides before, just to get some fresh dragon blood. For that, they even had some disputes with the McFasty boy. Recalling old grudges, the black dog suddenly felt a little excited. He had no qualms whatsoever about stealing food and clothes from the McFasty family. But when did the McFasty family become so wealthy? When the black dog swam to the main island where the castle was located, he found that the muddy roads had been paved with white, shiny pebbles, and various ornamental trees had been planted on both sides. Closer to the castle, the dog was even more stunned. The McFasty family's black dragon crest, which should have been embedded in the castle's main gate, was gone, replaced by a complex, unfamiliar symbol. Even more obvious was that the castle had been renovated. It no longer had its former decaying appearance. Why is there a black dog here? So thin, did it swim over from another island? Our muggle-repelling charm here also repels ordinary animals without magical creature blood, so for this guy to get on the island, it must be unusual. How about we catch it and see if the Earl is interested in an extra meal? Although it's a bit thin, precisely because it's thin, the offal must be very clean, the Earl should like it. The boss is good in every way, but why does he like to eat dog meat? Tisk, how many times have I told you, in the castle, you must call him Earl, not boss. Ah, I accidentally forgot, I'll pay attention next time. I heard the Earl grew up in the East, and eating dog meat there isn't a big deal. Besides, didn't you try the dog meat stew last time? I saw you ate quite a bit. Haha, because it was fragrant. I have to say, Easterners are indeed amazing with food, but even though dog meat is delicious, I always feel a bit uneasy about it. Stop talking nonsense, that black dog is trying to run, catch it? Stupefy. Sirius was greatly alarmed and turned to run. He now understood one thing, the McFasty family had sold their ancestral property to an Earl, and this Earl liked to eat dog meat. And now, if he didn't run, he would become a delicacy on someone else's dinner table? He wondered if a dog leg, while being cooked, suddenly turned into a human leg, would the chef be left with some incurable psychological trauma? Stupefy whizzed past him, and the black dog dodged skillfully with snake-like movements. Impedimenta. Sirius felt his surroundings become viscous, and his movements immediately slowed. He hadn't expected that two random attendants in the castle would possess such casting ability. Such talented individuals could at least find a decent job, so why would they work for this Earl? Left with no choice, he reverted to human form. Although he had no wand, he could still manage some wandless magic. He only had one chance. If he couldn't unexpectedly repel these two, he had no chance of winning without a wand. He could at most fight on par with a second or third year wizard. Tongue-tying curse. Stupefy. Two spells in quick succession, one prevented an attendant from uttering a spell, while the other failed, blocked by the opponent's shield charm. Fortunately, the impediment jinx lost its effect. Taking advantage of the opponent's brief moment to uncurse his companion, he transformed back into a black dog and leaped into the bushes. Tisk. That was a person. It's an animagus? We must quickly inform the Earl. An animagus infiltrating the island is not good news. Exactly, we haven't reached the point where we can go public yet. Sirius fled in a panic, desperate to escape the main island. Fortunately, most of the inhabitants of the archipelago were still muggles, and he eventually managed to acquire clothes and food. Without a wand, he couldn't apparate. His wandless casting skills were even worse than Dana Avery's when he was 7. Luckily, this wasn't Azkaban. There were boats traveling between the islands, and he eventually got a free ticket by relying on his honest, pitiful eyes and constantly wagging tail, landing in Scotland. He needed to walk from the north to London, because his ancestral home, Gringotts, were there, and of course, Harry's muggle relative's house was also nearby. This was bound to be a difficult journey. Not only could he not revert to human form, but he could only travel by night because he had been exposed in the Hebrides, and the Ministry of Magic might already know he was an illegal animagus. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic seemed unaware of his movements. Although arduous, he still reached London in early August. Sirius let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally go home. Although Kreaker always grumbled, he would at least provide him, his young master, with meals that wouldn't poison him. Arriving at Grimmauld Place 12, Sirius's eyes almost welled up with tears. He was finally back. However, the large house was brightly lit, and shadowy figures could be seen through the glass windows. Wait a minute, since when could miscellaneous people enter the black ancestral home? He angrily ran to the door, about to revert to human form and open the door, when he heard someone inside say, "The quality of this new batch isn't very high. Are these the people the Earl himself wants to speak to?" "Indeed, our Earl is a truly great man. He truly considers people like us? Even if their magic ability isn't good, he doesn't discriminate at all, treating everyone equally. Isn't that why we are so devoted to him? You're right. If it weren't for the Earl, I might have died in North Africa. Where would I have this stable life now? Sirius ultimately didn't dare to break in, because he heard the words Earl. Could this Earl be the same one from the Hebrides? During his journey, he had heard in some wizarding communities that a certain Earl Dantes had come to Britain in recent years, acquiring many properties and building a huge city entirely for wizards. So, Sirius ultimately chickened out. His earlier anger faded, and reason returned. There were so many people inside, and he had no wand. The only outcome of going in would be getting caught and handed over to the Ministry of Magic. Damn it! The black ancestral home was gone. The black dog turned to leave but was immobilized by a spell from someone approaching. Petrificus totalis. Sirius's body couldn't move, but his mind could still function. He was finished, utterly finished. Either he would be slaughtered and made into some dog meat stew, or he would be sent to the Ministry of Magic to receive a Dementor's kiss. He was unwilling. But a familiar voice sounded, and a boy emerged from the darkness. Long time no see, Mr. Black. The black dog was astonished, but his body was restrained and he could not move. Dana walked over with a smile and opened the door. 2 people, take this dog to my room. Yes, Mr. Emery's? All right, we'll do it right away. Mr. Emery's, my daughter is a fan of yours. Can you sign an autograph for her later? Dana nodded. No problem. The Chudley Cannons. No, they were now called the Merlin City Cannons. The Merlin City Cannons were owned by the Earl, so it was perfectly normal for the team's star player to frequent the Earl's properties, especially since the Earl himself had said that Dana Emery's was his close friend, and Emery's word was his word. Therefore, the Fire Serpent Party members were very respectful to Dana. The Fire Serpent Party member suddenly asked, "Does Mr. Emery's, like the Earl, also enjoy eating dog meat?" Dana shook his head. This is not an ordinary dog, this is an animagus. Ah, was this the guy who snuck onto our island earlier? Dana nodded. It's him, but he's not an enemy. You don't need to be nervous, just send him to my room. In fact, without Dana's repeated instructions, the party members had already begun moving the black dog. Dana was in his temporary room in the black old house. Actually, this room was specially reserved for Dana Emery's by the Earl half a month ago. The Earl was too caring towards Emery's, his star player. The party members were all speculating that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Earl would give this entire mansion to Dana Emery's. Dana casually lifted the Petrificus totalis. The black dog shook his body and transformed back into Sirius Black. Mr. Black, welcome home. Sirius was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile and shook his head. What home? This house must have been sold by Narcissa or Lucius, right? This is no longer Black property, haha. I myself haven't been a part of the Black family for a long time. Dana smiled, without explaining anything, and said, "What forced you to break out of Azkaban?" Dana pulled out a large pile of still warm food from his necklace and placed it in front of Sirius. You should have always had the ability to escape. Why did you choose to escape now? You endured so many years. Sirius's eyes turned green when he saw the food. He chewed and swallowed it in large mouthfuls, mumbling as he ate. I naturally have my own reasons. Dana shrugged. All right, suit yourself. You can stay here afterwards. If you need any help, you can tell the people here directly. Of course, after school starts, you can also send letters to Hogwarts. Sirius nodded, his eating speed undiminished, scattering crumbs everywhere. This gave Dana the illusion that he hadn't actually lifted the animagus transformation. After he had eaten most of it, Sirius asked, "The Earl's people already found me on the Hebridean Islands, but I didn't notice any Ministry of Magic pursuit on the way here. So the Earl didn't report me." Dana nodded. "The Earl considers me a close friend, so when I heard that an animagus who transforms into a black dog appeared on the island, I guessed it was you. So I told the Earl that you are my friend and hoped he wouldn't report you." Sirius wasn't curious why Dana knew about his animagus transformation, because during his 4 years in Azkaban, whenever Sirius recalled the happy times with James and Lupin, he would use his animagus transformation to avoid the Dementors attracted by happy emotions. Dana had seen it more than once or twice. "Why are you protecting me like this?" Dana spread his hands. "Does that even need asking? Do you think I, Dana Emery's, am an ungrateful person? I haven't forgotten that I survived because you taught me the warming charm. And later you taught me so many spells, so I must repay this kindness. Sirius felt himself warm up all over, perhaps because he was full, or perhaps because he realized there were still good people in this world who remembered kindness. By the way, aren't you an Avery? Why did you change your surname to Emrys? Dana's expression darkened. Emrys is my mother's surname. After I was released from prison, I found out that Mom had been gone for 4 years. You probably know about my situation. Do you think, under these circumstances, I would still use the surname Avery? I'm sorry. Sirius became a bit flustered. He seemed to have hit a sore spot for Dana. I didn't know. Is there anything I can help you with? Dana took a deep breath and showed a smile. No need, you take care of your own matters first. I will handle my own affairs. You want to get revenge on the Avery family? That's not simple. The Avery family is one of the sacred 28, as famous as my Black family. You'll need my help. Dana looked at Sirius, shaking his head, as if his statement was ridiculous. Please, you're still a wanted man right now, you can barely protect yourself? How can you help me? Bring the Avery family to me so I can torture them with Crucio? Only children enjoy that kind of revenge. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I have the Earl as my backing, you don't need to worry. Sirius then remembered that this young man in front of him was a good friend of the Earl, who owned a city and had bought large properties in Britain. I really didn't expect you to become a Quidditch superstar now. Dana shrugged. This is just something I had to do to let the public know my story. It's not something to boast about. If it weren't for the Earl's kindness to me, perhaps I would have stopped playing Quidditch long ago. Sirius rolled his eyes at him. This kid was so annoying? Didn't he know that every young wizard in the wizarding world had a dream of becoming a Quidditch star? Alright, get some good rest. Eat and sleep more here, and quickly get your body back in shape. Look at your face, compared to your original photos in this old house, it's 8 degrees uglier. Dana stood up and threw a wand to Sirius. Be careful yourself, don't do anything foolish on a whim. I will find a way to clear your name. The Black family will depend on you in the future. The Black family. Sirius gave a bitter smile. Even the old house was bought by the Earl. What Black family is there left? I now have nothing except some galleons in my private vault. I can't possibly go ask Narcissa for the proceeds from selling Black family property, can I? I was disowned from the family, I have no inheritance rights at all. Dana shook his head. This silly dog, he probably didn't even know that his name was never truly removed from the family tree. Besides, didn't he buy all of Black's properties precisely so that one day he could return them all to him? He really thought the Black family's properties were that rare. Sirius rested for 3 days. Provided with delicious food and drinks by the Fire Serpent Party, his complexion improved significantly. When the members of the Fire Serpent Party were in front of him, they never referred to themselves as Fire Serpent Party members. Of course, how could they be criminals? They were all loyal and reliable attendants under the command of Count Dantes. On this day, Sirius finally could not bear it any longer. He woke up early in the morning, inserted his wand into a brand new wand holster at his waist, and walked out of the mansion. He was eager to see Harry and then execute Peter Pettigrew, that damned traitor. Mr. Black, please stop. An attendant called out to him. What is it? Sir, you are currently wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Wanted posters for you are plastered everywhere a wizard might appear in Britain. If you go out like this and get caught, Count Dantes will blame us. Sirius Black tilted his head back. How could those fools at the Ministry of Magic possibly catch me? Of course, Mr. Black is an unregistered animagus, which can effectively help him evade the Ministry of Magic's pursuit, but there is always a chance. The attendant said. Besides, today is Mr. Dana Emrys's match. Mr. Emrys instructed us that you must be taken to the Quidditch pitch in Merlin City once you wake up. A match? What's so good about a match that Dana is rumored to finish in an instant? The attendant smiled. Mr. Emrys said that if you go, there will definitely be a surprise. Of course, the premise is that you cannot reveal your identity. Sirius's curiosity was piqued. Gryffindor had no resistance to surprises. All right, he responded, taking the mask handed to him by the attendant with a bewildered expression. This is a new product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes the Disguise Mask, which can change the user's appearance, comparable to a Metamorphmagus and Polyjuice potion. It is said to be inspired by an awe-inspiring professor at Hogwarts. Weasley? Sirius instantly recalled the Weasley youngster holding Peter Pettigrew. This mask is a hidden item. If your relationship with the Weasley gentleman isn't good enough, you won't be able to get this. Sirius nodded. He had almost forgotten that Dana seemed to have a very good relationship with the Weasley twins. Tisk, he had spoken too soon a couple of days ago. If Dana helped, catching Peter Pettigrew might not be a particularly troublesome matter. He arrived in Merlin City via the Flu Network. Entering through Merlin City's Flu Network required identity verification. Sirius's identity was naturally a big problem, but who controlled Merlin City if not the Count? So he smoothly arrived at Merlin City's first Quidditch pitch, also the home stadium of the Merlin City Cannons. He was currently sporting a plain, unremarkable face, which made him very displeased. Even after the ravages of time and Azkaban, his own face was much more handsome than this one. His seat was in the players' family and friends section, one of the best seats in the entire stadium apart from the VIP boxes. He arrived a bit early, and the other spectators had not all taken their seats yet. Ron, how many seconds do you think Dana will catch the golden snitch today? A boy's voice came. Another boy said, I don't know, Harry. If it weren't for the Emery's victory time guess, I don't think I would have come to watch the match. Sirius's pupils constricted. He turned his head and saw a young James Potter, wearing glasses, and beneath the glasses, a pair of eyes identical to Lily's. The lightning scar on the boy's forehead confirmed his suspicion. The person before him was his godson, the one he had always longed to protect, Harry Potter. Harry smiled and said to Ron, I heard today's grand prize is a Nimbus 2001. If we can guess correctly, then next term we won't be at a disadvantage in terms of equipment against Slytherin. Sirius stared blankly at Harry, wanting very much to go forward and reveal himself, but he ultimately held back. He was a wanted man now. Unexpectedly, Harry's seat was to Sirius's left, and their seats were connected. They simply nodded slightly to each other, like strangers. Dana said there would be a surprise, so was this the surprise he spoke of? Sirius thought this, frequently stealing glances at Harry. This child was so much like his dear friend. Sir, is there something wrong with my face? Harry was not a blockhead. He naturally noticed the uncle beside him constantly stealing glances at him. Sirius's old face flushed, but thankfully the disguise mask was effective, preventing anyone from seeing his expression. No, there's nothing wrong with your face. I just find you familiar. Are you Harry Potter? Yes, I am, sir. After 2 years of experience, Harry had completely adapted to his fame. It's good to see you, Harry. Sirius was happy to be able to speak with Harry. I'm happy too, sir. Are you also a relative or friend of a Chudley Cannons player? Something like that. So are we. Dana and we are good friends at school. Is that so? Then your relationship must be very good. It's all right, but Dana has the best grades in school. All his time seems to be spent on studying, so he hardly has any time to play with us. Oh, that's too bad. When I was at school, I hated people who studied so hard, making themselves seem so capable. Harry twitched the corner of his mouth, while Ron on the other side resonated. Who says so? I have a brother who's just such a bookworm, and what's worse, there are 2 like that in our grade. Oh, what did I do to deserve this? Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth. Ron? What are you saying? Dana and Hermione are not the same. He never dictates to us. That's true. Although Dana is clearly more powerful than Hermione, he never acts superior. All right, Harry, now that you mention it, I do think Dana is a pretty good person. While they chatted, the spectators also began to fill the stadium. When 90% of the audience was seated, a wooden board suddenly popped up in front of everyone, with the words, Guess what second Dana Emery's will catch the golden snitch today? The person who guesses correctly will win a Nimbus 2001 flying broom? Of course, if multiple people guess correctly, then everyone will have to share the broom. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, followed by the sound of writing. Sirius picked up the pen fixed next to the board and wrote 5 seconds. Harry beside him quickly reminded him. This guess needs to be accurate to 1 decimal place. Is that so? Sirius smiled, changing 5 seconds to 5.5 seconds. He then glanced at his side. Harry had written 4.4 seconds, and Ron had written 4.9 seconds. In reality, Dana's average time for catching the golden snitch was around 7 seconds, so most people would guess around 7. But young people had their own ideas. They believed that Dana was a world record holder, and any number of seconds was possible. This kind of guessing game was novel, like a lottery, but Sirius felt that the Merlin City Cannons were looking down on their opponents by doing this. However, everyone seemed to accept this reality. Dana Emery's was unstoppable. And it was true. 5 seconds into the match, Dana successfully caught the golden snitch. Just 0.1 seconds off. Ron clutched his head and roared, stomping his feet in frustration, making the wooden stands thump loudly. Harry slapped his forehead and said to Sirius, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I made you miss out on the grand prize." Sirius laughed heartily. "This was just for fun anyway. Whether I won or not really isn't that important." Suddenly, an orange figure flew in front of the three of them. It was Dana. "Hey, Ron, I heard you were only 0.1 seconds off in your guess." Dana glanced at Sirius, his eyes full of amusement. "Yeah, it's such a shame." Ron beat his chest in frustration. Dana smiled. "How about this? I'll make a deal with you." "What?" "I find that rat you've kept for 10 years very interesting, and I want to study why it's lived so long. If you can give me that rat, then I'll arrange for you to get that Nimbus 2001 instead." Ron's eyes widened, and he began to breathe heavily. Sirius was also breathing heavily at the same time. Harry looked left and right. Ron's excitement was understandable, but what was going on with this uncle? "Okay, I agree," Ron shouted loudly, then he turned to Harry. "Harry, I'll trade the Nimbus 2001 for your Nimbus 2000. You just need to buy me another pet as the difference." "Hamilton, tell me, where is that boy Dana now?" Inside the black old house, Sirius Black grabbed a servant by the shoulder and shook him vigorously. "Mr. Black, please calm down," the servant said. "Mr. Emery's has been traveling in Europe during the summer vacation, except for when he competes. None of us know his whereabouts. If you have an urgent matter for him, you can ask the Earl. Perhaps he knows where Mr. Emery's is now." Sirius took a deep breath. "Then where is Earl Dante's now? I want to thank him. I've been here so many days and haven't seen him once." "Thinking about it, that's quite rude." Hamilton smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, Mr. Black, how could we servants know our master's whereabouts? The Earl has so many properties, he could be anywhere." Sirius felt Hamilton was toying with him, but he had no proof. Suppressing his anger, he asked, enunciating each word, "Then when is Dana's next competition?" 4 days from now, at the Falmouth Falcons' home stadium. 4 days. Although Sirius couldn't wait another moment, he had no better option right now. Look for the Earl? His observations in Merlin City during the day made him realize that Earl Dantes was an absolute big shot. He was world-class. Even if he was the head of the Black family, the Earl would use the word receive when meeting him. What's more, he was currently just a wanted criminal under the Earl's protection. What right did he have to demand an audience with the Earl? All right, it seemed he could only wait now. Earl Dantes, whom Sirius considered a world-class big shot, was currently in the largest mansion in the center of Merlin City, holding a meeting with representatives from major British families and influential figures from some European families and large merchant guilds. "Gentlemen," Earl Dantes began, "Merlin City has been operational for some time now. Due to the high concentration of wizard population, business has grown exponentially, and everyone has made a good profit, haven't they?" The Malfoy, who considered himself the Earl's #1 partner, immediately spoke. "Indeed, in just a few months, my Malfoy's earnings have caught up to the total of the past few years. Your Excellency, the Earl's ability to create business opportunities using Merlin City truly shows a vision far ahead of its time." Old Avery, who considered himself the second partner, said, "Although the initial investment was quite large, the current returns far exceed expectations. The Earl's methods are truly astonishing." With these two leading the way, the meeting hall was filled with praise for the Earl. Since this Earl Dantes could bring them profit, what did a few free compliments matter? After everyone had expressed their views, Earl Dantes smiled and motioned for silence with his hand. "Gentlemen, you have all made money, but who has made the most?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, unsure what the Earl meant by the question. Ollivander Avery asked in confusion, "Isn't it you, Earl?" Earl Dantes nodded. "Indeed, it is me. Although I also operate some businesses, my profits are on par with everyone here. But what truly made me money was the construction of Merlin City itself." Everyone nodded. Merlin City was now extremely valuable, and the Earl, by selling properties, had made a fortune. Of course, they had also made a lot by reselling properties, but the real bulk of the profit was still in the Earl's hands. However, based on their understanding of Earl Dantes, he was not someone so boring as to flaunt how much money he had even if his title was of little value, the kind that could be bought with money. His wealth was beyond question. He even used a treasure like Stonehenge as a decoration in his castle. Therefore, the Earl must have a purpose in saying this. Then they heard Earl Dantes say, "Merlin City needs to be expanded. Are any of you interested in sharing a piece of the pie?" Everyone was stunned. The world's renowned wizard families and merchant guilds had basically all settled in Merlin City. Expand again? Who would pay for the new district? Although some families hadn't caught up, it was far from the point where a new district needed to be opened. With all due respect, Earl, the representative from Germany's Ascanian family said, the current Merlin City is perfectly fine. Opening a new city would likely leave many houses vacant after all, only a limited number of powers can afford property here. The representative from Italy's Esposito family echoed, exactly. If no one buys houses, our investment will be for naught. Earl, this makes me question your motives. Why do you want us to participate in this? Could it be that you're unsure yourself and want us to join to transfer the risk? Everyone looked at the Earl, all very curious about this question. Earl Dantes, unhurried, spoke eloquently. 2 questions. I'll address the first one. The buyers. You've considered powers from America, Europe, and even Africa, but why haven't you paid attention to Asia? Someone scoffed, Asia? Do they have that much money to buy houses? Earl Dantes was not annoyed, and smiled. China has a history of 5,000 years and is the only ancient civilization that still exists today. Many of their families, who possess extraordinary power, have inherited it for thousands of years, accumulating unimaginable wealth. Don't assume that because modern China lagged behind the world, you can underestimate the hidden extraordinary families there. As far as I know, they are completely uninterested in the conflicts of the Muggle world. If they had participated in modern wars, I believe world history would have been rewritten. The representative from France's Rothschild family, a lady of extraordinary temperament and exceptional beauty, spoke. I can attest to this. Currently, only the wizards from the Tibet region represent China at the World Wizard Congress. I've heard from the Tibet wizards that the major families in inland China each possess a foundation comparable to the combined wizard families of an entire European country. There was an uproar in the room. Clearly, they didn't quite believe the Rothschild family representative's statement. Earl Dantes clapped his hands to quiet everyone, then said, as is well known, I was born in China, so my ties there are not shallow. This time, the Shaanxi Wang family contacted me. Several of their major families heard about Merlin City and felt it was very necessary to join. After all, Chinese Muggles are also undergoing reform and opening up now, connecting with the world. So they want to have their own area in Merlin City, capable of accommodating over 50,000 people. For this, they are willing to pay 10 billion galleon and antiques worth 10 billion in equal value. 20 billion? This number shocked everyone. The Earl's speech continued. To be honest, I could have kept all this benefit for myself, but I've read many history books and understood one thing: the human heart, is the most unpredictable. If I took all the benefits, would those of you present remain indifferent? Don't look at us calling each other brothers and being harmonious now, but when that time truly comes, you would probably wish to draw your wands against me, wouldn't you? Everyone looked embarrassed. There was nothing to hide about this. If such a thing truly happened, they would certainly have thoughts. Therefore, I believe that one person getting rich is not as good as everyone getting rich together. That's why I gathered everyone to discuss this matter. The representative from America's Lysander Group asked, does the Earl have a plan? After all, if Merlin City expands to accommodate 50,000 residences, the houses will probably have to be built on the mountains. Earl Dantes smiled and replied, for Merlin City Phase 2, I plan to build a floating city. Yes, the second phase of Merlin City will be a floating city. Only then will it truly live up to the name of Merlin. Floating city? Count, are you insane? Due to a lack of materials, we no longer possess such capabilities. Strictly speaking, perhaps only tracing back to the Merlin era did the wizarding world ever experience such glory. Count Dantes shook his head. The lack of raw materials. Mr. Hammer, are you referring to the Grebeto magic crystal? If that's what you mean, then I must tell you that I've already found a seller. Sorry, I need to keep his identity confidential, but the fact is, I've found a seller. Yes, you heard correctly, the original Grebeto magic crystal raw stone, which we thought could no longer appear and still possessed plasticity. Silence fell upon the scene. In an era where even Gerubato silver marrow caused fierce competition, they knew all too well what a Grebeto magic crystal raw stone meant. The Count continued. I will request an additional 10 billion galleons from the royal family, because the Grebeto magic crystal is worth that price. And now I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can jointly purchase this magic crystal, how much each of you will invest, and how much you will receive in dividends proportionally. So, what's the seller's asking price? 8.3 billion galleons. This is the result of my team's efforts over half a year, the price cannot go any lower. Someone immediately raised an objection. Count, this matter is too bizarre. You're the only one talking right now, and we haven't even seen the Grebeto magic crystal. We don't even know if what you're saying about the royal family is true. So, I don't think anyone would be willing to make such a blind investment, would they? That's right, Count. Merlin City is indeed very profitable, but your Phase 2 plan, I feel it's a bit unsubstantiated. Count Dantes chuckled after everyone had expressed their opinions. Of course, I understand your concerns, which is why I've invited the seller here today. As for the royal family, they plan to come to Britain in half a month, and interested individuals can attend the welcome banquet I'm hosting for them then. As the Count's words fell, the adjacent door was opened by a servant. Behind the door was a wizard wearing a silver mask and a black robe that wrapped him tightly. Beside him were two constructs, one gold and one silver. The green flames leaking from the gaps in their helmets sent shivers down one's spine. Excuse me, everyone, due to security concerns, I cannot disclose this gentleman's detailed information, although he doesn't need me to keep it a secret. His constructs will make anyone who tries to scheme against him suffer greatly. The Count looked at the mysterious wizard. Please show the Grebeto magic crystal to the gentleman. The mysterious wizard snorted and made no move. The Count kindly persuaded him. This is also for the sake of our transaction. Please cooperate with me since you're already here. There's no need to be like this. With the conversation at this point, the mysterious wizard reluctantly pulled out a magic crystal the size of a basketball from his arms. A small portable storage space, and constructs that looked formidable at a glance. The important figures present immediately showed respect for this mysterious wizard. Of course, what attracted their attention the most was the magic crystal that continuously emitted magic fluctuations. Merlin's beard? Such powerful magic fluctuations, this vibrant purple? It's exactly like the Grebeto magic crystal described in the records. I've traded Gerubato silver marrow a few times, that feeling of magic. Yes, this must be a Grebeto magic crystal. Except for a small number of nouveau-riche and those on the decline, most people here had a keen eye. They naturally had their own judgment regarding the authenticity of this Grebeto magic crystal. The mysterious wizard quickly put away the magic crystal and said in a hoarse, deep voice, Count, I hope our transaction can be completed quickly. This noisy city annoys me. All right, my dear friend, I apologize for making you do something you dislike. Don't worry, my servant will ensure your safety. The mysterious wizard patted the construct behind him, but then seemed to withdraw his hand with reverence. No, with my construct here, even if all the dark wizards in Britain attacked together, they wouldn't harm me in the slightest. He swept a warning gaze over the important figures present, then clapped his hands. Green rays burst from the eyes of the gold and silver constructs, two green lights crisscrossing. Accompanied by the mysterious wizard's cold snort, he turned and walked towards the door. Amidst the exclamations of the important figures, an entire wall was destroyed, to an extent that repair spells could not fix, revealing the large bathtub in the adjacent room. The Count shouted in annoyance. Hey, that's my property. The mysterious wizard didn't look back, merely raised his hand and waved. Deduct it from the transaction amount. The Count immediately regained his smile. Excellent. 8,299,996,000. The mysterious wizard didn't quibble about the wall being worth 40,000 galleons. He had already disappeared behind the door. The Count clapped his hands. All right, everyone, with the Grebeto magic crystal, the construction of the floating city district can essentially be realized with my level of magic arrays. Achieving this is not difficult. This was not an empty boast. It wasn't difficult for the Count to construct such a powerful defensive array, so creating a floating array was not hard. The most challenging part was the power source, which had now also been resolved. People seemed to recall something, which was the vast coverage area and high defensive strength of Merlin City's defensive array. What was the magic source supporting this array? Seeing that the Count and the mysterious wizard seemed very familiar with each other, everyone had a guess in their hearts. No wonder the land prices in Merlin City were so expensive. Originally, they thought it was just due to advanced concepts and a gathering of people, with property sales based on commercial value, but now it seemed that their investment was also considerable. The Count continued. Now, those willing to join this project can sign up. The minimum investment is 200 million galleons, and it cannot exceed 500 million. After a brief silence, someone shouted, "Our family will invest 200 million. 350 million. We'll also invest 200 million. The Count looked at everything before him with satisfaction, until no one else joined. Then he said, "Currently, 9 families have joined, totaling 2.6 billion, so I will pay the remaining 5.7 billion myself." "Wait a moment, Count," someone immediately shouted. "We also want to join this investment plan, but we need to go back and calculate, and also discuss it internally within the family. Can you give us 2 days to consider?" The Count nodded. "Of course, but I hope you can be quick. I will only wait for you for 3 days. After 3 days, I will sign the contract for joint cooperation in developing Merlin City Phase 2 with all of you. No latecomers will be accepted." Among the representatives, the British local representatives all looked troubled. Although they claimed to have a long history, they were not wealthy enough to casually throw out 200 million galleons. Even their family, known for its wealth as a combat unit, actually only had about 80 or 90 million galleons, including real estate. Ollivander Avery gasped softly. He decided to talk to the Count privately after the meeting. Perhaps the Count, considering their good relationship, could give him a back door and let him join in again. This was an opportunity to double one's assets in a short period. Ollivander Avery still sought out the Earl. When he was led by a servant to the study, the Earl was studying a magic array. "Dantes, Your Excellency," old Avery said softly, "I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you." The Earl put down his pen and looked up, asking, "What is it, Mr. Avery?" Old Avery hesitated, then heard the Earl say, "Please have a seat first, we can talk at length." The Earl stood up and led old Avery to a sofa near the window. This was the Earl's residence in Merlin City, naturally one of the tallest buildings in the city, and through the window, one could clearly see various magical creatures pulling carriages flowing endlessly on the streets outside. However, not a single sound of commotion could be heard inside the room. After sitting down, old Avery eagerly said, "Your Excellency, I really want to participate in the second phase of Merlin City. What's so difficult about that? You can just tell me directly," the Earl said with a smile. "Are you investing 200 million, or more?" Ollivander Avery gave an awkward laugh. "I'm afraid I don't have that much liquid capital on hand." Had the Earl sneered inwardly, let alone liquid capital, even if you sold off the entire Avery family, you wouldn't be able to gather 200 million. He spread his hands. "I'm sorry, but since the rules have been set, we must follow them. Although our personal relationship is quite good, we cannot make an exception for this." Old Avery felt a slight disappointment, but immediately explained, "No, I didn't mean that." He sniffed. "I mean, what if I and several other families pool our money to gather 200 million to participate in the project? Is that permissible?" The Earl still shook his head. "Before you, families like Malfoy, Burke, and Shafiq have all come, and they also had this idea, but I refused them." Ollivander Avery was very surprised. "Why? Can't we just pool 200 million together as several families?" Dantes explained, "Because the second phase of Merlin City is open to the wealthiest people in the wizarding world, and the families and merchant guilds involved in the investment will naturally own shares in the second phase of Merlin City, giving them the right to participate in its management. The reason I set a 200 million threshold is to prevent those large families who move in later from feeling managed by smaller families who are inferior to us. You know, in large families, face is more important than anything else. Therefore, the second phase of Merlin City must be the best in every aspect, and of course, this best also includes the best shareholders. The standard for measuring best family is not easy to define. When it comes to history, every family has remarkable ancestors and has experienced glory. As a last resort, we can only define it by the most direct measure, wealth. The Earl's meaning was clear: either contribute 200 million independently, or do not participate. These 200 million galleons were merely a stepping stone, a certification for being listed among the world's top wizarding families. Old Avery felt a bit disheartened. Was he going to miss out on this immense fortune? He looked out the window, hoping the street scene outside could soothe his terrible mood. At least he had earned a lot of money for the Avery in the first phase of Merlin City. Across the street, there was also a relatively tall building, looking more imposing than the houses around it. Of course it was imposing. That was the location of the Merlin City Central Bank. Bank? Old Avery suddenly stood up. Your Excellency, I remember your bank has loan services. The Earl seemed very pleased that Old Avery thought of the bank, and nodded with a smile. Indeed, the biggest advantage of my bank compared to Gringotts is that deposits earn interest, and we can also lend money to customers in need. Mr. Avery, although with your family's assets, you cannot borrow 200 million galleons. The Avery is one of the sacred 28, with excellent credit, so according to your family's credit level, it is indeed worth 200 million. Old Avery's eyes lit up, but then he heard the Earl's tone shift. But you know, many investments from the first phase of Merlin have not been fully recovered yet, and the second phase of the project is about to begin. My bank needs to prioritize matters related to the second phase of Merlin City, so I'm afraid I cannot lend you such a large sum. Old Avery was extremely disappointed. If he had 200 million, investing it could very likely yield a profit of over 200 million. Even if the 200 million was borrowed, after deducting the principal and interest, he could at least earn over 100 million. What an enormous sum that was! He thought of standing up and leaving, but then heard the Earl say, however, it's not entirely without a solution. Old Avery was suddenly stunned and immediately leaned in to listen intently. I can issue a special bond product for you, allowing other large families to purchase this bond to raise capital for you. Of course, our bank cannot endorse you, so purchasing your bond will carry a relatively higher risk, and the interest will be higher than usual. An annual interest rate of 70% should probably be enough to attract large families to purchase it. 70%. Old Avery exclaimed, at this rate, all my profit will go to paying interest, and I won't earn any money at all. The Earl smiled. Do you think the royal family's 300 billion is the entire revenue from the second phase of Merlin City? Isn't it? 200 billion is the price offered by the royal family, and 100 billion is the cost of the Grebeto magic crystal. But Mr. Avery, have you ever considered, is the entire second phase of Merlin only serving the royal family? That's right. The 300 billion was paid by the royal family alone, and that alone could cover all costs and yield enormous returns. The entire second phase of Merlin would still have other large families moving in. Just then, the Earl's words, like those of a tempting devil, rang out again. Think about it, since the second phase of Merlin City floating city is the best, won't those large families feel that the first phase of Merlin City isn't good enough for them? Do you think they will sell their houses in the first phase and buy new ones in the second phase? And think again, with the royal family's grand entry, won't other large families from the east join Merlin City to save face? 300 billion? I think we should add another zero to that number, and it would be closer. 3 trillion? Old Avery could barely breathe. His eyes began to bloodshot, and his mouth became incredibly dry, as if a fire was about to ignite within him. If it succeeded, he would gain a profit of about 1.5 billion. Compared to that, the mere 140 million in interest would be negligible. Your Excellency, please, you must help me issue this bond. Then how much do you want to issue? The more, the better. Earl Dantes returned to the castle in the Hebrides. He went straight to the ballroom on the top floor of the castle. At least, it used to be a ballroom. Vida Rosier, who had been in a meeting in Merlin City an hour ago, was already there. Wang Wenhui, are you a troll? How many times have I told you, a representative of a well-bred family should not shake his leg like a hooligan? Facing Vida Rosier's scolding, Wang Wenhui shrank his head slightly. I just stood for too long, my feet are a little numb. You're still shrinking your neck? Have you ever seen a family head make such a gesture? As Earl Dantes stepped into the ballroom, Wang Wenhui immediately looked like a bullied child who had seen his parent. Boss, The latter half of his sentence was clearly swallowed, but from his pitiful expression, it was likely the words "save me." The Earl shook his head. "Wang Wenhui, in half a month, you will appear in Merlin City as the representative of the Shaanxi Wang family. Do you have any semblance of a noble now? If I remember correctly, you've been practicing for a month, haven't you?" Wang Wenhui cried out, feeling wronged. "Boss, my acting is on the spot. Didn't I just pretend to be the magic crystal seller and fool everyone?" The Earl rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. "Huh? Acting? Vida Rosier, please tell this idiot what went wrong when he played the seller just now." Vida Rosier chuckled softly. "When you touched the constructs, you should have shown fondness and pride, but you displayed too much reverence, making it immediately obvious that you had a master, and that the two constructs belonged to your master, not you. If it weren't for the Earl covering for you, this play would have been a disaster today." The Earl spread his hands. "That's it, your acting is terrible. If you don't try harder, you won't be able to uphold the identity of the Shaanxi Wang family's head." Wang Wenhui let out a wail, but had no choice but to straighten his back, lift his chin, and resume practicing in front of the mirror. A hearty laugh came from outside the ballroom. "Why don't I just use polyjuice potion? I'd like to get reacquainted with old friends and their descendants." The Earl looked at the spirited old man entering the ballroom and pursed his lips. "Again? Did you forget completely about being exposed and arrested in the United States, old man?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "Brat, you sure know how to bring up my shortcomings. How about we have a duel and see who's stronger?" Wang Wenhui maintained his composure, carefully sneaking a glance at his boss, but was immediately shut down by the Earl's words. "Practice your own? Mind your own business." He looked at Grindelwald. "If it's a spar, I admit I'm not your match, but if we go all out, the winner might not be you." The old man pursed his lips, muttering "little monster," and then heard the Earl continue. "Old man, if you have this much free time to tease the younger generation, you should recover your condition faster." He was about to say, "Otherwise, your lover won't recognize you," but suddenly remembered Vida Rosier was nearby, and immediately stopped himself. "It's a good thing Vida Rosier is so devoted to you, otherwise, who could stand an old man like you, smelling of old age?" Vida Rosier cast a satisfied glance at the Earl, then her gaze locked firmly back onto Wang Wenhui, as if even a single one of his hairs had made a mistake, and she would correct him. Grindelwald stopped paying attention to the Earl and walked to a corner of the room, starting to play with dumbbells. Clearly, he was indeed trying to recover his physical condition. As for who it was for, that was up to individual interpretation. The Earl left the ballroom and immediately ran into a servant. "Earl, a Gringotts banker wishes to see you." "Banker?" The Earl frowned. "Is it a goblin named Pucci?" "Precisely." "Understood. Take him to the reception room." "Yes, Earl." Pucci was the goblin banker who had attended to Dana when he exchanged the gold coins from Merlin's vault for galleons. He was also the first person in the British wizarding world to hear the name Dark Dentist. Originally, Dana should have resolved this hidden danger, but he forgot about it when things got busy. However, even if Pucci spread rumors, he wasn't afraid. When the goblin Pucci was led to the reception room by the servants, his heart was already filled with shock. He had heard that Earl Dantes was very wealthy, but he hadn't expected him to be this wealthy. He remembered that when Earl Dantes first came to him to exchange galleons, he was still wearing old clothes. He never imagined that he was actually an earl, and possessed wealth comparable to the entire Gringotts. When one person puts a filter on another, some illogical things will automatically be rationalized into a coherent story by that person. For example, now, Pucci believed that the Earl must have inherited his title and all his family's assets after fighting and winning against enemies within his family. When he came to Gringotts dressed like that, it was probably at the most critical moment of a family struggle. Speaking of which, the 25,000 galleons he exchanged for him might have played a decisive role in that struggle. The golden door of the reception room opened, and the Earl was sitting on the sofa, smiling towards the entrance. "It is indeed Mr. Pucci. It's been a long time." Looking at the handsome young man smiling, Pucci immediately became reserved. But as soon as he thought of the hundreds of millions in wealth that the Earl represented, he regained his courage. "Earl, long time no see. When I first met you, I thought you must be of extraordinary origin. I never imagined you were an earl with wealth rivaling a nation. When I saw the news, I even thought it was just someone with the same name." "Please sit, Mr. Pucci." After the servant left, the Earl naturally invited Poochie to sit down. May I ask what brings you to me this time, Mr. Poochie? Poochie's face immediately showed a terrified expression as he said, Earl, because you refused Gringotts' request to establish a branch in Merlin City, and your bank also provides interest to wizards who deposit money. This has caused Gringotts' customers to continuously withdraw galleons from our vaults. So, the Gringotts elders are now planning to eliminate you. The Earl's face showed no surprise. Goblins were greedy, and it was natural for them to act against him when their market was being continuously encroached upon. Mr. Poochie, you are also a Gringotts banker, so why are you informing me? Poochie fawned. Because we are friends. How could I possibly stand by and watch my best friend be harmed by those foolish elders? The Earl's face was expressionless. Tell me the truth. All right, Earl. Poochie showed no panic at being caught in a lie. Actually, I believe Gringotts has no way to compete with the Merlin City Central Bank. On one side, you have to pay to deposit money, and on the other, you earn money by depositing. Even an idiot would know which side to choose. And the elders' move against you is just like throwing an egg against a rock even if you accidentally. I mean, if you accidentally, you were ambushed by them, then what awaits them is a merciless purge by the forces under the Earl? In this light, no matter what they do, Gringotts' downfall is only a matter of time. So I came to inform you, just hoping that the Earl can accept me. This was a goblin trader, who came out to surrender before anything even happened. Of course, I've also heard some rumors. Poochie chuckled. The treatment of those under the Earl is quite good, and I believe that with my talents, I will surely be highly valued by the Earl. Highly valued? Who would dare to highly value a turncoat? But the Earl smiled and said, I'm very glad you think so, Poochie, my good friend. I will, of course, give you generous compensation, but for now, I hope you can continue to stay at Gringotts and become my informant. Poochie was stunned. He hadn't expected the Earl to ask him to be an undercover agent. This was a difficult task for him. He felt that his acting skills weren't very good, and he would probably be easily discovered as an undercover agent. Here are 500 galleons. Do a good job, and things will get better in the future. Looking at the money bag on the tea table, Poochie suddenly understood. How could his acting be bad? Poochie was a born actor? I will not disappoint your excellency, the Earl. After seeing off a beaming Poochie, the Earl was ready to wash up and go to sleep. But today was exceptionally busy, and another attendant came looking for him. Earl, a message has arrived from Grimmauld Place 12. Sirius Black is eager to meet Dana Emrys. The Earl paused, having been so busy setting traps for others that he had forgotten about this matter. He nodded and replied, Tell them I'll have Dana go to Grimmauld Place 12 in a moment. Yes. The Earl rubbed his temples, opened the spandam gate, and left the castle. Sirius was pacing in his room, like a dog chasing its own tail. The difference was that he was very anxious, while the dog was very happy. Footsteps sounded outside the door, unheard and not loud, suggesting a person of light weight. Sirius sniffed hard, then rejoiced. That's the scent. He rushed towards the door, pulled it open with a bang, and saw Dana raising his eyebrows at the doorway. Dana, you're finally here. Dana somewhat understood why Sirius had scared Ron in the original story. Anyone would be afraid seeing him so eager for revenge. Look at that almost distorted face. I heard you were looking for me? Something wrong. Sirius dragged Dana into the room, kicked his leg back, and closed the door. Yes, yes. Where is that rat you traded for the Firebolt 2001 with Ron Weasley? Dana looked at Sirius's facial muscles, which he could no longer control, and suddenly wanted to tease him. Oh, that rat. I accidentally drew too much blood during an experiment and ended up killing him. Sirius's expression instantly froze, then. He's dead. An unwilling expression crept onto his face. This unwillingness wasn't because Peter's death meant he couldn't clear his name, it was more the regret of not being able to kill Peter Pettigrew with his own hands. He's dead. A feeling of loss surged into Sirius's heart, and he himself didn't know what it was. Yes, Peter Pettigrew died a miserable death. When he returned to human form, his lips were ashen, looking like marble. Is that so? Sirius suddenly widened his eyes. You knew that rat was Peter Pettigrew. Dana nodded. I knew. I asked the Earl to find a newspaper in the Azkaban repairman's lounge. The news about the Weasley winning the prize was covered in dog paw prints, especially the rat in Ron's arms, which had the most concentrated paw prints on the entire photo. When I was still in Azkaban, you told me about Peter Pettigrew, and that rat happened to be missing a toe on its front paw. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? The above remarks were pure nonsense, full of holes, and could not withstand scrutiny. But Sirius believed him. So that's how it is, Dana, your mind is truly amazing. Sirius praised him, then sighed. Alas, you knew that was Peter Pettigrew, and you still. Dana shrugged. Very disappointed. A little. What if I told you Peter Pettigrew isn't actually dead? Sirius's mind was about to burn out. Which of this little scoundrel's words was true? He glared fiercely at Dana. Is Peter Pettigrew dead or not? Dana extended a hand, and an ice-bound cage appeared in his hand, with the fat rat frozen solid inside. If the ice melts, he should still be revivable. Sirius was overjoyed and immediately pulled out his wand. Dana rolled his eyes. So, this guy's disappointment really was just because he couldn't kill Peter Pettigrew himself? Huh? What are you doing? You want to kill him? Dana grabbed Sirius's wrist. Of course. This beast betrayed us and joined the Death Eaters. It was him who killed James and Lily. I wish I could tear him to pieces. Dana held Sirius tightly, which startled the big dog. He was clearly just a 13-year-old boy, yet his strength was incredibly great. Sirius, think it through. If you just kill him like this, you'll never clear your name. Don't you want to live openly with Harry? Sirius hesitated, covering his face with one hand in pain. Not that he didn't want to use both hands, but his right hand was held by Dana and couldn't move. Yes, I want to. He struggled for a while, then said bitterly. But I want to kill this bastard with my own hands even more. If I can't kill him, I'm afraid I'll never have peace for the rest of my life. Hand him over to the Ministry of Magic? No, the Ministry of Magic won't give him a Dementor's kiss. At most, he'll be secretly locked up in Azkaban, and they won't even publicize it much. Because those officials care most about their own reputation. They had given Peter Pettigrew too much praise before, even hailing him as a hero. So, getting them to admit their mistakes is harder than climbing to heaven. Therefore, because of this, Peter Pettigrew will not die, and he must atone for James and Lily. Dana nodded. All right, as long as you've thought it through. He waved his hand, and the ice freezing the cage instantly disappeared, leaving only the unconscious fat rat inside. He's yours. Whether you torture him before killing him or dismember him directly, you decide. Just remember to clean up the room when you're done, so you don't cause unnecessary trouble for the attendants and house elves. With that, Dana left the room. He wouldn't stop Sirius from getting his revenge under the guise of being good for him. Since Sirius wanted to kill, let him kill. Anyway, the British Ministry of Magic wouldn't last much longer. When things turned upside down, it would be the same to clear his name then. Thinking this, Dana touched his pendant. In a corner of the pendant, there was a glass bottle filled with silver threads, all precious memories. The next day, when Dana saw Sirius again, he looked refreshed and much more cheerful. Killed him? Yes, torn to pieces. That traitor's begging was truly despicable. To think I once considered him a friend. Dana asked. All right, now that you've had your revenge, what are your plans next? He didn't plan to ask for details. With Sirius's mind, he probably couldn't come up with any sophisticated torture methods. Sirius fell silent for a long while. I want to be with Harry. Dana chuckled. Be with Harry? As a wanted criminal? You should know, Fudge is very angry lately. He's been overwhelmed by the Fire Serpent party, and then there's your Azkaban escape. He now wishes he could catch you immediately and give you a Dementor's kiss. Sirius also knew he couldn't appear in public and immediately felt downcast. Dana patted his shoulder. How about as a pet? I don't have a pet right now, and bringing you into Hogwarts as a pet shouldn't be a big problem. Being with Harry might not be possible, but letting you see him often, that's doable. Sirius. Pucci had used his Tuesday routine holiday to go and inform the Earl. The next day, he still had to go to work. He had barely sat at his desk for half an hour when a colleague came looking for him. Pucci, Elder Weiss wants to see you about something. Pucci's heart sank. Had the elder found out that he had pledged allegiance to the Earl? Walking through the long corridor, carpeted in gold and red, and watched by portraits of successive Gringotts elders in frames along the way, Pucci was extremely anxious. He felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Would the elder silence him? Screech. Although magnificent, the Gringotts door had been there for years, so it was normal for it to make a sound. This kind of wear and tear caused by constant friction could not be fixed with a repair spell. Pucci, you're here. Yes, Elder. Elder Weiss's skin was pale, with only a faint yellowish undertone. He was clearly very old. How many years have you been a banker at Gringotts? Pucci secretly swallowed his saliva. 20 years, Elder. 20 years, huh? The Elder looked up at the ceiling. Only 20 years, you're still a newcomer. Pucci nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I lack experience and still need guidance from the elders. Elder Weiss smiled. No need to be so nervous. Although you haven't worked for long, there's now an opportunity for you to become a member of the Elder Council. Are you interested? Pucci was stunned, and he quickly replied. Elder, I will work hard. I've never had such unrealistic fantasies. All right, relax a bit, Pucci. The Elder was still smiling. The Elder Council has decided to give you an opportunity for advancement. It just depends on whether you can seize it. An opportunity for advancement. The Elder tossed a document to Pucci. You should have already heard that Doc Dantes has disrupted the financial order of the British wizarding world, and Gringotts has been greatly affected. We have no choice but to retaliate against him. Pucci cautiously opened the document, which clearly stated proposal for dealing with the harm caused by Doc Dantes. There were 3 proposals in total. The first, directly assassinate Doc Dantes. The second, Gringotts attracts customers back with higher interest rates and threatens to sever cooperation with the Ministry of Magic, forcing the Ministry of Magic to ban the Merlin City Central Bank. The third, annihilate Merlin City, solving the problem from its root. Pucci sneered inwardly. These old fools, these proposals were utterly nonsensical. None of them were feasible. Especially the last one. Merlin City's defenses were impregnable, said to be safer than Hogwarts. Annihilate Merlin City? Pucci even suspected that a Muggle nuclear bomb might not work. Elder Weiss then said, the first and second plans have actually been evaluated by us, and their success rates are infinitely close to 0. So we choose the third method. This plan can not only defeat Doc Dantes but also greatly reduce the number of despicable wizards. Although Pucci disagreed inwardly, he still respectfully asked, then what should we do? Not we, but you, Elder Weiss said. We need you to find an organization that can destroy Merlin City and have them achieve our goal for us. Pucci paused. An organization? Elder, do you mean Death Eaters? No, those stray dogs are not qualified to be our partners. I'm talking about the Fire Serpent Party, which has been developing rapidly recently. Pucci's pupils contracted slightly. The Fire Serpent Party? This terrorist organization has been very active recently, having robbed many pure-blood families. It is said that they abduct everyone, leaving no cat, owl, dog, or a kami in the houses. The latest news is that the total number of the Fire Serpent Party has already reached several thousands. If these thousands of people target Merlin City, Pucci began to worry. Pucci. Seeing Pucci lost in thought, Elder Weiss roused him. What we need you to do is to contact the Fire Serpent Party. As long as they can destroy Merlin City, they can name their price. And as long as you complete this mission, and Merlin City is ultimately destroyed, we will promote you to the Elder Council. Pucci knew he couldn't hesitate now, otherwise, his true intentions would be seen. So he immediately responded with a look of excitement. Yes, Elder Weiss, I will definitely contact the Fire Serpent Party and annihilate Merlin City. Lucius. The Earl handed over a letter. Mr. Wong of the Shaanxi Wong family will arrive in Britain in 10 days. He hopes to meet influential figures of the Western wizarding world in Merlin City. Merlin City now gathers most of the families and business associations from Europe and America, but surprisingly, not many of our local British pure-blood families have settled in Merlin City. As hosts, this is not good. So I'll have to trouble you again to inform our local British families to participate in this gathering. It's possible that when the second phase of Merlin City is completed, those large families, in order to move into the second phase, might sell their houses in the first phase. If the local families have a good relationship with them, there's a high chance they could buy them below market price. After all, those long-standing families don't care about a few coins. Although the Earl spoke subtly, Lucius still sensed his disdain for the financial strength of the local British families. It was as if the local British families could only pick up scraps left by others. But he really had nothing to refute. For the second phase of Merlin City, among the entire British wizarding world, Only Ollivander Avery issued 300 million bonds based on his family's credit to participate. Other families simply didn't have that courage. However, many people did buy old Avery's bonds. A 70% annual return, and the second phase of Merlin City project would take at least 2 years to recover costs, so the total 140% interest was definitely secure. Since they couldn't participate in the second phase of Merlin City project, earning money from the second phase in this way seemed like a good alternative. All right, Earl Dantes. Lucius used the teacup lid to skim off the floating leaves, elegantly taking a sip of tea, a trick he had learned from the Earl. I will contact all the British pure-blood families. At the very least, I think we should let the Shaanxi Wang family see the heritage and quality of our British wizarding world. Well said. The Earl greatly approved. That's the attitude to have. What are we British wizards lacking? Sometimes money doesn't represent everything. Exactly. Tap, tap, tap. A cat owl was pecking at the window pane with its beak. The Earl waved his hand, and the window automatically opened. The cat owl was sucked inside by a strong force. The Earl grabbed the cat owl's wing with his left hand, like grabbing a chicken, and with his right hand, he removed the letter from the cat owl's leg. Then I shall take my leave, Earl Dantes. Earl Dantes nodded. Then I won't see you out, Lucius. I'll have a servant escort you. No need, I know the way. Lucius smiled, stood up, and turned to leave. The Earl opened the letter, only to find that it was from Pucci. Oh, to cooperate with the Fire Serpent Party? This is truly interesting. Merlin City. On this day, the city seemed to be welcoming a very important person. On the main road leading to the central high platform, a red carpet was laid out straight for 3 kilometers. The Earl's attendants, responsible for security, had also changed into uniforms with a strong Chinese style. On the central high tower platform, a group of big figures from the wizarding world gathered and chatted. The most frequent topic in their mouths was the floating city of Merlin City's second phase. This was a grand event that hadn't happened in the wizarding world for over 1,000 years. Only in the so-called mythical era were there records of floating cities. Later generations could only discover the glory of the magic world of that time in some ruins. Muggles had once found some city ruins, but the buildings in the cities were thoroughly shattered. Muggle archaeologists and scientists were baffled, but in reality, those were all clear evidence of the floating city's former existence in the world. Exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, the bells echoing throughout Merlin City began to reverberate. Gentlemen, ladies. Earl Dantes stood up. The guests from the east have arrived. As he walked towards the edge of the platform, people immediately followed him. At the eastern end of Merlin City below, there was a high wall, and the enormous bronze city gate slowly opened. Normally, non-city residents who wanted to enter the city had to use the FLU network to reach the entrance checkpoint outside the city, and only after their identity was confirmed could they enter through a dedicated teleportation passage nearby. A grand opening of the city gate for a welcome like today was a first for Merlin City. A black carriage, exuding a faint, warm luster, slowly drove in. The big figures standing on the high platform, watching through telescopes, exclaimed in unison, "Zuwu!" Yes, pulling the carriage were 3 Zuwu. Immediately, a know-it-all began to explain. I know these 3 Zuwu. I saw them at an auction in Istanbul a few months ago. These are all artificially domesticated Zuwu. You know, it's not easy to domesticate a fierce magical creature like a Zuwu. I remember the starting bid for these 3 Zuwu was 8 million galleons each. Later, they went unsold because these 3 big guys only understood Chinese commands. Whether they went unsold or not, the price of these 3 Zuwu was at least in the tens of millions. The local British families who were invited fell silent. Their proud wealth couldn't even compare to the value of the livestock pulling the carriage. This wave was truly an eye-opener to the world. Behind the carriage was a neat array of private soldiers, all with black hair and black eyes. They wore golden armor, walked with a powerful stride like dragons and tigers, and looked majestic. 2 golden-armored strong men stepped out, took off the bows and arrows from their backs, drew their bows to full, and aimed them simultaneously at the highest platform in the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were fired simultaneously, trailing a red light, startling the distinguished guests on the high platform, who all took a step back. Only the Earl remained expressionless, watching the light arrows hit the edge of the high platform. The red light trails of the arrows did not dissipate, remaining in midair, like 2 guiding lines. The next moment, the carriage driver gave a command to the Zuwu in Chinese. Follow the lines, go up. The Zuwu let out a low growl, dragged the carriage, and leaped into the spatial rift. 1 second later, the 3 giant beasts pulling the carriage appeared on the high platform. The guests exclaimed again, this entrance was simply too grand. The Zuwu were enormous, just standing there gave off an immense sense of oppression, not to mention there were 3 of them, but surprisingly, Lord Dantes slowly stepped forward, and the 3 Zuwu not only showed no wariness but also lowered their heads intimately, wanting to lick the Earl. All right, stop messing around. The Earl spoke in Chinese, and the 3 Zuwu immediately retracted their heads, sat up straight, and regained their dignity. The door of the black carriage was pushed open, and a young man in a Chinese tunic suit jumped out. Earl Dantes, long time no see. The young man opened his arms and embraced the Earl. The guests began to whisper, is this the representative of the Shaanxi Wang family? He's so young. He looks ordinary, but the aristocratic aura about him is genuine. He's dressed very appropriately. More than appropriate? Did you see the jade he's wearing on his chest? What? Do you know? Of course, I know. Hishan jade from China has recently become popular in the Merlin City magic material market. This material has excellent magic conductivity. Of course, it's also expensive. Some good jade can cost tens of thousands of galleons. The purer this Eastern material is, the higher the price, not just because it's rare, but also because Hishan jade with fewer impurities multiplies its effect on magic geometrically. Look at the pendant Mr. Wang is wearing, it has no impurities at all, it's lustrous and delicate, like the fat on a lamb's tail. This is the best of the best. And look at the faint glow emanating from that pendant. This indicates that the pendant must already be filled with magic, perhaps it's an extremely powerful alchemical tool. You're talking a lot, but do you know the value of that pendant? How would I know that? In short, it's very expensive. Just then, Earl Dantes stepped aside, allowing most people to clearly see the young man named Wang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wang Wenhui, the second young master of the Shaanxi Wang family from China. He has come with the sincerity of his family and will purchase property in the floating city of Merlin City's second phase that can house 50,000 clan members for 30 billion galleons. Clap 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 clap. Everyone applauded out of courtesy. Wang Wenhui smiled slightly, performed a cupped fist salute, and then said in English with a slight accent. It took Wang Wenhui a lot of effort to practice his fluent English to sound like this. Thank you all for attending the banquet where I made my debut in Merlin City. In the future, my family and I will gradually enter this international metropolis, exclusively for wizards. We may have cooperation in many aspects. As newcomers, please take good care of me. Ollivander Avery, among the applauding crowd, was particularly noticeable. His applause was the loudest and most vigorous because, in his eyes, this Wang Wenhui was the beginning of his billions in profit. This young man with black hair and black eyes simply exuded the scent of wealth from head to toe. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the district below. The Earl frowned and walked towards the edge of the platform. Boom! Explosions continued to ring out in various parts of Merlin City. The distinguished guests on the platform were in a panic. Wang Wenhui calmly walked to the Earl's side and asked with a smile. It seems someone wants to cause trouble in Merlin City. Does the Earl need my help? The people I brought are all skilled. No need. The Earl's expression was calm. He pointed his finger at the sky, and a golden light shot straight into the clouds. Subsequently, Merlin City's defensive magic array was activated, and the entire city was enveloped in a blue glow. He turned to the distinguished guests and said, "Gentlemen, Merlin City, being a prominent target, will naturally be targeted, but Merlin City's defensive power is not to be trifled with." He pointed to the district below. "If you are interested, you can come and see." At this moment, red lights were flashing everywhere in the district. See what kind of treatment the fools who dare to cause trouble in Merlin City will receive. Cornelius Fudge, with Sterlinger and over a dozen aurors behind him, hid in a small forest outside Merlin City, his face filled with anxiety. Wipe out the Fire Serpent Party? Looking at the more than 100 explosions in Merlin City, and then at the thousands of wizards wearing red-trimmed black robes outside Merlin City's high walls, Fudge felt that his Ministry of Magic wanting to quell the Fire Serpent Party's menace was a joke. The Fire Serpent Party was already merciful. With their current strength, it would be a matter of minutes to flatten the Ministry of Magic. However, Fudge was overthinking this point. A certain fire serpent party leader stated, "What's good about a broken wizarding world?" He wanted to fully take over the wizarding world, so he only needed to eradicate some scum, and of course, he also needed legitimacy. But no matter how weak the Ministry of Magic's strength was, Fudge still brought his people. He had no choice but to come. Previously, almost all the rich people in the wizarding world had flocked to Merlin City. If the Fire Serpent Party committed atrocities there, the spittle from all over the world would drown him, the British Minister of Magic, and the Ministry of Magic would also initiate an impeachment against him. Even if their strength was insufficient, their attitude had to be in place. Now it all depended on whether the Earl could turn the tide. Merlin City, like Hogwarts, was known as the safest place. Hopefully, this was not an empty boast. "Minister, look." Following the finger of Sterlinger, the head of the Auror office, Fudge saw thousands of Fire Serpent Party members starting to place some dark metal boxes at the base of Merlin City's high walls. What are they doing? Ignorant? Sterlinger secretly rolled his eyes but still explained to his minister. Those are Bucket alchemy bombs. In the 13th century, when Bucket, a Spanish dark wizard, was being hotly pursued by the church, he used this kind of alchemy bomb to blow up an inquisition within 2 miles. No one survived. Fudge immediately jumped up. That powerful? What are we waiting for? Quick, 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 let's retreat a bit further. Don't get blown up. Boom. Before Fudge and the others had run far, the Bucket alchemy bombs exploded. A powerful blast of air surged over, directly blowing Fudge several meters, sending him sprawling on the ground, getting a mouthful of twitchy grass. Tui, tui. Fudge scrambled to his feet, checked himself from head to toe, and after finding that he hadn't lost any body parts, he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking towards the Merlin City wall, he saw thick smoke billowing, making it impossible to see clearly for a moment. It's over, it's over. Fudge lamented. If anything happens to Merlin City, we're all doomed. Weasley's wizard wheezes. The explosions outside had caused all the customers to flee, but the twins were not at all disheartened or flustered by this. They opened the shop door, stood outside, and clapped happily as they watched the fireworks erupting all over Merlin City. "George, I thought Merlin City had such powerful defenses that no one would dare cause trouble. Isn't this a good thing? If no one caused trouble, how could we see such a spectacular scene?" "Yes, the arrays in Merlin City are really powerful. I can't even understand them. It's such a waste to just leave such powerful things there. They only have value when they are used." Boom. A violent explosion occurred outside the city gate, raising a plume of dust at least 10 meters high. Looking out from inside the city, the patches of light blue hexagonal shields were particularly conspicuous, exceptionally stable and unmoving like a mountain. Not to mention the explosion, even the dust couldn't drift in a single bit. How strange. It is a bit strange. Fred looked at the explosion outside the city, then at the explosions inside the city. Why aren't the alchemy bombs inside the city using the same type as those outside? George nodded. Yes, although the result might be the same, wouldn't a more powerful bomb have a better chance? The attendants working in the shop behind them started to sweat. These two friends of Mr. Emery's were a bit too perceptive. They wouldn't figure out that this attack was just a show, would they? "Fred, look." George suddenly became excited. Fred, with a telepathic connection, looked at the spot George had been looking at. He saw two wizards dressed in red-trimmed black robes hit by a sudden red light from a street lamp, and they instantly vanished with a whoosh. That's what magic can hit someone so hard that nothing is left. I feel that magic didn't kill anyone. Since it didn't kill anyone, then could it be? The brothers exchanged glances and said in unison. They were teleported away. Fred said happily. No wonder I thought some of the magic array sequences in the city looked a bit like those of the FLA network. George was also smiling. The Earl is truly amazing. He must have directly teleported these villains to prison. It must be. But why do I feel that Merlin City is safer than Hogwarts? Same here. The nobles on the high platform gradually calmed down. It was simply because the Earl and Mr. Wong were too calm. Some of them began to lean against the edge of the platform, imitating the Earl, and thus truly witnessed the power of Merlin City. Wherever there was an explosion inside the city, within 2 seconds, red light would illuminate, and the rioters hit by the light would instantly disappear. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all the criminals who had infiltrated the city would be dealt with. And the huge explosion outside the city caused no damage to Merlin City's walls. Instead, the jewels on the city walls emitted the same red light as those inside the city. The difference was that the red light from the city walls was thicker and lasted longer. As the red light swept across, the rioters outside the city were erased like pencil drawings on paper, piece, by an eraser. The most terrifying thing was that there was more than one jewel on the city walls that could emit light. 5 minutes later, the smoke and dust inside and outside the city dissipated, and the nobles were surprised to find that Merlin City looked as if it had not been attacked at all. The streets were still clean, and the houses were still new. They couldn't help but wonder if the people who had attacked Merlin City just now were perhaps their own illusions. Then, the pleasant voice of Earl Dantes rang out. "All right, the entertainment before the banquet is over. Now, let us, with the most enthusiastic attitude, welcome our new friend Mr. Wang Wenhui." As his words fell, hundreds of long tables suddenly appeared on the originally empty platform, each table laden with various rare delicacies. "Mr. Wang, I have specially prepared some huaxia dishes. Please taste them and see if the chefs have made them authentically." The Earl is thoughtful. "I will definitely enjoy them." Hebrides. On the large lawn behind Dentis Castle, one by one, Fire Serpent Party members were teleported here. Like the most well-trained army, as soon as they landed, they immediately formed into 4 phalanxes according to their respective brigades. Jack Murray, once an unnoticed figure, now the captain of the Fire Serpent Party's combat division, stood before everyone. "Comrades, today's operation was very successful. The leader has sent word that he is very satisfied with us, much more satisfied than with that Wang Wenhui's clumsy acting." A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Jack Murray continued. "All squadrons report immediately. Were there any accidental injuries to civilians in this operation? Were any comrades injured?" "First squadron, none. Second squadron, none. Third squadron, none. Fourth squadron, second squad's." Gary Sturley stepped on a banana peel and consequently pulled a groin muscle. "He has already gone for treatment." "Ha ha 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 ha. Very good. Everyone return to your posts." Dismissed. The party members quickly departed. There were many teleportation arrays in the castle, connected to the Earl's numerous properties. In fact, many of the party members who participated in today's attack on Merlin City were actually security officers from the Merlin City Security Office. Jack Murray, after everyone had dispersed, turned and walked towards the castle. He was going to use the FLU network to travel to Diagon Alley. Because of Gringot's terrible idea, their Fire Serpent Party had lost 2,741 warriors in this operation. This account needed to be settled properly with Gringotts. Well, that's how it is. Young Master Wang's banquet was a great success. The second heir of this massive family from the east received unanimous praise. He truly came from a land of etiquette. Despite possessing more wealth than most people, he still appeared approachable, as if he were just an ordinary person. So, very quickly, young Master Wang's temporary residence in Merlin City became a new popular spot for representatives of various families and chambers of commerce. Cars and horses filled the road in front of that reserved villa of the Earl. It was strange, as if the Earl could foresee the future. When someone offered a sky-high price for this vacant villa, the Earl still refused to sell it, as if he was waiting for young Master Wang to move in at this very moment. "Mr. Wang, are you interested in investing in our Chamber of Commerce?" Johnny Johnson, the representative of the Thunderbird Chamber of Commerce from the United States, proposed. Wang Wenhui sat with his legs crossed, gently swirling the red wine in his hand. "Mr. Johnson, there will be an opportunity. However, you need to wait, as my family and industries have not yet moved to Merlin City." Of course, we are not in such a hurry either." Wang Wenhui nodded. "Indeed, human wisdom is contained in hope and waiting. Mr. Wang speaks so well. You're too kind, that's what Dumas said." Johnson smiled awkwardly. He had heard of Dumas, the Muggle writer, but what respectable wizard would read books written by a Muggle? Wang Wenhui continued. "It's just that I'm a bit hesitant now." "Hesitant about what?" "I'm debating whether or not I should really move my family and industries here," Johnson asked, puzzled. "Why the hesitation?" "Merlin City offers endless business opportunities. Almost all families and chambers of commerce that have settled here are very satisfied with the current situation. Besides, it has all the entertainment you can imagine." Wang Wenhui shook his head. "We have a saying in the East, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. which means we need to foresee potential dangers and take precautions to avoid unfavorable situations. Johnson still didn't understand. But Merlin City is one of the safest places in the entire wizarding world. What danger could there be? Indeed, Merlin City had proven its invincibility. Whether it was the bombardment of numerous alchemical bombs or the sneak attack by thousands of Fire Serpent Party members, Merlin City remained unshaken. It's worth noting that a concentrated surprise attack by thousands of wizards hadn't occurred in nearly 100 years of history. How many people did Grindelwald mobilize when he almost burned down Paris? Was it even 200? Even that was enough to shock the entire Western wizarding world. Wang Wenhui nodded. Merlin City is indeed formidable. Dantes, the Earl, found the almost extinct Grabato magic crystal and used it to reproduce the ingenious magic array of ancient wizards, which is a remarkable achievement. However, it is precisely because of Merlin City's power that I am even more uneasy. Why? Wang Wenhui took a sip of red wine, then put the glass down. He walked to the door, looked outside, then closed the door tightly. Under Mr. Johnson's suspicious gaze, he walked to the window. Because this powerful force is not in our own hands. As you know, the entire Merlin City is currently in the hands of Dantes, the Earl. Our relationship with him is harmonious now, so naturally, everything is good. But what if one day, we have a conflict of interest with him? Do you think he would use the power of Merlin City to direct that terrifying red light at you and me? If that moment comes, do we have any means of resistance? Johnny Johnson was stunned. He had never thought of this point. Of course, I am well aware of Dantes, the Earl's character, which is why this visit came about. I am merely hesitating right now. I believe Dantes, the Earl, would not do such a despicable thing, but nothing is absolute. He himself might not, but that doesn't mean his subordinates wouldn't. You know, every boss always has one or two self-important, self-serving idiots among his subordinates. As long as Merlin City's powerful defenses are not in our hands, I cannot rest easy. Johnny Johnson nodded. Young Master Wang's words truly made sense. He was now deep in thought. Yes, what if Merlin City's defensive measures were aimed at them? How would they resist? I apologize, this is my fault. I tend to share my anxieties with others. Actually, I just have a little bit of worry, but it's caused you to worry needlessly as well. Mr. Johnson, my concerns are only for certain extreme situations. Firstly, the Earl is absolutely one of the best people I have ever met. Secondly, we have all witnessed the Earl's methods of managing his subordinates, so it's unlikely that such an inappropriate situation would arise. Finally, the possibility of the Earl having a conflict of interest with us is very, very small, because he is too wealthy to care about small change. So, please forget what I said. Forget? How could he forget? This stirred-up anxiety would continue to circulate in Mr. Johnson's mind, then gradually amplify each time he witnessed Merlin City's power, until he gathered with others who shared the same anxiety, igniting a fire strong enough to consume themselves. Johnny Johnson stood up. Haha, Mr. Wang, you really scared me. Our Chamber of Commerce has transferred almost 80% of our business to Merlin City. If something really bad happens, we can't afford it. Wang Wenhui quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for talking too much. Actually, there's really no need to worry too much about this. I just habitually overthink. Mr. Johnson forced a smile. I hope so. Our conversation today has truly been insightful, but I've already taken up too much of Mr. Wang's time. I should take my leave now. Won't you stay a little longer? No. All right, I'll see you out. After seeing Johnny Johnson off, Wang Wenhui returned to the study and triumphantly pumped his fist. The boss said his acting was bad, but look, isn't he acting very well? Wang Wenhui. Vita Rosier's voice rang out. What are you so proud of? You displayed the habitual movements of a lower-class wizard no less than 17 times. If the other party hadn't been a Chamber of Commerce representative who didn't understand the intricacies of nobility, and if it had been a representative from a major family, they would have seen through you long ago. Looking at Vita Rosier, who pushed open the door from the partition and entered, young Master Wang, who had just been so confident, instantly turned into a quail. However, he felt that as the boss's #1 henchman, he couldn't lose his momentum. At least I managed to fool Johnny Johnson, didn't I? Humph, that's because your boss designed good talking points for you. Do you really think it's your own ability? Tomorrow, the representative from the Denier family will be visiting, and they are much harder to fool than Johnson. So tonight, you must completely get rid of those small flaws. If you can't, then you don't get to sleep. Wang Wenhui sighed. Can a habit that hasn't been successfully changed in several months be changed in one night? Humph, if you can't change it, don't blame me for using Imperio on you. Wang Wenhui. This old woman is truly a female demon? Have you heard? The Hogwarts Express hadn't departed yet. Ron found Harry's compartment. Gringotts was attacked by the Fire Serpent Party. I heard the entire Diagon Alley was silent that day. Those were hundreds of dark wizards, a massive swarm, truly terrifying. Even you-know-who's Death Eaters back then didn't have that many people. Harry nodded. Not only have I heard, but I was also notified by the Ministry of Magic to transfer all the property my parents left me at Gringotts to the Merlin City Central Bank, so I probably know more about this than you, Ron. Harry rarely had such an opportunity to know more about something happening in the wizarding world than Ron, so he naturally wanted to show off a bit. Really? Tell me quickly, Harry said. It's said that Gringotts hired the Fire Serpent Party to attack Merlin City a while ago. Ron interrupted. I know about that. My house is on the edge of Merlin City. I saw the explosions outside Merlin City from my room. Fred and George told me when they came back that it was very chaotic inside the city too, but it was all blocked by Merlin City's defensive magic array, and Merlin City was unharmed. Harry twitched his mouth and continued. Yes, the Fire Serpent Party that attacked Merlin City was completely wiped out, and then the Fire Serpent Party demanded compensation from Gringotts. But how could those stingy goblins at Gringotts agree to compensation? So they refused the Fire Serpent Party, which greatly angered the Fire Serpent Party's leader, who then sent people to attack Gringotts. Fortunately, they only robbed Gringotts' own vault, otherwise I would be as penniless as Dana was 2 years ago. Ron nodded. You're really lucky there aren't many people like you who haven't deposited their money into the Merlin City Central Bank. Depositing it there is truly safe. Oh, right, I heard you can even get interest. The compartment door was pulled open, and Dana poked his head in. Oh, Harry, Ron, long time no see. Harry smiled and greeted Dana. Ron also nodded. It wasn't exactly long time no see. Ron hadn't missed a single home game of the Merlin City Cannons this summer. As Dana entered the compartment, he saw a large white dog following him. Dana, is this your new pet? Yes. But can you have dogs at Hogwarts? Normally no, but you can if you get special permission from a professor. My SB has already received special permission from Professor McGonagall. This guy is a stray dog I found. I felt sorry for him, so I adopted him. Originally, entrusting the dog to the Earl was a good idea while I was at school, but unfortunately, the Earl doesn't seem to like keeping dogs. He actually enjoys eating dog meat. After Professor McGonagall found out about this, she gave me special permission to bring him to school with only one requirement, which is that he can't relieve himself anywhere. That's really good, Ron said, looking intentionally or unintentionally at the cage on the luggage rack, which contained a snowy cat owl just like Harry's. But I also have a new pet, look. His name is Timothy. Dana raised an eyebrow. The Errol too he had given Ron had been mercilessly used by Molly as the family's communal cat owl. He hadn't expected Ron to get a new one. He had some skill after all. As they spoke, the large white dog, SB, slowly walked into the compartment, affectionately leaned against Harry, and then lay down at his feet. Dana, your SB likes me. Indeed, I've never seen him so close to anyone. Dana grinned, glancing at SB, who had closed his eyes and was feigning sleep to avoid embarrassment. Harry, this semester I plan to finish all my third-year coursework at the beginning of the term, for the Quidditch League you know, because as a student I'll miss games, and the Chudley Cannons lose half their games in a year. Not to mention the team entering the championship contention, they don't even make the playoffs due to their overall poor record. This means I'll be very busy when school starts, and once the professors allow me to play and train during class hours, I might not even live at Hogwarts. So, can you take care of SB for me? Harry was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the large white dog at his feet. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but the large white dog, pretending to be asleep, seemed to subtly lean against his leg. Of course, Dana, you can rest assured and leave him to me. Dana nodded. Thank you. Ron, standing nearby, had a strange expression. Of course, He hoped the Chudley Cannons would win the championship. He still felt that the Chudley Cannons and Chudley were a better match, and calling them the Merlin City Cannons always felt a bit odd, but Dana's attitude of completing a whole year's studies in advance as easily as eating and drinking annoyed him greatly. He wanted to say something, but he ultimately held back. The twins' shop had brought about a visible change in their family's finances, the most obvious being that he now had an allowance of 1 galleon a month, and the source of all this was because Dana, through the Earl, had secured a shop in Merlin City for the twins and had also invested 500 galleons. Ron knew very well that if the Wizarding Joke shop hadn't been set up, his mother would never have invested the 500 galleons they won in the shop. Whoosh! The compartment door was pulled open, and an adult wizard with a small mustache, who didn't look old but had half his hair turned white, stood at the doorway, carrying a suitcase. "Hello, children, I'm the new professor at Hogwarts. Do you still have seats here?" Dana glanced at the man and immediately smiled. "Mr. Lupin, no, I should call you Professor Lupin now. Please come in, we have empty seats here." Lupin smiled and nodded, walking into the compartment. Harry and Ron awkwardly greeted Lupin, who smiled back and placed his luggage on the rack. Once Lupin sat down, Dana asked with a smile, "Professor Lupin, are you sure the Earl is willing to let you come to Hogwarts to be a professor? If it weren't for your help, Professor Lupin, the Earl's properties on the West Coast wouldn't have been straightened out so quickly." Lupin laughed. "No, I would never betray the Earl. My teaching at Hogwarts has the Earl's approval, and actually, being a Hogwarts professor is just a part-time job. My main job is being the steward of the Dante's Trading Company in Merlin City." Harry asked in surprise. "Dana, you know Professor Lupin?" Dana nodded. "Of course, Professor Lupin was discovered by the Earl a year ago and has since been helping the Earl manage his properties. His abilities are far superior to most people." Lupin laughed. "What do you mean discovered by the Earl?" "Dana, let's be honest, I was destitute and almost starved to death, luckily saved by the Earl." Dana replied. "The Earl has saved many people, but you're the only one who became a steward, aren't you?" Lupin smiled, but didn't reply, instead looking at the large white dog at Harry's feet. "Is this your dog?" "No, Professor, this is Dana's dog." Lupin smiled and nodded. "This dog looks familiar. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, you're Harry Potter, right?" "Yes, Professor." "Harry, please allow me to call you that. Harry. Actually, your parents and I were very good friends." Ron asked. "So, Professor, were you also in Gryffindor?" Lupin nodded. "Of course you're a Weasley, aren't you, Ronald? If I remember correctly, that should be your name. I even held you when you were 1 year old." Ron's face immediately turned red. "It's me, but everyone calls me Ron, only Mom calls me Ronald when she's angry." In just a few words, Harry and Ron instantly felt closer to Lupin. Dana pulled out Alchemy and Transfiguration and began to read, not intending to participate in Lupin's pleasant chat with his old friend's son. "Harry, you're in your 3rd year now. As someone who once lived in the Muggle world, what are your thoughts on the Wizarding world?" Lupin handed each of the 2 youngsters a piece of chocolate and asked. Harry was caught off guard. He scratched his head and thought for a while. "I think the Wizarding world is much more interesting than the Muggle world, and everyone has been very kind to me." Lupin smiled. "Then if you had to choose between living in the Wizarding world or the Muggle world, which would you choose?" "The Wizarding world," Harry answered instantly without hesitation. Lupin nodded, smiling slightly. Ron asked curiously, "Then Professor Lupin, which would you choose?" "Me? My answer might be different from Harry's. I hope the boundary between our Wizarding world and the Muggle world can disappear, so wizards can live wherever they want," Ron exclaimed. "But that violates the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy." Lupin laughed. "Exactly, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, so what I said is just my wish. In reality, I strictly adhere to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy." Lupin's expression was a bit bitter, just like his surname Lupin, besides being a surname, means Lupin, and the flower language of Lupin is bitterness. "Before I met the Earl, I couldn't find work in the Wizarding world. If I didn't obey the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, I could have completely infiltrated the Muggle world to make a living, and wouldn't have almost starved to death and been picked up by the Earl." Harry was a bit surprised. "Why? Since Dumbledore could hire you as a professor, that means you're capable." Ron probably thought of Lockhart and twitched his mouth. "How could you be reduced to not being able to find work?" Lupin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I have an illness that flares up at a fixed time every month, and during that period, I cannot work. Harry asked strangely. But you can be a steward in the Dante's trading company, which proves how capable you are, Professor Lupin. Are those merchants really so blind? Lupin replied. There are, after all, very few good people like the Earl in this world. Ron asked. What about your friends in the wizarding world? Why didn't you ask them for help? Lupin shook his head. That would put them in a huge debt of gratitude, Ron. You must understand, not everyone can accept a patient like me. Harry nodded. If Professor Lupin could go to the Muggle world and subtly use magic, then he should be able to live very well in the Muggle world. There are many part-time jobs in the Muggle world. Yes. Lupin laughed. If I were a postman, one person could take over all the postman's work in a city. If I'm not mistaken, I could earn over £1,000 a day. Ron asked, £1,000? How much is that? Harry replied, Gringotts' previous exchange rate was £5 for 1 galleon, so £1,000 is roughly 200 galleons. That much? Ron's eyes widened. So, if there were no international statute of wizarding secrecy, wizards could make a lot of money in the Muggle world. Lupin laughed. Abolishing the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy isn't that simple. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy originally existed to protect wizards, and objectively, it also protected Muggles. But as times changed, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy has now become a tool for the pure-blood families to exploit lower-class wizards. If anyone wants to touch the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, many pure-blood families will jump out to oppose it. Ron wrinkled his nose and mumbled. Our family wouldn't. Harry's eyes flickered with thought. Although he hadn't experienced Professor Lupin's terrible life, he could empathize. He could understand Professor Lupin's despair at not being able to find work and not being able to live in the Muggle world. Dana, with the book covering his face, revealed an imperceptible smile. Lupin's speech was the same one Dark Dentist used before lower-class wizards joined the Fire Serpent Party. Dana had said it hundreds of times. He knew it very well. The Hogwarts Express wasn't intercepted midway. The Dementors didn't come either. Under the current circumstances, Fudge, due to the rampant Fire Serpent Party, was completely preoccupied and had no time to deal with the Azkaban escapee, Sirius Black. Now, the only thing on Fudge's mind was how to retain his position as Minister for Magic, because after Merlin City was attacked by the Fire Serpent Party, many voices had risen, hoping Dumbledore would lead the Ministry of Magic. Of course, there were also quite a few people who hoped Earl Dark Dentist would become Minister for Magic, but Fudge wasn't worried about the Earl. That was because the Earl was immensely wealthy and probably wouldn't be very interested in becoming the Minister for Magic of Britain. It was said that the number of attendants under the Earl was already greater than the entire population of the British wizarding world. Although the Dementors didn't come, Hermione did. When she first got on the train, she followed Ginny's advice and wanted to get to know her dormitory mates better, but she soon realized that her aversion to foolishness made her unsuitable for staying in that small group for long. While Harry and Ron were also a bit, not very smart, at least they had a life-or-death friendship with her, so there was still a bit of a filter. At least Hermione believed Harry was more capable of understanding reason than those shallow and vain girls. Whoosh! The compartment door opened, and Hermione saw Harry, Ron, Dana, an unfamiliar middle-aged man, and a dog. This made the compartment seem a bit crowded. Hermione, come on, we can squeeze in. Before Hermione could speak, Harry already knew what was happening with her, so he immediately invited her to sit down. Hermione was slightly touched. They were her best friends after all, they understood her. Looking at Ron, who was staring blankly next to Harry, Hermione silently drew an invisible red cross over his head in her mind. So Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed onto one bench, while Professor Lupin and Dana sat together. This is... Oh, let me introduce you. This is our new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, Professor Lupin. Harry said. Professor, this is Hermione Granger, one of the best students in our year. Hello, Professor. After greeting him, Hermione sighed and gave Dana a resentful glance. With Dana around, I might not even count as one of Dot. Ron was a bit gloating. Exactly. This year, for the Quidditch match, Dana plans to complete all of his third-year coursework ahead of time, which isn't something just anyone can do. Hermione's eyes widened. Dana could clearly see the slight tremor in her pupils. Then she asked, Dana, how long do you plan to take to complete your third-year coursework? Dana thought for a moment. Half a month. Quidditch was just an excuse. Clearly, Dana didn't want to stay at school this academic year because the scheme he had set up in Merlin City had reached a critical point. Half a month. Hermione's mouth fell open, completely exposing her beaver-like front teeth. Dana, third year has elective courses, and the workload is much heavier than second year you. Dana closed the book in his hand. The Earl is very good to me, so I feel I should repay him well. At least bring his team a championship first, right? Oh, a championship. Ron almost fainted when he heard this. The Chudley Cannons winning the championship was a scene that had appeared countless times in his dreams, and he categorized all these dreams as good dreams. If the Merlin City Cannons really won the championship this season, he would be happier than anyone. Clearly, if Dana gave his all, this goal was not unattainable, because Quidditch was such a sport that heavily relied on the seeker. And Dana was the strongest seeker in the world. Professor Lupin nodded upon hearing this, looking at Dana with approving eyes. Yes, for a good person like the Earl, we can never repay him enough. Hermione closed her mouth and took a deep breath. So Dana, how many elective courses are you taking? All of them. Hermione was almost unable to sit still. To get O's in all 12 subjects, she had even applied to Professor McGonagall for a time-turner. She had fully prepared herself, physically and mentally, for a year of intense study. But this white-haired boy in front of her not only enrolled in all the courses, but he also planned to complete all the exams in half a month. Was he even human? If Azkaban could truly make her successful, Hermione felt that using Imperio to make Malfoy dance, and then being locked up in Azkaban, wasn't entirely unacceptable. Miss Beaver's shocked face was truly amusing, and Dana couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Dana picked up his book again, seemingly talking to himself, but actually explaining to Hermione. I actually completed all the material for the compulsory courses: Transfiguration, Charms, Herbology, Potions, Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Astronomy, and History of Magic at the beginning of last academic year. As for the elective courses this semester, I've been self-studying ancient runes, so passing the third-year exam shouldn't be a big problem. Muggle studies, a subject that relies on rote memorization, isn't a big issue either. I've accumulated enough theoretical knowledge for care of magical creatures, and for practical application. I'm naturally favored by magical creatures, so I should be able to pass. Arithmancy isn't difficult, my mother taught me when I was little. And divination class, those with talent don't need to study to pass, and those without talent won't succeed no matter how hard they try. Harry suddenly asked, Dana, do you think you have a talent for divination? Dana replied with a smile. Of course, my divination talent is surprisingly strong. Hermione tilted her head up. The ever-competitive Miss Know-It-All thought Dana was boasting. Is that so? Hermione's voice trembled slightly. Then can you demonstrate your divination talent? Dana shrugged. Do you really want me to demonstrate? Girl, stop now, I'm afraid your Deo heart will shatter. Yes. Hermione nodded heavily. Show us. Dana sighed. Such unnecessary pride from the young witch. He closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he spoke. Your cat, Crookshanks, will appear at the door of this compartment in 20 seconds. It will meow 3 times and then sit on the left side outside the sliding door. Once you let it in, it will bristle at my SB and then pounce to bite. Everyone in the carriage. Hermione had walked through several carriages with empty hands. Her cat must have been left in her original compartment. How could a cat possibly pass through several closed carriages to get here? Only Hermione herself was startled. Because she and Dana hadn't met all summer, but Dana had accurately called out her cat's name. A few seconds later, everyone heard 3 meows from outside the compartment. Hermione looked at Dana in horror, then pulled open the sliding door. Her Crookshanks was indeed squatting outside the door, on the left side near the sliding door. Crookshanks. Hermione reached out to pick it up, hoping to disprove Dana's so-called prophecy. But the next moment, Crookshanks suddenly hissed at Sirius Black, who was lying at Harry's feet, and all its fur stood on end. Meow. Crookshanks dodged Hermione's hands and, with lightning speed, charged towards Sirius, its sharp claws extended, looking as if it wouldn't stop until it left several bloody marks on him. Petrificus totalis. Dana pointed a finger, immobilizing Crookshanks there. Everyone and the dog in the carriage seemed to have been put on pause, completely motionless. This was truly bizarre. Dana, how did you do that? Harry was the first to break the silence. Dana didn't answer, but Lupin explained for him. Do you know where Dana's surname comes from? Harry and Ron shook their heads, but Hermione looked thoughtful. I've read a Muggle book about Merlin, and it's said that the Druids called Merlin Emrys. Lupin smiled and nodded. Miss Granger has a wide range of knowledge. If we were at school, I would definitely award Gryffindor 5 points. Yes, Emrys means immortal, and it's the Druids' respectful title for Merlin. Those who later bore the surname Emrys all had more or less of Merlin's bloodline. The legendary Merlin was a prophet. Ron suddenly understood. A descendant of Merlin. That's so cool. No wonder Dana's divination talent is so high. Harry also realized. Ron, do you still remember the portrait of Merlin on the chocolate frog card? Of course I remember. You said then that Merlin and Dana looked somewhat alike? If Dana is a descendant of Merlin, then it all makes sense. Hermione didn't know if she had resigned herself to fate or what, but she sighed softly and gently, saying, Merlin was also a famous transfiguration master, so Dana's achievements in transfiguration also have an explanation. Dana shook his head slightly. Don't be a bloodline supremacist. A slightly special bloodline is actually nothing to boast about. If one cannot realize their self-worth, then what's the difference between having a bloodline and not having one? The three young ones were stunned, and Lupin nodded. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Dana rubbed his nose. The three young ones hadn't yet been exposed to the advanced ideology of the Fire Serpent Party, so they probably didn't understand what he was saying. He immediately changed the subject and asked Ron. Ron, where are Fred and George? I didn't see them today. Oh, them. Ron came back to his senses and replied. Some prominent families in Merlin City organized a Merlin City Alliance, inviting all merchants to discuss the future development of Merlin City. Fred and George, as the owners of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, were invited. Dana raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it starting? After getting off the carriage, Dana walked straight to Thestral carriage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione greeted Hagrid as usual, and when they turned back after greeting him, Dana was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Dana, just like last year, found a Thestral carriage by himself and got in. Similarly, there were almost no young wizards willing to sit with him. This was a polarization. Some didn't dare to sit, and coming over to say hello and ask for an autograph was their limit. Others were still concerned about his origin from Azkaban, as well as those who felt guilty for having given Dana the silent treatment during the first semester. The first to enter the carriage was Hannah Abbott. Today, Hannah didn't wear pigtails. Her golden hair was tied into a braid at the back of her head. After a summer of intense labor, her baby fat had receded significantly, and she looked a bit leaner. Dana. Hello, Hannah. Dana smiled and greeted her, moving slightly inward to make space for her. Hannah sat down very generously. Dana was an old acquaintance, and she wouldn't be inexplicably nervous around him. However, her natural shyness made it hard for her to start a conversation. Is the shop doing well? As soon as Dana mentioned the leaky cauldron in Merlin City, Hannah immediately became energetic. Business is incredibly good. Mom hired several people to help, and even with that, we're still completely overwhelmed. Dana nodded. I see your mom's health isn't too good. Don't overwork her. St. Mungo's hospital is right next to your shop. I suggest you take her for a checkup. Hannah covered her mouth. Oh, Dana, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot Mom had a serious illness before. I'll write a letter to tell Mom to get a checkup when I get back. Dana, you're here. With a light, transparent voice, a girl dressed like a gypsy climbed into the carriage. Sister Abbott, in my opinion, paying attention to your mother's health is the most correct thing to do. Luna. Dana greeted her. Hannah just forgot because she was busy. Her relationship with her mother is very good. Luna nodded. I know, I just envy Sister Abbott. Dana shook his head. No need to envy, you still have your father who loves you deeply. Yes. Luna smiled happily. Recently, the sales of the Quibbler have increased a lot. Dad even hired reporters and workers. This is something our family never dared to dream of before. Now Dad is in a much better mood, and he spends a lot more time with me than before. Dana and Luna were talking, and Hannah dared not interject. Both of them had lost their mothers, which made her, who had both parents, feel a bit uneasy. Dana, you're here. Miss Granger climbed into the carriage. Dana asked curiously, Hermione, why aren't you sitting with Harry and the others? Hermione shrugged. They're in the same carriage as Neville and Seamus. Dana nodded slightly, then heard Hermione ask, Dana, you finished your third year early. Your grades won't be included in the end-of-term ranking, right? It was a new school year, and there was a new defense against the dark arts class professor. Of course, this year's professor changes also included care of magical creatures, with Rubeus Hagrid becoming the new professor of care of magical creatures. Dana hadn't really paid much attention to this year's new students in the original work, except for Astoria Greengrass. This young girl later became Draco Malfoy's wife. Because she refused to instill the idea that muggles are scum in her son, her relationship with her battle unit husband was very strained. Finally, tormented by a family curse, she passed away when her son, Scorpius Malfoy, was in his third year at Hogwarts. However, this first-year student, the only one Dana knew, actually walked straight up to him during the opening feast. Astoria, what are you doing at the Gryffindor table? Her sister, Daphne Greengrass, shouted with restraint from the Slytherin table. Come back, Astoria. However, Astoria just waved at her sister, then raised her pretty eyebrows, and turned to Dana, saying, Senior Emrys, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? To be honest, the author really wanted Astoria to be the female protagonist, because her full name alone could fill many words of course. This clearly won't become a reality before the main storyline is finished. What a pity. The young girl was pretty, with light blonde hair that was almost platinum. Because she was still young, she couldn't be called beautiful, but her delicate features, like a doll's, were certainly worth mentioning. Are you a new student this year? Dana took the Dana player card and pen that Astoria handed him and asked. Yes, I'm a new student this year. Your name, tell me your name, so I can sign for you. Astoria said happily. Astoria Greengrass. Dana nodded. So it was Draco Malfoy's official partner from the original novel. However, he heard they only got together after graduation. Dana glanced at Pansy Parkinson, who was currently beside Draco Malfoy and had quite the Rengar-like demeanor. One could only say that as a youth, he didn't know beauty from ugliness. All right, Miss Greengrass, I'll sign for you now. Dana signed with a flourish, his beautiful cursive script complementing the golden name Dana Emrys on the player card. To Astoria Greengrass, may you always be happy. Astoria happily took the player card and pen, giving Dana a big smile. Senior, I will always support you. I look forward to seeing you lift the championship trophy one day. You will, you will. Astoria skipped back to the Slytherin long table. Her older sister, Daphne, rubbed her head vigorously. The young girl giggled, not caring that her sister had messed up her hair, and carefully tucked the player card into her robes. This was just a small interlude. After the start of this semester, Dana's main task was to quickly complete this academic year's early graduation. Charms class no difficulty at all. Professor Flitwick didn't even bother to test him, allowing Dana to be exempted from all third-year courses. Transfiguration. The only thing that made Dana feel suffocated was Professor McGonagall's half-hour-long admonition hoping that Dana wouldn't neglect his studies while playing Quidditch. Herbology Professor Sprout randomly asked a few knowledge points from this semester. Seeing Dana answer fluently, she then had him transplant a Dittany plant and prepare a special fertilizer for a venomous tentacula, which was enough to pass him. History of magic and astronomy, subjects that relied on rote memorization, were even easier for Dana. Defense against the dark arts class was the simplest. How could a comrade make things difficult for another comrade? Potion class. Dana was subjected to Snape's make things difficult. Even after he successfully brewed all the potions required for third year, Snape still wasn't going to let him off. Perhaps in Snape's view, playing Quidditch was the most meaningless thing. Finally, Dana, unable to bear it any longer, said, Professor, do you really want me to stay in school? All right then, Quidditch isn't that important. The most important thing is to make some good friends during student life. Before, I wasn't very close with my classmates in the same year, so I'll take this academic year to get along with them properly. Snape approved instantly. Dana even suspected that if he had said this from the beginning, he might have been exempted from all the previous tests. Care of magical creatures. Rubeus Hagrid's attitude towards Dana was significantly better than in his first year, but he still held a prejudice against people who came from Azkaban. In his opinion, Perhaps if Dana wasn't in school but outside, he might immediately do something illegal, so he stubbornly refused to grant Dana exemption from care of magical creatures. So Dana ran off with Fang and Buckbeak, and even summoned unicorns and diricals from the Forbidden Forest at night, subjecting him to a no-sleep package combining strong light and noise. Only then did Hagrid realize how foolish it was to offend an Emrys, and he grudgingly gave him a pass. Dumbledore had quietly told him the history of the Emrys' surname when Hagrid complained to him. Muggle studies haha. Arithmancy simple. Divination Professor Trelawney decisively exempted Dana after he accurately predicted, "Today at lunch, Professor, the third cavity on the upper left side of your mouth will break in half from biting a bone shard." Ancient Runes class. Professor Babbling's assessment was still held in her professor's office in the bedroom behind it. It was still a messy office like a junkyard, but this time Dana saw 2 new books. My greatest interest is you, The Blood Oath Stolen by a Niffler. Dana thought about it and felt that these 2 books were still about Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and couldn't help but shake his head. Professor Babbling seemed to be a staunch CP fan of these 2 old men. He was truly curious and opened one of them, immediately feeling his spirit defiled, his eyes burning so much he could barely keep them open. What was 020? Dana quickly closed the book and strode to the door leading to Professor Babbling's room. "Professor, I'm coming in." "Come in, child." Unlike last time, Professor Babbling was dressed neatly this time, sitting upright on the sofa by the window. "Sit down." Dana followed the professor's finger and sat opposite her. "I heard you've already received exemptions for the other 11 courses. To be precise, you passed the exams for 11 third-year courses." "Yes, Professor." "Remarkable, truly an Emrys." Professor Babbling smiled, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Then she suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Oh, little one, using legilimency on your professor is not a good habit." Professor Babbling smiled and waved her wand. Dana immediately felt the thread he had just sent into Professor Babbling's mind being severed, and he felt a wave of dizziness. None of the Hogwarts professors, except for defense against the dark arts class, were undeserving of their reputation. "Sorry, Professor." Dana was also straightforward. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. "You used legilimency on me first." Professor Babbling slightly raised her chin, seemingly taking a deep breath. Dana wasn't very sure because he couldn't see the rise and fall of the professor's chest. "It was my fault." Professor Babbling still smiled. "I was just very curious, what abilities did you inherit from your surname?" Dana frowned, looking puzzled. Professor Babbling answered her own question. "From what I see now, you have a talent for transfiguration, and your charms talent is also very good. You're excellent at flying, can communicate freely with magical creatures, and possess a rare talent for prophecy. Honestly, in nearly 1,000 years, you're the first Emrys to inherit so many of Merlin's abilities." "Professor," Dana said, "I'm here for an exam, not to listen to you say some inexplicable things." "An exam?" Professor Babbling smiled. "You read almost all the ancient runes books in the library in your first year, and in your second year, you studied magic circles. Perhaps I'm not even as proficient as you in the application of rune characters in magic circles. Third-year ancient runes class is just about recognizing basic runes. I don't think you'd fail the exam. So, with me, you can certainly be exempted and I'll give you a big O for your final grade." "Well, since I passed the exam, can I leave now, Professor?" Dana was eager to leave. Professor Babbling gave him a very strange feeling that made him unconsciously resist her. Not to mention, what kind of proper professor would use legilimency on a student after trying to seduce them? "Am I that repulsive to you?" Tears welled up in Professor Babbling's eyes, and her face held a pitiful expression that made Dana's skin crawl. "Professor, please don't. You wouldn't want Professor Dumbledore to know you're reading his gossip erotica, would you?" Professor Babbling twitched the corner of her mouth and regained her dignified demeanor. "All right, then I'll get straight to the point." Professor Babbling said. "Do you know that the Emrys are descendants of Merlin?" Dana feigned confusion and shook his head. "It's normal not to know, because your mother passed away early and probably didn't have time to tell you." Professor Babbling showed what she thought was her kindest smile. "You are a descendant of Merlin, and every descendant of Merlin has the potential to find the secret treasure Merlin hid. So Dana, you are far more important than you imagine." I, Bithshida Professor Babbling, a member of the Avar Coven, and one who seeks the true meaning of ancient magic and the truth of the world. Now I invite you to join us in searching for the secret treasure left by Merlin. Dana, after we find the secret treasure, we will only take one thing, and all the remaining magical knowledge and wealth will be yours. Think about it, you could become as wealthy as Earl Dark Dantes. Isn't that good? Avar Coven. Dana closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. In reality, he was suppressing his rage. Donna Avery had said that the only reason John Flint had targeted his family's tapestry was because the Avar Coven had offered John Flint the exact same terms that Professor Babbling was now offering. In other words, if not for the Avar Coven, his mother would not have died. Cornelius Fudge and Ollivander Avery were his enemies, but the source of the entire tragedy was the Avar Coven. He painstakingly hid the killing intent in his heart, just as he had carefully hidden his happy memories deep within his soul during his 4 years in Azkaban. When he opened his eyes again, Dana had a smile on his face. As rich as the Earl. He showed a longing expression. That would be wonderful, Professor Babbling. What do I need to do? Not for now, child. Professor Babbling lowered her head, hiding the excitement in her eyes. We are still searching for a key item, and once we find it, it will be time for us to seek Merlin's vault. May I ask what kind of key item it is? Professor Babbling hesitated for a moment, but finally replied. You've seen that thing before, it's your family's tapestry that was stolen. Dana's eyes widened, displaying acting skills 1,000 times better than Wang Wenhui's. My family's tapestry? Professor? Do you know who stole my family's tapestry? I don't know. Professor, I have a request. Speak. Whether Merlin's secret treasure is found or not, can that tapestry be returned to me? Professor Babbling chuckled softly. Of course, child, it was originally yours. Dana nodded gratefully and stood up. Thank you so much, Professor. That tapestry was my mother's favorite thing. Getting it back means more to me than anything. Professor Babbling nodded with satisfaction. Go on, child, enjoy this school year free from academic worries. I will contact you when that tapestry is found. Understood, Professor. After both had finished their act, Dana left the ancient magic runes professor's office. As he walked out of the room, his suppressed emotions finally became uncontrollable, and his lake green eyes began to redden again, which forced him to use Merlin's transfiguration to transform himself into himself. Avar Coven. Dana clenched his fists. Once Avery and Fudge are dealt with, it will be your turn. If he hadn't had to finish his third-year coursework early this time, and hadn't shown so many abilities, Professor Babbling might not have approached him. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. It was the evening of September 6th. Because the professor still had classes to teach, his initial/final exams took a few days. However, it was much earlier than the half-month originally planned for completing the exams. When Dana returned to the Gryffindor common room, he was immediately stopped by the twins. Dana, we finally caught you. Dana tilted his head. What's wrong? Fred said anxiously. On the first day of school, we were called to a meeting by those big families in Merlin City. Did you know? I know, Ron told me. George continued. Those scoundrels want to unite and seize power from Earl Dantes. We immediately wrote to the Earl, but days have passed, and the Earl hasn't replied. Fred took over. We're worried our letter was intercepted by those big families, so we wanted you to contact the Earl and remind him to prepare in advance, so they don't catch him off guard. Dana smiled and nodded. All right, I'll tell the Earl tomorrow when I go back to the team. Back to the team. What team? Dana laughed. The Merlin City Cannons. Just now, I completed the exams for all 12 of my third-year courses, so from now on, I don't have to stay at school and can fully participate in the Quidditch League. That's so cool. The twins' eyes lit up. Oh, and of course, our condolences to those other teams. The three burst into laughter, then Fred put an arm around Dana. Brother, quickly tell us, how did the professor agree to let you finish your third-year coursework early? Seeing Fred like this, Dana knew they wanted to do the same. He shook his head. Save it, you two. You're in your 5th year this year and have to take the OWL exams. The professors won't allow you to do what I did. The twins' faces fell. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, we don't want to take the OWL exams. Exactly, taking this exam is just to find a job later, but we already have our own business. Right? We can already be free. How about we cause a huge ruckus at Hogwarts and get the school to expel us? Fred. That's a great idea. Dana shook his head helplessly. Snap out of it. Your mother would never allow you to do that. Twins, no. Dana Emery's became a legend at Hogwarts, completing an entire school year's worth of study on the 6th day of school. Of course, this seemed to have little to do with Earl Doc Dantes. The rise and fall of a mere Quidditch team truly paled in comparison to the dilemma he was currently facing. Your Excellency, Earl, having considered the opinions of all the property owners in Merlin City, we unanimously agree that your sole control over Merlin City's security management is irresponsible to everyone. Therefore, we hope you can transfer the authority of Merlin City's defensive magic array to all of us for management. In the hall of the Wong family villa, dozens of representatives from Merlin City's largest families and merchant guilds sat around a long table. Although Earl Dantes was still elected to the head seat, the current posture made it seem as if everyone was judging him. The Earl did not seem to be affected by the demand for him to relinquish power. He slowly scanned everyone's faces, finally settling his gaze on Wang Wenhui. My dear Wang, is this your opinion as well? I apologize, my friend. Wang Wenhui said. I am just a little worried. You should be aware that absolute power leads to absolute corruption. Although I trust you, the vast majority of people do not believe you can still be as reasonable as before after possessing such a powerful defense system for Merlin City. The Earl leaned back, his tone somewhat sorrowful. So, I poured all my efforts into building the finest wizarding world city in modern times for you, and what I get in return is your betrayal. How can this be called betrayal? The representative of Germany's Ascanian family said with a smile. Everyone in Merlin City will remember the Earl's achievements. Your properties still belong to you, so you are still the richest person in Merlin City. We merely want to ensure our safety is better protected. The Earl sighed, seemingly having given up arguing. In the eyes of these great families, Earl Dantes, a parvenu who only had wealth but no true foundation, would surely compromise in front of their united great families. No one in this world could defy them, no one. In fact, the Earl seemed to have truly compromised. All right, do as you please. However, the Earl rubbed his brow. Have you decided who will maintain law and order within the city? Have you decided who will maintain law and order within the city? Facing the Count's question, young Master Wang Wenhui smiled and said, My Wang family has 2,000 guards who are capable of handling this important task. Another representative from a prominent European family spoke up. We also have family guards. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the British Ministry of Magic, who was seated at the end of the long table, stood up. Merlin City is located in Britain, so it naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. If the Count withdraws from Merlin City's defense work, for the safety of all wizards residing here, the British Ministry of Magic will also need to dispatch personnel for coordination and management. Wang Wenhui nodded. That's right, we cannot usurp the host. We can provide the personnel, but coordinating the various forces and issuing unified commands truly needs to be done by the Ministry of Magic. This way, everyone can feel at ease. The attendees exchanged glances. Rather than fighting tooth and nail over who would take the lead, it was better to hand over this overall coordination to the British Ministry of Magic. I agree. Our family also agrees. The Count seemed angered by the current unity of these families. He stared coldly at Scrimgeour, making the resolute head of the Auror office feel flustered. His current income was more than double what it was before, all thanks to the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation established by the Count. But what he was doing now was clearly a betrayal of the Count. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Count. This really isn't what I wanted, but the minister gave a strict order, and I had no choice but to comply. Count Dantes averted his gaze and closed his eyes. After a while, feeling betrayed by the whole world, he spoke with despair. Since that's the case, then I'm also withdrawing from the Merlin City Phase 2 project. You all can handle it yourselves. That won't do, Your Excellency the Count. Johnson of the Thunderbird Merchant Guild quickly interjected. For Merlin City Phase 2, the most crucial magic array construction and the Grebeto magic crystal still depend on you, Count. Count Dantes sneered and walked towards the door. I can sell you the Grebeto magic crystal for 10 billion galleons. As for the magic array construction, that's also 10 billion galleons. If you are willing to pay this amount, I will help you. If the money isn't in place, there's nothing to discuss. Bang! The Count left. The remaining members of the prominent families looked at each other, not expecting the Count to be so resolute, dropping everything at the slightest disagreement. Only the Count knew the details of the seller of the Grebeto magic crystal. They had long investigated the mysterious seller's information, but that person seemed to have appeared out of thin air, so they found nothing. As for constructing the magic array for the floating city 2 years ago, there was a possibility that the great master Nicholas Flamel could have done it, but now that he was tired of living, he chose to pass away. Thus, without the Count, no one could complete the Merlin City Phase 2 floating city project. Wang Wenhui also stood up. Everyone, I didn't expect you to actually win control of Merlin City's defense from the Count. This makes me believe that Merlin City will definitely be the safest place in the future. Therefore, as soon as Merlin City Phase 2 is completed, my family will definitely move in. 30 billion galleons are already prepared. It just depends on when you all complete the construction of the floating city. As he spoke, Wang Wenhui also arrived at the doorway. Next, you should be discussing how to construct Merlin City Phase 2, right? As a client, I won't participate, to avoid being bothered by numbers. Bang! Wang Wenhui also left. The meeting hall was silent. Everyone, what do we do? Now that the Count has withdrawn from Merlin City Phase 2, what about the funding gap? Damn it, how dare he charge 200 billion? That Grebeto magic crystal is clearly only 80-something billion. Haha, he's already withdrawing, so it's normal for him to want to make a final profit. He only made a little over 10 billion. I think his temper is already quite good. Are you suffering from senile dementia, Jefferson? The Count is charging 10 billion for constructing the magic array. This is clearly extortion. The material cost for the magic array will definitely not exceed 1 billion. Monkdu, shut up. If you can find a second person who can construct a floating city magic array, then you can speak. For something so unique, the pricing power is not in our hands. Blame yourselves for being blinded by power and infuriating the Count. If not for today's incident, the Count wouldn't even have mentioned the cost of constructing the magic array. Jefferson, don't shirk responsibility. You stand here today, you are one of us too. Old Avery buried his hands in his head. He was the one who felt wronged. He had originally refused to attend today's meeting, but he didn't dare to offend young Master Wang, that was a major financier. But he didn't expect that what was originally a small matter of just vying for Merlin City's defense authority would escalate to the Count abandoning the project. He still owed other families 300 million galleons? Oh, and 70% interest per year. If there was no resolution to today's matter, his Avery family would be finished. Everyone, shut up. Vida Rosier stood up. Everyone present was startled. They certainly knew this woman, once Grindelwald's right-hand woman, who had escaped the Ministry of Magic's sanctions due to her family's influence. Although she still looked beautiful and charming, she was already an old lady over 100 years old. Immediately, some people looked displeased. The Rosier family had a very well-known name, but in terms of true family heritage, they might not necessarily be stronger than them. Such a condescending attitude naturally made them unhappy. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility, Vida Rosier said. We need to quickly discuss how to raise 200 billion. Humph, easy for you to say. That's 200 billion galleons. While many of our families and merchant guilds can certainly raise it, it would inevitably involve selling a significant portion of stocks and real estate, which would be a severe blow. Exactly. In my opinion, we should talk to the Count again. Perhaps, for old time's sake, we can. Old time's sake. Vida Rosier scoffed. What old time's sake do you have with the Count? The old time's sake of forcing him out. She raised her voice, every word clear and distinct. Everyone. She pointed to Ollivander Avery. Mr. Avery previously issued 300 million in bonds. Although the interest is very high, compared to the profits of Merlin City Phase 2, it's not worth mentioning at all. Our families can also issue bonds to gather funds from those smaller and medium-sized families who don't have the capital to enter the game. This way, the funds for Merlin City Phase 2 will be ample. The representatives of the various families and merchant guilds immediately fell into thought. The Wang family's 30 billion was just the beginning. The total real estate revenue that Merlin City Phase 2 could generate would definitely be far higher than that amount. Although this was a gamble, it now seemed almost a guaranteed win, because they learned from young Master Wang that there were two other families in the east, roughly the same size as their family, who had always been in open and secret competition with the Wang family. If the Wang family moved into Merlin City Phase 2, those other two prominent families would definitely come rushing in, and perhaps even invest more capital to outdo the Wang family. As for why Eastern prominent families had so much wealth, does that even need to be asked? Their families have thousands of years of history. Even if they weren't good at managing finances, the wealth accumulated over thousands of years would be enough to shock the world. I think this is feasible. I also agree. Me too. Vita Rosier nodded. As the initiator, I'll state my position first. The Rosier family will issue 1 billion galleons in bonds for the construction of Merlin City Phase 2. The major families and trade guilds that had settled in Merlin City almost simultaneously issued bonds, totaling over 15 billion galleons. This shocked the entire European and American wizarding world. However, as soon as it was announced that these raised funds were for the construction of Merlin City's second phase, the floating city, followers immediately flocked. Some families, usually very low-key, also showcased their wealth to the world. Many families even went so far as to sell everything they owned to buy bonds for Merlin City's second phase. Simply because of the 70% annual return, this was far more profitable than growing vegetables on a farm or raising strange animals. Of course, the one acquiring their properties was a poor earl, whose heart had been broken by the major families of Merlin City. He lost his most profitable businesses and could only make up for it elsewhere. Alas, the earl was truly pitiful. Now that he had openly broken ties with those major families, he probably wouldn't feel comfortable buying their bonds again. But the earl was truly a man of his word, sending the Grebeto magic crystal to Merlin City, where it was collectively safeguarded by numerous families and locked away in a secret location. Once the foundational engineering was complete, the magic array could be set up, using the magic crystal's power to make the city fly. At this moment, the poor earl passed through Spandam Gate and arrived at a secret cell on the top floor of Azkaban. Long time no see, Donna Avery. The earl transformed his face, returning to Dante's appearance. In the cell, Donna Avery's hands were severed at the wrist, and her legs were severed at the knee. She was practically skin and bones, huddled in a corner of the cell. John Flint's in fury stood beside her, strictly executing the command to not let Donna die. In front of Donna was a scrawny, tiny infant, suckling on a soiled nipple. Donna herself was barely alive. If no one cared for her, this little infant would likely starve to death very quickly. However, Dante's greeting did not attract Donna's attention. Dantes frowned and waved his hand, dispelling the nauseating stench in the cell, then conjured a chair and sat down. Donna Avery, long time no see. Under the amplification of a resonant voice, the cold tone made Donna Avery, who had been staring blankly at the infant in her arms, quickly snap back to reality. She looked up and saw the young man who terrified her. Donna Avery, whose tongue had been cut out and hands and feet severed, could not speak or write, only make desperate sounds. Oh, I haven't congratulated you on your new addition yet. It's a boy. He really resembles Gilderoy Lockhart. Dante stroked his chin. By the way, I should first tell you about Mr. Lockhart's recent situation. He's doing very well. He's in France, being cared for by a romantic French lady, so you don't need to worry too much. Donna shrieked, her face contorted in a grimace. Dantes watched her quietly, then continued after a moment. Are you saying your family won't let me off? Dantes smiled. That's the main reason I came here this time. He looked at the small skylight in the cell, where there was only faint sunlight. After being filtered by the sea mist, the sunlight could only provide a small amount of light to the cell, bringing no warmth at all. Ollivander Avery is now putting all his efforts into investments. He dreams of earning 1 billion galleons for the family in 2 years. Of course, if he succeeds, he might remember you, his unfilial niece who defied his wishes, but in fact, he cannot succeed, because that is the grave I dug for him. So, Avery family will soon perish, and you. I'm sorry, no one will remember you anymore. Donna now made ho-ho sounds, like a wild beast. Dantes hadn't expected her to still have such strong lung power, even in her weakened state. Oh my, don't be angry, Miss Avery. Dantes patted his chest. You'll scare me indeed. You still have your child. He will surely not forget you. And I promise, he will live well until he is 11, and I will even send people to teach him to speak and read. Then he will receive an acceptance letter to Hogwarts like me. and finally realize that all the suffering he endured for the first 11 years was because he had a wicked mother. Tell me, when that time comes, will he hate you? Oh, by the way, I heard that Mr. Lockhart barely touched you for the first few months after you married him, so this child is from that wonderful encounter on your first meeting? Oh dear, this is terrible. Children born from love potions cannot feel love? A child with only hatred and no love, yet he remembers you so clearly. What is to be done? Donna burst into tears, excitedly banging her head against the ground. Her forehead immediately broke open, and blood streamed down. John Flint's in fury automatically carried out the command, immediately stepping forward to grab her hair and pull it back, keeping her head away from the floor. Beg me to spare you and your child. Dantes, using legilimency, frowned. His eyes began to turn blood red. Then when you came to my house and forced me and my mother, did you spare us? While she was pleading desperately, you kicked her in the stomach and slapped her several times. Dantes abruptly stood up, and a superplus version of the blasting curse shattered the sturdy walls of Azkaban castle. He then took a deep breath, restored the wall and the magic array on it, walked in front of Donna, and motioned for the inferi to press her head down so she could only see the tip of Dantes's shoe. I once had a happy home, but because of you, it's gone. So I think at least you and your family should also experience the taste of ruin and desolation. Roar? Ha! Donna struggled with all her might. Her severed arm even hit the little infant she had just set aside, making him cry loudly. What? When the child goes to Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic will know everything here. And I will be punished. Dantes burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes, as if Donna's statement was so naive, so ridiculous. Dantes's laughter, Donna's roars, and the infant's cries instantly livened up the cell. Donna Avery. A minute later, Dantes regained his composure. The Ministry of Magic 11 years from now will no longer be what it is today. Even if what happened here becomes public, no one will speak for you, and no one will hold me accountable. Because, by then, the Ministry of Magic will have become my image. Donna Avery was weeping profusely. Although her heart was full of remorse and resentment, the meaning she wanted to convey had returned to the level expected of a Miss of the Avery family. What? Are you saying that if I fail, I'm not afraid of retaliation and reckoning? Dantes shook his head. No, Donna Avery, you are wrong, I will not fail. Currently, the number of my subordinates is more than 3 times the entire wizard population of Britain, and next, the entire wizarding world of Europe and America will enter a period of intense turmoil. A major reshuffle is about to begin, and the British Ministry of Magic, without external support, cannot withstand me, especially since over 3/4 of the current Ministry of Magic employees are on Earl Dantes's side. Oh, that is to say, me. Are you saying there's still Dumbledore? Dantes smiled. What about Dumbledore? I also have Grindelwald. He waved his hand, summoning Spandam Gate. Besides, even if my revolution fails, it doesn't mean my revenge fails. Because at that time, I will come back and kill you and your child. Dantes vanished behind the door, leaving only one sentence. So, you'd better pray that I succeed, because only if I succeed, at least your child can survive. The Hebrides. The top floor of the tower of Count Dantes's castle. The Count's study. Wang Wenhui, Wang Shujing, and Jack Murray stood in front of the desk, respectfully reporting to the Count. Wang Wenhui had a look of joy on his face. Boss, that bunch of fools have already scraped together 18.1 billion. Maybe in another week, they'll have all the money. The Count smiled and looked at Wang Shujing. How is the cash flow from those big families? Wang Shujing replied. Every day, there are large amounts of galleons deposited from Europe. Besides that, there are continuous transfers from small families entering their accounts. The Count shook his head. They are really daring. Bonds without anyone backing them. If something goes wrong, they'll lose everything. Wang Shujing covered her mouth and chuckled. Isn't this exactly the result Count wanted? The Count nodded and looked at Jack Murray. Are the teleportation points in the city set up? They are all set up, Count. We can break into Merlin City at any time. The Count nodded. Very good, but bribing the guards still needs to be done. Murray tilted his head. But Count, we can open our own back door to enter Merlin City. Why do we still need to bribe the current guards? The Count looked at the Wang siblings. The brother was confused, but Wang Shujing looked like she understood. Wang Shijing, you tell them why. Yes. Wang Shijing turned to look at her foolish brother. To avoid suspicion, if Merlin City is invaded by the Fire Serpent Party without warning, everyone will suspect that the Count leaked the secrets of the Merlin City magic array to the Fire Serpent Party out of spite. But if many guards were bribed, then afterward, when investigating, it will naturally be the responsibility of those big families and the Ministry of Magic for their poor management. Wang Wenhui clapped his hands. I understand. By doing this, boss can clear his name. The Count nodded. As long as we create the fact that their guards were bought off, we can push all the responsibility for the fall of Merlin City onto the Ministry of Magic and the big families afterward. Jack. The Count looked at Jack Murray. For this operation, let the comrades of former Soviet Union origin join in too. They've been holding back for long enough. Yes, Count. Count Dantes suddenly frowned. He quickly summoned the Spandam Gate, then waved his sleeve, pushing the three into the gate. The other side of the gate was the castle's first-floor lobby. The Spandam Gate had just dissipated when a ball of fire appeared before him. An elderly man in purple robes with a phoenix perched on his shoulder stood before him. Ah! The Count spread his hands. It's Headmaster Dumbledore? Although we haven't seen each other for a while, and I'd love to see you, isn't it a bit impolite to suddenly barge into my private space? Dumbledore looked grave and said, Dana? What exactly are you trying to do now? The Count was stunned. Dumbledore knew his identity? I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Principal. You must be getting old. I am Dantes, not my little friend Dana Emrys. Dumbledore frowned. Stop acting, Dana. I know it's you. You gathered so much capital from so many families. What on earth are you trying to do? His face and physique changed rapidly. Dana shrugged. Professor, what else could I be doing? Originally, when building the floating city, I intended to give them preferential treatment. The construction of the magic array was only going to cost them the base price. But you know, they stripped me of my power in Merlin City, so naturally, I can't give them the original preferential treatment anymore. Business is business. I made an offer, they could accept it, or they could not. I don't understand why you suddenly ran over here to ask what I'm doing. Dumbledore stared intently into Dana's eyes, but he couldn't see anything. I know Vita Rosier best. She has long been in seclusion. If there wasn't something major, she wouldn't come out. And this major event. Dumbledore scanned the study, seemingly looking for something. Except for someone, I can't think of anyone else. Dana suddenly laughed, because he thought of the eye-straining things in Professor Babbling's office. Do you know, Dana? That person's thoughts are very dangerous. Dana shook his head. Professor Dumbledore, I think I should correct your statement. Ms. Vita Rosier is indeed on my side, but her coming out of seclusion was something I personally facilitated, and it has nothing to do with that certain gentleman. Dana clapped his hands. Am I right? That person. As soon as he finished speaking, the small door on the inner side of the study was pushed open. Gellert Grindelwald walked out. His figure was fit, his spirit vigorous. Except for his bald head, he was exactly the person in Dumbledore's memory. It was evident that the old man's recovery training during this period had been very effective. Gellert. Albus. Grindelwald walked 2 steps and stood beside Dana. I didn't expect you to come directly to the door. Dumbledore touched his beard unconsciously. What exactly are you trying to do? Haven't you given up on the plan for wizards to rule the world? Grindelwald shook his head. Wolves cannot accomplish anything with a pack of pet dogs. This is what Dana taught me, and it is precisely this sentence of his that convinced Vita, and of course, later persuaded me as well. And what we are doing now is to take the right to survive from the hands of those high and mighty pet dogs, for the starving wolves at the bottom who are oppressed and barely surviving. Dumbledore was suspicious. Just this. Grindelwald nodded. For now, just this. As for what to do afterward, it depends on the Muggles' view of us after we abolish the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Dumbledore shook his head. You won't succeed. If you want to rule Muggles with the power of wizards, it will definitely cause casualties. At that time, I will still stand in front of you. Grindelwald smiled. No, this time we will succeed. We will definitely succeed. Grindelwald pointed at Dana. Because I have seen this kid's future. This time, not only Dumbledore was shocked, but Dana was also shocked. This little old man saw his future? He hadn't heard him mention it before, only heard Grindelwald say, because of this kid, in the future, wizards will be able to appear in the Muggle world openly and honestly. Just like the United States and the Soviet Union before, when everyone possesses weapons that can destroy the other side, it can instead form a balance and maintain peace. Dumbledore sharply captured the phrase weapons of destruction. He immediately looked at Dana. Did this child create something amazing in the future? Since Gellert said he saw the future, he must have seen it. Gellert wouldn't lie to him. And he wouldn't deign to lie to him. If it could really let wizards and muggles live in peace. Dumbledore's gaze softened. Grindelwald understood his meaning with just one glance, and immediately showed a brilliant smile. Gellert, you are still the same as before. Ha 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 ha, compared to my self-discipline, you, who are constantly eating candy all day long, I'm afraid the figure under your robes has gone out of shape, right? Dana tugged at the corner of his mouth, cleared his throat. Ahem, the two of you haven't seen each other for decades, you must have a lot to talk about. I won't disturb you. I'll leave the castle to you two. I won't be back tonight either. Old man, whatever you want to eat later, just tell the kitchen. Grindelwald twisted his mouth, waved his hand with a smile. You brat, get lost. Crouch Manor. Barty Crouch Sr. stood by the living room window, holding a glass of red wine, his face flushed, clearly having drunk quite a bit. A young man, whose face bore a 7/10 resemblance to his, sat on the sofa, his eyes vacant, looking as if he had lost his mind. A female house elf was hunched over, her hands tucked against her chest, awaiting her master Barty Crouch Sr.'s command. The young man was indeed Barty Crouch Sr.'s son, the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., and the house elf was Winky. Alas! Barty Crouch Sr. looked at his son with complex emotions, letting out a long sigh, then waved his hand at Winky. Take this scoundrel back to the basement, then bring the guest over. Yes, master. Winky gently took Barty's arm. Little master, we are going back. With that, she vanished from the room with a pop. 3 minutes later, Winky opened the door from outside and welcomed in a tall man in a red robe, with a weathered face. Hello, Mr. Crouch, allow me to introduce myself, my name is Mr. Leonard Vanber. Barty Crouch Sr.'s face was expressionless, but his gaze unconsciously shifted to the Fire Serpent Party emblem on Mr. Vanber's chest. A golden Fire Serpent Party emblem. I've heard that the emblems within the Fire Serpent Party come in 3 colors, gold, silver, and bronze. The scum of the Fire Serpent Party usually wear bronze emblems. Only one individual wearing a silver emblem appeared among the Fire Serpent Party members who attacked Gringotts that day. I believe he was called the Captain. So, for you to wear a golden emblem, you must at least be a high-ranking member of the Fire Serpent Party, correct? Mr. Leonard Vanber smiled and shook his head. There is, and only ever will be, one person wearing a golden emblem within the Fire Serpent Party. Barty Crouch Sr.'s pupils contracted slightly, then he sneered. Mr. Vanber, coming to me in your capacity as the party leader, are you here to surrender? Vanber laughed heartily. As expected of the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you truly embody righteousness. However, catching me won't be so easy. He showed no fear whatsoever, instead casually scattering a handful of seeds. Barty Crouch Sr. was still wondering when he saw a green light flash from Vanber's left hand. The next moment, those seeds, in defiance of natural laws, rooted and sprouted on the stone floor, instantly growing into gigantic plants. Devil's Snare, Venomous Tentacula, and Chinese Chomping Cabbage. The Chinese Chomping Cabbage, as large as a water vat, opened its mouth, revealing a set of bright white teeth, almost as dazzling as Lockhart's, which truly startled Barty Crouch Sr. Chinese Chomping Cabbage has been banned from cultivation, you. Vanber looked at Barty Crouch Sr. with a playful expression. Mr. Crouch, do you truly think of me as some law-abiding good person? Barty Crouch Sr. was speechless. He had been foolish. The man before him was not an opponent he could handle alone. His special magic, which allowed plants to grow rapidly without soil, was enough to tear him to shreds. After a long moment, he asked, Mr. Vanber isn't here to kill me, otherwise I'd already be dead. So, what exactly do you want from me? Mr. Leonard Vanber smiled. That's better. Isn't it more pleasant for us to have a good chat than to be at loggerheads? Mr. Crouch, why don't we sit down and talk slowly? Barty Crouch Sr. looked at the room filled with Devil's Snare and the tables, chairs, and sofa that had been crushed into fragments, the muscles around his eyes twitching uncontrollably. You, make yourself at home. Barty Crouch Sr. pulled out his wand and transfigured a chair leg at his feet into a chair, still holding his red wine glass, and sat down with a straight back. Don't assume that because Barty Crouch Sr. failed in political struggles, he had lost all influence. In reality, he was still one of the most prominent high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, and also the head of the Crouch family, one of the Sacred 28. A side note, Barty Crouch Sr. also bought the bonds issued by Old Avery, and for the Merlin City Phase 2 bonds recently issued by various prominent families. He even sold off most of his assets to purchase them, retaining only a few core industries. It cannot be said that he was foolish, rather, the entire British wizarding world was madly pursuing the Merlin City Phase 2 bonds. If he did not follow suit, he would be considered unenterprising and would certainly be criticized by his family members. Of course, the one who acquired his family's assets, besides a certain earl, was none other than him. Mr. Leonard Vanber smiled and sat down in mid-air, and immediately, the devil's snare obsequiously extended its tendrils, quickly forming a comfortable sofa. All right, can you tell me your purpose now? Barty Crouch Sr. asked. Vanber crossed his hands over his abdomen. Mr. Crouch is in a hurry. Don't rush, we have plenty of time. Barty Crouch Sr. shook his head. Although I'm off today, ever since Merlin City was built, many wizards from other countries visit me at all hours. Someone might even be waiting at my door right now. No one will visit you today, Mr. Crouch, Vanber said with a smile. They wouldn't dare. Crouch was still puzzled when he heard a pop, and the house elf Winky appeared in the room, shouting in panic. Master, it's bad. A large group of wizards in red robes have stormed into our manor, ransacking everything. Crouch was furious, pointing his finger at Vanber. You. Calm down, Mr. Crouch. Vanber was very composed. My subordinates won't take a single thread from you, because after today, you will be our important partner. What they are doing now is merely putting on a show for others, you see. Tomorrow's The Daily Prophet will publish news of the Crouch family being robbed by the Fire Serpent Party. This way, others won't suspect your close relationship with us, don't you agree? Nonsense. Barty Crouch Sr. roared. Who would be partners with a criminal leader like you? Vanber looked surprised, shrugging his shoulders. Did I get it wrong? Does Mr. Barty Crouch not want to be Minister for Magic? Damn it, those idiots in the Intelligence Department. Barty Crouch Sr.'s anger came quickly and went just as quickly. Minister for Magic. Yes, Earl Dantes is no longer in charge of Merlin City's defenses, and I don't believe the current Merlin City can withstand our Fire Serpent Party. And when we plunder Merlin City, what kind of criticism will the British Ministry of Magic, currently responsible for coordinating all of Merlin City's defenses, face? And will Minister Cornelius Fudge still be able to remain on his throne? If you, Mr. Crouch, perform exceptionally during our attack on Merlin City, protecting, well, say, a district, then after Cornelius Fudge steps down, won't you have a chance to take his place? And if you become minister, we can cooperate on a deeper level. We can even assist you in adding to your political achievements, making your position more secure. Crouch's eyes narrowed. His inner sense of justice would not allow him to collude with the criminals before him. But, Minister for Magic. That was his lifelong pursuit. Perhaps, he could pretend to comply, and after taking office, unite with Earl Dantes to completely eradicate the Fire Serpent Party? You speak very well, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. What do I need to pay? Vanber smiled, a very open smile, his face covered in wrinkles and scars looking quite terrifying. You only need to give us the Ministry of Magic's defense map for Merlin City as Mr. Crouch, who is responsible for liaising with those prominent families and merchant guilds in Merlin City. Obtaining the defense map should be a very simple matter, shouldn't it? No? You're asking me to steal the defense map? If I'm discovered, I'm completely finished. Vanber shook his head. That's an opportunity to immediately climb to the position of Minister for Magic, you know. Barty Crouch Sr.'s expression froze. Then he put down his wine glass and sat back down. Cornelius Fudge was inspecting a bustling construction site outside Merlin City. He felt great now. The Ministry of Magic Development Foundation continuously provided funds to the British Ministry of Magic, making the Ministry of Magic the best-treated ministry in centuries. He imagined the employees must be immensely grateful to him, and gaining command of Merlin City's defenses was an unexpected bonus. One had to know that this place was home to well-known, top-tier families and guilds from all over the world. The British Ministry of Magic being able to cooperate with them was truly a stroke of immense luck. Therefore, Fudge was very invested in Merlin City Phase 2, inspecting it every few days. If these prominent families and guilds, seeing his dedication, could allocate a piece of land on Merlin City Phase II's floating city for a new Ministry of Magic base, that would be even better. Merlin City Phase 2 was still under construction on the ground. Although the Grebeto magic crystal had been stored, and Count Dantes could engrave the magic arrays at any time, they still had to wait until Phase 2 was fully built on the ground before proceeding to the next step. Wizard workers from all over the world were working with extremely high efficiency. To be honest, if these people went to the Muggle world, with their exquisite civil engineering skills, they might live much better than in the wizarding world. Fudge looked at the workers, stroking his chin. These workers were almost all the Count's people. Speaking of Count Dantes, Fudge thought this wealthy man was a bit foolish. He had been bullied to this extent, yet he was still contributing to Merlin City. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to provide people. Even the magic arrays and magic crystals, their prices should at least double. However, he then thought that it was fortunate the Count was a good person. Otherwise, if his Ministry of Magic had now seized the power over Merlin City that originally belonged to the Count, wouldn't the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation go on strike? After all, the establishment of the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation was merely because he, Cornelius Fudge, had helped the Count with a trivial favor. Fudge suddenly looked up. No, these thoughts were wrong. The Count was now the honorary Deputy Minister of Magic. He should contribute to the British Ministry of Magic. You're doing great, keep up the good work, and strive for early completion, Fudge said to the workers, then walked towards Merlin City. He wanted to have a drink at the new Leaky Cauldron bar, eat lunch, and then return to the ministry. But he completely failed to notice the workers' contemptuous and pitying glances. Fudge was feasting in the private room. The dishes at the new Leaky Cauldron bar were very similar to those at the Count's banquets, probably because the Count's recipes had spread. Fudge stuffed a piece of meat he didn't recognize into his mouth, and a fragrant taste immediately filled his palate. He quickly took a sip of butterbeer, doubling the rich flavor. Comfortable. Fudge felt his future was bright, with a wonderful second half of his life beckoning to him. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out on the street. Fudge frowned, stood up, and walked to the window. He saw some chaos on the street, pedestrians running wildly, and carriages out of control, blocking the main road haphazardly. How is Scrimgeour managing things? He cursed inwardly. Scrimgeour's incompetence would also label him as incompetent in the eyes of those important figures. Fudge didn't bother to continue eating. He walked out of the private room and headed towards the bar entrance. Bang! The door was knocked open, and a hit wizard rushed in frantically. Fudge recognized this hit wizard. He must have joined the Ministry of Magic at the beginning of this year, seemingly named Maoli or Maori. What are you panicking about? This is Merlin City. Is there anything worth you being so alarmed about? Fudge put on his minister's demeanor. He used a pose he felt best conveyed his authority, and his eyes also glanced at the other guests in the bar, hoping they would praise his composure in a crisis. Minister, something terrible has happened. What is it? The Fire Serpent party is here. There was a gasp throughout the bar, and Fudge, too, involuntarily felt his legs weaken, managing to steady himself by holding onto a nearby table. Then go defend? Why are you running here? Maori/Maoli spoke extremely fast. The Fire Serpent party suddenly appeared simultaneously in various parts of the city, precisely attacking our stationed guards. It happened so suddenly that we didn't have time to react. By the time the Fire Serpent party started rampaging on the streets, most of our outposts were already unreachable. Captain Kingsley Shacklebolt is on duty today. He fired the signal to activate Merlin City's defensive magic array, but the magic array did not activate. I'm afraid the colleagues responsible for the magic array and the guards of those prominent families have all been attacked. The captain told us to disperse and inform all shops and pedestrians to return to their homes and tightly close their doors, to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle. Fudge was furious. Merlin City's entry screening is very strict now. How did so many Fire Serpent party members get in? Our deployments are confidential, so how could the Fire Serpent party precisely attack our outposts simultaneously? Fudge couldn't possibly understand why. He now only felt overwhelmed, and besides impotent rage, he couldn't do anything. Oh, right, Quickly contact Scrimgeour and have him bring people to support us. Captain Shacklebolt already contacted the ministry at the first opportunity, but Merlin City's flu network has been artificially cut off, and it will take some time for a cat owl to fly to the ministry. Then what should we do? What should we do? Mr. Minister, I think you should find a place to hide first. Otherwise, if you are captured by the Fire Serpent Party as a hostage, we will be very passive. Yes, yes, yes. Fudge completely agreed with this suggestion. He hurriedly ran to the bar counter and shouted to Hannah's mother, "Do you have any place here where someone can hide?" Hannah's mother paused, then walked out from behind the bar, leading Fudge towards the bar's back kitchen. "I have a food storage cellar here. Mr. Minister can hide there." Ollivander Avery was having lunch in his grand residence in Merlin City. Merlin City started construction as scheduled, and Count did not hold them back on the magic crystals and the project. Alas, what a good person he was. Old Avery wrote several letters to Count, stating that he had not participated in the matter of stripping the Count of Merlin City's defense rights, hoping the Count would not blame him. However, the Count did not reply to a single letter, so he must still be angry. Fortunately, he was now aligned with so many prominent families, so even if the Count held a grudge, he shouldn't do anything to him. But just in case, besides the 150 million galleons already paid for the Grebeto magic crystal, he took out the remaining 150 million galleons and hid them in the mansion. Not only him, but other prominent families also did this. Because they had fallen out with the Count, they dared not keep their money in the Count's bank. British Gringotts existed in name only, and the Goblin Elder Council from Europe had not yet sent anyone to take over, so everyone now felt that the safest place to hide money was in their own homes. Anyway, Merlin City was the safest place, so hiding money in the bank or at home made little difference, although they would lose a little interest. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Old Avery mumbled, "Isn't this a high-end residential area? Why is it not quiet at all? Next time, I'll have someone add some soundproofing charms to the house." Bang! The door was kicked open. Old Avery's face showed shock. He didn't expect anyone to dare to intrude into his room so rudely. His hand, reaching for his wand holster at his waist, froze there, because he saw clearly who had burst into the room. Wizards in black robes with red trim and all red robes, all wearing Fire Serpent Party emblem masks. 7 or 8 people raised their wands at him, which made him dare not act rashly at all. Why was the Fire Serpent Party here? Where were the city guards? Old Avery didn't know where the city guards were, but he knew his home was about to be raided. The antiques passed down through generations would likely bid him farewell today. As for that 150 million galleons, he was confident that the Fire Serpent Party would never find where he hid his money, because every house in Merlin City had a treasure vault built into it from the very beginning of its construction, and that treasure vault was personally designed by the Earl. Not only was it highly concealed, but it also had a bloodline access control. Even if someone discovered the location of the vault door would never open unless a member of the family personally opened it. Perhaps it had been too long since he had contact with dark wizards as unscrupulous as Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters, so old Avery's thinking had begun to resemble that of ordinary wizards living in peaceful times. So, Imperio. The Imperio hit old Avery, and the moment he heard the spell, the old man felt a bad premonition. The next moment, he felt himself enveloped in a warm, blissful sensation that welled up from the depths of his heart. This manifested as an expression of intoxicated bliss on his face. "Take us to your treasure vault." Old Avery was obedient, leading the Fire Serpent Party members to the second-floor utility room, where a painting of a beauty bathing hung by the door. "Open the secret door." Old Avery extended his palm and pressed it against the beauty's chest in the painting. The beauty panicked, screaming as she scurried behind a screen next to the bathtub in the painting. As the beauty disappeared into the painting, the wall surged open to both sides, revealing an iron door. Old Avery lightly tapped the door knocker, a bloodline detection light flashed, and the iron door automatically swung open with a boom. The treasure vault was very large, roughly the same size as Gringotts' standard vaults, and it was piled high with cloth bags. A Fire Serpent Party member strode forward, picked up a cloth bag, and peered into its opening. The bags were much larger than they appeared to the naked eye, filled to the brim with galleons, meaning these were all cloth bags enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Roughly estimating, There were over 100 million galleons in this treasure vault, just as the boss had predicted. Take it all. By the time the Imperio on Old Avery wore off, it was already 8 or 9 in the evening. He only felt his limbs weak and sore, because the damned Fire Serpent Party members had made him do a golden rooster stands on one leg, great eagle spreads its wings pose right at his doorstep. Can you imagine an old man maintaining this posture for 7 or 8 hours? The physical pain was secondary, and the spiritual humiliation was even less worth mentioning. Old Avery stumbled and crawled to the vault. The iron door was wide open, and the room that once held 150 million galleons was completely empty, with nothing left. No, Ollivander Avery, the head of an old pure-blood family who could even befriend Lord Voldemort and thrived in the British wizarding world, now knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It's over, completely over. This was money his Avery family had borrowed using centuries of credit. And this money was far more than what the Avery family could afford to repay now. Even if they sold their entire family, cut them up and sold their flesh, it wouldn't even make up a fraction? No, he still had a chance. As long as that Grebeto magic crystal was safe, and Merlin Phase 2 could still be built, he would still have a chance to turn things around. It would just mean that the original billions in profit would shrink to several hundred million. Yes, things aren't that bad yet. The Grebeto magic crystal is hidden very well, with so many large families involved in its security, nothing will happen to it. He dragged his almost immobile legs. Limping out of his house, he had to go to the council hall in the city center to check on the situation. Stepping out the door, he saw red lights flashing continuously in the nearby district, and in the distance, sounds of explosions, screams, and curses could be heard. Fortunately, there were no traces of the Fire Serpent Party on the street outside his door, only residents as anxious as himself. Old Avery struggled to make his way to the council hall, and he was not the only family heading there. 10 minutes later, he finally reached his destination. Old Avery felt parched, hungry, and exhausted. Outside the council hall stood a group of pale-faced wizards filled with despair. At their feet lay a dozen unconscious wizards, neatly arranged. Old Avery knew almost all of those unconscious wizards. They were all representatives of major families who had issued bonds for the Merlin Phase 2 project, and among them were many family heads. A very bad premonition surged into his heart. Old Avery approached the wizards and asked, "What happened? What's the situation now?" No one paid him any attention. Old Avery was burning with anxiety. He searched for acquaintances in the crowd and finally saw Lucius Malfoy sitting against a large pillar. "Malfoy, what exactly is going on now?" Mr. Jean-Lee Danway's eyes were vacant. Hearing someone call him, he groggily turned his head. "Mr. Avery, it's you." Lucius covered his face with both hands, rubbed them hard, then picked up his walking stick nearby and used it to stand up. It was clear he too must have suffered the torment of the golden rooster stands on one leg and great eagle spreads its wings poses. "It's over, completely over. The Grebeto magic crystal was stolen by those thugs." Lucius Malfoy had not issued bonds, but he had bought them by selling everything he had. This made his situation slightly better than Old Avery's. At least he could still hope that those big families had the financial backing to repay their debts. "How is that possible?" Old Avery shouted loudly. "Wasn't the Grebeto magic crystal protected by several major families jointly?" Malfoy's voice was low and weak, saying, "There was a traitor among us. Someone revealed the hiding place of the Grebeto magic crystal to the Fire Serpent Party." Old Avery stumbled back a few steps, feeling the world spin. 2 seconds later, he blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Another one fainted. Someone shouted loudly, "This can't go on. The Fire Serpent Party has control of the outer city's defensive magic array. We can't get out. Damn it, they've already stolen the Grebeto magic crystal. What else do they want?" Although many families' vaults were ransacked, because young Master Wang's guards arrived in time and drove the Fire Serpent Party to the outer city, perhaps because they couldn't rob all of us clean, those Fire Serpent Party members are not reconciled. What is the British Ministry of Magic doing? How are they coordinating defenses? Their Minister of Magic was found trembling in a cellar when we liberated a certain bar. Do you still expect anything from them? Alas, although the Wang family's guards are strong, the Fire Serpent Party has control of the magic array in the outer city area, so they can't break out either. I heard that the Fire Serpent Party has a large number of people. What if their reinforcements arrive? Don't panic. Our inner city also has a defensive magic array. No matter how many people they have, they can't break in. What's the use of that? The Flu network is cut off now, and the entire Merlin city is covered by an anti-apparition charm. We can't get out at all. If there are no reinforcements, we will be trapped and die here. Reinforcements? Will reinforcements be useful? You know how strong Merlin city's external defenses are, don't you? I really don't know how the Fire Serpent Party managed to seize control of the outer city's magic array. No, we have reinforcements, and they will definitely drive away the Fire Serpent Party. Who? Dantes, the Earl. We offended him so much, will he come? Whether he comes or not is one thing, but at least we need to send out a distress signal. If we don't ask for help, we'll all be finished. If we ask for help, at least there's a chance of rescue. Alas, why did we seize command of Merlin City's defenses in the first place? 10 minutes later, within Merlin City's inner city, countless cat owls flew out of various mansions. Even with the Fire Serpent Party's full interception, a few still managed to fly out of the city. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a high-ranking Auror from the British Ministry of Magic, watched speechless as members of the Fire Serpent Party and the Royal Guard hurled insults at each other across a street. Occasionally, a spell would be fired in a sneak attack, only to be neutralized by an invisible barrier in the air. Initially, when the Royal Guard joined the battle, the Fire Serpent Party retreated steadily until they reached this wide street, which divided the inner and outer city. At that point, the outer city's defensive magic array activated, and beams of red light caused many Royal Guards to vanish without a trace. The Fire Serpent Party's morale surged, and they clamored for a countercharge, but the Royal Guard, controlling their own magic array, also dispatched dozens of them. Consequently, neither side dared to advance, resulting in a standoff that had now lasted an hour and a half. Kingsley calculated the time. The cat owl he had sent out at the beginning of the Fire Serpent Party's surprise attack should have reached the Ministry of Magic by now. He wondered if Director Scrimgeour would send reinforcements. Reinforcements. Kingsley sniffed. The British Ministry of Magic had a total of 103 Aurors and 245 hit wizards. Currently, there were already 200 Aurors and hit wizards inside Merlin City. So, even if Director Scrimgeour brought all available personnel, it probably wouldn't be much help. What was worse, Kingsley saw a new group of Fire Serpent Party members appear at the end of the street opposite. From a distance, the swarming Fire Serpent Party members wore black and red wizard robes. After days of investigation, Kingsley already knew the difference between the black and red robes. Those with black robes with red trim were local British wizards, while those in red robes were wizards who had smuggled themselves into Britain from other countries. Therefore, the Fire Serpent Party was now an international criminal organization. Among the Fire Serpent Party's reinforcements, leading the way was a tall wizard who exuded a powerful aura. As they approached, the Fire Serpent Party members who had been in a standoff with the Royal Guard all bowed to that wizard. Looking at the golden badge on the wizard's chest, Kingsley understood that the real test had arrived. "I am Mr. Leonard Vanber, the leader of the Fire Serpent Party. Listen, those on the other side. If you surrender or retreat, I will not harm a single hair on your heads. But if you remain stubborn, then do not blame me for being ruthless." Immediately, a Royal Guard captain shouted back in broken English, "You're dreaming? We will not retreat a single step." Mr. Leonard Vanber sighed and shook his head. "Your wages are only a few dozen galleons. Why risk your lives?" He threw out a cloth bag, which flew over the heads of the Royal Guard and the Aurors, scattering countless seeds from within. "Answer my call, friends who will never wither." As Vanber chanted, the seeds rooted, sprouted, and branched at an astonishing speed as soon as they hit the ground. Within a few breaths, Kingsley found that they were surrounded by a large number of plants. Devil's Snare's thick tentacles coiled towards everyone, but they couldn't escape because behind them were vast patches of venomous tentacula. To put it this way, if you get entangled by Devil's Snare, you might not die, but if you get touched by venomous tentacula, the mortality rate is as high as 90%. The remaining 10% survival rate has one prerequisite, that a hospital and doctors can treat you within 10 minutes. In an instant, the Royal Guard and Aurors were submerged by the overwhelming Devil's Snare. Kingsley Shacklebolt's head emerged, his body tightly entangled by the Devil's Snare, unable to move. It was very tight, but harmless. Mr. Leonard Vanber led the Fire Serpent party leisurely across the street that symbolized the division between the inner and outer city, and loudly commanded, "Magic Array Disassembly Team, quickly seize control of the inner city's magic array. Everyone else, follow me. Let's loosen up the bones of those pureblood sirs who haven't been thoroughly scraped clean." Yes. Kingsley wondered if it was his imagination, but the criminal leader named Mr. Leonard Vanber seemed to glance at him sideways. However, Kingsley quickly lost the inclination to pay attention to the already distant Vanber. Fire Serpent party members marched in orderly steps, passing in front of Kingsley. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The long line of the Fire Serpent party marched in front of Kingsley for a full 8 minutes. This was a formation of 6 or 7 people abreast. Damn it, just how many people did the Fire Serpent party have? In front of the Merlin City Central Council Hall. Oh no, oh no, the Fire Serpent party has broken into the inner city. What? Where's the Royal Guard? The leader of the Fire Serpent party has arrived? With just one move, the Royal Guard and Aurors were completely wiped out. Impossible? Not even the Dark Lord has that kind of power. Nothing is impossible. They'll be here any minute? What should we do? How about we all gather together? Maybe we can hold out until Earl Dantes arrives as reinforcement. No, I'm going to hide in my family's cellar. You have no idea how many people the Fire Serpent party has? There's no way we can last even a minute. Why isn't the Earl here yet? Why isn't he here? He has so many properties in Merlin City. Shouldn't he live in Merlin City? Run, or it'll be too late. Old Avery woke up again in the early hours of the morning. He struggled to sit up, looking around blankly. There were a dozen others lying with him, a few missing from the array on the ground, presumably having woken up and left earlier. What exactly happened? As his memory slowly cleared, Ollivander Avery couldn't help but clutch the robe over his left chest. Oh my God! Everything was gone. He staggered towards his own residence, hoping that everything happening now was just a nightmare. Someone on the roadside was talking loudly, and old Avery unconsciously shifted his attention. Confused, he was like a drowning man, wanting to grab onto anything that passed him by. Hurry to the city wall. Earl Dantes has already driven the Fire Serpent party to the city gates. Control of the magic array has also been retaken by the Earl's people. Let's go, let's go. Maybe Earl Dantes can recover our stolen money? If he can recover it, I'd even be willing to give him half as thanks. Old Avery's eyes lit up. The Earl had arrived. He felt like he wouldn't drown anymore. Old Avery ran towards the city wall. Although he had been unconscious for several hours, which gave him a headache, this was likely a cold. It was precisely because of those few hours that his stamina had recovered somewhat, and his obsession with recovering his property made this 78-year-old man run with surprising vigor. The Fire Serpent party had already been driven out of Merlin City, and Merlin City's defensive magic array was back under Merlin City's control. Old Avery heard cheers from the city wall. He immediately climbed up in 3 steps, his numb feet causing him to stumble several times, knocking out his front teeth, his mouth now full of blood. But he couldn't care less about that now. Arriving on the city wall, he saw that it was already packed with people. People were shouting the Earl's name, cheering joyfully. Old Avery looked out. He saw dense, giant plants writhing on the plains outside Merlin City. Although the traces of the Fire Serpent party members were unclear, the huge figures in the air under the bright moonlight were perfectly clear. Hebridean black dragon. Hundreds of black dragons. On the back of the largest black dragon, there seemed to be a person sitting. Old Avery knew that it must be Earl Dantes. In his knowledge, the only wizard capable of such a feat was the Earl. If he remembered correctly, that largest black dragon had an interesting name. Big Butt. Big Butt spat out scorching dragon's breath, which was magnified several times over by the magic array constructed by the Earl in the air. Vast patches of the numerous giant plants on the plain were instantly incinerated. Perhaps the Earl found the black dragon's clearing too slow, so he raised his right hand. Purple lightning gathered in his hand, and a few seconds later, a bolt of electricity that illuminated the entire Merlin City struck the ground, blasting a large hole. The magic wasn't over yet. From that large hole, countless electric snakes surged out, covering the entire battlefield with lightning speed. Many electric snakes pierced through the plant clusters, even striking the city wall and colliding with the shield, emitting loud sizzling sounds. It was this single move that caused the venomous tentacula and devil's snare, which could potentially attack the giant dragons in the air, to weaken. The next moment, the dragon group swooped down, and hundreds of dragon breaths began to scour the ground. With just 2 swoops, the rampant giant plants turned into charcoal. Big Butt carried the Earl towards the central platform of Merlin City, and Merlin City's defensive shield opened a gap for the Earl. As the black dragon flew over the heads of the people on the city wall, everyone cheered loudly from the bottom of their hearts. The Earl's voice came from the air. All those in charge of city defense, come to the Central Council Hall. His tone was cold, carrying a hint of anger, but to old Avery, it sounded like heavenly music. Regardless of whether his money was recovered, the Earl had arrived, and he was saved. On the high-altitude platform in the center of Merlin City, this place was usually off-limits, except for a few sacred ceremonies in the past. After all, this pillar was the safety guarantee for the future Merlin City Phase 2 floating city. The Earl chose this place to meet the representatives because the Black Dragon was too large. Besides parking here, no other place was suitable. The Earl remained on the dragon's back, showing no intention of dismounting, exuding an air of do not approach strangers. Soon, the most influential people in Merlin City gathered here, the same group who had previously vied for defense authority. However, at this moment, they were all dejected, not even daring to glance at the Earl. They answered the Earl's summons now only because they harbored the fantasy that the Earl would reclaim the stolen assets. Everyone is here. The Earl still had no intention of dismounting from the dragon. I handed Merlin City over to you for management, and this is how you manage it. The anger in the Earl's tone was evident to everyone, completely different from his previous amiable impression. Someone under us betrayed us, who could have foreseen such a thing? The Earl pointed a finger, and a faint bolt of lightning struck the person who spoke, causing him to tremble and collapse to the ground. Excuses. The Earl roared. These are all excuses for your own incompetence. Don't you know why your subordinates would betray you for a little petty gain? Everyone looked in horror at the unfortunate person convulsing on the ground. No one dared to speak. I'm telling you, because of your foolishness and negligence, 5 billion galleons were stolen from the Merlin City Central Bank vault. I need an explanation from you. Everyone exchanged glances. Lucius Malfoy, relying on his best relationship with the Earl, cautiously asked. Earl, the Grebeto magic crystal and the galleons stolen from each family, couldn't they be recovered? Recovered? The Earl laughed in extreme anger. When I arrived, there were only some foreign wizards in Fire Serpent Party red robes looting the city. The local wizards in black robes had already evacuated. What was I supposed to pursue them with? They left so many enhanced magical plants outside the city, precisely to hinder me and other reinforcements. If Mr. Barty Crouch hadn't risked punishment to help my attendant open the Ministry of Magic's special passage to Merlin City, I would still be outside the city deciphering the defensive magic array. At these words, at least more than half of the representatives present collapsed, and Ollivander Avery was among them. It's over, completely over. Earl Dantes, what about the Merlin City Phase 2 project? What about it? The Earl looked over with cold eyes. Do you have Grebeto magic crystals? Do you still have galleons to hire me to engrave magic arrays? Without these, what Merlin City Phase 2 are you building? Silence. The entire aerial platform was utterly silent. Earl Dantes glanced at them. Now, you families responsible for Merlin City's defense should seriously consider how to compensate me for my losses and the losses of the many Merlin City residents in this catastrophe. If you cannot satisfy me, I don't mind taking the Black Dragons to your hometowns to collect debts. The Earl gently patted Big Butt's back, and Big Butt immediately spread his wings, preparing for takeoff. From now on, my attendant will retake over Merlin City's defense. I must have been out of my mind before, to think that you group of good-for-nothings could ensure the peace of Merlin City. Big Butt flapped his wings, and the immense wind pressure forced the closest individuals to retreat repeatedly. Old Avery, somehow finding strength, pushed through the crowd and rushed forward against the strong wind. Earl Dantes, we are old acquaintances. Can you help me? If you don't help me, I'm finished. Big Butt had already taken flight, and the Earl's words drifted down from the sky. Olimbos, come see me at my castle later. The black dragon flew away. A cold wind whistled across the high-altitude platform, mirroring the hearts of these great families and trade representatives. What now? If it were merely a lost investment, though crippling, they could recover in a century. However, The current problem was that all the money they invested came from selling bonds, meaning it was all borrowed. Now, according to the Earl, they were also to be held accountable for the 5 billion galleon loss to the central bank due to Merlin City being lost. This was simply adding insult to injury. Before entering Merlin City, although they had substantial foundations, the largest transaction amount they could handle was only a few 100,000 galleons. Their billions in assets had been accumulated little by little over many years. Right, and the Wang family. Yes, let's find young Master Wang. He hasn't paid for Merlin City Phase 2 yet. We can ask him for an advance payment. Excellent. As long as we can get 10 billion galleons, we can beg the Earl to find another Grebeto magic crystal. We can then ask the Earl for credit for engraving the magic array, promising him high interest. He surely won't refuse. Brilliant. As long as Merlin City Phase 2 is built and attracts the ancient families from the east, we can easily repay the Earl's 5 billion galleons. Quick, quick, quick. Go quickly and invite young Master Wang to discuss. Old Avery, disregarding the bloody taste in his mouth and his stiff limbs, volunteered and ran towards the portal at the bottom of the teleportation network. I'll go find young Master Wang. Old Avery limped, having finally found a lifeline, and he felt he absolutely had to grasp it. But then someone suddenly teleported up from the portal. Old Avery recognized him. It was a young man from Italy's Uridin family, usually the most agile-minded. This is bad. Young Uridin shouted. Young Master Wang Wenhui has left Merlin City with his remaining guards. What? Where did he go? It seems like he went to the Ministry of Magic. What is he doing at the Ministry of Magic? He's not trying to leave Britain, is he? No, we can't let him leave. Quickly find someone to stop him at the Ministry of Magic. We'll go find him shortly. However, when their people arrived at the Ministry of Magic, the news they received was that Mr. Wang had already returned to the east with his people. Hebrides. The courtyard of Dentis Castle on Colinzi Island. Earl Dantes watched the Wang family guards continuously emerging from the Spandam Gate, a satisfied smile on his face. Wang Wenhui subserviently asked, Boss, this time we've tricked all those noble lords. What should we do next? Are we going to conquer the European and American wizarding world? All their assets are with us, and we have so many people, sweeping them away would be effortless. This way, boss, you will become the most powerful person in the entire wizarding world. The Earl rolled his eyes at him. We will control the British wizarding world, so that our comrades and compatriots can all live good lives. As for other places, others will naturally take care of them. You must remember not to be too greedy. Greed will make you lose judgment. Greed will make you perish. Understood, boss. Wang Wenhui was just saying it. He actually didn't have much ambition. If the Earl wanted the whole world, he would help the Earl get the whole world. If the Earl wanted to settle for Britain, he didn't care. His life now was already infinitely better than before. However, Wang Wenhui's words did make the Earl wary. There must be quite a few party members with such thoughts, so ideological work absolutely could not be neglected. Should he initiate a rectification campaign? While he was contemplating, an attendant ran over. Earl Dantes, Ollivander Avery is visiting. Should I take him to the reception room? Oh, the Earl smiled. No need. Take him directly to the first floor hall. We won't be talking for long anyway. Earl Dantes, you must save me. Old Avery looked sorrowful, completely unfazed by the Earl's slight. If you don't save me, then I and my family will be completely ruined. Earl Dantes tilted his head slightly. Mr. Avery, is your family's ruin related to me? Did I put you in such a predicament? When you chose to coerce me with those great families, you should have considered that you might completely offend me. So isn't all of this your own doing? Old Avery shook his head repeatedly. I was forced, Earl Dantes. Please? I regret it terribly now. Please, just this once, help me again, considering how I've always followed your lead. The Earl sighed. Olimbos, it's not that I don't want to help you. You should know that my bank has just been raided by the Fire Serpent Party, and it's very likely to face a run on deposits from numerous account holders. Panic-stricken account holders won't care about such things. Therefore, my funds need to be prepared for the impending large-scale withdrawal wave, so I really can't help you with your bond issue. Old Avery felt like he instantly aged 10 years, like a person already in their coffin, his face ashen. He understood that the Earl had also suffered immense losses in this Fire Serpent Party attack. However, I do have a suggestion, which you might want to hear. The Earl's words made old Avery pause, then his face lit up with joy. Do you have another good idea? The Earl nodded. I think you could go to another place where no one knows you and start fresh. I can acquire your family's existing properties at market price. You take that money and go far away, at least you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. I remember you have a grandson, I believe his name is Guy Avery, and he seems to be overseas now. With this money, as long as you find him, you can ensure the Avery family continues. Perhaps in a few decades or 100 years, you can even return to Britain. By then, your creditors might no longer exist. Old Avery sighed deeply. I can't find my grandson anymore. Before, I wrote to him, telling him the Ministry of Magic had deemed him innocent and he could return to the country anytime, but he wrote back saying he wouldn't return for now. But since then, I haven't been able to contact him again. The Earl nodded. That's fine too. Once you leave Britain, you'll have plenty of time to slowly look for him. Right now, the most crucial thing is to quickly get rid of your creditors. Isn't that right? The Earl's words were always so convincing. Old Avery unconsciously felt that the Earl was right. Yes, you are absolutely right. As long as I sell the remaining properties of the Avery family and escape abroad, I can start over. The more he thought about it, the more right it seemed. Yes, only Guy is my true flesh and blood. Why should I care about other family members? His eyes gradually brightened. Earl Dantes, I agree to sell the properties to you. When can we make the transaction? These past few days, Merlin City has been in utter chaos. The run on the bank that the Earl predicted indeed happened. However, the Earl seemed to handle it with ease, which gave everyone a completely new understanding of his financial power. But then again, he only lost 5 billion galleons. He must have kept the profits from Merlin City phase I in the safest place he could think of. However, compared to the Earl's effortless handling, other prominent families and merchant guilds were in a state of disarray. Merlin City Phase 2 was shelved, and the biggest investors fled. Using Merlin City is no longer safe as an excuse. The smaller families who had purchased bonds came knocking, demanding an explanation. It wasn't easy for them. The money they used to buy bonds was accumulated by selling off their family assets, practically everything they had. But was it that the prominent families didn't want to repay the money? They couldn't repay it. If they had the money, they would have repaid it immediately to cut their losses. After all, the bonds they issued had an annual interest rate of 70%. Taking the Thunderbird Merchant Guild as an example, they issued 400 million in bonds, which meant they had to pay 280 million in interest annually, breaking down to nearly 770,000 galleons every single day. 770,000. That was already the entire fortune of several small families. If they didn't want to pay this, then there were only two paths left for them: default or flee. When it rains, it pours. At this very moment, Earl Dantes, citing the 5 billion in compensation, began to forcibly reclaim the properties of these prominent families and merchant guilds in Merlin City. However, the valuation of these properties was not high. The reason Merlin City's property prices were previously inflated was precisely due to the entry of these prominent families and large merchant guilds, which caused Merlin City's commercial value to skyrocket. But now, they could barely protect themselves, and for the Earl to reclaim the properties at their original price to offset debts, that was clearly unrealistic. As for giving Merlin City's properties to the families who bought the bonds to offset debts, don't be ridiculous. Even if you were willing to give them, those families wouldn't dare to accept them. Do you really think the black dragons flying freely in the skies above Merlin City these days are performing for you? Besides, other people's debts might be defaulted on, but the Earl's debts cannot be. The Earl's performance outside Merlin City that day was truly awe-inspiring. Now, some people are even saying that Earl Dantes might be even more powerful than Dumbledore. In the wizarding world, strength is still the most important thing. Before you flip the table, you'd best think carefully. In this general environment, when old Avery sold his family assets under the pretext of repaying debts, he sold the Merlin City mansion and shops, which he had bought for a high price, to Earl Dantes at a practically dirt cheap price. Anyway, he was going to abscond with the money, so who cared about this? After the Fire Serpent Party's raid, everyone's lives became difficult. But there were exceptions. For example, Barty Crouch Sr. This former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement resolutely participated in the defense when the Fire Serpent Party attacked Merlin City, but he was outnumbered and knocked unconscious by several thugs. Later, upon regaining consciousness, he immediately opened the Ministry of Magic to Merlin City passage for Earl Dantes, minimizing the losses. As a result, he received unanimous praise from inside and outside the Ministry of Magic. He seemed to have regained the prestige he had 10 years ago. In contrast, Cornelius Fudge was much more miserable. During the Fire Serpent Party's attack, he hid in the cellar of the new Leaky Cauldron bar, practically shaming the British Ministry of Magic. Moreover, as the primary person responsible for Merlin City's defense coordination, the heavily damaged prominent families all demanded an explanation from Fudge. Barty Crouch Sr. stepped forward at this time. He publicly stated that Cornelius Fudge was no longer suitable to remain in the position of Minister for Magic, and the Ministry of Magic should let someone more responsible and capable take the helm. His voice was accepted by many, and so Fudge was impeached. However, although Cornelius Fudge was incompetent, he had not committed any major mistakes these past years, so this impeachment might not succeed. It wasn't until Ollivander Avery absconded abroad with all the galleons obtained from selling the last of his family's assets that angry Avery family members stormed into the old Avery residence, ransacking it and discovering several letters. Among them was a letter Fudge had sent to old Avery, discussing how to have Dana Emery's take Guy Avery's place in prison. This was something old Avery had kept for a rainy day, but it became the most powerful weapon for Fudge's downfall. The Avery family members certainly had no grudge against Fudge, but they were short on money. So, this letter was sold to Rita Skeeter for 5 galleons. Thus, a report that combined literary quality, gossip, and truthfulness was produced. Generally speaking, trying to find truthfulness in Miss Skeeter's articles is almost a pipe dream, but this time, along with the article, Fudge's handwritten letter was also published. And so, Cornelius Fudge was finished. He could no longer be minister, and he even faced trial. Although it wasn't a major crime, just bribery and obstruction of justice, Fudge didn't want to pay a single galleon of the compensation for the victim, Dana Emery's. So he came to the Merlin City Central Bank and quietly found Wang Shijing, hoping that she, out of their past mutually beneficial relationship, would let him withdraw all the money he had deposited in the bank. Yes, he was going to flee. If old Avery, that old scoundrel, could run, then he, Cornelius Fudge, could run too. It was just a pity that he had only just gotten involved with Dolores Umbridge and hadn't enjoyed it for a few days before he had to flee to the ends of the earth. Mr. Fudge, I understand what you mean. Wang Shijing was still wearing her elegant cheongsam. Looking at the disheveled Fudge before her, her heart was filled with admiration for the Earl's brilliant foresight. Suppressing the joy in her heart, she said coldly, as she usually did. Let me confirm. You want to withdraw all of your 70,000 in deposits, and it must be done quickly, so you don't even want the interest, is that correct? Yes, Miss Wang. Fudge forced an ugly smile. Can you do it as quickly as possible? Of course, Mr. Fudge, we will be very quick. She revealed a slight smile. Just now, you have already received your money and left this bank. Huh. Fudge looked bewildered. But then he saw Wang Shijing pull out her wand and lightly tap a white wall on the left side of the office. Light and shadow images appeared on the white wall, showing countless street scenes within Merlin City. Wang Shijing flicked her wand rapidly, and one of the countless scenes was magnified. Fudge's pupils constricted, because in that image, a person identical to him was carrying a suitcase and hurrying towards the city outskirts. Look, Mr. Fudge, isn't that you? Fudge uttered an ah, not understanding what Wang Shijing meant, but the next moment, a group of people appeared in the image and stopped Fudge. They snatched the suitcase. Fudge tried to resist, but he was manipulated by those people, who used the magic array on a nearby lamp post to shoot a red light, which eliminated Fudge. Wang Shijing sighed. Oh dear, although the Earl has regained defense authority, he hasn't had time to change the control password for the defensive magic array. These people must be from those prominent families, cruelly killing the former Minister for Magic to vent their anger. Tisk tisk tisk, I really should urge the Earl to quickly change the password. Such tragedies cannot happen again. Fudge sprang to his feet and pulled out his wand. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm Earl's personal version. Wang Shijing was already not weak, and after these years under the Earl, she had improved considerably, at least faster and more agile than Cornelius Fudge. The red light hit Fudge, and Fudge's wand spun and landed in Wang Shijing's hand. You. Fudge took 2 steps back, asking nervously. I have no grudge against you, why are you doing this? No grudge. Wang Shijing sneered and opened a hidden door inside the office. Then she pushed a wheelchair out from the hidden door. In the wheelchair sat a man who was disoriented and drooling. Cornelius Fudge, do you still recognize this person? Although the person in the wheelchair looked dazed and foolish, he was clearly well cared for, with a clean face and a neatly shaved beard. This is. Fudge felt that the person looked somewhat familiar. A few seconds later. Huo Jin Riches. A chill rose from Cornelius Fudge's feet. He, of course, knew Huo Jin Riches. This former Ministry of Magic employee, who had received Dana Emery's mother a few years ago, began to confirm whether the wrong person had truly been imprisoned. As a result, to prevent his own dirty deeds from being discovered, Cornelius Fudge threatened Barty Crouch to dispatch Aurors and hit wizards, forcibly erasing Huo Jin Riches' memory under the pretext that he had peeked at confidential Ministry of Magic documents. Looking at the dazed Huo Jin Riches in front of him, Cornelius Fudge sharply turned to look at Wang Shijing. Who are you to him? Who am I to him? I am his wife. Tears streamed down Wang Shijing's face. If we hadn't met the Count, he and I would have been ruined long ago. Huo Jin might have died, and she might have fallen into depravity. The Count. Cornelius Fudge was momentarily stunned. If Count Dantes knew how you treated me, he wouldn't let you off? I'm his best partner, and I even made him the honorary Deputy Minister of Magic. Wang Shijing, while shedding tears, let out a sneer. Whether the Count will be angry or not, you can go ask him yourself. As she spoke, Wang Shijing lightly tapped the corner of the desk. The next moment, a red light shot out from the ceiling, directly hitting Cornelius Fudge. Ah! After a scream, Cornelius Fudge vanished from the office. Cornelius Fudge opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. They were glowing red. Had he not died completely? He looked at the light source in the room. It was sunlight filtering through an ancient stone window. The light was a bit dazzling, causing him to squint slightly. Isn't this Mr. Cornelius Fudge? Good afternoon. Cornelius Fudge's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked in the direction of the voice, seeing a person sitting in the corner of the room, only their lower body visible, their upper body hidden in shadow. Your Excellency, the Count. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, Cornelius Fudge still recognized the voice. It is I, and it is not I. Count Dantes stood up and walked into the light. Ah, Your Excellency, the Count, your subordinate Wang Shijing is truly too outrageous, she. Cornelius Fudge's words were cut short because Count Dantes rapidly shrunk, transforming into a 10-year-old boy with emerald eyes. Dana Emery's. Cornelius Fudge rubbed his eyes hard. That's right, it was indeed Dana Emery's, who had risen to fame in the Quidditch world, the Dana Emery's who was called a once-in-a-millennium genius? How is it you? Why wouldn't it be me? Dana laughed. Could it be that Mr. Cornelius Fudge doesn't know why I'm here? Cornelius Fudge swallowed. He was scared. He, of course, knew about Dana Emery's predicament. He had personally orchestrated it. Today, he first encountered Huo Jin Riches, then Dana Emery's. If he still didn't understand what the other party meant, then he was truly foolish to the extreme. Oh, Dana, I think you must have misunderstood. He tried hard to put on a fawning smile, but the violently trembling muscles in his face made his expression grotesque and eerie. It wasn't me who locked you in Azkaban back then, it was Crouch. Yes, it was Barty Crouch who locked you up. Dana sneered. I will deal with Barty Crouch myself, but today is your day of atonement. No, 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 I said, that matter has nothing to do with me. At that time, I had no power or influence, and absolutely no ability to interfere with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's affairs. But you knew that Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater, and I think that in order to become Minister of Magic, Barty Crouch Sr. wouldn't want you to reveal that secret. Of course, he later did something for you, and you still made his secret public. You see, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, I know all the rotten things you've done. By the way, Barty Crouch told me all these things. Of course, I spoke to him as Count Dantes at the time. Cornelius Fudge began to tremble all over. His wand had been taken by Wang Shijing. Although Dana Emery's was an underage wizard, dealing with him would be effortless. Polyjuice potion, yes, with your relationship with the Count, transforming into him would be easy. But I advise you not to be impulsive. My relationship with the Count is extraordinary. You are just a player on his team. If you harm me, what will happen? Dana smiled and transformed into Dark Dantes, completely shocking Cornelius Fudge. How did you do that? I didn't see you drink any potion. Dana snorted coldly, then reverted to his true form. There has never been a Dark Dantes, there is only Dana Emerys in this world. Cornelius Fudge felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his ears. He stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground with a thud. No, impossible, this is impossible. Dana stroked his chin. Mr. Cornelius Fudge, ever since I walked out of Azkaban and saw my mother's remains, I have always wanted to take revenge on everyone who persecuted our family. Do you know my mother? No, you don't. In your eyes, she was merely a name that could be erased at any time. But I tell you, if there is one person whose death would make me want to destroy this world, then that person must be my mother, Anna. So when I found out that you helped Ollivander Avery replace me and Guy Avery back then, do you know how hard I had to suppress my killing intent towards you? Cornelius Fudge seemed too shocked to speak, merely crawling backward, leaving a long wet trail on the floor. You are too undignified, Mr. Cornelius Fudge. Dana said. Ever since I killed Sally Avery, I realized that killing my enemies doesn't make me happy. Making my enemies wish they were dead is the only way to make them taste the pain I once suffered. Just a reminder, Donna Avery is still in Azkaban right now, Mr. Cornelius Fudge. I'm not afraid to tell you, her hands and feet are broken, her tongue is gone, she's guarded by Inferi, and she dances with Dementors every day. Am I not very merciful? You see, I don't even want to kill you all. Cornelius Fudge trembled even more violently. He crawled to the window, trying to support himself against the wall to stand up. Perhaps this window was his escape route? What should I do with you? Dana crossed his arms, tilted his head, and pondered while watching Cornelius Fudge's clumsy movements. Cornelius Fudge tried 3 times and finally stood up. His legs were too weak, simply standing almost drained all his strength. He pushed open the window. A cold sea breeze blew in. He poked his head out and saw the sea and reefs. The direct distance from this window was at least 50 yards. Jumping down would mean death. But not jumping down would mean being tortured to the point of wishing for death. Cornelius Fudge shouted, extending his body out with force, his hands reaching out. But when the strong impulse to fall from a great height arose, he became afraid and shrieked as he pulled back. He didn't want to die, he couldn't die. After all, you were once the Minister of Magic. Dana said softly. To be honest, you still have a lot of prestige. Coincidentally, my concentration camp is missing a signboard. Mr. Cornelius Fudge, why don't you be that signboard for me? I think it's just right. Cornelius Fudge turned around, looking blankly at Dana. He knew what a concentration camp was, but what was a signboard? What are you still standing there for? Lazy bones, hurry up and work. The goblin Pucci cracked his whip, lashing it hard across the back of the former Gringotts elder. The elderly goblin, wailing in pain, struggled to raise the pickaxe in his hand and swung it down at the large rock in front of him. Pucci shouted at the goblins mining nearby. What are you looking at? If you don't meet your quota today, no one gets dinner tonight. Crack. He cracked his leather whip, making a loud sound as it hit the ground. Everyone, get moving. These goblins, who were once high and mighty in Gringotts in Diagon Alley, instantly shuddered and quickened their movements. Pucci was very satisfied with their performance and smugly looked towards another mining area not far from his managed zone. There, Fire Serpent Party members were supervising a group of pure-blood wizards at work. These people had been arrested for trying to harm the Count's properties, and they deserved it. He then looked up at the highest point of the island. On a tall, upright log, hung a signboard. It was the former Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. At this moment, he had no hands or feet, and was naked, impaled by 2 huge iron nails through his shoulder blades onto the log. He occasionally shrieked with his already hoarse throat, and his wide-open mouth was missing half of its tongue. Cornelius Fudge's eyes had been gouged out, and his ears cut off. If it weren't to allow people to recognize his identity, his nose would probably not have been spared either. This former minister had been nailed here for a week, and in Pucci's opinion, the Count's idea was truly brilliant. Ever since this signboard was put up, the work efficiency of the prisoners on this island had increased by more than a third. Guy Avery climbed out of bed. After a slight stretch of his stiff body, he folded the thin blanket neatly. After washing up, He opened the empty refrigerator and stared blankly for a moment. With a sigh, Guy Avery turned back to the desk by the window and pulled open a drawer. There were still a dozen francs in the drawer, enough for him to live for 2 more days. He stuffed all the francs into his jacket pocket and left the room. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated French village, Guy Avery exhaled a puff of white air. This village only had 4 living people. Besides him, there were 3 elderly Muggle. Guy Avery dragged out the rusty bicycle leaning against the fence, swung his leg over, and cycled towards the city. Not only did he need to buy food, but he also needed to continue earning living expenses by performing magic in the bar, though from the village to the city, he still had to cycle for about 2 hours. This winter in Pessac was exceptionally cold. It hadn't even reached Christmas yet, but it had already snowed twice. Guy Avery pedaled hard on his bicycle, imagining it was a flying broom. A small dark shadow in the sky followed him all the way, landing on his handlebars when he stopped to rest. Guy Avery frowned. He now needed to avoid contact with the wizarding world as much as possible. He took the letter, released the cat owl, and pushed his bicycle into the small woods by the roadside. After repeatedly confirming no one was around, he opened the letter. My grandson, G.A. Our family is finished. Due to the rampant fire serpent party, the Merlin City project that the family invested in resulted in a total loss, accumulating debts of over 300 million galleon. I had no choice but to sell off family assets and flee Britain. Now I am in Algiers, preparing to go to Cairo. Guy, meet me in Cairo. We, grandfather and grandson, will rebuild our fortunes with the 200,000 galleon in our hands. Before, I summoned you back to Britain, but you did not return. This time, you must come to Cairo. This is a major matter concerning the survival of our Avery family. Guy, you are my only heir left. Your loving grandfather, Ollivander Avery. Guy sniffed, folded the letter, and put it into his left pocket. His fingers touched the few francs, so Guy hesitated for a moment, took the letter out, and tucked it into the inner pocket on the left side of his jacket. Should he go to Cairo to meet the old man? Guy was a bit hesitant. He thought of the previous letter he received from the old man saying he had been pardoned by the Ministry of Magic and hoping he would return to his home country, but before he could even get to the French Ministry of Magic, he received a letter from Dumbledore. The letter said that the Avery family would be targeted by an opponent and advised him not to return home yet. Dumbledore said the opponent was very wealthy, and if he returned rashly, he might encounter misfortune. Guy was a very cautious person. After receiving Dumbledore's letter, to prevent being found by the opponent, he immediately moved from the Nicolas Flamel district in Paris to this remote countryside. He decisively moved out of Paris because, with the death of Nicolas Flamel, he could no longer receive any protection in the Nicolas Flamel district. Going to Cairo seemed good too. He hadn't seen the old man in years. Although the family had fallen, from what the old man said, the Avery family would not fall. He looked towards the southeast, thinking to himself. The opponent had already brought down the Avery family, and the old man had also fled to Cairo. According to the usual practice in the wizarding world, the other party should not pursue them to the end. So, it should be safe for him to go to Cairo. Another cat owl landed, seemingly very displeased that Guy was hiding in the woods. Not only did it land directly on his head, but it also pecked him with its beak. Guy covered his head with one hand and took down the cat owl with the other. Another letter. Guy, do you remember what I told you last time about your family's opponent? It turns out that the other party is not only wealthy but also very powerful themselves, and now they have even shown powerful influence. If you are found by him, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. So please continue to hide well, do not return to Britain, and do not meet your grandfather, because I now strongly suspect your grandfather is under the other party's surveillance. Protect yourself. I will find an opportunity to resolve that person's hatred towards you. In fact, although the origin of the feud between the other party and your family is you are an unwitting party, so I think there is still room for maneuver. Enclosed with this letter is some living expense, as a small token of my regard. Albus Dumbledore. After closing the letter, it automatically burned, then condensed into a small cloth bag in the air, falling into Guy's hand. Opening the bag, it contained at least 1,000 francs. Guy put the bag away, shaking his head slightly. Dumbledore was more like his own grandfather. Guy pushed his bicycle out of the small woods and continued cycling towards Pessac. He had made up his mind to follow Dumbledore's advice and continue to hide, so that when Lord Voldemort returned in the future, he could still use his useful body to do something for the wizarding world. When Guy Avery arrived in Pessac, his legs no longer felt like his own. After buying some meat, some not-so-fresh vegetables, and a dozen hard loaves of bread that could be used as weapons at the market, he did not choose to go to the Rose and Serpent Bar but found a decent restaurant instead. After casting a Muggle conf undo on his bicycle and a transfiguration charm on his clothes, he emerged from a nearby alley. At this moment, he looked bright and splendid. Don't ask where that food went. What mature wizard doesn't have a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm? Even though the undetectable extension charm is regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Upon entering the restaurant, Guy Avery immediately attracted an attentive waiter. Because the man's appearance at this time was too good. Sir, would you like to dine? Yes. All right, how many in your party? Just me? Please follow me, sir. The waiter led Guy to a seat near the floor-to-ceiling window. After sitting down, Guy casually ordered a few dishes and then leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He was not sad about the family's situation. In his opinion, the family had long been rotten, and the future trend was already set, as Dumbledore said, with Muggle-born wizard gradually standing as equals with pure-blood wizard, eventually achieving a reversal with their numerical advantage. Therefore, only by following Dumbledore could the family's continuation truly be realized. Lord Voldemort. This was the concrete manifestation of pure-blood supremacy in the British wizarding world, and it had to be eliminated. As he pondered, the conversation at the next table caught his attention. Do you know? The title of Count of our Pessac has been inherited. Ah, when did that happen? It's been 2 years already, hasn't it? Ha, there really is such a sucker. Isn't this so-called Count title just something you can get by spending money to buy that abandoned castle in the suburbs? Oh, my mistake. What castle is that? Isn't it just a pile of ruins? Your information is too outdated. That castle was repaired long ago, but I inquired, and that rich man has never lived in the castle at all. So, the other party just wanted a title? What's the use of such a title these days? That's not necessarily true. Among some old families, it can still uphold their prestige. Well, that kind of thing is still too far from us. It's not very far. What do you mean? That castle is hiring. You just need to do some daily castle maintenance work. You want to apply? Why not? The salary they offer is not low, but the work is not much. Such good things don't happen often. All right, you have a point. I've already found out. That rich man's name is Dantes, and I heard he came from the East. Dantes? The East? Why does that make me think of the Count of Monte Cristo? Ha ha ha, who wouldn't? Guy Avery raised his eyebrows. Maintaining a castle? That would be a stable job, much safer than performing magic, and risking being discovered by the French Ministry of Magic. It was almost dinner time when Guy Avery found the Earl's castle. However, to his surprise, there were still many people queuing at the castle's entrance. Guy Avery exclaimed, "Is this job really that popular?" He began to doubt whether he could get this job. Although he had received elite education from his family, was an excellent graduate of Slytherin, and had even worked as an undercover agent, serving the unpredictable Dark Lord as a Death Eater for 3 whole years. Now, however, he was seeking a Muggle job. His experience was completely useless. In the eyes of Muggles, he was just a tramp with decent looks, no diplomas, and a few simple magic tricks. That's enough, we're off work. We still have open positions, so you can come back tomorrow. The staff inside the castle shouted loudly at the job seekers outside the gate, and some had already begun to close the castle gates. Guy Avery shrugged and turned to leave. It seems this job is not meant for me. Should I make another trip tomorrow? No way. Spending 4 more hours round trip, riding until my legs break, just for a job I'm almost certain not to get? Isn't that Rudy Monty? Guy Avery stopped. Because Rudy Monty was precisely his alias in France. The voice that called out to him sounded familiar. Guy turned his head and saw his good friend, the wizard Jean Martin, who had been homeless with him when he first arrived in Paris. They hadn't seen each other for some time. Jean. Guy looked pleasantly surprised. You work in this castle? Jean Martin nodded. More than that, I am the supervisor appointed here by the Earl. Jean Martin was beaming with pride. Guy Avery knew best what kind of person this was. Besides his outstanding optimism and diligence, he was just an ordinary low-level wizard, a pitiful soul who hadn't attended Beauxbatons, had no house, no job, and had even sold his only wand. How did you find this job in the Muggle world? Guy leaned closer to Jean's ear and whispered. Jean shouted to the closing attendant. This is my friend, I want to catch up with him. Pull up the drawbridge and close the gate. Also, tell the kitchen to prepare some good food, and put any excess over the standard meal on my tab. Yes, Supervisor. Jean seemed very happy. He led Guy Avery deeper into the castle, introducing things as they walked. Our Earl bought this place 2.5 years ago, but it wasn't until this summer that the castle was truly fully repaired. Jean leaned close to Guy's ear and whispered. I have to say, Muggles are really inefficient workers. Our Earl even built a city as large as Merlin City in Britain, yet the repair of a mere castle here isn't even finished. Merlin City. Huh? Merlin City is a dream city that all wizards in the world want to live in, and you don't know about it. Guy gave an awkward laugh. I've been hiding in the Muggle countryside, so my information isn't that up to date. Alas, if you hadn't separated from me, your position might even be higher than mine now. You don't know. I was almost at my wits' end back then. It was the Earl's people who found me, gave me work, gave me faith. Ah, the Earl is the greatest person I have ever met. Great. Hearing the word great from his good friend's mouth surprised Guy, because before this, although Jean Martin was optimistic, his evaluations of other people were quite strict. Even the greatest white wizard Dumbledore, in his mouth, was just a powerful but foolish person who didn't use his power in the right place. This immediately piqued Guy's interest in the Earl. Is the Earl's surname Dantes? That's right, the Earl's full name is Doc de Dentis. Of course, he wasn't originally an Earl, but became one by spending money after inheriting a fortune. But what does that matter? In the hearts of us low-level wizards, he is what a nobleman should be. Jean led Guy to his room, and after silencing it, he excitedly asked Guy, Guy, are you interested in joining us? As long as you join, we can work together to create a beautiful world for all wizards, a world without oppression and worries for future generations. Guy Avery was still hesitating whether to join the Fire Serpent Party. In Britain, everyone was practically fighting tooth and nail for the title of Minister of Magic. According to custom, the successor to the Minister of Magic is usually the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the current head is Amelia Bones. However, Director Bones seemed to have no interest in becoming minister. She actively recommended Earl Dantes to be minister. Although the Earl was not British, she believed it didn't matter. Wasn't Louis VIII, a Frenchman, also King of Britain? But Deputy Head Piers Thicknesse disagreed. He believed that since Director Bones was not interested in the position of Minister of Magic, he could perfectly succeed her as minister. His reason was that he was Director Bones' next choice for head. However, Barty Crouch performed excellently during the Fire Serpent Party's surprise attack on Merlin City, reminding people that he had also once been the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. From a capability standpoint, he might be even more suitable than the two above. As for the issue of his son being a Death Eater, his son has been imprisoned in Azkaban for so many years, it's not even certain if he's still alive. In addition to the three mentioned above, Rufus Scrimgeour also jumped out to contend for the minister's position. However, although he had managed the Auror office well in recent years, in terms of both prestige and his foundation within the ministry, he was inferior to those three. Finally, two other candidates were also strong contenders. One was Earl Doc Dantes. This gentleman was highly praised by the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and was also the object of aspiration for all Ministry of Magic employees. The other was Ms. Wang Shujing, the chairwoman of the Ministry of Magic Development Foundation. Since the establishment of the foundation, the quality of life for Ministry of Magic employees has risen several steps, everyone is more motivated to work, and efficiency has also improved. If she could be the minister, the vast majority of people would approve. In reality, her election and the Earl's election would be no different. Everyone knew that this lady was the Earl's most capable executive. Today, for the position of minister, Barty Crouch Sr. came before Earl Dantes. Your Excellency, the Earl, you once promised to make me minister. Yes, I promised. But now many people in the ministry hope that you can become the minister. The Earl laughed. Mr. Crouch, rest assured, I have no interest in the minister's position. In my opinion, it's just a title. Whether or not I am minister doesn't affect my authority in the British wizarding world, does it? Barty Crouch nodded. Ever since the Earl turned the tide and repelled the Fire Serpent Party, the Earl has become a prominent figure not only in Britain but also in the global wizarding world. If Dumbledore were to step down from his position as chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, then the most likely successor would be the Earl before him. Rest assured, Mr. Crouch, Wang Shujing and I will not participate in the competition. We will also secretly support you to become minister, but first, you must suppress Amelia Bones, Pierce Thickness, and Rufus Scrimgeour. That goes without saying, Your Excellency, the Earl. Barty Crouch felt confident. The Earl's secret support was mostly financial, but besides the Earl, he also had the Fire Serpent Party. Although he loathed cooperating with the Fire Serpent Party from the bottom of his heart, playing along with the Fire Serpent Party to gain prestige and benefits was a slippery slope. Once you start, you can't stop. To be honest, the taste of feigning weakness to gain power was truly intoxicating. All right, I still have things to attend to, Mr. Crouch. Let's talk again next time. Very well, Your Excellency, the Earl. I am very pleased to have reached a consensus with Your Excellency today. The Earl saw Barty Crouch out the door, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, revealing an eerie smile that would make anyone who saw it tremble. Dana lay back on the sofa, comfortably slumping for a while. Sally Avery was dead. After he mastered the technique of bringing the dead back to the living world, he should have a chance to torment him again. John Flint was dead. He died from infighting among his accomplices, and now he was working for himself as an inferior. This punishment was clearly not enough, and the subsequent treatment should be the same as Sally Avery. Donna Avery, this was the most successful revenge he felt he had achieved. As for whether that child was innocent, he was imprisoned, and his mother died helplessly in bed. Was that not innocent? Cornelius Fudge, this foolish bad seed, let him continue to live in this world as a figurehead. This was the good thing about the wizarding world, saving a person's life was much easier than in the Muggle world. Olimbo's Avery family, his fate had already been sealed. The Fire Serpent Party had set up one trap after another in Cairo, and his pitiful 200,000 would eventually be completely drained. Then he would be made to watch the Avery family, which he had worked for his entire life, vanish into thin air. That would certainly be very interesting. Barty Crouch, he was about to fall from grace just as he was about to defeat his competitors and become the Minister of Magic. Azkaban was his eternal resting place. Guy Avery. Dana still hadn't found any trace of this person. Where on earth did he go? But it didn't matter, he could wait. When Lord Voldemort resurrected, Avery would definitely appear. Wait, would Lord Voldemort still resurrect? Could he still stir up trouble after resurrecting? Peter Pettigrew was already dead. Barty Crouch Jr. would also receive a Dementor's kiss when Barty Crouch Sr. was imprisoned. And those pure-blood families were even more so, having been tricked into becoming beggars by him. Tisk, this matter was a bit troublesome. Why not resurrect Lord Voldemort himself, and then summon Guy Avery back? As Dumbledore's mole, wasn't Guy Avery's value in lurking beside Lord Voldemort? Of course, after finding Guy Avery, Lord Voldemort would no longer be necessary. The reason why he replaced Guy Avery was precisely because of the messes Lord Voldemort had made, wasn't it? Calculating this way, every single Death Eater would have to be dealt with. Dana stroked his chin, his revenge was far from complete. How should Dumbledore be dealt with? Although this old man didn't directly harm him, he gave old Avery a bad idea to sacrifice an insignificant Avery family member to fight against Lord Voldemort. What a greater good! And the culprit who caused his family to be targeted by John Flint, the Avar Coven? The Avar Coven, this hidden organization, made Dana very uneasy. What exactly were they looking for? They didn't even want Merlin's vault and all the other treasures within it? Dana took out the tapestry, gently stroked it, and carefully felt its fuzzy texture. Should he try a probing move, like throwing a stone to ask the way or luring the snake out of its hole? Someone. Dana, now as the Earl, shouted outside the door. A servant walked in. My Lord Earl. Go, have Mr. Borgin put this tapestry on the black market. Say that a member of the Avery family found it in a hidden compartment in Donna Avery's room while ransacking the mansion. Yes. The bait had been cast, now it was just a matter of waiting for the fish to bite. All the day's tasks were done, it was time to return to his true bedroom to rest. The spandam gate opened, and with one step, Dana arrived on the second floor of Merlin's vault. He could now see 2 minutes into the future, so he tried every day to see if he could enter the third floor, because according to the notes, the manifestation of a bloodline awakening to the third stage was precognition. However, each time he was told that his bloodline awakening level was not up to standard, which annoyed Dana a little, as he could clearly see the future. But 4 years of life in Azkaban had given him great patience. He tried tirelessly day after day, and he felt that he was almost able to enter the third floor. Walking through countless Grebeto magic crystals, Dana arrived in front of the large mithril door, extended his hand, and pressed it against the door. A familiar warm current flowed through his body. Dana waited nervously for the result, just like the feeling of drawing cards in a mobile game in his previous life. If he drew a colorful, red, or gold card, he would be overjoyed, but if it was a blue sky and white clouds, he would beat his chest and curse. And today was clearly Dana's lucky day, because he had drawn it. Bloodline awakening level met, permission to enter the third floor. The mithril door quickly opened, revealing the third floor of the secret treasure to him. This could hardly be called a room anymore, it was an enormous underground cavern. Outside the door was a 3-meter wide stone arch bridge, with bottomless abysses on both sides of the bridge. In front of the arch bridge was a platform that appeared to have almost no support. Walking along the arch bridge, Dana was incredibly excited. Merlin's final secret treasure was finally within his grasp. Was it incredibly powerful magic? Or magic powerful enough to overturn the world? Stepping onto the platform, there was nothing there except a huge clamshell. Dana unhesitatingly stepped forward and opened the clamshell. A strong scent of magic wafted out. It was just the smell of magic, nothing else. Dana was stunned. There must have been something in the clamshell originally, but it had been taken away. That thing must have been very powerful, because after so many years, the lingering scent inside the clamshell was still so strong. Damn it, was this considered drawing an embarrassing SSR? His hand tingled, and looking down, he saw a piece of parchment. To know what's in the clamshell, go to the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, and pass through that door to Avalon Island. Dana frowned. What was going on? His palm tingled again, and it was another piece of parchment. Ordinary wizards will die entering the archway, but you won't. Go quickly. It'll be too late if you don't go now. Hey, can you be clearer? What will be too late? His golden finger had never been like this before. Dana felt that something was very wrong. If you still want to see your mother, go immediately. Dana threw away the parchment and unhesitatingly opened the spandam gate, and opposite the door was the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. He had already mapped this area when he previously went to the Ministry of Magic's temporary prison. His golden finger had never let him down. Not to mention, even if this was a trap, he had to go through with it. No matter what his golden finger said would be too late, if he didn't hurry, if he lost the chance to bring his mother back to the living world, Dana would regret it for the rest of his life. Revenge, career, none of it was as important as his mother. The Department of Mysteries had long since closed for the day, there were no unspeakables left. Dana stood inside the huge, circular black room, with 12 identical iron doors evenly arranged around him. There were no labels on the iron doors, so without an unspeakable to guide the way, it was extremely difficult for people to find the room they wanted to go to, especially when someone came out of a room. The 12 doors would quickly rotate, making it impossible for people to know which door they had just come out of. But this small mechanism did not stump Dana. He could see the magic echoes on each door at a glance, just as he could clearly see the magic transmission routes within Hogwarts Castle. Death Chamber. Dana rushed into the Death Chamber at the fastest speed. The Death Chamber resembled an all-stone-tiered classroom. At the lowest level, there was a raised stone platform with an ancient and dilapidated archway on it. The curtain hanging on the archway billowed without wind, seemingly inviting Dana to enter quickly. Dana took a deep breath, jumped down the steps, and with a flash, disappeared behind the curtain. 10 minutes later, the door to the Death Chamber was blasted open, and a woman wrapped in grey rags rushed in, followed closely by a white-haired young man in a purple robe. The young man with white hair had the lower body of a leopard-like creature. He pointed his hand, and a blue light shot towards the woman, making her footsteps falter as she rushed towards the curtain. The young man roared, "Do you know what you're doing?" The woman cackled, her muddy yellow eyes, revealed through the rags, fully displaying her madness. "Of course I know what I'm doing." She skillfully dodged the white-haired young man's attacks, her movements strange, like a floating dementor. You won't let me have an easy time, so I naturally can't let you live too comfortably, Emrys. You'll never return to Avalon. Want to save your mother? No way. The woman suddenly split into 3 clones, like 3 gray smokes, rushing straight towards the archway. The white-haired young man was hesitant, not daring to use large area magic, and could only carefully pinpoint the woman. Although he exploded 2 clones, he ultimately failed to stop the last one. Ahahaha, I win this round. Emrys, before I die, we still have a lot of fun to be had. The gray smoke hit the archway, and the dilapidated gateway, with a muffled thud, broke into 2 pieces. The curtain detached from the archway, flew up, and dissipated into starlight within the death chamber. The white-haired young man was furious, and his right hand suddenly extended, with raging lightning surging and covering the entire death chamber. The blue and purple electric light shattered the solid stone steps. By the time he stopped casting, where was the woman's trace? Dana felt himself constantly falling, surrounded by gray mist, with a dark, bottomless abyss below. At this moment, neither the slowing charm nor the levitation charm had any effect. It seemed nothing could escape the abyss's pull. He tried to transform into a raven, but a bird's wings were useless here. No matter how hard he flapped, he continued to fall into the abyss. Even though Dana had complete confidence in his golden finger, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a great deal of unease. But at a certain moment, Dana suddenly felt the speed of his descent slow down, and his eyes lit up. The gray mist was gone, for he had broken through the dense gray fog and landed on an endless blue sea. However, this sea was vastly different from a real sea, because above its surface, countless souls floated densely. This was a sea of death. Dana didn't know what was special about this seawater, so he avoided touching it if possible, and thus he transformed back into a raven. Fortunately, he could fly now. As Dana was pondering where to fly, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart, like a summons originating from his bloodline. Dana hesitated for only 2 seconds before deciding to follow the guidance of his bloodline. He flew in that direction, his heart beginning to quicken. He seemed about to see something extraordinary. Along the way, Dana saw many people he knew. The dark wizard scum he had killed in Nocturne Alley initially wandered aimlessly on the sea surface. Don't talk about Avada Kedavra destroying souls anymore. Avada Kedavra kills the target instantly, leaving no wounds and no soul, thus it doesn't create ghosts. Note, the spell description states it leaves no soul, not that it annihilates the soul, so in fact, the killing curse is more inclined to banish the enemy's soul directly to the world of the dead through a curse. This is also why when Lord Voldemort was hit by the backlash of his own killing curse, his main soul was not annihilated. Because of the existence of Horcruxes, his soul could not be banished to the world of the dead. Lord Voldemort himself described the feeling of being hit by the killing curse. The pain after being hit was beyond anything. At that time, I was worse than the humblest wraith, but I was still alive. In those sleepless days and nights, I just kept forcing myself to live, minute by minute. If the soul is repeatedly pulled between the world of the dead and the power of the Horcrux, then pain is inevitable. If interpreted this way, doesn't it make a lot of sense? And this sea of death where Dana was currently located was the world of the dead. Dana continued forward. He saw Quirrell, he saw Sally Avery, Dunnet Avery, John Flint. So many acquaintances, so many that Dana couldn't resist, and using the method described in How to Bring the Dead Back to Life, he turned the dazed souls of Sally Avery and John Flint into crystals and stored them in his necklace. Today was truly a good day. He didn't immediately torment these 2 people, because he still remembered the most important task of the day: finding his mother. What did the golden finger say again? Find the island of Avalon. If you want to see your mother, go immediately. Does this mean his mother's soul is on the island of Avalon? Thinking this, Dana accelerated his flight. After flying for who knows how long, a small black dot on the sea surface appeared in Dana's vision. That was an island. Dana returned to human form and directly opened Spandam Gate in the void. The gate opened skyward, and Dana fell directly into the portal. When he reappeared, he was already on that island. Taking a deep breath, Dana felt refreshed all over. Unlike the desolate sea of death, this island was filled with the aura of life and magic. All kinds of rare plants grew wild here. In the center of the island was a large lake, arguably the most beautiful lake Dana had ever seen in his life, almost indescribable. The remains of ancient buildings were hidden in the grass and bushes, and a small path almost covered by grass growing between the flagstones lay beneath Dana's feet. Following the path, Dana had no worries about going the wrong way, because the summons from his bloodline was directly in front of him. Stepping into a mountain hollow, Dana heard laughter and cheerful voices. He quickened his pace, turned past the ridge, and saw thousands of souls singing and dancing on a patch of grass. These souls were different from the dazed, drifting souls on the sea of death. Apart from lacking physical bodies, they were almost indistinguishable from living people. Even the ghosts of Hogwarts were translucent, moon-white forms, while the souls here were not only colorful but also appeared very solid. Dana understood that what was calling him was this patch of grass. The moment he leaped from between the stones and landed on the grass, all the ghosts looked over in unison. Aha! Another one of our lovely descendants has arrived. How many years has it been since Anna came in? 6 or 7. This is truly terrible. Her child isn't even an adult yet. Does this mean we Emrys are extinct? Ha ha ha, extinction is good? If we're extinct, that crazy woman Morgan Le Fay will never get the eternal heart. Good point. For that, I suggest we have a banquet to celebrate the Emrys line ending and welcome our youngest Emrys. Wait a moment. Everyone. A ghost shouted loudly. Look quickly, he has a shadow. He's alive? He's an Emrys who entered Avalon alive. What? Dana seemed not to hear the words of these Emrys ancestors. He just walked forward dazedly. Directly in front of him, a soul also looked at him dazedly, slowly opening her arms. Dana? My child. Dana's tears flowed like a spring. This reunion, delayed for 3 years, left him speechless. He, who had manipulated the entire wizarding world, was now speechless. At this moment, he could only extend his hands, his legs moving mechanically. When he fell into a cold embrace, he finally came to his senses and shouted loudly, Mom! This was a reunion across life and death, so the Emrys surrounding them began to cheer. Anna took 2 steps back, looking at her child. Dana, why is your hair white? Did someone bully you? An old man nearby laughed loudly. Anna, this white hair isn't because someone bullied him, it's because he obtained the eternal heart. Dana completely ignored the Emrys ancestors. At this moment, his eyes were only on his biological mother. Mom, let me take you back to the living world. I found Merlin's secret treasure. I can take you back. Anna looked at Dana with loving eyes, shaking her head slightly. Dana, you are the first person with Emrys bloodline in history to find this place alive, so you bear a mission from Merlin. Don't rush, son. Once you complete everything, we will have plenty of time. Mission. Yes, our family has a prophecy passed down through generations. Emrys, who comes to Amrozi Paradise alive, will return to Merlin's side, completing the closed loop of fate. But Mom, you never told me about this prophecy. That's because I didn't have time to tell you yet. Dana nodded. But Mom, if I'm going to complete this mission, what about the revenge plan I've been working on for you? It's almost halfway done. Dana took out the soul crystals of Sally Avery and John Flint, and flames from his fingers began to scorch them, causing faint, agonizing screams to emanate from the crystals. Revenge. Anna was startled for a moment, then understood what Dana meant. Don't worry, you will continue your plan for you. His mother's words were a bit convoluted, and Dana was a little confused. Before he could ask, a very dignified-looking old man walked over. Dana, you don't have much time left here. Listen to me. I am Closton Emrys, the source of all Emrys. My father is Merlin, and my mother has no name. She was a handmaiden King Arthur bestowed upon my father. Dana bowed slightly to Closton Emrys as a sign of respect. The old ancestor nodded, very pleased with Dana's manners. You have only one mission, which is to stop Morgan Le Fay. For the specific details, my father will explain them to you personally, but rest assured, the fact that you can stand here today means that your future self has already successfully completed your mission. History cannot be changed by people, can it? Yes, when a person goes back to the past intending to change history, he himself is already a part of history. This is fate. Dana nodded. He already felt a force pulling him. He sniffed and turned to Anna. Mom, I'll be back soon after completing the mission. Wait for me to take you home. Anna smiled and nodded repeatedly. She waved gently to Dana. Dana, have you made any good friends at Hogwarts? Do you have a girl you like? Dana wiped away the tear stains on his face and replied with a smile. I have 2 good friends, but as for a girl I like, Mom, I'm not an adult yet. That kind of thing is still a long way off. Anna's figure began to fade. Dana looked at the other Emrys, and their figures also gradually faded. Dana was shocked. He still had so much he wanted to say to his mother. His mother seemed to still be speaking, her mouth moving, but Dana could no longer hear any sound. He shouted anxiously, and saw worry in his mother's eyes, but in the end, she still smiled and waved vigorously. Dana could roughly tell what she said from her lip movements. Take good care of yourself. The Emrys disappeared, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. Dana saw the smoke-filled World War. He saw the chimney-lined Industrial Revolution. He saw the age of sail with ships setting off on long voyages. He saw the Dark Ages ravaged by the Black Death, and he also saw a castle being rapidly built, his familiar Hogwarts. Finally, the scene settled on a basin. This small piece of land was surrounded by 3 not too tall hills. The place was extremely desolate, with only a lone oak tree standing there. Dana found this place strangely familiar. He rubbed his eyes. Ah, wasn't this where old ancestor Merlin's tomb was located? By Bristol Bay, at the center guarded by 3 half-mountains. After obtaining all the magic from Merlin's corpse, he ultimately buried the old ancestor's corpse back fully clothed. So, of course, he had been here. Only, the white tombstone engraved with the automatic repair rune was gone, and the place where the tomb should have been was occupied by the oak tree. A wave of panic swept through Dana's heart. Ever since he entered that archway, everything had started to spiral out of his control. Although seeing his mother again made him very happy, the inexplicable mission and this oak tree that replaced Merlin's tomb made him feel powerless. Child, I've finally waited for you. I didn't expect it to take over 300 years for my descendant to find this place. That means you are from the 20th century, right? The voice came from the oak tree. Dana quickly looked over. The oak tree was still an oak tree. It hadn't grown eyes, a nose, or a mouth. Child, please come to my front so I can get a good look at you. Dana twitched his mouth and, as instructed, walked around to the front of the oak tree. Based on the historical records he had read at Hogwarts, he had a rough guess as to who was speaking and a fairly accurate guess as to where he currently was. On the front of the oak tree, Dana, in any case, didn't know how to distinguish the front from the back of a tree. He only saw an old man's face embedded in the thick trunk. It looked very similar to himself, and identical to Merlin's corpse, the only difference being that this one had a beard, and that one didn't. Merlin. It's me. What a clever child. Merlin in the tree laughed happily, his sparse beard wiggling. I assume since you can come here, you've seen everything I left behind, so you should know that this is not your own era. Yes, I know. Dana said. I just don't understand why you can accurately determine that I am from the 20th century. Simple. Merlin replied. The magic array I left in Avalon can only transport people to 999 years ago. This seems to be a barrier. No one can transport people to 1,000 years ago. So, it's just a simple addition. If I was rescued by a descendant immediately after being trapped, it means this descendant is from within 999 years. But if I wasn't rescued immediately, then you just add how long I've spent in this tree to 999 years, and the resulting number is the year this descendant arrived here. Although I've been here for too long and can no longer remember the exact year, I can still roughly estimate the time based on the age of this oak tree. Well, not being able to transport people to 1,000 years ago was knowledge Dana had not known. Child, you haven't told me your name yet. Dana. Arbiter. The name Dana means arbiter. It's a good name. Merlin smiled contentedly, then suddenly paused. Wait a minute, you've already obtained the Eternal Heart, which is easy to see, but you haven't inherited the magic I left for you. Dana frowned. Magic? Then he remembered the empty clamshell in the 3rd layer of Merlin's secret treasure. Are you referring to the clamshell you left in the 3rd layer of the secret treasure? When I got there, there was nothing in the clamshell. Merlin was puzzled for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. I understand. Time? Time is so interesting. Merlin stopped laughing and said to Dana, Child, go open the clamshell right now. Believe me, this time it's definitely not empty. Once you've inherited everything, come back to me. I need your help. Opening the Spandam gate, Dana walked inside. He arrived at the 3rd level of Merlin's vault. The clamshell was still the same clamshell, but unlike in the future, the magic emanating from its gap was so thick it was almost solid, hitting Dana's nostrils with a thud, the pungent smell almost making him roll his eyes. Opening the clamshell, Dana saw a biological tissue similar to bone marrow that was what appeared in his palm when he previously wished for Merlin's bloodline. Clearly, this thing was not Merlin's bloodline, because Dana himself was a descendant of Merlin. No wonder the bloodline transformation he thought happened so quickly back then. He placed the tissue into his necklace, and the next moment, an irresistible surge of liquid magic erupted from the bottom of the clamshell, enveloping Dana tightly. Dana had never encountered such a volume of magic before. Even the Grebeto magic crystal, powerful enough to drive a floating city, was but a drop in the ocean compared to this power. Merlin truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest wizard of all time, unequivocally deserving the title of wizard god. Dana was actually very familiar with this magic. The small ball of light that appeared in his palm every time he called out Merlin's magic was of the same origin as the magic here, but their volume and concentration were like heaven and earth. Since he hadn't used his golden finger yet today, he inexplicably said, "Merlin's magic." The golden finger did not respond, and nothing appeared in his palm. Was it because he had returned to the past, so his connection with the golden finger was severed? However, Dana soon had no energy to think about these things, because the immense magic was now drilling into his body. The excruciating bloating pain struck again, similar to the last time he absorbed magic from Merlin's corpse, only this time the pain was several times more intense. So Dana fainted straight away from the pain. Merlin had been trapped in the oak tree for over 300 years. He had long since grown accustomed to waiting, so he was not anxious. Sunrise and sunset. On the seventh sunrise, the Spandam Gate appeared before Merlin. Dana floated out. This time, just absorbing the magic into his body took 7 days, so it would be nonsense to say he could control it instantly. I'd love to nod in satisfaction, but forgive me, child, I can't move right now, Merlin said. Dana spread his hands. Ancestor, is there any way for me to quickly adapt to the magic? This feeling of being out of control is terrible. Merlin chuckled. No hurry, child, I have much knowledge to teach you, and that won't be done in a day or two. By the time you inherit all my knowledge and wealth, you will surely have adapted to my magic. Dana nodded, asking the question he was most curious about. Ancestor, why did you seal your magic in other places? Merlin immediately became serious. That brings us to the purpose of your coming here. To stop Morgan Le Fay. Yes. But stop her from what? Merlin sighed slightly. That brings us to King Uther. King Uther, Dana naturally knew, was the king of the kingdom of Camelot and the father of King Arthur. Seeing Dana nod, Merlin continued. King Uther married Igraine, and Igraine's 3 daughters included Morgan Le Fay. At that time, I was King Uther's advisor, and Morgan Le Fay proposed to learn magic from me, so I agreed. Before Arthur was born, Morgan showed extraordinary talent and ability, and King Uther once wanted Morgan to become the heir. But when Arthur was born, everything changed. Arthur was like a born king. Almost everyone believed Arthur would lead the kingdom of Camelot to glory, not to mention Arthur was King Uther's biological son, while Morgan Le Fay was merely a stepdaughter. The moment I declared Arthur the heir, I felt that Morgan Le Fay had come to hate me as well. I just thought it was a little girl's jealousy and didn't take it to heart, but I didn't expect her to find the legendary land of Avalon and awaken another personality there. Vivian. Dana had heard many versions of the King Arthur legend, and the accounts of Morgan Le Fay varied widely. Hearing it now from the person involved had a different flavor. He thought for a moment and asked, since Morgan Le Fay was so jealous of Arthur, why did she later give the sword in the lake to Arthur? Merlin replied. That was because Morgan's connection with Avalon deepened daily, and worldly power no longer attracted her. She began to pursue eternal life. Dana didn't understand the connection between eternal life and helping Arthur. He tilted his head in confusion, waiting for Merlin's explanation. Merlin continued. At that time, I was the only one in the world who was immortal, because I had obtained the eternal heart. Ah, that gooey thing. Yes, the eternal heart has already merged into your body, and it was once mine. You separated the eternal heart from your body. Yes. Then wouldn't you be? Yes, child, I will die. If not for my Cambian bloodline, I would have died of old age long ago. Dana nodded. Please continue. Then I'll continue. Morgan Le Fay was a clever person. She knew that snatching the eternal heart from me was almost impossible, so she found another path to eternal life through the knowledge inherited from Avalon. To bind herself to the concept of a nation, if the nation did not perish, she would not perish, and if the nation grew stronger, she would also grow stronger. Dana understood, this was stealing national fortune to prolong individual life. If that were the case, Morgan Le Fay's motive became very clear. First, help King Arthur make the nation strong, then, through her half-brother, steal Britain's national fortune in order to achieve longevity. Merlin let Dana digest for a while, then continued. To better achieve her goal, Morgan Le Fay formed the Avar Coven. Besides her, 8 other witches took up residence on the island of Avalon. And it was at that time that I was studying knowledge about death in Avalon. Because I was too focused on my studies, I didn't pay any attention to Arthur being tricked by Morgan. Perhaps letting me enter Avalon to study was also a trap set by Morgan. I was too obsessed with magic knowledge, and as my disciple, she understood me. So Arthur was gravely wounded and dying. Morgan, as Arthur's sister, brought him to the island of Avalon. It was then that I realized the seriousness of the situation, because I finally learned the knowledge of prolonging one's life through the concept of a nation. It turned out that Morgan Le Fay wanted to use Arthur's identity as king, and by sacrificing Arthur, bind herself to Britain. She was Arthur's half-sister, and their close blood ties made it easier for her to succeed. In reality, magic that draws on a nation's foundation to sustain an individual is not without side effects. The populace would gradually weaken, and national power would be consumed at an accelerated rate. At that point, if Morgan wanted to prolong her life, she would have no other option but to wage war abroad. In this way, the entire world could be plunged into endless warfare, and once she was bound to an entire nation, even I would be unable to stop her. Dana listened quietly. He knew that Morgan Le Fay ultimately did not succeed, most likely because Merlin did something. Merlin paused for a few seconds, then continued. So I decided to interrupt Morgan Le Fay's ritual. But by the time I realized something was wrong, the ritual was already halfway complete. The gravely wounded Arthur had already died, and Morgan had almost formed some conceptual link with Britain. To be honest, I could no longer interrupt that ritual through combat, as an individual's power can never contend with the power of a nation. Child, if it were you, what method would you choose to stop Morgan Le Fay? Dana smiled. Ancestor, even I can foresee 2 minutes into the future, so there's no reason why you, who are called a prophet, couldn't foresee the future's direction. Perhaps you were careless due to your immersion in Avalon's magic, but once you reacted, you would naturally be able to predict what would happen. And your greatest trump card is never powerful magic and unparalleled combat strength. Isn't the most powerful magic our family possesses divination? Merlin laughed heartily. Exactly. Divination? Although it has strong side effects, divination is enough to reverse everything. So, Morgan Le Fay failed to bind herself with Britain's national destiny, and you, ancestor, were greatly weakened by the side effects of divination and trapped here by her. You're close, but there are obviously some details missing. Dana chuckled. Let me guess, you separated your magic and your eternal heart, hid them in the secret vault, and then, using your ability to foresee the future, learned that you would be bound here. So you incorporated the locations of the tomb, treasury, and secret vault into that tapestry. Wait a moment. Dana's expression suddenly changed. How far into the future can you foresee? Merlin smiled. A maximum of 1 year. After that, I can only see fragmented snippets. Dana said in a deep voice. So the moment you decided to stop Morgan Le Fay, you already didn't want to live, because what was recorded on the tapestry was your tomb. Exactly, child. You must know one thing: eternal life is not a blessing, but a curse. Fortunately, I have the ability to separate the eternal heart. Merlin looked at Dana with affection. The more he looked, the more he liked this descendant. As for separating the magic, it was to allow any descendant who returned here to have the power to protect themselves after using divination. My magic would also be almost completely drained. When I was trapped by Morgan with this oak tree, my magic could no longer recover. And if that magic wasn't extracted, it would be a pure waste. He winked proudly. Besides, to deal with Morgan, I didn't need to go all out. Retaining just 1% of my strength was enough. Dana began to calculate rapidly. The magic he had just acquired was unbelievably vast, roughly several thousand Lucius. To use a different unit, several hundred Snape. Still too much. How about nearly 100 Dumbledore? Dana found it hard to define, because that magic was simply too much. However, even if the ancestor only retained 1%, that was still almost a Dumbledore, enough to handle general situations. Dana stroked his chin. So you forcibly severed Morgan and Britain's connection using divination? No, Merlin replied. That wasn't enough, I actually modified my own destiny, making myself the Lord of Avalon, and then permanently banished Morgan from Avalon, ensuring she could never again use Avalon's power. So, could the Emery's family members live happy lives on the island after death? Dana asked. Since you've already taken control of Avalon and expelled Morgan, then if you had waited on the island for 2 years until your body recovered before leaving, how could Morgan have taken advantage of your weakness? Merlin sighed. The witches of the Avar Coven, guided by the enraged Morgan, were furiously tearing Britain apart. If I didn't go out to quell Morgan's wrath, the empire Arthur had painstakingly built would fall apart. The old man suddenly laughed again. Besides, I saw the future. Morgan knew I had separated the Eternal Heart when I used divination, so she trapped me, hoping to force me to reveal the Eternal Heart's whereabouts by tormenting me daily. So I turned her plan against her, setting up time magic on Avalon Island. This magic relies on Avalon's own power. As long as someone who meets the conditions comes to the island, the magic ritual will activate and transport them before me. It's just that I didn't expect it to take over 1,000 years for a capable descendant like you to appear. Dana nodded. So I should rescue you from this oak tree now. There was half a sentence Dana didn't say, which was that he had to kill Morgan. It had nothing to do with whether Morgan would poison the world. Because Morgan coveted the Eternal Heart, she wanted the Emery's family's tapestry, and it was precisely because of this that he and his mother suffered so much. In fact, Morgan Le Fay was the culprit behind their family's tragedy. No hurry, child, I've been able to live until now thanks to this oak tree. In reality, I should have died of old age long ago. Although this oak tree constantly absorbs my magic, it also shares its vitality with me, keeping me from aging and dying. Merlin continued with a smile. What you should do now is study magic with me and then eradicate the Avar Coven. The Avar Coven's goal for the past few centuries has been to help Morgan Le Fay achieve eternal life and then establish an eternal kingdom ruled by Morgan. They stop at nothing and are a great threat to Britain. It's funny to say, the Coven regards Morgan Le Fay as a deity, believing that if she gains eternal life, she will surely bring them good tidings. However, Morgan doesn't have a special bloodline within her, she is just an ordinary person with magic talent. Therefore, she has to put herself into a deep sleep to avoid dying of old age. So you won't encounter Morgan in the short term, you have enough time to slowly search for her hiding place. But after all, she was once my student, and her magic attainments are extraordinary. Her coven has also inherited those magic. If it were the current you, even if you possessed my magic, you would still have no chance of winning. You need to know that many branches of magic are not about who has stronger magic. For example, curses. For example, conceptual magic. If you accidentally fall under a curse, even I at my peak would be in a lot of trouble, and if the opponent also has a large number of people, then it would really be bad. Dana nodded. Ancestor, please teach me. Eating wind and drinking dew. Days and months changed. Dana went from floating, to semi-floating, to standing firmly on the ground. He didn't know how much time had passed, but roughly calculated, it had been more than half a year. He could now freely use that vast magic, and at the same time, he had learned magic knowledge from ancestor Merlin that could never be learned in later generations. Exquisite and peerless magic knowledge. On this day, Dana, how many animals can you transform into now? Dana didn't know why Merlin asked this, but he answered with action. Ordinary animals go without saying. As for magical creatures, Dana could transform into a black dragon, basilisk, unicorn, zua, thestral, and graphorn fire spirit. Graphorn fire spirit is from chapter 80, paragraph 16. Merlin raised an eyebrow. Ah, graphorn fire spirit? Of course, you passed the test of the second layer of the secret vault, so you can naturally transform into the fire spirit. He changed the subject. Dana, what do you think is the upper limit of our bloodline's ability to transform into other creatures? Dana thought for a moment. Combining the advantages of all magical creatures to become the strongest species biologically. As he spoke, Dana began to transform, the silver horn of a unicorn, the body and wings of a dragon, the eyes and teeth of a basilisk, the limbs and tail of a zua, and faint green flames flickering on his body. So this was a complete monster. Merlin burst into laughter. Child, aren't you a stitched-up monster? One ability to kill is enough. If you combine so many, their actual combat power might not even be stronger than a dragon. Dana reverted to his original form and scratched his head. Merlin smiled. Child, you know nothing about your own power. The transformation brought by our bloodline can perfectly simulate the talents of magical creatures. Haven't you noticed that many magical creatures are several times more efficient in their application of magic than humans? Dana had discovered this when he first acquired the Hebridean Islands and was competing with Big Butt for the position of Black Dragon King, but he hadn't thought about it in detail. Seeing Dana lost in thought, Merlin stopped speaking, a faint reluctance flashing in his eyes. After a while, Dana flew up. He came to midair, and a sphere of magic light suddenly appeared in his hand. With a gentle push towards the fjord, the light sphere shot out like a cannonball, blasting a 200-meter diameter crater on the coastline. Water sprayed sky-high, and the high temperature quickly evaporated the seawater, forming a cloudy mushroom cloud. Happy Chinese New Year's Eve, and a prosperous New Year. Dana landed back on the ground. He completely understood what his ancestor Merlin meant by his own strength. This method of mobilizing magic by imitating magical creatures greatly increased the utilization rate of magic power. 1 unit of magic power could produce the effect of several units, which virtually doubled his combat power. Not bad, child, your talent is extremely high, only a tiny bit worse than mine. Merlin smiled happily. I've taught you almost everything I can. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Dana thought for a moment, then nodded. Whenever I get extremely angry, my body undergoes some strange changes, and the power of the magic I cast suddenly increases. Ancestor, is this state of mind correct? Merlin rarely showed a puzzled expression. Can you show me? Dana closed his eyes. He first blocked out his memories of successfully avenging himself and reuniting with his mother after learning from Merlin for so long. It would be too pathetic if he couldn't even control his own memories. Then he began to re-experience his childhood encounters one by one, Donna Avery, Sally Avery, and John Avery forcing their way in, himself taking Guy Avery's place in prison, the terrifying Dementor, the cold prison, and finally getting out of prison only to find his mother dead. This wasn't enough, so he also wove in some inferred scenes. Cornelius Fudge profiting from the situation, living a luxurious life with galleons from Avery family. Old Avery didn't care about this matter at all. Dana's family was nothing but ants to him. Donna Avery and John Flint together deciphering the tapestry stolen from his home and excavating his ancestor Merlin's tomb. One by one, as Dana relived each event, his eyes turned a frightening blood red, and the magic fluctuations around him became wild and chaotic, as if they wanted to devour everything in the world. When he was only 2 or 3 units of power, this state of his was already terrifying. Not to mention that he now had thousands of units of combat power. Even the well-informed Merlin was startled by Dana's current state. If Dana were to use the magical creature's method of magic utilization in this state, was he trying to tear the sky apart? Enough, child, calm down quickly. Hearing Merlin's call, Dana immediately began to take deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. His breathing became steady, and his chest no longer heaved violently. But his blood-red eyes did not return to normal, though the terrifying magic fluctuations slowly subsided as his emotions stabilized. This is... Merlin frowned tightly. This is the manifestation of demon bloodline, Dana. This is not a good thing. Although demons are almost extinct, you must never be influenced by the brutality and viciousness in your bloodline. Although we Cambion are half human and half demon, if you lean towards the demon side, you will no longer be recognized by human society. Believe me, child, humans are more aggressive than any other animal when it comes to rejecting outsiders who resemble themselves. Dana understood what Merlin meant. He had first-hand experience of being treated as an outcast at Hogwarts. I will control myself, ancestor. Dana promised. I have some confidence in controlling my emotions. Of course, of course. Merlin watched as the red in Dana's eyes slowly receded, his tone softening. I believe you can do it. You are the most talented wizard I have ever seen, besides myself, but now, I think it's time for my old bones to get some exercise. Dana was startled, then asked. But aren't you already bound to this oak tree for life? If you come out of it, then... Yes, I will die very soon. Merlin said with a smile. But normal people always have this, right? I've lived long enough, I've even witnessed the founding of the Roman Empire with my own eyes. Besides, it's cruel to keep a person existing as a plant, all alone here, exposed to wind and sun. Before you came, I hadn't spoken to anyone for almost 400 years. Are you really heartless enough to let me continue suffering like this? Although learning new torture methods made Dana a little happy, he agreed with Merlin. Living like this was actually more painful than dying. I can stay here with you forever. Of course, this sentence contained a lot of polite words, but Dana was somewhat reluctant. This ancestor had taught him everything, almost passing down all he had to him. No, you should release me, Dana. Because if you don't bury me with your own hands, how will your future self pluck my beard? Child, you can't hide it. That necklace of yours was originally mine. I can clearly see that tuft of beard hidden in a corner inside. Oh, and my robes and stockings too. The old man pretended not to see Dana's embarrassment and continued. Free me, child. Compared to an immobile eternal life, I'd rather be able to move freely for a few hours. Besides, my corpse will still be useful to your future self. At least you've squeezed out all the last bit of value from the corpse. Look, you've even stripped me naked. Dana scratched his head, and his right hand wrote a few runes in the void. The runes glowed faintly and merged into the oak tree. The next moment, the oak tree rapidly withered, cracked, and turned into dust like weathered paper, blown away by the wind. Bald, with a sparse goatee, and wearing a purple robe, Merlin stood before Dana. Ah! Merlin stretched with a big yawn. That feels so good, I can finally feel my hands and feet again. Dana stood by. He could feel an endless stream of magic particles immediately gathering towards Merlin in the air. This legendary wizard truly lived up to his title as the god of magic. His affinity for magic created an illusion that he was magic itself. However, although Merlin's magic was rapidly recovering, his complexion visibly worsened. As he said, his life had been tied to that oak tree. Now that the oak tree was dead, he wouldn't live much longer either. Dana quickly took out that lump of eternal heart. Ancestor, quickly use the eternal heart, then. Don't do that, Dana. Merlin interrupted Dana. You should be able to see that my future is to die here. This is an unchangeable history, you know. If I die from exhaustion of life force like this, there will be almost no pain, but if I die from repulsion with the eternal heart, that would be a terrible suffering. Dana sighed. His ancestor Merlin had told him long ago that once the eternal heart was separated from a person's body, that person could never again use the eternal heart to achieve immortality. He had simply been emotional for a moment and forgotten this point. Of course, Dana also knew that his ancestor was continuing to guide him. Don't try to change history, because not only will it not change the outcome, but the process will also become more painful. Okay, I understand. Dana put away the eternal heart. Ancestor, will you return to Avalon? Merlin asked with a smile. When you entered Avalon back then, did you see my soul? No. Then that's it. Just as I thought, I became the Lord of Avalon by force through divination, and Avalon may not have been willing. Does Avalon have consciousness? That's hard to say. Merlin said with a smile. Child, you must remember that this world is balanced. There is always a repayment for what is borrowed. I occupied Avalon and did so many things, so I must give something back to it. My soul returning to the island to live freely? Impossible. There's no such good thing in this world. If no one repays for me, then I will inevitably pay the price. Rather than being forced, it's better to be proactive, that way you can still maintain some control. Dana felt that he knew too little about this world. Merlin's words revealed some fundamental truths of this world, and he understood in his heart that this was Merlin's final teaching to him. Merlin smiled and patted Dana's hand. Child, don't make such a sad face. Come, walk around here with me, this old man who is about to die. Dana nodded and supported Merlin. Ah, what a beautiful sunset. That damned oak tree was behind the mountain, so I couldn't see any of this beautiful scenery. Listen, it's seagulls. Let's go over there and see. We should be able to see the sea from there. Dana supported Merlin as they walked aimlessly. The old man's steps became slower and slower, but the magic gathering on him increased. Dana, it's time. Receive my last gift. Dana was startled, then felt a key in his hand. It was indeed the portkaya that was a portkaya. The arm supporting Merlin became heavy, and Merlin softly collapsed. Though the body died, the soul remained. Child, my soul will transform into a gateway to Avalon. This is actually the destiny of every lord of Avalon. Keep this gateway safe, perhaps you'll need it in the future. As he spoke, the magic that had just gathered in Merlin's body began to dance wildly. Merlin's soul transformed into specks of light, merging with the magic, forming complex runes in the air. After a strong flash of light, a simple silver ring appeared in the air, supported by Merlin's last remaining magic. Dana took the silver ring, and the magic in the air immediately vanished without a trace. Dana looked at the ring. Wasn't this the silver ring his mother had left behind? Dana picked up the ring that was attached to the pendant and compared them. They were identical. So, the gateway to Avalon had always been by his side, he just didn't know how to activate it before. Taking a deep breath, Dana put the newly forged ring into the pendant. Dana buried the body of his ancestor, Merlin. He sat before the white tombstone, lost in thought for an entire night. He was lost in thought because he had been wrestling with a dilemma for a long time. Did he need to strip his ancestor bare right now? During his time studying with Merlin, he had come to understand one thing: it wasn't some golden finger that helped him escape his predicament and rise step by step, but his past self. This was because among the magic Merlin taught, there was a spell that could transport objects to a target with a bloodline anchor and who possessed a bloodline more congruent than his own. Therefore, transmitting items to himself was simpler than transmitting them to any other relative. Of course, at that point in time, Emrys had no living relatives anyway. As for his current self, there was no way to return to the time he transmigrated from, unless he lived for another 998 years. This was because a crucial step in time magic was setting a time anchor. The time anchor set by the magic that Merlin, his ancestor, used to pull him over was Merlin himself. Oh well, let the ancestor have his dignity for the next 900 years. When the time comes, then he can pull his beard. What he should be most worried about now is how to live for these 900 plus years. What good was unparalleled combat power? Life was his to live, and at this moment, even China hadn't popularized stir-frying yet. Dana shook his head, enduring it for now. He opened the Spandam Gate and arrived at a mountain top. He stood halfway down the mountain and looked down. This was where Livingston town was located. But at this moment, there was no Livingston yet, only a small village with 4 or 5 households. The village was protected by a Muggle-repelling charm, and the entrance to the village had a powerful conf undo. Of course, the conf undo of this era was different from the future conf undo. It was more complicated to cast but more potent. Naturally, these spells were nothing in Dana's eyes now, like asking a mathematics postdoctoral fellow to do a first-grade elementary school math test. It was already morning, and people were steadily emerging from their houses, beginning their day's labor. Dana rubbed his forehead. He knew all these people, from Avalon Island. With his memory, he couldn't forget anyone he had seen once, so these people were all Emrys, his ancestors, in a way. However, he had no intention of revealing himself to them now. He was only here to check on how his ancestor Merlin's descendants were living. But it seemed, for now, these people were quite secure hiding here. He wondered how they would reproduce with such a closed-off community. Would the adult clan members go outside to find partners? Anyway, by the time it reached his generation, Emrys was left with only him as the sole heir. Dana concealed his figure and silently infiltrated the village. In the center of the village stood a stone house, out of place among the surrounding wooden buildings. People who were working early all walked towards this house. When Dana entered, he saw a large group of people gathered around a tapestry, staring blankly at it. Have you figured anything out? No, is there really a secret hidden in this tapestry? Merlin, the ancestor's riddle, was 1,000 years ahead of its time. It was the 10th century, and Arabic numerals had only been introduced to Europe a few years prior. Cubic equations, the parallel postulate, and other fundamental concepts of later eras had not yet emerged. And to ask a group of secluded wizards with no basic education to decipher the contents of a tapestry. It seemed Merlin, the ancestor, didn't intend to escape his predicament quickly. Besides the people gathered around the tapestry, Dana also saw another group studying a notebook. Yes, that Cambion bloodline research notebook. The notebook was respectfully placed on a high platform. Clan members who wished to study it had to first use a duplication charm, then take the copy and study it diligently. Those studying the notebook were all younger clan members. Some of the very young ones even transformed into each other's appearances, laughing and playing, until they were scolded by parents frustrated with studying the tapestry, and then they quieted down. Dana smiled and left the place. The Emrys family didn't need him to worry much, because history had already written everything. What he needed to do now was find the Avar Coven, locate Morgan's hiding place, and kill her, though this was unlikely to succeed, as the future Coven was still searching for the Eternal Heart. Of course, there was also a possibility that Morgan was killed by him in the future, and the succeeding coven leader also became interested in immortality. Regardless of history, he absolutely had to uncover the truth about the Avar coven. His and his mother's suffering couldn't be for nothing, could it? This was Britain 1,000 years ago. Dana was completely in the dark, but he could easily find any town, and with his abilities, he could figure out the situation in Britain in minutes. He unhesitatingly went to London, which was already the capital of England at this time. Naturally, he could gather the most information here. Dana transfigured his robes into the customary attire of Englishmen at that time. What bothered him most was the codpiece worn on the outside. His inner thighs would constantly rub against it when he walked, forcing him to walk with his feet splayed outwards. London at this time was not the same concept as London in later generations. Its land area was far smaller. The dense residential and commercial areas of later times were likely just barren land, now a buffer zone between the City of London and the fortresses around the Thames River. You read that right. England at this time was suffering from Viking invasions, and even the areas around the capital were not peaceful. The Vikings coming from Denmark were pillaging, burning, and killing. Living by the Thames River at this time was akin to seeking death. Dana walked with an arrogant stride, paid some city entry tax, and swaggered into London City. Of course, he didn't have the current currency. What he gave the gatekeepers was merely stone transfigured into money. Soon, he used legilimency to understand the current situation in England. The current King of England was Athelred II, a notoriously incompetent monarch in history, known as the Unready. This old fellow invented Danegeld, which meant giving money to the Vikings in exchange for peace. Quite clearly, this policy was despised by everyone across the country, and even in later English, Danegeld remained synonymous with cowardice, humiliation, and short-sightedness. During this period, the church was exceptionally corrupt. The conflict between the church, the nobility, and the royal family was almost irreconcilable, but the royal family and the nobility had not yet moved against the church because, look, there's an evil wizard here. A muggle pointed at Dana and shouted loudly. Subsequently, everyone on the entire street looked over in unison. Dana frowned. Before entering the city, he had not only changed his clothes but even his hair color. How did the muggle recognize him? I am not a wizard. Dana spread his hands. Don't accuse me falsely. You are a wizard. The muggle shouted loudly while slowly backing away, fearing Dana would strike him. There's not a speck of filth on your feet, and you dare say you're not a wizard. Dana was startled, then looked down. Europe in this era was extremely unsanitary. Walking on the street, one always had to be careful of faces and urine being poured from second-story windows. He could use magic to seal his nostrils to avoid smelling the foul odors of the city, but it was somewhat difficult for him to step on faces and urine. So he wrapped his feet in magic, isolating them from all filth. He hadn't expected this to become a tell. Indeed, he was still far from adapting to this era. Wizards? Evil wizards. The surrounding muggles screamed and ran away scrambling, and Dana shrugged helplessly. As expected, wizards in this era have been demonized quite severely. There isn't a muggle who isn't afraid of wizards. Even that brave muggle who had seen through him earlier was now hiding behind a pile of wooden barrels by the blacksmith's shop, shouting, "You better scram, otherwise, when the Inquisition's witch hunters arrive, you'll be dead." Dana could use apparition, he could use Spandam Gate, and he could also use Sowu's spatial teleportation. But he didn't want to leave right now. Since he had been discovered, he might as well make contact with the church's Inquisition. Perhaps he could find traces of the Avar coven. After all, the Inquisition seemed more interested in capturing witches than male wizards. As long as he could capture the witch hunters, whether it was legilimency or Imperio, Dana could get the information he wanted. The commotion here quickly attracted witch hunters. A dozen or so people ran from the north and south streets, cornering Dana. They were all clad in full armor, with swords at their waists, shields on their backs, and hand crossbows strapped to their forearms. Dana frowned slightly, because the Inquisition's witch hunters were too well equipped. All their metal parts, including the hand crossbow bolts, were made of Mentori metal. If just one mobile squad had such equipment, how strong must the church's core forces be? Dana pointed his fingers at these witch hunters. Although they wore Mentori metal armor that could block magic, flames, ice, and lightning generated by magic could still harm the people inside the armor, not to mention that with Dana's current magical power level, ordinary mentori metal really couldn't completely block his attacks. After all, any material has a limit to its parameters in a certain aspect, and mentori metal is no exception. Wizard? I didn't expect you to be so bold, not even running away after being discovered. No wonder, it's just a kid. Captain, stop wasting words with him. Although this little beast won't fetch much bounty, it's enough for us to get a drink. Exactly, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. The witch hunter captain's voice was full of joy. Kid, just accept your bad luck. He waved his hand suddenly. Take him down. This kid has good skin. Maybe the bishop will be happy and give us 2 more bounties, so be careful not to disfigure him. The witch hunters exchanged knowing, lewd smiles and unfastened their mentori metal chains from their waists, circling Dana. Ha ha ha, Captain, don't tell me you want to enjoy the kid yourself before handing him over to the bishop. Captain, that's not fair. If there's good stuff, everyone should enjoy it together. The captain rolled his eyes and replied, me first, then you all can do as you please. Upon hearing this, the witch hunter squad members' eyes glowed green, like hungry wolves who hadn't eaten for half a month and suddenly spotted prey. Now the entire street was left with only Dana and the witch hunters. Ordinary citizens dared not get involved in the battle between the two, and even the initially brave Muggle had long since disappeared. Dana chuckled, a green light appearing on his fingers. Even if they died, he had ways to get the information he wanted. At worst, he would just fish their souls out of the sea of the dead. Just as Dana was about to unleash a massacre, a loud voice rang out in midair. Damn lackeys, die. Another voice sounded. Idiot, it's not your first day knowing them. As 2 bolts of lightning struck the witch hunter ranks, the witch hunters screamed and fell to the ground, and the air began to fill with a strange smell of roasted meat mixed with excrement and urine. When the lightning dissipated, 2 figures appeared there. The person on the left was burly, with red hair and a bushy red beard, wearing leather armor over a red wizard's robe, and carrying a greatsword on his back. On his head, he wore a hat that Dana was very familiar with, but which at this moment was still 90% new. Yes, if Dana was not mistaken, that hat was the Sorting Hat, which he had also briefly worn and communicated with. The person on the right was slender and tall, with a pale complexion, neatly combed chestnut hair slicked back, and a well-groomed chin beard that was smooth and sleek, making him a handsome bearded man. Unlike the red-haired man, this one wore a dark green robe. Dana was very surprised. He hadn't expected to meet these 2 here. Clearly, these 2 wizards were Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, both of whom appeared to be only in their 20s or 30s at this time. Gryffindor laughed heartily and walked towards Dana. This child has great courage, daring to fight back when encountering witch hunters. Such bravery is moving. Clearly, he will be my student. Slytherin sneered. You're quite presumptuous. Gryffindor touched his face, nodded slightly, seemingly accepting his friend's compliment. This child can already control magic freely. He clearly had a plan when facing these witch hunters. Even if we didn't intervene, he could solve it himself. So, in my opinion, if he studies with you, he will lose his proper composure and cunning, and end up becoming a reckless brute just like you. Studying with me is the most correct choice for him. Gryffindor laughed. It's not up to us who this child wants to study with, we have to ask for his own opinion. He approached Dana, but Dana took 2 steps back for no other reason than Gryffindor's strong smell of alcohol, which was particularly unpleasant when mixed with the pervasive smells of meat and excrement. Gryffindor awkwardly stopped and asked, Child, what is your name? Dana raised an eyebrow. Merlin. Dana felt that if he used this name, he might be able to draw out the people of the Avar Coven. Besides, he had inherited everything from his ancestor Merlin, so he was worthy of the name. Merlin. Gryffindor frowned. Child, that joke is not funny. We should show at least basic respect for our ancestors. Slytherin, however, was overjoyed. I, on the other hand, think this child has ambition. He will surely achieve great things. Slytherin took 2 steps forward and exclaimed, Child, could you be an Emrys? Gryffindor was also startled. An Emrys? Salazar, how do you know? His face. This child looks so much like Merlin in the portraits. Other than being from the Emrys family, I really can't think of any other reason. Gryffindor tried to grab Dana's shoulder, but Dana silently dodged with a step back. Yes, gentlemen, I am an Emrys. I am grateful for your help, but I still have things to do, so I will take my leave now. Wait. Slytherin called out to Dana. You're out for experience, aren't you? I once knew an Emrys who told me that children of the Emrys family need to leave their secluded home and gain 3 years of experience before coming of age. You see, we are very knowledgeable about the wizarding world, and we have 2 very good friends, one of whom is particularly learned. If you come with us, you can save a lot of time exploring. And it wouldn't be bad for you, would it? Dana thought for a few seconds and asked. I want to know why you are so insistent on me coming with you. Gryffindor began to explain. Recently, the church has intensified its efforts to capture underage young wizards. Many children who have just experienced magical outbursts have been taken by the church. Salazar and I are currently on our way to the London Heresy Tribunal to rescue a group of children. Although you seem close to adulthood, you haven't fully grown yet. Alone out here, you might be captured by the church. Our wizard population is already small, we save one if we can. You're going to the Inquisition to rescue people. Yes. Dana stroked his chin. I was just about to go to the Inquisition to gather information, so we might as well go together. You? With us? Godric Gryffindor looked surprised. The Inquisition is no fun place. It's very dangerous for an underage wizard like you to go there. We might not have the energy to protect you while we're rescuing the other young wizards. Dana smiled, simply waving his hand. Blue flames ignited at Dana's feet, rapidly engulfing the surroundings. Gryffindor and Slytherin immediately cast fire-repelling charms on themselves, pushing the blue flames away. Dana nodded inwardly. As expected of the Hogwarts founders, Grindelwald's signature move couldn't even get close to them. Of course, he could add more magic, increase the power, and break through their defenses with a massive amount of magic, but there was no need for that. The blue flames precisely incinerated the witch hunters' bodies, and also made the air nearby less foul-smelling. How about it? Do you too approve of this move? Gryffindor and Slytherin exchanged glances. They saw many things in Dana's magic. First, this kid's magic had long surpassed that of an ordinary adult wizard. It could only be said that he was indeed an Emrys, a direct descendant of Merlin. Second, they had never seen this magic before. When their fire-repelling charm touched the blue flames, they found that the spell actually contained a function to detect malice, and even the spell itself was a variation of a protective spell. They had just been thinking of taking this kid as a student, but now it seemed they had been presumptuous. How could a little Emrys be mediocre? Oh, very impressive spellcasting ability. Gryffindor awkwardly rubbed his nose. What I mean is, of course, you can certainly come with us. Dana nodded, collecting all the scattered mantle of Turin armor and weapons into his pendant. These items could be used at any time, they just needed new shafts for the crossbow bolts. The 3 left the area. Gryffindor and Slytherin mounted their brooms. In Dana's opinion, the brooms they rode were even worse than the shedding, worn-out brooms used in first-year classes at future Hogwarts. Dana, meanwhile, transformed directly into a raven and followed behind them. After the 3 had departed for a while, the tightly closed doors and windows of the surrounding houses reopened. Muggle cautiously peeked out, looking at the street that was 10,000 times cleaner than before. Was that evil wizard captured? It sounds like that wizard had companions. Oh, that's terrible. What is the church doing? If they couldn't deal with wizards, I think His Majesty the King and the noble lords would have abolished them long ago. Yes, if they can't deal with wizards now, what's the point of keeping them? In the 10th century, the church had not yet grown to the point of being above secular monarchies. Their role was more about cultural inheritance and dissemination and, of course, hunting evil wizards and demons. The London Heresy Tribunal was not in the city centre, but on Ludgate Hill to the west. This was once St. Paul's Cathedral, destroyed by Vikings 30 years ago and not yet rebuilt. Relying on the original stone structure, the churches made slight alterations, and it became the current London Heresy Tribunal. The 3 landed on a hillside not far from the Inquisition. The vegetation here was dense, so they didn't worry about being discovered by the witch hunters. And the most conspicuous Red Gryffindor had his hair and clothing color changed by his good friend's transfiguration, perfectly blending with the forest. Gryffindor seemed to dislike green, grumbling complaints, but was retorted by Slytherin's single word, idiot. Dana looked towards the tribunal. There were wooden watchtowers on all 4 sides, east, west, north, and south. Witch hunters were on guard in the towers. To his surprise, all 4 towers had detection magic circles carved on them. As soon as any magic approached the tribunal, the witch hunters would immediately know. Gentlemen, I have a question. Dana asked. Why do Muggle know wizard magic circles? Gryffindor replied indifferently. Every group has traitors. Wizards have always been disunited since ancient times, so it's not surprising that a few scoundrels have sided with the church. Slytherin said. We shouldn't dwell on this problem now. How to quietly infiltrate the Inquisition and rescue those children is what we should be considering. Dana stroked his chin. That's not difficult. Dana uncharacteristically pulled out his wand at this time. Wands were not yet widespread in the wizarding world. There were auxiliary spellcasting weapons, but they were all strange and varied. Gryffindor relied on his great sword, while Slytherin relied on the 2 rings he wore on each hand. Dana waved his wand, chanting a lengthy incantation. As he cast his spell, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Gryffindor raised an eyebrow. Rain? Couldn't you just cast a weather charm? Is it necessary to be so complicated? Slytherin couldn't help but kick Gryffindor, though for the thick-skinned Gryffindor, the kick was barely an itch. Shut up, idiot. Don't you see that the rain clouds Emery's summoned are full of curses? Curses! Gryffindor exclaimed. As expected of an Emery's. Wizard spells of this era were primarily focused on the evocation school, as evocation spells were powerful and suitable for warfare. If one were to compare evocation magic to later magic systems, then evocation magic could be classified as transfiguration, a more advanced form of transfiguration. Curse magic, however, was only mastered by a very small number of wizards and was extremely uncommon. The only wizards Gryffindor knew who could use curse magic were Ravenclaw and Slytherin. It was no wonder he was surprised. In the darkening sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. In just a few seconds, a torrential downpour precisely descended directly over the Inquisition. The 4 towers were simply constructed of wood. Given the current relationship between the royal family, nobles, and the church, it was already good enough that they weren't sanctioned, so why would they allocate funds for them to build sturdy stone structures? And the upper echelons of the church were indulged in pleasure, wanting to spend every single gold coin on lavish enjoyment, and would certainly not consider the structural safety of the Inquisition. In their view, the witch hunters had an overwhelming advantage over wizards, and no wizard would be so foolish as to actively seek out the tribunal. So, under the torrential rain summoned by Dana, all the witch hunters guarding the 4 towers were drenched to the bone by the pervasive rainwater. The wooden and thatched roofs could block light rain, but under such a downpour, they were useless. Dana asked. Gentlemen, those captured young wizards shouldn't be getting wet, right? Slytherin paused, then nodded. They won't get wet. According to the information I received, the young wizards are being held in the tribunal's dungeon. That dungeon used to be St. Martin's Church's warehouse. Dana was very satisfied with this answer. If the young wizards were going to get wet, then he would use stupefy. But if the young wizards wouldn't get wet, then he would unceremoniously use Avada Kedavra. His rainwater contained curses, and anyone who touched it would be affected. Once his spell hit a cursed target, it would immediately spread to others who were also cursed, creating a chain effect. Neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin knew what Dana would do next. They watched curiously as Dana raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A thick, barrel-sized green light traveled hundreds of meters, hitting the witch hunter on guard in the easternmost tower. The green light rapidly spread, forming a chilling net between the towers. The tearing sound of the Avada lightning chain was not soft, but it became almost inaudible, concealed by the lightning and thunder of the heavy rain. The green light dissipated in the air, and Gryffindor was the first to ask. Is this the killing curse concocted by the despicable Herpo? How do you know it? The despicable Herpo was an ancient Greek, much older than Merlin, but his research results in magic had never been found, including the killing curse and the method of hatching basilisks. People only knew their names, but not their fundamentals. Dana laughed. Want to learn? I can teach you. Gryffindor shook his head. There are many ways to kill someone. While the killing curse is direct, its efficiency may not be higher than other spells. Slytherin's eyes flashed. The name of the Avada killing curse had been circulating for more than a dozen centuries, and people had almost come to regard this spell as a legend. But seeing it today, he realized the wonder of this magic. He was not like Gryffindor, he wanted to learn. However, he wanted to take Emery's as his student just now, and now he had to ask him for magic, which made him lose face. Perhaps it was precisely this face-saving personality of his that would lay hidden dangers for the future split of the 4 founders. Dana shook his head. If you don't want to learn, then forget it. Let's go. The detection magic was still in effect, but the witch hunters monitoring the detection magic were already dead. The three walked to the front of the tribunal. Gryffindor was eager to rush in but was pulled back by Slytherin, who grabbed the greatsword on his back. Hey, Salazar, what are you doing? Are you just going to walk in like that? Gryffindor glanced at his green robe and nodded. You're right, red suits me better. As he spoke, Godric Gryffindor restored his robe to red, but he probably forgot that his hair and beard were still green, resulting in a combination of bright red and bright green. Salazar Slytherin rolled his eyes repeatedly. He really didn't want to admit in front of outsiders that this reckless fellow was his friend. Stop right there! Slytherin shouted. You're rushing in without even knowing the situation. Those weapons made of Mentori metal can take your life in just one hit. Gryffindor casually drew his sword. I have my longsword in hand. Those Mentori metal are nothing to worry about. Although Mentori metal can block magic, its inherent material is not hard. Slytherin snorted coldly and began to draw a magic circle on the ground. He drew and said, You stay here honestly and wait until I finish drawing the magic circle. Gryffindor pursed his lips, his green beard twitching. Although he was annoyed, he always admired his good friend's strategy. Dana, however, quietly flew to the nearest tower. Besides taking away those Mentori metal equipment, he came to a witch hunter's corpse, placed one hand on his forehead, and activated the silver ring transformed from Merlin's soul with the other, connecting to the Sea of the Dead. Using the witch hunter's corpse as a conduit, Dana summoned his soul. The soul had just entered the Sea of the Dead and had not completely lost consciousness when it was pulled back and saw its own corpse, looking terrified. Tell me everything you know about the Avar Coven. Dana's words seemed like a command, and the witch hunter's soul was completely unable to resist. He opened his mouth to answer, his soul's voice cold and rigid. The Avar Coven is not on the Witch Hunters Wizard Organization cleanup list. Dana frowned. Then do you know Morgan Le Fay? No. Moron. No. Glidden. Mazo. Dana listed all the names of the Avar Coven's original 9 fairies, but this witch hunter remained completely ignorant. Then, who in this tribunal might know this information? The soul thought for a moment and replied, Father Lockhart. He is well-read and should know. Lockhart. Dana stroked his chin. This Lockhart and that Lockhart should not be the same person, right? After banishing the soul back to the Sea of the Dead, Dana returned to Salazar and Godric's side. Emrys, what were you doing just now? Slytherin was still drawing the magic circle, and Gryffindor was casting Muggle repelling charm and conf undo around, so they didn't see Dana's actions just now. I scouted for information. There's a priest named Lockhart in this tribunal who knows some information I want to know, so don't kill him later. I have something to ask him. Kill? What are you thinking, Emrys? Gryffindor's eyes widened. Who told you that we need to kill everyone in the entire tribunal to rescue people? Dana blinked. Huh? Gryffindor patiently explained. The witch hunters we saw before were just small fry, and the higher level Hunter Knight Order is not that easy to deal with. You should know one thing. The Knights of the Hunter Knight Order, strictly speaking, are all wizards. Dana was enlightened. He didn't expect the internal division among wizards to be so severe, that a large portion of wizards had actually joined the church and formed something called the Hunter Knight Order. So the traitors among wizards he had just talked about referred to these people. Important strongholds of the church are garrisoned by members of the Knight Order, and the London Heresy Tribunal is even the site of the original St. Paul's Cathedral, so there must be the Hunter Knight Order stationed here. We only have 3 people. Once we are delayed by the Knight Order, reinforcements will continuously arrive from other garrisons, making it difficult to rescue those children. Dana blinked, asking curiously, Since you know so much, why did you still rush in recklessly just now? Godric Gryffindor laughed heartily. I wanted to use myself as bait to attract their attention, and then you and Salazar could sneak in quietly. Slytherin had already finished drawing the magic circle at this point and immediately rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Emrys, don't listen to his nonsense. That guy was just hot-headed and went crazy just now. Attract their attention? Last time he attracted attention like that, he ended up knocking out all the witch hunters in an entire garrison. Godric Gryffindor had his secret exposed by his good friend, but he wasn't annoyed and continued to grin. He pointed at the magic circle Slytherin had drawn and asked Dana, Emrys, do you recognize this magic circle? Dana only glanced at it and said, The Murdoch Phantom Array, it can continuously generate illusions, and the powerful thing about this magic circle is that the created illusions can rely on the magic circle to launch substantial magic attacks. Gryffindor's eyes widened. He couldn't understand how Dana, who looked so young, knew so much. Slytherin clapped and praised. As expected of the Emery's family, truly a profound family heritage. Salazar Slytherin said, Emery's, you're looking for Father Lockhart, right? Then you go first, and meet me in the dungeon later. Dana keenly caught me instead of us. Godric Gryffindor seemed to understand Dana's confusion and laughed heartily. I told you, I'm the bait. I'll use the Murdoch Phantom Array to create chaos within the tribunal. You guys just leave after you're done, don't worry about me. With that, Godric Gryffindor added a few more disillusionment charms, then activated the Phantom Array. Immediately, dozens of Gryffindors, with green hair and red robes, appeared before the three. Gryffindor paused, then slapped his forehead, laughing even louder. Ha 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 ha, this look is great. Salazar, help me do this every morning from now on. I can't transform into such a pure green. Idiot. Salazar Slytherin transformed into a viper and slithered into the tribunal. Dana looked at the gleeful Gryffindor, who was manipulating the phantoms to rush into the tribunal, and simply cast a disillusionment charm on himself. When they entered the tribunal, Gryffindor's phantoms were already engaging the witch hunters and the Hunter Knight Order. Slytherin's concerns were valid, the Hunter Knight Order members were all wizards. In Dana's opinion, each of them was at least 4 to 5 Lucius in strength and well-equipped. Although they weren't wearing mantle of Turin metal armor, their armor was intricately carved with dense defensive runes, and they held powerful alchemical weapons. If their numbers were large, even Godric and Salazar, who had the strength of 3 or 4 Dumbledores, could suffer a tragic defeat if they weren't careful. But the current situation was that the green-haired, red-robed oddities were pressing the Knight Order and the witch hunters. Firstly, the phantoms had no physical form and were unharmed by attacks. Secondly, Godric Gryffindor was a world-renowned dueling expert, whose combination of swordsmanship and magic was unrivaled in the wizarding world. Even as phantoms, his magical slashes and war magic coordinated flawlessly, and don't forget, there were dozens of such phantoms. As long as the location of the Murdoch Phantom Array wasn't discovered and destroyed, these phantoms could fight all day long. After suffering heavy losses at the beginning, the Knight Order quickly adapted, using alchemical equipment to immediately construct a defensive barrier. The Phantom's attack power was based on the strength of the magic array. The Murdoch Phantom Array could mobilize the magic in the air to cast spells according to the operator's will, but its power was significantly weaker, unable to break through the Knight Order's barrier at all. If there were truly dozens of Gryffindors, this tribunal would have been flattened long ago. Dana nodded. Gryffindor's fighting style greatly opened his eyes. Even though his current magic power was much stronger than the other parties, how could the 4 founders be undeserving of their reputation? Perhaps asking Gryffindor for some dueling tips afterward would also be a good option. He quietly left the hall and walked deeper into the tribunal. He randomly caught a priest, and under the Imperio, he immediately knew the whereabouts of Father Lockhart. Passing through a corridor, Dana arrived at an independent room. Father Lockhart's status in the tribunal was clearly very high. The door to this room was more ornate than the other doors in the tribunal, not only inlaid with brass but also exquisitely carved on the doorknob. Pushing open the door, Dana saw a young man dressed as a priest comfortably reading a book in a lounge chair, holding a red liquid, whether wine or a drink, in his left hand. The goblet was very grand, with a golden body inlaid with several rubies. To Dana's surprise, this priest highly resembled an old acquaintance in his memory. The same golden hair, the same sparkling teeth. Gilderoy Lockhart, I found your ancestor. Father Lockhart seemed absorbed in his book, unaware that the door had opened by itself. But the next moment, a beam of light shot out from the gem of the golden goblet. Apparition. Reveal. Dana was caught off guard and was revealed by the revealing charm, but before Father Lockhart could make another move, a red light shot from Dana's finger, binding Father Lockhart. Dana walked closer and, under Father Lockhart's terrified gaze, cast the Imperio. 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 Father Lockhart's face was intoxicated, which indicated that the Imperio had taken effect. In fact, with Dana's current magic power level, there were almost no individuals, past or future, who could resist his Imperio. Tell me all the information about the Avar Coven. Father Lockhart swayed slightly, revealing 8 white teeth even under the control of the Imperio. He didn't forget to smile with his white teeth, which made Dana wonder if this was a hereditary special skill of the Lockhart family. The Avar Coven was founded during King Arthur's time by King Arthur's sister, Morgan Le Fay. The organization was based on the island of Avalon, and its name Avar means apple, alluding to the golden apples of Avalon. But for some unknown reason, the Avar Coven was later exiled from the island of Avalon, and Morgan Le Fay disappeared after imprisoning the legendary wizard Merlin, and the Avar Coven also vanished without a trace. Dana was a bit disappointed. Although Father Lockhart was indeed knowledgeable, and his description was almost identical to what ancestor Merlin had said, this information was not useful to him. However, he heard Father Lockhart continue. But in my personal estimation, the Avar Coven did not dissipate but continued to exist under an assumed name, even hiding within the church. 10 years ago, the ancient well hidden deep within this tribunal was studied for 6 months by the nuns of Folkestone Nunnery. They seemed to be looking for a way to Avalon. If the Avar Coven still exists in secret, then Folkestone Nunnery is highly suspicious. The Vikings burned, killed, and plundered, yet Folkestone town has remained as stable as a mountain for centuries, more peaceful than London. Without powerful forces, this would be impossible. Hiding under an assumed name, hidden within the church? Dana stroked his chin, weighing the truthfulness of what Father Lockhart said. Among the contents described by the priest, that ancient well caught Dana's attention. The location of St. Paul's Cathedral was originally a megalithic array. If this was the entrance to Avalon, it was entirely possible. So the priest's speculation was very reasonable, and Dana would visit Folkestone Nunnery sooner or later. Before that, however, Dana wanted to meet Rowena Ravenclaw. Perhaps from this Hogwarts founder, who represented wisdom, he could obtain some different information. Planning before acting, Dana was much more composed than when he had just been released from prison. He glanced at Father Lockhart. This traitor among wizards knew quite a lot. Keeping him might be useful in the future. Thinking this, Dana transformed into a blue light and merged into Father Lockhart's body. One of Merlin's bloodline magic possession. Father Lockhart exited the room and headed towards the well deep within the tribunal. Father Lockhart. A hunter knight order knight passed by him. The tribunal is under attack by heretics. You'd best return to your room. We don't have the resources to protect you. Father Lockhart smiled, showing all 8 of his teeth. I won't cause you any trouble. I'm just going to that ancient well now. I'm quite interested in the Folkestone Nunnery's research, and I want to take a look there. The knight shrugged. All right then, please be careful. Just wait a little longer, and once the knights from London arrive, the tribunal will be safe. Father Lockhart made the sign of the cross over his chest. May the Lord bless you all. Watching Father Lockhart disappear down the corridor, the knight scratched his head. Father Lockhart was specially recruited into the church for his knowledge, wasn't he? When did he become so devout? Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the front hall. The knight quickly cast aside irrelevant thoughts and hurried towards the battlefield. Father Lockhart found the ancient well. It was unremarkable, but a faint magical aura emanated from within. He leaned over the well and looked down. There wasn't a single drop of water in the well, only a pile of rubble that looked like shattered stone sculptures. The father frowned. This place had indeed once been a portal to Avalon. The scent of the Sea of Death hadn't completely dissipated. But clearly, this portal had been intentionally destroyed. Father Lockhart rubbed his brow and turned to head towards the dungeon. Having confirmed that the ruins here were once a portal to Avalon, Dana's suspicion that the Folkestone Nunnery and the Avar Coven were connected grew stronger. The dungeon guards lay sprawled on the ground. Ambushed by Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders, they had no chance of survival. A clamor of voices reached him. Father Lockhart turned the corner and saw a group of young wizards chattering together, with Slytherin comforting them. Sir, are we really saved? We won't be burned alive anymore, right? Jennifer was taken away by those fathers and never came back, sir. Can you save her? Slytherin was getting a headache from the young wizard's noise. He secretly resolved that next time there was such a rescue, he would definitely bring Helga Hufflepuff. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. A quick glance revealed that the newcomer was neither burly nor a youth, so he decisively cast a bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The newcomer caught the lightning with one hand, and the electric light in his palm was like clay, molded at his will. Mr. Slytherin, it's me, Merlin. Salazar Slytherin was skeptical and about to ask something when a blue light flew out of the father's chest, transforming into Dana. The father immediately regained consciousness and, seeing the situation before him, was about to shout for help. Stupefy. One stupefy, and the father quieted down. Dana dangled Father Lockhart by the collar and explained. This man knows a lot, he'll be useful later. Slytherin carefully identified the father and nodded. I know this man. He's a young man from the Lockhart family in Ireland. I heard he joined the church to seek magical knowledge, which literally angered his grandfather to death. Did you see that? That big brother is amazing. Did he just appear from the father's chest? Looks like it. Wow, I wish I could do that. I wonder what it feels like to control Terrell's body. Humph. Ah, Terrell, I'm sorry, stop kicking? My balls are going to shatter. Slytherin's forehead gradually formed a hashtag sign, and he began to cast a spell silently. Two vines quickly grew from the ground, intertwining in the air to form an archway. Spandam Gate? Dana was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Salazar Slytherin to know this magic. All right, brats, cross this gate, and you'll be safe. Hurry, one by one, don't waste time. Despite the noise and commotion, when it came to the crucial moment, these young wizards who had suffered were still sensible. They consciously lined up and entered one after another. Emery's. Once most of the young wizards had entered, Salazar Slytherin called out to Dana. Dana nodded, dragging Father Lockhart, and stepped into the portal. Stepping out of the portal, Dana raised an eyebrow. The familiar mountains, the familiar Black Lake, the familiar highlands, the familiar Black Forest except for the absence of the castle, this place was as familiar to Dana as could be. Where the castle used to be in his memory, there was now only a row of crude bungalows, simply surrounded by a wooden city wall. Hogwarts Fort. Ignoring the chattering, excited youngsters, Dana turned around and saw Slytherin also emerge from the archway, casually closing the portal. They crossed the drawbridge and arrived at the fort gate. Standing in the fort gate's watchtower were two teenagers, about 14 or 15 years old. Seeing that the newcomer was Salazar Slytherin, they quickly pushed open the gate. Teacher, you're back. Slytherin nodded and instructed. Ixley, take these brats to wash up first. Bast, go quickly and inform Rowena and Helga that we have guests and ask them to wait for me in the sitting room. Then lock this father in the woodshed. Remember to put Mantle of Turin handcuffs on him. Yes. Yes. One of the teenagers led the young wizards to wash up, while the other hoisted Father Lockhart onto his shoulder and ran quickly towards the center of the fort. Slytherin then looked at Dana. Emery's, follow me. Dana nodded and followed behind Slytherin. Hogwarts Fort was very simple, but its sanitary conditions were much better than those in London. Dana saw young wizards pouring collected waste into a large pool, and the area around the pool was enchanted with a scent-blocking spell. Other young wizards used the levitation charm to carry fermented fertilizer to the fields outside the fort. The fort was full of life, clothes, sheets, and bed covers hung everywhere to dry. Noticing Dana curiously staring at the sheets, Slytherin explained expressionlessly. There are many children here now. You know, it's common for children to wet the bed before they're 15. Dana. This sentence, coming from the mouth of the greatest of the four founders, felt particularly jarring. The two arrived at a house that was taller than the other buildings in the fort. At the entrance stood a house elf, wearing dirty rags. Master, you're back? Lady Ravenclaw and Lady Hufflepuff are already inside. Slytherin nodded and said, Good egg, go prepare a separate guest room, then go to the kitchen and make some grand dishes. Yes, Master. The house elf Good Egg vanished with a whoosh. Slytherin nodded to Dana. All right, let's go in. I want to introduce you to my other two good friends. Pushing open the large door, the two walked in. The decoration inside the fort's sitting room was completely out of place with the simple exterior of the house's luxurious furnishings, soaring ceilings, which gave Dana the illusion of being back in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Two beautiful young ladies stood in the center of the sitting room, nodding to Slytherin. Let me introduce you. This is Rowena Ravenclaw, and this is Helga Hufflepuff. Slytherin said, pointing to Dana. This is Merlin Emery's, a genius from the Emery's family. He helped us rescue the young wizards from the London Heresy Tribunal. Merlin. Hufflepuff exclaimed, while Ravenclaw merely tilted her head slightly. Bang! The large door was pushed open, and Godric Gryffindor walked in, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, Salazar, You left too early, otherwise you would have seen how I beat those bastards until they were pissing themselves. Slytherin rolled his eyes. If I hadn't set the duration for the magic array, I don't think you would have returned at this time, would you? Ah, ha 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 ha. Gryffindor scratched his head, making his hat tilt. He looked at Dana. Yo, Emrys, you're here? You've already met Rowena and Helga, right? Gryffindor then looked at Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. You didn't see it, but this kid's methods are really strong. He has at least 80% of my strength. Ravenclaw sighed, supporting her forehead, and her clear, ethereal voice pierced Gryffindor's heart. Godric, can't you see? The magic in this young man's body is almost dozens of times yours? I didn't think you'd become so arrogant that you'd lose all sense of shame. Ravenclaw's magical prowess was the strongest among the four. She could see things the other three couldn't, so they all trusted her words. But now, all three of them widened their eyes, looking at Dana in disbelief. Dozens of times Godric's magic? Good heavens, Godric's total magic was the highest among the four of them? Could this kid truly be the legendary Merlin? Godric Gryffindor's expression shifted rapidly, from surprise to ecstasy to excitement. He laughed heartily, grabbing Dana's hand. Emrys, fight me. Slytherin turned his head away, Ravenclaw was expressionless, and Hufflepuff giggled behind her hand. Unlike the kindly, slightly plump middle-aged lady in the portraits, the current Hufflepuff had large eyes and plenty of collagen on her face. Although she was already in her 20s, she still had a very girlish appearance. Dana nodded. He had originally intended to ask Gryffindor for duel tips, and a sparring match would naturally be ideal. So he casually opened a spandam gate. Come on. The five of them passed through the portal. This was a grassy area, a lawn situated on a coastal cliff. Ravenclaw scanned the surroundings with her eagle eye and discovered it was an isolated island with no signs of human habitation. She nodded to everyone. No one is here. Godric Gryffindor could no longer restrain himself. He laughed heartily and drew the sword from his back. Come on, Emrys, I really want to know how strong you truly are. Dana walked to the open space and pulled out his wand. Mr. Gryffindor, you are the senior, please go first. Gryffindor was not polite. He waved his sword, pointing it at Dana. Immediately, a red beam of light shot from the sword tip. Dana gathered the shield charm in his palm and, with a seemingly casual wave of his hand, deflected the spell. Gryffindor didn't expect a single strike to succeed. This was merely a means of probing and distracting. At this moment, he had already rapidly approached Dana, his sword blade crackling with lightning as it slashed towards Dana. However, this kind of frontal assault was the easiest attack for Dana to handle. He extended his left hand, calmly and unhurriedly flicking his index, middle, and ring fingers in succession. 3 light pillars, each as thick as a bowl, shot out one after another, forcing Gryffindor to retreat and dodge. The 3 light pillars struck the nearby grass, causing a thunderous explosion. The seemingly ordinary blasting spell, in Dana's hands, produced power comparable to war magic. Seeing Gryffindor create distance, Dana directly scattered a handful of seeds. As the natural magic runes inscribed on his left forearm began to flash, the seeds took root upon landing and grew rapidly, instantly transforming into a large patch of thick devil's snare. Hufflepuff clapped her hands and exclaimed, "What powerful natural magic!" The tentacles of the devil's snare obeyed Dana's will, sweeping towards Gryffindor, who twisted and dodged, only severing 1 or 2 tentacles with his sword when he had no other option. His current situation was not good, because the lightning runes inscribed on Dana's right arm were flashing with a heart-pounding light. As soon as Gryffindor got tangled by a tentacle, lightning would instantly strike him. Gryffindor was not flustered. Spells continuously shot from his sword tip, causing large amounts of white smoke to erupt from the surrounding grass, hoping to obscure Dana's vision. Although Dana could not see, he still locked onto Gryffindor's position through his perception of magic. The devil's snare continued to attack Gryffindor with clear intent. In his perception, Gryffindor was rapidly swinging his sword, but the next moment, Gryffindor vanished. Dana was startled, but his keen senses caught a faint tearing sound of space behind his head. Before he could turn around, his left arm grew dragon scales, and combined with a shield charm, he turned to block. Clang! Gryffindor indeed appeared behind Dana. His sword and the black dragon arm collided, erupting in a shower of sparks. Gryffindor looked shocked. He had never seen this kind of transfiguration where a part of the body transformed into a dragon. The scales on this arm were exactly like real dragon scales, offering astonishing defense. Dana was equally surprised, because behind Gryffindor, a spatial rift was slowly closing. So, had Gryffindor just used a slashing attack to create a spatial rift, and then operate behind him through the rift? Apparition did not yet exist in this era. To be able to do this, it could only be said that he was worthy of being Gryffindor. Dana swung his wand fiercely with his right hand, and a powerful gust of wind swept towards Gryffindor, instantly blowing him away. Dana's intuition told him that being close to Gryffindor would be very dangerous. He had not practiced swordsmanship, and if Gryffindor got close and launched a rapid attack, he would surely fall into a very disadvantageous situation. Gryffindor, in midair, saw Dana throw a few more spells at him and laughed heartily, performing a somersault. His sword, taking advantage of the momentum, once again sliced open a spatial rift in the air, and he himself vanished into the rift. Dana's attack instantly missed its target. The next moment, around Dana, one spatial rift after another appeared, dozens of them if he had no way to counter. Then Gryffindor would launch surprise attacks from these rifts. This kind of all-around spatial encirclement would be difficult to deal with. He might even be hit by an attack from a blind spot. However, as Merlin's successor, how could Dana be stumped by such a trick? He clapped his hands together, and with a crisp sound, the space within a 100-meter radius centered on him was suddenly confined. The spatial rifts disappeared one by one, and then Gryffindor's frantic voice was heard. "Oh no, I'm going to be squeezed to death." As he leaped out of the last spatial rift, all the fissures were smoothed over by Dana. Dana smiled, looking at Gryffindor. "If you only have these tricks, then you won't win." Dana frowned and suddenly flew into the sky, only to see the ground where he had just stood suddenly transform into a gaping abyss. If he hadn't flown up, he would probably have been swallowed by the maw. Ha ha, fighting a dueling master like Gryffindor truly means not being able to relax for a single moment. Dana flew in the air, feeling that something was off. Why was Godric Gryffindor, such a boisterous and magnanimous person, using such sneaky and underhanded tricks? Little did he know, Gryffindor also had his reasons. Did he truly not wish to fight honorably? Just a brief exchange of blows in the beginning, Gryffindor had already determined that Dana could not be defeated by him head-on with magic. His only chance of victory lay in his swordsmanship and sneaky little tricks. Yes, even if Dana's magic was dozens of times stronger than Gryffindor's, in Gryffindor's view, he still had a chance to win. This was the nature of Wizarding World combat. Strong combat power did not necessarily mean invincibility. Wizards were, after all, flesh and blood, and even the most powerful wizard could be taken down by a single spell or beheaded by a sword. Dana slowly ascended, looking down at Gryffindor. Gryffindor's only means of flight was a broom. His animagus transformation was a lion, and as everyone knew, lions could not fly. And now that space was confined by Dana, Gryffindor couldn't even engage in aerial combat with Dana using spatial magic. Gryffindor took off his hat and tossed it into the air. The future sorting hat spun, casting out a barrier, while Gryffindor immediately lowered his head and began drawing on the ground with his sword. Dana naturally would not allow Gryffindor to complete the inscription of the magic circle. He waved his wand with his right hand, and one thick bolt of lightning after another fell, striking the barrier constructed by the sorting hat. Crack! With just 3 bolts of lightning, the barrier shattered, and the sorting hat floated to the ground. At this moment, Gryffindor had already raised his head, smiling. At his feet, a strangely shaped magic circle emitted magical light. In an instant, countless magical arrows shot out from the void, forming an arrow rain that flew towards Dana. War magic, light arrow array. The light arrows arrived in an instant. Dana knew very well that these light arrows from Godric had their sharpness deliberately removed. They would hurt him greatly, but they wouldn't be fatal. However, while this type of war magic was highly effective on large battlefields, it was somewhat clunky in a one-on-one duel. Whoosh! Dana simply operate, evading the arrow rain. He appeared behind Godric, and an Expelliarmus miss hit Godric. Godric's sword flew out of his hand and towards Dana. A smile appeared on Dana's face. He had won this battle. But the emerald on the sword's hilt made Dana's pupils contract. If he remembered correctly, the Godric's sword was inlaid with a ruby. He quickly transformed into a Dementor and floated backward. As expected, the flying sword transformed into Godric in midair and shot out 2 bolts of lightning with his bare hands. The lightning struck the Dementor's body, causing no damage. Dana returned to human form and immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Godric was in midair, with no way to evade. Just as he was about to be hit by the dragon's breath, he curled his body, crossed his hands to protect his head and face, and a round shield abruptly appeared in front of him. The dragon's breath was blocked by the shield, and Godric landed on the ground. And the devil's snare from before had already spread, about to form an encirclement. Godric laughed heartily, waving his hand. No more fighting, no more fighting, I surrender. You're simply not human. On the surface, Dana had won, but Dana knew that if Salazar had not changed Godric's hair to green, causing a flaw in his transfiguration, he might have been taken down by Godric in close combat. So he had only narrowly won. Dana, who had been somewhat overconfident after receiving all of Merlin's magic, became much more cautious after this battle, never daring to underestimate anyone again. Godric was known for being simple-minded, but when he fought, he still had endless tricks. If Morgan Le Fay were alive today, with her ability to trick even the ancestor Merlin, he might truly fall into a trap. Morgan Le Fay wouldn't hold back like Godric. If he accidentally fell victim to a curse, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Clap, clap, clap. The other three founders walked over, clapping. Mr. Emrys, it's been a long time since we've seen Godric frustrated. You're truly amazing. Godric then asked. How did you see through my transfiguration? Dana shrugged and pointed to his head. There, it's green. Godric was startled, touched the green hair on his head, then grinned. Ha 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 ha, so that's it? It was like that. Today's feast was both to welcome the new young wizards and a banquet hosted by Hogwarts Fort for Dana. So it was much more lavish than usual, which was evident from the delighted expressions on the young wizards' faces. Dana had a particular fondness for mushroom bacon soup. It was simply because other dishes were practically inedible for him. During the meal, Ravenclaw introduced a 6 or 7-year-old girl to Dana. Merlin, this is my daughter, Helena Ravenclaw. Dana smiled and nodded at the little girl. This Helena would later become the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw House. Helena looked at Dana curiously. I heard you defeated Godric? That's amazing. Dana shook his head. No, I was just lucky. I still have a lot to learn. The little girl giggled. Winning is winning, how can there be such a thing as luck? Besides, you're already so powerful, what else do you need to learn? Mom said you can even move through space without opening a portal. Dana quietly pointed to Godric's green hair. For example, this green hair that Mr. Slytherin transfigured for Mr. Godric. I don't know how it can be so lasting and stable, even Mr. Godric's own transfiguration can't cover this green. Godric, engrossed in drinking, didn't notice Dana and the little girl's whispers, but Salazar, who was nearby, heard them. He leaned into Dana's ear. Do you want to learn? I have many more such little tricks, I can teach you all of them. Salazar Slytherin was not a generous person. As the founder of the new Slytherin house, every one of his actions had a purpose. So Dana asked, what kind of reward do I need to pay? Salazar stroked his long beard. I want to go to Greece for a while. During this time, I'd like you to teach my students. At this time, Hogwarts did not yet have a castle, nor was it divided into 4 houses. Normally, the education of young wizards was uniformly handled by the 4 founders, but in the medieval wizarding world, apprenticeship was popular, and Hogwarts was no exception. Each founder recruited some apprentices. On weekdays, the apprentices served their teachers' daily needs, and in return, their teachers taught them some unique skills. So, the students Salazar referred to were his apprentices, such as Bostwick and Ixley, whom he had met when entering earlier today. If Dana remembered correctly, the surnames Bostwick and Ixley were later part of the Sacred 28. Okay, no problem. Investigating the Folkestone nunnery could be done at any time. And in order to have more chances of winning against Morgan in the future, he had originally planned to stay here to learn dueling skills from Godric. Now, being able to learn Salazar's unique skills was an unexpected bonus. Salazar Slytherin nodded in satisfaction. So the next day, after handing Dana a notebook, Salazar left gracefully, embarking on his journey to Greece. Dana was 80% sure that the old man was going to seek the knowledge left behind by the despicable Herpo the Foul. Because when he had used Avada Kedavra, the astonishment in Salazar's eyes was impossible to hide. As for why he didn't learn directly from him, it was probably due to his inherent arrogance. Thus, the third-year student of future Hogwarts transformed into the earliest professor at Hogwarts, besides the founders. Today was the first class Dana taught his apprentices after Salazar Slytherin left. Murray Ixley and Hornacek Bostwick, as Salazar's eldest apprentices, led their younger peers in welcoming Dana. After the applause, they introduced themselves. Among the young wizards rescued from the London Heresy Tribunal earlier, 2 had become Salazar's apprentices. One was the clumsy Brown Weasley, who had almost had his nuts kicked, and the other was the perpetrator, Terrell Stevenson. After the young wizards finished introducing themselves, Dana briefly introduced himself. I am Merlin Emrys. Until Mr. Slytherin returns, I will be teaching you. Although Ixley and Bostwick were about the same age as Dana, they had already heard of Dana's reputation from Helena Ravenclaw being able to defeat Mr. Godric in a sparring match. This peer, though young, was certainly more than capable of teaching them. Whispers came from the crowd. He said his name is Merlin? Is he the legendary Merlin? It was Brown Weasley who spoke. I've seen portraits of Merlin, and he does look a lot like Mr. Emrys. It's just. Terrell Stevenson stepped on Weasley's foot. Why don't you know anything? Emrys is Merlin's name in the Druid language. Oh, so he really is Merlin? Ah, I know what's different. He doesn't have a beard? That's incredible, Merlin's beard? This is truly shocking. Terrell Stevenson raised her head proudly. So it's correct that we bowed to Mr. Salazar as our teacher? Even the legendary Merlin is our teacher's student. Brown Weasley scratched his head. Where did you hear that Merlin is the teacher's student? I secretly saw it. I saw Teacher Salazar give Merlin a notebook and even told him to study hard. Dana, at the very front, had a face full of black lines. Good heavens, the rumor that Merlin came from Slytherin originated here. And among those involved in this rumor, there was even the later staunch Gryffindor, Weasley. One can only say that history is often unexpected. As for Terrell Stevenson, Dana hadn't heard of the Stevenson surname in the wizarding world. So was this girl Muggle-born? So early Salazar was also inclusive in his teaching. What then caused him to become so prejudiced against Muggle wizards? What do you usually use to cast spells? Dana had seen Gryffindor cast spells with a sword, and Slytherin with a ring on his hand. When Father Lockhart ambushed him, that guy used a golden goblet in his hand. So he believed that although wizards of this era had not yet popularized wands, they all had their own auxiliary spell-casting tools. Mr. Merlin, we don't have weapons. The teacher only teaches us how to use our own magic to achieve some simple effects. He said that we have to wait until our bodies are fully grown and our magic is stable before we can find our own amplifiers. Dana frowned. If that were the case, the young wizards would have almost no resistance. No wonder the founders wanted to protect them. He thought of the students at Hogwarts in the future. If they didn't have wands, most of them could be taken down by an adult Muggle with a mop. Suddenly, a tender voice spoke. Mr. Merlin, I have a weapon. I use a short stick I made myself. Dana found the speaking child in the crowd and walked over. My surname is Emrys. You can call me Mr. Emrys from now on. He stopped in front of the boy, a smile on his face. The reason he asked about weapons was because Dana had heard the boy's name Waldron Ollivander during the self-introduction earlier. Ollivander, a family said to have been producing wands since before Common Era. Waldron, let me see your short stick. The dark brown-haired boy pulled out a small wooden stick from his embrace. Dana took it. It was very rough, almost unpolished in appearance. There was a clear-cut mark on the edge of the wooden stick. From this mark, sealed with tree sap, magic particles faintly overflowed. Obviously, this was a wand. Did your family teach you how to make it? 9-year-old Ollivander nodded. Yes, sir. How did you know? Dana did not answer, taking out his own wand and handing it to Waldron Ollivander. Look at my wand and tell me what you think. Waldron took the wand with both hands, and as soon as he held it, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This is such beautiful craftsmanship. The wand body is sealed very well. How on earth was this done? Our family has used countless methods, but sealing the cut with magic often causes the core material and magic runes inside the short stick to conflict. He suddenly looked up. Mr. Emrys, did you make this short stick? No, I didn't make it. If you ask me about the craftsmanship, I can only tell you that I don't know, but I can lend you this wand for research. If you can make a qualified wand because of this, it will be of extraordinary significance to all of us. Waldron puffed out his small chest and stood up straight. Thank you, sir, I will do my best. Dana waved his hand. Go. You don't need to learn hand-to-hand spellcasting techniques here. Your current task is to research how to make wands. Tell me what materials you need, and I will help you find them. Yes, sir. To be honest, teaching a group of young wizards wandless magic was basically a waste of time. He himself possessed the Merlin bloodline, and back then, when his life was threatened, it still took him several days to learn a simple warming charm. Among these children, those who could currently use some levitation charm or illuminating charms with their bare hands were already top-notch geniuses. However, Dana was not in a hurry. He taught the children some theoretical knowledge. Although the wizarding world's capabilities significantly regressed 1,000 years later, in terms of magic theory, they were far ahead of the present. Dana's class immediately captivated the young wizards. The content he spoke of was unheard of to them. The young wizards never imagined that magic could be understood in such a way. Dana's lectures even attracted Ravenclaw. She often brought Helena to audit Dana's classes. As the wisest of the 4 founders, she could understand more, and thus knew the true value of Dana's set of theories. Dana's life became extremely regular, just like when he was engrossed in his studies at Hogwarts. In the morning, he taught the young wizards. After lunch, he suppressed his power and sparred with Gryffindor for an hour, then went out to find wand materials. Of course, he did not sleep in Hogwarts Fort, because he could enter Merlin's vault 2nd floor at any time and elevate his bloodline level amidst the mountains of Grebato magic crystals. Now, having accepted all of Merlin's magic, he could, if he concentrated, see at most 2 days into the future, and it was strenuous and taxing. This was completely incomparable to old ancestor Merlin, who could casually see a year into the future regarding his bloodline awakening. One morning, after teaching the young wizards, Ravenclaw called out to Dana. Emrys, please wait a moment. Dana stopped, turned, and looked at Rowena Ravenclaw. Madam Ravenclaw, is there something? Ravenclaw was beautiful, but her typical witch features made her seem a bit neurotic and hard to get along with, which reminded Dana of Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw said, auditing your lectures these past few days has benefited me greatly, so I would like to ask you, do you have any questions? Anything I know, I can tell you. Dana asked without thinking. Do you know the Avar Coven? Ravenclaw nodded. I've heard of it. I saw the name of this organization in a study of Merlin's legends. It's just a pity I don't know as much as Father Lockhart does. However, she looked up at the sky. The sun was directly overhead, with blue skies and white clouds, but her eyes were bright, as if she could see the myriad stars. The answer lies in the eastern coastal area, where former beliefs were twisted, and human will was trampled. Emrys, I will help you find the answer. But could your lecture content from these past few days be recorded so I can study it when I return? Of course. Then I'll trouble you, madam. Dana actually already knew that Ravenclaw was not clear about the Avar Coven, because he had not avoided anyone when interrogating Father Lockhart. If the 4 founders knew about the Avar Coven, they would have told him already. This was good now. Madam Ravenclaw was willing to inquire about information for him. With her understanding of this era, the efficiency of gathering information would certainly be much higher than his own. Mr. Emrys. From afar, Ollivander's voice came. Dana waved to the boy. The little fellow, looking excited, scurried over, arriving breathlessly in front of Dana. He seemed to bow to Ravenclaw, then said to Dana, Mr. Emrys, I succeeded. Dana looked at Ollivander's hands. In those small hands, though tender, were covered in wounds, tightly clutched a short wooden stick. Dana took the wand and examined it closely. The wand still looked crude. Waldron Ollivander lacked the necessary tools, and you couldn't ask too much of a child who wasn't even 10 years old yet. But there was no doubt that the short stick in Dana's hand was a wand with basic functions. He waved the wand, and a burst of flowers immediately bloomed from its tip. Compared to the semi-finished wands that couldn't be completely sealed, this wand showed almost no loss of core magic factors. If you want to know what happens when a wand core is exposed, please refer to Ron Weasley's unicorn hair wand in his 2nd year, which was broken and taped back together. Excellent, Ollivander, Dana said, looking like a true master, though only a few years older than Ollivander. It seems you've mastered how to eliminate the cutting lines. Yes, sir. Ollivander took back his own wand, then respectfully handed Dana's wand back to him with both hands. No need, Ollivander. I have extra wands, you can keep this one as a reward for yourself. Thank you, sir. Ollivander was overjoyed. The craftsmanship of Dana's wand was 1,000 years ahead of current techniques, and for Ollivander, there was no better reward. At this moment, Rowena Ravenclaw, who had originally intended to leave, stepped forward and extended her hand. Child, could you lend me the wand you made to take a look? Of course, madam. Ollivander handed the prototype to Ravenclaw, while he himself gently caressed the wand Dana had given him, as if it were a priceless treasure. Ravenclaw used the wand to cast a few small tricks, and a rare smile appeared on her usually cool face. What a brilliant idea! If this type of wand can be popularized, the self-preservation ability of young wizards will be greatly improved. Dana laughed. It's not just that, he said. Different spell-casting aids, gestures, and the mobilization of magic will vary, but if we can standardize the auxiliary tools, then the efficiency of teaching will be greatly improved. Ravenclaw nodded in agreement, and Dana patted Ollivander's shoulder. Waldron, work hard these next few days and rush out a batch of wands, at least enough for all the young wizards in the fort to use. He took a large handful of unicorn tail hair from his pendant with his contractual relationship with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Getting these was simple. These are all excellent unicorn tail hairs, take them to make the wand course. Yes, sir. Ollivander ran off in a flash, his happiness visible. Rowena Ravenclaw smiled. Don't forget to have that child make one for me too. Since we're standardizing magic teaching content, why don't I create the teaching materials? Time passed quickly. With the young wizards helping, Waldron Ollivander completed the production of 74 wands in just 1 month, and all these wands were distributed to the young wizards. At this time, there were only 67 young wizards in Hogwarts Fort, 1 for each, which was more than enough. However, at this moment, there were only 66 young wizards. Mr. Emery's, something bad has happened. Brown Weasley rushed to Dana's small hut. If Dana wasn't teaching or sparring with Gryffindor, and it wasn't night yet, he was usually in this room. What's wrong, Weasley? Brown panted heavily, hands on his knees. He looked like he had run all the way and was almost about to throw up. Terrell. Terrell is gone. Terrell Stevenson. Dana had a deep impression of this girl. Besides her surname being uncommon in the British wizarding world, her methods of dealing with the persistent Brown Weasley were quite wild. Methods included, but were not limited to, kicking the groin, eye gouging, and 720-degree twisting of soft flesh. What impressed Dana even more was that even when treated this way by Terrell, Brown remained steadfast, clinging to her to death. Though Brown was only 10, he displayed the characteristics of a simp to the fullest. Tell me, when did you discover she was gone? Brown answered instantly. Just now. I was following her as usual, and I angered her, so she pinched my chest. I was unlucky. She pinched my head, and the freshly scabbed area was twisted open again. I had no choice but to go to Madame Hufflepuff to treat the wound. When I went back to look for her, I couldn't find her anymore. The fort is quite large. Are you sure you've searched everywhere? I've searched everywhere, sir. Understood. I will leave the fort to search. Weasley, go quickly and inform Mr. Gryffindor and Madame Hufflepuff. Weasley took off running, while Dana went directly to the main gate. On the watchtower, where someone should have been on guard, no one was visible. Dana flew up and landed lightly on the watchtower. 2 of Gryffindor's apprentices were currently sleeping on the ground. Dana frowned. He didn't immediately wake them but searched for clues in the small space of less than 3 square meters. It was clearly no coincidence that 2 sentries fell asleep simultaneously while on duty. There was no magic echo in the air, meaning no one had cast a spell. The 2 were sleeping peacefully, so they hadn't been violently knocked out. 2 unfinished wild vegetable cakes had fallen to the ground. Dana walked over, picked them up, and sniffed them lightly. Draught of living death. There was the smell of draught of living death in the vegetable cakes. As is well known, draught of living death is a powerful sleeping potion. Looking at the cake crumbs at the corners of the 2 Gryffindor apprentices' mouths, Dana immediately understood everything. Terrell Stevenson had drugged the guards and left Hogwarts. What did she want to do? Dana rose into the air, transforming into a dragon and circling. A dragon's eyesight is more than a dozen times that of a human, allowing him to quickly spot Terrell Stevenson from high altitudes. However, he saw nothing. Terrell Stevenson seemed to be no longer in this area. Dana flew back to the fort and saw Gryffindor and Hufflepuff standing on the former watchtower, gravely examining the unconscious young wizards. Terrell Stevenson is no longer nearby. I now suspect she has contact with the church, so we must quickly evacuate the young wizards from this place. Salazar Slytherin had gone to Greece, and Rowena Ravenclaw had gone to help Dana search for traces of the Avar Coven. At this moment, there were only 2 adult wizards in Hogwarts Fort. If the church attacked now, they might not be able to protect all the young wizards. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were extremely decisive. Godric Gryffindor picked up the sleeping young wizards, one in each hand, and leaped down from the watchtower. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, summoned vines, jumped onto them, and slid down the vines to the base of the tower. The 2 exchanged only a glance before splitting up to gather the young wizards. Dana went outside the fort gate. He wanted to know how Terrell Stevenson had left. He patrolled the sky almost every day, and there should have been no church rendezvous nearby. Yes, Dana was almost certain that Terrell Stevenson was a church mole. Outside the fort gate, Dan's footprints were mixed together, due to the young wizards working outside the fort every day, but these complex traces did not stump Dana. He easily identified Stevenson's footprints. Following the footprints to a pool at the edge of the Black Forest, the footprints disappeared. By water? No. If she were to go by water, wouldn't it be more convenient to just jump into the Black Lake? Besides, this small pool might not even connect to an underground river. Dana captured the magic echoes in the air. Magic factors formed in his eyes, and soon, the only magic echo in this area gradually appeared before him. This magic model, this node connection. A portkaya? Someone had made a portkaya here? A bold guess quickly formed in Dana's mind. First, Terrell Stevenson was a church mole. The church had mixed her in with a group of recently captured young wizards, imprisoning her in the London Heresy Tribunal. Then the church deliberately leaked information, letting the wizarding organizations that rescue young wizards know about this matter. If the opposing side attacked the tribunal and was annihilated by the Hunter Knight Order, that would be even better, but if the opposing side successfully rescued the young wizards, Terrell Stevenson would be brought back to their stronghold. Stevenson had probably been taught how to make portkeys by the church very early on. As long as Stevenson gradually grew under the guidance of the wizards, she would eventually be able to make portkeys to send intelligence to the church. Originally, this might have taken 5 years, or 10 years, but coincidentally, wands had been popularized at Hogwarts. Terrell Stevenson was already a small genius, and with a convenient magic auxiliary tool, she quickly mastered the magic of making portkeys. A spatial locking magic array had been set up by Dana in Hogwarts Fort. All spatial magic could not be performed here, including the house elf's unique apparition. This forced Terrell Stevenson to drug the guards and escape to this place to make a portkaya. Dana's expression grew increasingly grim. If she left using a portkaya, then the church should already know the hidden location of Hogwarts. Dana quickly closed his eyes and began to glimpse the future. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and rose into the air at the fastest speed. In 5 minutes, the church's witch hunters and Hunter Knight Order would attack Hogwarts? Damn it! When Dana returned to the fort, Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff had already gathered the young wizards. Is everyone here? Dana asked. Madam Hufflepuff nodded. Everyone is here except William and Norris. Where did they go? They went to the granary to load provisions. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. Dana frowned. The church's people will be here in 3 minutes. There's no time to waste. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were both greatly alarmed. How do you know? Dana had no time to explain. As he spoke, he lifted the spatial blockade on the fort. I can see the future? Quickly, find those 2, and get everyone here transferred first. Seeing the future, in the wizarding world, was not a rare ability. Wizards with prophetic talent were not countless, but at least not rare. Coupled with Dana's aura as a descendant of Merlin, the 2 founders quickly reacted. Gryffindor summoned the Spandam Gate, allowing the young wizards to enter in an orderly fashion. The other end of the gate led to a coast. Brown Weasley, however, kept asking where did Terrell go, and was promptly knocked out by Gryffindor with a club and dragged through. Hufflepuff, meanwhile, mounted a gigantic steed made of plants and galloped towards the granary. 2 minutes later, Madam Hufflepuff returned with the 2 young wizards and unhesitatingly entered the Spandam Gate. Dana slightly exhaled. In the future he had seen, he and Gryffindor would stay behind at the fort. After killing a group of church lackeys, they would safely retreat. It seemed the young wizards should be safe. Indeed, Gryffindor rushed out of the portal, then closed it. Emeries? Let's give those witch hunters a proper welcome. Without the young wizards to hold him back, Gryffindor's rage needed an outlet. Dana nodded. Although he knew history wouldn't change, seeing the church's extreme methods against wizards and their attitude of total annihilation still made him angry. They were all from the mysterious side, so why should the church be superior? A golden light lit up not far outside the fort gate. They're here. Gryffindor climbed up the watchtower to look down, while Dana directly transformed into a raven and flew into the sky. Outside the fort, there were well-equipped witch hunters, over 400 of them, with about 40 to 50 Hunter Knight Order members mixed among them. Gryffindor launched the first attack. Several thick bolts of lightning struck among the witch hunters, but unfortunately, the Hunter Knight Order reacted quickly and blocked the lightning. Only one bolt struck an open area, exploding and sending 2 witch hunters sprawling. The casualties caused by Gryffindor's sneak attack were almost negligible. When a side with an absolute equipment advantage also has a large number of people, even someone as strong as Gryffindor cannot achieve a devastating effect. But just because Gryffindor couldn't, didn't mean Dana couldn't. Dana accumulated power in the air. The air began to tremble, and the people on the ground felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on them, almost making it impossible to breathe. Just as the witch hunters looked up, Gryffindor decisively retreated into the distance. Damn Emrys, is he trying to blow up this whole land? Crimson lightning burst forth from Dana's hand. Before him, dazzling runes formed 3 concentric circles, growing from small to large. 2 seconds later, Dana acted. The crimson lightning passed through the first circle, transforming from thigh-thick to basilisk-thick. It passed through the second circle, transforming from basilisk-thick to Hogwarts Great Hall-thick. It passed through the third circle, transforming from Great Hall-thick to Quidditch Pitch-thick. The world-destroying lightning descended, making contact with the ground, and quickly produced an unwatchable blinding light. All sound seemed to be stripped away, the world was left with only a vast whiteness. Boom! With a heaven-shaking explosion, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Where the witch hunters had been, there was no one left. Only a crater over 1,000 meters in diameter remained. The water from the Black Lake was now rapidly pouring into it. No wonder Dana had thought the Black Lake seemed smaller and further from the fort. Now it was clear it was because of his own strike. When he had glimpsed the future before, he had seen himself use this move, but it was blurry, a completely different feeling from experiencing it firsthand. As expected of war magic, with the amplification of Merlin's magic, it could cause such immense damage. Hogwarts Fort had long become a ruin, and the surrounding forest had also been toppled in swathes by this strike. The reason Dana wanted the young wizards to evacuate was not out of fear that the church would harm them, but out of fear that his own strike would harm innocent bystanders. Landing on the ground, Gryffindor cleaved through the void from a great distance. Emrys, was that much force necessary? The house collapsed. Gryffindor looked terrified. When Ravenclaw had said Dana's magic was dozens of times his own, he had been skeptical, but now seeing Dana unleash his full power, he realized how shallow his understanding had been. Dana laughed. The fort's defenses are ultimately limited. I think we should build a castle here. Relying on the castle, we can set up a large number of magic arrays, and even if church lackeys attack again, we will have nothing to fear. Gryffindor shook his head. The church has already discovered this place, they will come again. Dana also shook his head. What's wrong with Godric Gryffindor, known for his courage? Are you scared? Gryffindor sighed. Although I don't want to admit it, the church has a vast number of people. The witch hunters and Hunter Knight Order who came today are just a drop in the ocean. If we build a castle here, it will naturally become a thorn in the church's side. If they gather all their forces, we still won't be able to stop them, not even you. When war magic was first invented, it was not activated by a single wizard, but could combine the power of many wizards and alchemical tools, creating offensive and defensive means that could turn the tide of battle. In other words, the more people using war magic, and the more abundant the faction's resources, the greater the power unleashed. I told you, we can set up a large number of magic arrays in Hogwarts Castle. What about the magic source? Without a magic source, in the face of the church army's war magic, a stone castle and a wooden fort are no different. In reality, Gryffindor overestimated the church's strength. The current church was corrupt. Although the witch hunters and Hunter Knight Order were numerous, less than 10% were elite, and they were fragmented with complex factions. To get them to gather a large army was utterly impossible. Otherwise, if the church possessed such powerful strength, they would have long overthrown the Muggle royalty and become rulers themselves. So, the witch hunters and hunter knight order who came to Hogwarts today were actually most of the church's overt strength. For the Britain Church to pose a threat to Hogwarts again, it would probably be impossible without decades of recovery. Dana couldn't convince Gryffindor on this matter, as he was an outsider after all and didn't know how much power the Britain Church truly possessed. But he had his own method. If I have these, would you say it's enough? Gryffindor was still watching the Black Lake water rapidly fill the large pit when he suddenly heard Dana's question. He turned his head, somewhat lost in thought. Then he was shocked again, because in Dana's hands, he held a large pile of Grebeto magic crystals. These thumb-sized pieces, which could sell for sky-high prices as magic sources, seemed to be like ordinary stones to Dana. Enough, enough. If war magic were released using these magic crystals, it might even blow up the entire Britain. Damn it, are Merlin's descendants that rich? Suddenly, Gryffindor's expression tightened. Oh no, Helga sent a distress signal? Something's happened on her side. The four founders of Hogwarts had a means of warning each other, similar to Lord Voldemort's dark mark. No matter how far apart they were, a call for help from a companion could be sensed, and their exact location would be revealed. This method of seeking help had never been used since the four of them first met until now. But now that Helga Hufflepuff had called for help, the situation had become serious. When Dana previously peered into the future, he only saw the complete annihilation of the church's lackeys, and he stopped looking further, as peering into the future was very energy-consuming. Knowing the outcome of the battle, he thought the matter was satisfactorily concluded. But he never expected that something would go wrong on Hufflepuff's side. Gryffindor quickly opened the Spandam gate and leaped in. Dana followed closely, passing through the portal to a grotto by the beach, where a tragic scene unfolded before his eyes. Ms. Hufflepuff was controlling dozens of giant vines to block the grotto entrance, simultaneously fending off the witch hunters and protecting the young wizards behind her. The witch hunters here were clearly not as elite as those who attacked Hogwarts, but there were still about 100 of them, and Hufflepuff, alone, was struggling to cope. The young wizards took out their wands and cast various spells at the opponents, but against witch hunters equipped with Mantle of Turin gear, their attacks were no different from tickles. By now, many young wizards had been shot by Mantle of Turin crossbow bolts and lay fallen outside the grotto. Wails filled the air, from both young wizards and witch hunters. Gryffindor was now furious. He roared, tearing the void, and appeared among the witch hunters' ranks, his rage materializing at this moment. Dragon-like flames arbitrarily transformed into blades, axes, swords, and halberds, wreaking havoc among the enemies. Mantle of Turin metal could block magic, but it couldn't withstand high-temperature slashes, and the witch hunters fell one by one. Dana only glanced at the battle and knew that Gryffindor alone was enough to deal with these witch hunters. He turned his head and began to treat the injured young wizards. An enraged Gryffindor was fierce, but also reckless. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that he was a master of magic, only relentlessly tearing at the witch hunters' formation with the sharpest attacks. He consecutively cut down over a dozen witch hunters, and in his bloodlust, he didn't notice a witch hunter behind him whose leg had been broken by a vine. This witch hunter sat leaning against a rock, raised the hand crossbow in his hand, and aimed at Gryffindor's back. If his arrow found its mark, even one as strong as Gryffindor would suffer a bitter defeat. A master of magic level shield charm couldn't stop a Mantle of Turin metal crossbow bolt, which was one of the reasons why the church could suppress wizards. Just as Gryffindor was about to be hit, an ice arrow suddenly descended from the sky and pierced the witch hunter's chest, impaling him completely, leaving him thoroughly dead. A witch in blue robes floated in the air on a flying broom. The ice arrow just now was her masterpiece, and Helena Ravenclaw, protected by Hufflepuff behind her, exclaimed in surprise, "Mom!" The witch in blue robes was indeed Rowena Ravenclaw. Although she didn't look very well, with her entire left arm stiff, she still inflicted tons of damage on the witch hunters. Mantle of Turin metal could block magic, but its hardness itself wasn't high, so Gryffindor's slashes and Ravenclaw's ice arrow piercings could effectively cause casualties. However, there were only a handful of wizards in the entire wizarding world who could achieve such a degree. Gryffindor's charge left the witch hunters unable to focus on aerial threats. Ravenclaw continuously used ice arrows to cover Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff violently disrupted the witch hunters' formation with vines, creating advantageous terrain for Gryffindor. The cooperation of the three founders was seamless, and the battlefield situation instantly became clear. When Dana finished treating the young wizards and joined the battle to reap, the witch hunters collapsed. They took out their portkeys, wanting to escape the scene. The Hunter Knight Order members who could use the Spandam Gate had been killed by Helga Hufflepuff in their first wave of attack. However, they were surprised to find that the portkeys were malfunctioning. Undoubtedly, Dana had sealed the space. And so, the massacre began. Even the good-natured Hufflepuff, with red eyes, harvested the lives of the church's lackeys with vines. She felt so powerless, unable to protect all the young wizards. In this battle, the number of young wizards who died definitely exceeded 20. Soon, a pile of corpses was left on the beach. In the sky, Salazar Slytherin also arrived on his broom. He had been in Greece earlier and arrived a bit late. However, he was carrying a human head in one hand and a rabbit in the other. Upon landing, he threw the human head on the ground. This is the overall commander of this attack on Hogwarts, Baron Crawford, the head of the London Hunter Knight Order. He then threw the trembling rabbit in front of everyone. This is the traitor. Slytherin dispelled the transfiguration, and the rabbit reverted to the form of a young girl, who was Terrell Stevenson. Terrell. Brown Weasley, clutching his injured shoulder, rushed out of the crowd. "Are you all right?" Slytherin frowned, then waved his hand, and Weasley immediately felt a great force strike him, making him involuntarily retreat back into the ranks of the young wizards. Terrell hung her head, her body trembling, unsure if it was from cold or fear. "Everyone, let's discuss." Slytherin's voice was cold, and it was clear he was gritting his teeth. "How should we deal with this traitor?" Ravenclaw sighed. "Kill her." Gryffindor said nothing, only forcefully plunged his sword into the ground. Hufflepuff turned her face away, although she couldn't bear to see it. She didn't object. "All right, since that's the case. Wait, I was forced." Terrell suddenly looked up, her delicate little face stained with tears. "They imprisoned my family. If I didn't help them, they would kill my family, Dad, Mom, and my younger brother." Slytherin sneered. "What do their lives or deaths have to do with us? And because of you, we lost over 20 of our compatriots." The ring on Slytherin's hand began to glow green. But then Brown Weasley rushed out again, blocking Terrell. "Professor Slytherin?" Terrell was forced. "The church is evil, not her. Can you let her go?" Slytherin slowly advanced, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Weasley. Although Brown Weasley was afraid, he still tried to straighten his back and spread his arms. "Fool!" Slytherin was enraged and kicked Weasley away. "From today onwards, you are no longer my apprentice. I do not have such a foolish student as you." Having said that, he pointed his ring at Terrell Stevenson. "Avada Kedavra." Dana raised an eyebrow. It seemed Slytherin had found Herpo's legacy in Greece, but since he had learned Avada Kedavra, why hadn't he returned? Oh, perhaps he was nurturing the basilisk. The green light struck Terrell Stevenson. She remained in a state of tearful astonishment, falling onto the sand, silent. "No." Brown Weasley cried out in pain. He was already injured, and now, in his emotional state, he fainted. Gryffindor walked over, picked him up, and then said to Slytherin, "Since you don't want this child, I'll take him. Suit yourself?" Gryffindor nodded, picked up Weasley like a kitten, examined him briefly, and then placed him among the injured young wizards. Weasley's willingness to stand up for a friend was a trait Gryffindor admired. It's just that the boy was a bit muddled, so it seemed he would need more careful education in the future. Slytherin said to Dana, "Emrys, please lift the spatial blockade. I still have some matters in Greece." Dana shook his head. "Salazar, if it's not something particularly important, let's postpone it for now." "Why?" "To prevent today's events from happening again." Dana threw a pile of Grebeto magic crystals on the ground, their surging magic astonishing everyone. "I think we should first build a castle to protect all the young wizards." In the ruins of Hogwarts Fort, a pile of broken wood was pushed aside. Father Lockhart's face was covered in blood, looking wronged. His hands and feet were shackled with mantle of Turin cuffs, making escape impossible. He looked at the surrounding mess and the newly formed large lake, gritting his white teeth, as if he had made a decision. The core magical knowledge of the church would not be open to him, but it seemed not to be the case here. Besides, he couldn't comprehend the strength of the few wizards here. To explore the true meaning of magic, it seemed more suitable to stay here. The broken wood on the ruins of Hogwarts Fort had long been cleared away. The top of a nearby tall mountain was completely leveled and placed on one side of the construction site, continuously providing materials for the grand project of building the castle. At this moment, hundreds of stone statues were diligently working on the civil engineering, and these stone statues were the source of Professor McGonagall's happiness, later becoming those that protected Hogwarts. It was also through creating these stone statues that Dana learned magic intelligence from Ravenclaw. This was the wizard version of AI, and in this regard, Ravenclaw surpassed Dana's ancestor, Merlin the Graphorn fire spirit. Although sentient, was not magic intelligence, but a new life shaped by Merlin using fragments of dead knights' souls. The door knocker of the Ravenclaw common room was a product of magic intelligence. At this moment, beside the noisy construction site, Dana sat opposite Rowena Ravenclaw. Merlin, the Avar Coven has disbanded. Dana raised an eyebrow. The Avar Coven was clearly still active in the future, so why would it disband? Why do you say that? Rowena Ravenclaw gently touched her still stiff left arm and replied, I went to the Folkestone Nunnery. That place is the production base for the church's witch hunters' equipment, and they use the technology of the former Avar Coven, but obviously, they are not members of the Avar Coven. I used legilimency to read their thoughts, and in their perception, they are just nuns of the Folkestone Nunnery. And I infiltrated deep into the Folkestone Nunnery and found the remnants of the Avar Coven. Besides the mountain of magic tomes, there was also a crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin was a mummy that had completely lost all signs of life, fully wrapped in cloth strips, and carved on the crystal coffin was a name. Morgan Le Fay. Ravenclaw continued. I wanted to study Morgan Le Fay's remains carefully, but I was injured by a curse attached to the crystal coffin. Dana looked at Ravenclaw's left arm, and Ravenclaw nodded. That's right, my current arm was injured by that curse. Although I haven't figured out how to lift this curse yet, I can confirm one thing, and that is this curse is very ancient and was not newly placed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as just injuring my arm. Dana nodded. So you think Morgan Le Fay died long ago, and the Avar Coven has vanished into the long river of history. It's just that the knowledge they left behind was acquired by the church. Yes. Dana did not express an opinion. He walked over to Ravenclaw's side. Rowena, expose your arm, I want to examine the condition of your curse. At this time, legal and moral norms were obviously not as strict as in the late Middle Ages, but for a woman to expose her arm to a man would still be met with criticism, even if it was a young boy. However, Ravenclaw did not hesitate. With a light touch of her right hand, the sleeve of her left arm receded like a tide to her shoulder. From her shoulder joint to her forearm, it displayed an eerie bluish-gray, and the tissue beneath the skin seemed to have a life of its own, rising and falling rhythmically, as if breathing. Dana recognized this curse. It was one of the curse magics taught to him by his ancestor, called attached vision, and the purpose of this curse was to make the cursed person the eyes and ears of the caster until the recipient died or decisively cut off the body part infected with the curse. Dana sighed. If it was this curse, then Morgan Le Fay must not be dead. If the caster died, this curse would not hold. Dana reached out and pressed on Ravenclaw's arm. A suspicious blush appeared on the face of this legendary witch, known for her wisdom. But Dana retreated after a brief touch, and the curse on Ravenclaw's arm also rapidly contracted, finally turning into a waxy yellow eyeball and detaching. Dana looked at the eyeball and said, Morgan Le Fay, I know you are watching me. Wait, I'm coming for you now. Bang! The eyeball exploded on its own. Dana swore he didn't touch it, so there was only one outcome. Morgan Le Fay received his message and actively severed the link with the attached vision. Rowena, please open a spandam gate to the room in the Folkestone Nunnery where that crystal coffin is stored. Ravenclaw didn't ask further. She had already seen that something was wrong. She opened a spandam gate. While she was opening the door, Dana covered himself with detection magic and protective magic with his magic level. As long as the protection was sufficient, even Morgan Le Fay couldn't easily make him fall victim. Upon arriving at the deepest room in the Folkestone Nunnery, Dana immediately cast a wide area revealing spell upon appearing, but there were no so-called traps in this room. Ravenclaw followed Dana in, but gasped softly. The things here have been moved out. Not only the crystal coffin containing Morgan Le Fay's body, but even the large collection of books had disappeared. Rowena, you've been tricked. Dana spread his hands. Rowena Ravenclaw closed her eyes, taking deep breaths to calm herself. The wisest of the four founders had been thoroughly tricked, This was simply a great humiliation for her. Dana casually threw out a ball of fiend fire and turned to walk towards the portal. Rowena, let's go. We'll talk about the Avar Coven after Hogwarts Castle is repaired. Morgan Le Fay was still alive, but she was avoiding Dana. Morgan Le Fay heard Ravenclaw call him Merlin, and given his resemblance to his ancestor Merlin, it was inevitable that Morgan Le Fay would be afraid. Because whether he was truly Merlin or Merlin's successor, neither would give her a good outcome. With the abilities of an old witch who had lived for hundreds of years, trying to find her now would almost certainly be fruitless. Rather than that, it would be better to wait a few days until she relaxed her guard before searching for her whereabouts. Dana was not flustered at all. Now that he knew Morgan Le Fay was cooperating with the church, he had plenty of ways to force Morgan Le Fay to reveal herself. The construction of the castle was progressing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the castle's main structure was completed. Dana was currently in the huge underground space excavated beneath the castle, setting up magic circles and installing magic sources. The underground was damp and stuffy. Dana knew that the underground ventilation system hadn't been done well, so he released his 2 constructs. Abe, Hood, go burn out some passages to ventilate this place. Yes, Master. Helena Ravenclaw was currently wandering outside the castle, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a green beam of light shot out from beneath the west side of the castle, straight into the sky, startling the surrounding young wizards. Even at the incredibly fantastical construction site of Hogwarts Castle, using destructive magic as a building tool was frightening. Helena, however, was not scared. Seeing the green light, she excitedly ran into the half-finished castle instead. Hee, so you're underground. The little girl rushed into the dungeon, which was the area where the future Slytherin common room would be located. She went all the way down, to the very end. At the end was an empty room, looking like a warehouse. But Helena ran straight towards a wall, shouting as she ran. Open sesame. For nearly 1,000 years thereafter, Hogwarts welcomed batch after batch of young wizards, yet not a single one discovered the secret passage here. It was simply because the password was too tricky. What proper wizard would use a password from a Muggle fairy tale? As the correct password was uttered, the wall instantly transformed into a curtain of water, and the little one, with a slight bow of her head, rushed in. She skillfully navigated the intricate underground labyrinth, and soon found Dana working in the core area. Papa Merlin. Dana turned his head, a black line appearing on his forehead. Helena, don't call me that. I'm not your papa. Helena, don't just shout, I'm not your father. Facing Dana's denial, Helena pouted. You touched Mommy's hand that day, I saw it with my own eyes. Mommy allowed you to do such a thing, isn't it because she's going to marry you? Dana shook his head. I was lifting a curse from your mother that day. Helena, don't talk nonsense. Is that really true? It's really true. Helena suddenly jumped up. Then that's great, she said. That way, when I grow up, Brother Merlin can marry me. Dana was instantly speechless. Facing Helena's innocent words, he couldn't be rough with her, so he asked. Why does Helena want to marry me? Because Brother Merlin is even more amazing than Godric. But you can't just marry someone because they're more amazing, can you? Is that how it is? Yes. Then it's because Brother Merlin is the most handsome boy I've ever seen. Dana scratched his head. Being praised by a little girl was certainly pleasant, but to commit to a child not even 7 years old. Dana wasn't that deranged yet. Helena, you're still too young. We can talk about this when you're older. Dana didn't know how to explain to Helena, so he could only use the cliché when you grow up to put her off, then secretly resolved that he would definitely tell Rowena to discipline her precious daughter properly when he went up. Only when I grow up. Yes, you can only date when you grow up, and you can only marry after you've both agreed. But Mommy had me without even knowing who Daddy was. Dana. Well, it seemed hopeless to expect Rowena Ravenclaw to properly educate her daughter. I don't care how your mother is, anyway, with me, this is the rule. All right, but we have to agree, before I grow up, Brother Merlin isn't allowed to find a bride behind Helena's back. What a fuss? Dana decided that once Hogwarts was built, he would definitely stay far away from here. His current goal was to find Morgan Le Fay, kill her, and then coast along until 1994, connecting with the point in time he had traveled back from. As for marriage and children, setting aside Helena's destined tragic future, even without that ridiculous love triangle murder, Dana wasn't planning on causing any lives to be made in the past. After sending Helena away, Dana continued to tinker with the magic circle. He set up permissions in the entire array's core. Professor's primary permission, Dean's intermediate permission, Principal's advanced permission, and his own highest permission. Since he participated in the construction of Hogwarts Castle, it was only reasonable that he should own Hogwarts Castle once the 4 founders were gone. Hogwarts Castle was finally completed a year later. If it were just stone cutting and stacking, it wouldn't take long, but the most difficult part of this castle was the interaction of various magic circles. The design of such complex magic circles was hellishly difficult. Even a master of magic circles like Dana had to go through many trials and errors to complete it. Later generations always rumored that Hogwarts is the safest place, and many believed it was because the most powerful white wizard of that era, Albus Dumbledore, was stationed there. But Dana, as one of the creators of Hogwarts, knew deeply that Hogwarts was actually an incredible war machine, the ultimate masterpiece that combined the wisdom of Merlin and the 4 founders. Having the highest permission, he was very clear about one thing: if Hogwarts unleashed its full power, it would be a more terrifying existence than Merlin City, which he had personally built. This castle could even materialize the emotional power of wizards, increasing the original magic power several times over. After discussion among the 4 founders, Slytherin became the first principal at this time. There were no 4 houses yet, although Dana had already set up the permissions for the house deans. And Dana declined the invitation to be vice principal. The knowledge sharing between the 4 founders and him was mutual. No one owed anyone. He had unilaterally gained Slytherin's exclusive magic notes, and he had repaid it by teaching Slytherin's apprentices and defending Hogwarts. At this moment, Dana was preparing to set off to find Morgan. Before he left, everyone held a feast for him. At the feast, everyone was very reluctant to see him go, and Helena Ravenclaw even cried so hard she almost fainted. It's worth mentioning that another person at the feast also cried so hard they almost fainted, and that was the former Father Lockhart, now Professor Lockhart. But all good things must come to an end, and Dana was just a passerby in the long river of history. He was destined to leave. Originally, I planned to show everyone a medieval wizarding world, but many readers were right. If I wrote too much about this part, it would dilute the main plot of Revenge, even though finding the Avar Coven is also part of the Revenge. So, I'm going to speed up the progress here, and some plots will be described in the Parallel World chapter after the whole book is finished. Since I'm speeding up, some descriptions might be rough, please forgive me. In the first year after leaving Hogwarts, Dana lived in seclusion at Merlin's resting place. He really wanted to see if Morgan Le Fay would return here to confirm Merlin's life or death. The result, of course, was that no one came, because Dana speculated that the oak tree trapping Merlin had some kind of connection with Morgan Le Fay, and she might be able to sense it if the oak tree died. In the second year after leaving Hogwarts, Dana explored among the monasteries of churches throughout Britain. He targeted the workshops that provided weapons and equipment to the witch hunters because without the technology of the Avar Coven, the church simply couldn't manufacture the witch hunters' equipment. However, he found nothing. The church seemed to still have a large stock of equipment. After the core members of the Fox Convent moved, there was no place in the entire Britain that appeared to have a large amount of anti-wizard equipment. In the third year after leaving Hogwarts, Dana wandered aimlessly across Britain, searching for any clues about the Avar Coven, and doing his best to rescue the wizards persecuted by the church. During this time, he saved many young wizards and sent them all to Hogwarts. In the fourth year, Dana came of age, growing into a tall and handsome young man. He knew that from today on, his appearance would forever remain at its most splendid 18, unless he, like Merlin, forced the eternal heart out of his body. On this day, he came to the square in front of York Minster. It was because he heard that a witch was going to be burned here today. The square was packed with people. In 10th century England, to achieve this effect, almost half the city's population would have to come to watch the excitement. Witch hunters and hunter knights surrounded a stone platform in the center of the square, and soldiers under the Duke of York helped maintain order. Dana mingled in the excited crowd, watching a young witch being dragged onto the stone platform. A metal chain was tied around her neck, and her eyes were blank. She looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Evil witch Jennifer Greengrass has been captured by my valiant hunter knight order, and is now publicly executed by fire, to appease the people. Greengrass? The image of Astoria Greengrass when she first entered school popped into Dana's mind, and looking at the girl tied to the stake, there was indeed a 5 or 6/10 resemblance. Dana was about to make his move, but he stopped. Jennifer Greengrass was too calm, as if it wasn't she who was about to be burned to death, and Dana felt he should watch for a few more seconds. The moment the executioner lit the pyre, Dana saw a translucent film appear around Greengrass, a fire-repelling charm. Then Jennifer Greengrass began to wail in pain. Dana rubbed his forehead. This girl's acting was really good, otherwise the muggles around Dana wouldn't be cheering so excitedly. Then, the ropes on Greengrass's hands were burned through, and hidden by the flames, she cast a disillusionment charm right before everyone's eyes and left the pyre, while the charred piece of wood on the stake was merely a piece of firewood she had transfigured. A bit interesting. Greengrass's disillusionment charm could fool muggles, but it couldn't fool him. Dana retreated from the crowd and turned into a swallow. All the muggles were excitedly watching the spectacle of firewood burning firewood on the platform, completely oblivious that a grown man beside them had suddenly turned into a bird. Dana followed the faintly visible Greengrass. He wanted to get to know this interesting little witch. But what he didn't expect was that Greengrass circled around and headed towards York Minster. The swallow Dana swooped down from the sky, transforming into a mosquito, and silently burrowed into Jennifer Greengrass's hair. Upon entering the church, Jennifer cancelled her disillusionment charm. And before her was a bishop, holding a stack of nuns' clothes. "Sister Greengrass, you've worked hard." Jennifer took the clothes, tossed them casually, and they adhered to her body. In the blink of an eye, she had a set of wizard robes in her hand, the very ones she had been wearing earlier. "Bishop Moliere, there's no need for pleasantries, I still have to make it to the Worcester Cathedral event." Bishop Moliere nodded. "Sister Greengrass, please bear with it for a while longer. His Majesty the King is very displeased that our operations have been repeatedly disrupted by wizards. Our frequent clumsy performances recently are a last resort. We need to prove our worth. Please convey to Sister Morgana on my behalf that our church will not forget her merits, and we will do our utmost to find that hidden family she wishes to find. It's just a special period now, and we hope she will continue to support us as always." Jennifer replied expressionlessly. "I will convey it." With that, she took out a porte-clés, and with a spatial distortion, she vanished from there. However, Jennifer Greengrass did not appear at Worcester Cathedral. She appeared in a forest. A porte-clés never has such a transmission error, so the current situation can only mean one thing: a very powerful wizard has diverted the porte-clés spatial anchor point. Who is it? Jennifer Greengrass was on full alert, and the bracelet on her wrist began to flicker with faint magic light. No need to be so wary. Dana appeared abruptly, startling Jennifer. "You can't resist me. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" As he spoke, Dana waved his hand, conjuring a table and chairs, with exquisite pastries and warm tea on the table. Watching the handsome young man with emerald eyes elegantly sit down, Jennifer pouted and then sat down as well. What hardships hadn't she endured? She wasn't even afraid of death, so why would she be afraid of a handsome man who seemed quite kind? The rather kind handsome man gestured for Jennifer to help herself to the tea and pastries, while he himself raised his teacup and took a small sip. "Jennifer Greengrass, I once heard your name mentioned by a young wizard at the London Heresy Tribunal. So, do you still remember Brown Weasley, Terrell Stevenson, and others? See chapter 138 for details." Jennifer's pupils constricted slightly, then she asked loudly, "Where are they? Are they all right?" Dana nodded slightly. He hadn't guessed wrong. This Greengrass in front of him was indeed the one the young wizards had said was taken away by the priests at that time. Brown Weasley and the others are now receiving education and protection at Hogwarts Castle, but Terrell Stevenson was eliminated for colluding with the church and causing the deaths of more than 20 young wizards. Jennifer nodded. "I always thought Stevenson was problematic, only that fool Brown revolved around that bitch all day long. Tell me about yourself, Greengrass. What did the priests do to you after they took you away? Why are you working for the church?" Jennifer didn't speak, just stared fixedly at Dana. Dana tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression. After more than 10 seconds, a line of tears slid down Jennifer Greengrass's cheek, followed by a loud wail, just like a child who had been wronged. Why didn't you go to the tribunal sooner? Why didn't you come and save me? They put a curse on me. They tortured my body and controlled my mind. They forced me to kill people. They did all sorts of experiments on me. Later, I was sent away to learn magic. When I couldn't learn the fire-repelling charm, they kept burning the soles of my feet with fire. When they healed them, and when they were healed, they burned them again. When I couldn't learn lightning magic, they kept electrocuting me until I was unrecognizable. The wizard companions who were captured with me couldn't stand the torture. Some committed suicide, some went mad, and only 3 of the batch who came with me are left. Jennifer was indeed miserable. But do you think Dana would fly into a rage and swear to destroy the church? Don't be silly, this isn't his character. If Godric Gryffindor had enough power, and he heard this, he might do so, but Dana absolutely would not. Because Dana knows that for profit, humans can do even more cruel things. This is the inherent evil of humanity. Remove one organization, and another will emerge. Besides, the church is not Dana's enemy. Dana's enemy is the Avar Coven. However, he empathized with Greengrass's plight. So, if you had the ability, would you want revenge? Yes, Greengrass said decisively, but in the next moment, her whole body began to twitch, and black blood vessels twisted out like earthworms beneath her pale skin. This was an extremely powerful curse, used by certain organizations to control their members. Once a member felt a sense of betrayal, they would be subjected to extremely violent punishment, and if things went badly, they could even lose their lives. Merlin, the old ancestor, had taught Dana this type of curse. Since he recognized it, he naturally knew how to dispel it. Dana wrote a sequence of runes in the air, which automatically arranged and combined into a circular cursor. Then Dana reached out and made a small incision on Jennifer's forehead. Blood surged out, and a stream of black gas also emerged with the blood, absorbed by the cursor, and condensed into an ink dot at the center. With Dana's action, the black blood vessels on Jennifer's body instantly receded, and the body-tearing pain seemed to have never existed. Jennifer felt her body lighten considerably and looked at Dana with awe. When Sister Morgana had cast the curse on her, she had to draw magic circles and make sacrifices. How could it be like the handsome man in front of her, who accomplished everything with just a wave of his hand? All right, Jennifer, I will send you to Hogwarts to study. Once you gain power, you can take your own revenge. Jennifer nodded, and Dana continued. I just heard you talking to the bishop and you mentioned Sister Morgana. Who is she? Sister Morgana. Jennifer didn't understand why Dana was asking about Sister Morgana, but she still replied. Sister Morgana has always been at the Fox Convent. Her origins are very mysterious. It seems she has connections with the Pope. She forges witch hunters' weapons for the church, and she trains the Hunter Knight Order for the church, of course. She also has her own power within the church. She gathers the most talented young wizards captured from various places, trains them, and then they become nuns under her jurisdiction. Dana nodded. So you are one of the young witches she personally trained? Yes. Dana could now basically conclude that Sister Morgana was Morgan Le Fay. The nuns trained by Morgan Le Fay were, in fact, members of the Avar Coven, merely disguised as nuns, with even the members themselves unaware of their true identity. When he first met Gryffindor and Slytherin, Dana heard from them that the church was extensively capturing young wizards. Dana keenly sensed that the reason the church was capturing young wizards was likely at Morgan Le Fay's behest. But what exactly was she planning to do by training so many young wizards? Moreover, he had just heard the bishop say he would help Sister Morgana find that hidden family. Undoubtedly, Morgan Le Fay was still searching for the Emrys family, which meant she was still pursuing immortality. Jennifer, you just said you found learning magic very painful, so do you hate Sister Morgana? Hate her? She's an absolute demon. Dana nodded. All right then, please take me to Sister Morgana. I will kill her. Jennifer asked, puzzled. Why? I have a grudge against her. She is one of the culprits who caused my family's ruin. She's very powerful. I am also very powerful. Jennifer thought for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, I'll cooperate with you. But Mr. Emrys, I still don't know your name. Merlin Emrys. Ah, Glastonbury Abbey. Miss Greengrass finished her day's performance and returned to her underground residence here. Sister Morgana's little darlings didn't have warm, bright rooms like the priests. As soon as she sat down, an elderly nun, expressionless, opened her door. Jennifer Greengrass. The old nun spoke like a robot, without a trace of emotion in her voice. Sister Morgana wants to see you. Follow me. Greengrass stood up, nodded slightly, and followed the old nun out of the room. The two walked through a stone corridor, and after passing a pile of stone coffins, entered a passage concealed by a trapdoor. The passage extended downwards, narrow and long, with the bricks on both sides and overhead creating a sense of oppression. Greengrass even felt that the slightly stout body of the old nun might get stuck between the walls. The sound of flowing water came, and after turning the last corner, an underground courtyard appeared before them. The light source in the courtyard came from glowing crystals on the ceiling, the color of the deep sea. Under a gazebo, a nun covered entirely in bandages stood there. Sister Morgana, I've brought the person. The mummy-like Sister Morgana nodded. Sister Walton, you may withdraw. The old nun turned and left, leaving only Morgana and Greengrass in the courtyard. You're later than planned, my dear Jennifer. Sister Morgana chuckled, her voice like the mournful wail of a broken bellows, even worse than Lord Voldemort's sharp voice. But you've brought me a big surprise, haven't you, my dear teacher Merlin? Blue light surged, and Dana withdrew from Jennifer's body, casually handing Jennifer a gold coin. He looked at Sister Morgana with only a sneer, stomping his left foot on the ground. The spatial blockade in this area instantly collapsed, and Jennifer Greengrass whooshed and disappeared from her original spot. Oh, no, though very similar, you are not him. Morgana cackled. A genius of the Emery's family? Who solved my teacher's riddle and obtained his magic and legacy. Her entire face was wrapped in bandages, making it impossible to discern her expression. No, no, you don't belong to this era, so were you summoned from the future by the old man? Dana wasted no more words. After resealing the space, he unleashed a powerful Avada. However, the spell missed, blocked by some unknown barrier outside the gazebo. Dana concentrated, recognizing it as a set of defensive magic arrays often used by Ancestor Merlin. Don't rush, young man. You are, after all, my teacher's descendant. There's no need for us to be so hostile. Morgana said. Let me introduce myself. Although people now call me Sister Morgana, my real name is Morgan Ellie Fay, your ancestor Merlin's personal disciple. You see, given our relationship, we should have a good talk. Dana sneered. I know who you are. I don't think there's any need to talk given our relationship. You just need to hand over your soul to me. As he spoke, Dana stomped his right foot on the ground. Powerful magic flowed into the earth, and purple runes quickly spread from under his feet. It wouldn't be long before the defensive magic array protecting Morgan Ellie Fay would be broken by him. What a pity. I was quite looking forward to getting close to you, even having a child with you. Morgan Ellie Fay shook her head, and a hint of genuine regret could be heard in her tone. Never mind. You were teleported here by the old immortal, leaving your own era. It must be very hard, isn't it? Are you homesick? It's all right, I'll send you back now. Dana frowned, accelerating the speed of breaking the defensive magic array. Morgan Ellie Fay murmured in a low voice. Tempus sine vestigio, fatum est inordinatum, time without trace, fate disordered. Dana was shocked. This was divination that only Cambion bloodlines could activate? Dana's magic was much stronger than Morgan Ellie Fay's, and Morgan's divination could only affect him to a limited extent. However, Dana knew that he had a huge flaw here, a flaw he had overlooked. He did not belong to this era. Morgan's divination didn't even need to change fate, it only needed to return Dana's fate to the era he rightfully belonged to, and the magic Merlin had cast on Dana would be easily erased. He couldn't let her succeed. Dana maximized his magic output. 2 seconds later, with a pop, Morgan Ellie Fay's magic array shattered. Dana unleashed both hands, and 10 spells simultaneously shot towards Morgan Ellie Fay. A massive shield suddenly appeared. Although it was defended by Dana's spells, it still protected Morgan behind it, allowing her to continue chanting. How impressive! This level of magic is almost identical to my teacher's. Morgan Ellie Fay emerged from the smoke, a pair of blood-red fleshy wings on her back, now enveloping her. Spreading her wings, Morgan said triumphantly. Divination has been activated, Mr. Emery's, it's time for you to go home. Dana attacked continuously, his attacks passing through Morgan Ellie Fay's body as if hitting an illusion, then disappearing into the rock wall behind her. Emery's, don't waste your effort. You and I are no longer in the same space-time. In a little while, you'll be going back. Morgan Ellie Fay chuckled. You didn't expect me to use divination, did you? Fusing with a demon bloodline isn't easy, after all, demons in this world are already as rare as phoenix feathers. She gracefully walked in front of Dana, looked at his frosty face, and shook her head. You, child, have really caused me a lot of trouble. I abandoned my base of operations that I'd managed for hundreds of years because of you, and now I've used divination, which will weaken me for at least a few years. What a delay of affairs. Oh, and Jennifer Greengrass, she's such a genius, what a perfect vessel. I truly regret letting her be bait to lure you here. I really didn't expect you to be so good at bewitching people. Ah, I forgot you're the descendant of the old immortal, and you also have succubus bloodline in you, so no wonder. Go home with peace of mind, child. Oh, Jennifer betrayed me, I can't let her off easy. What should I do? I'll think about it slowly. Morgan Le Fay suddenly looked up, staring directly into Dana's eyes. Oh dear, your time is up, and I haven't figured out how to deal with Greengrass yet. Never mind, if you still have Greengrass at that time, you'll see. Dana didn't hear the latter half of Morgan Le Fay's sentence, because Morgan Le Fay was no longer in front of his eyes, only a time passage, just as it was when he first arrived. Dana's surroundings rapidly shifted. He saw Hogwarts becoming more crowded. He saw Helena steal her mother's diadem, be found by Baron, and then be killed by Baron, who loved her but could not have her. He saw the church's influence grow, even to the point of dictating the succession of royalty. Wizards and the church achieved a strange balance until the early 17th century when the Goblin Rebellion occurred. Although the wizards suppressed the Goblin Rebellion, the weakened wizards were taken advantage of by the church, suffering heavy losses. However, the church's arrogance didn't last long, as Dana saw the emergence of the theory of the divine right of kings, followed by civil war, restoration, and revolution. From then on, the divine right of kings theory completely declined in Britain. In 1689, the Bill of Rights was passed, establishing parliamentary sovereignty in Britain, and in the same year, the Wizarding World's The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was enacted. Dana saw the Second Goblin Rebellion, and then he saw an extraordinary figure appear at Hogwarts, who utterly defeated the goblins and the Fire Serpent Party. Dana sighed. Despite all precautions, he still couldn't guard against Morgan Le Fay. This woman had actually fused with demon blood, becoming an artificial Cambion. Although artificial Cambions are not as powerful as native Cambions, it doesn't affect the use of some bloodline secret arts. However, as long as he returned to his own era, facing Morgan Le Fay again, her divination would have minimal impact on him. The only problem now was that when he went, there was a time anchor set by old ancestor Merlin as a crossing target, but he was muddled before he came and didn't set an anchor, so it's hard to say which time point he would be sent to. Without an anchor, errors are inevitable. The rapidly scrolling scene finally stopped, and Dana's feet landed on solid ground. Avada Kedavra. Loud crunching sounds echoed in his ears, and Dana frowned. He suppressed the dizziness from time travel and began to survey his surroundings. First, he stood on a hill, surrounded by dense bushes, with many sharp branches attempting to pierce his robes, but Merlin's robes firmly blocked them. Looking down, in the valley, people were engaged in a fierce battle. A group of wizards wearing black robes, hooded, and with their faces concealed, were siege a woman. The woman was agile, dodging between boulders and trees. She didn't just dodge, from time to time, she would cast spells to counterattack. Two black-robed wizards were accidentally hit and instantly diffindo. Beside a stone, there was a pale male corpse. Obviously, he had been hit by Avada Kedavra, and on his chest, there was a child of about 1 year old, quietly lying there. The woman tried to approach the child several times but was repeatedly forced back by green light. Control that brat, don't let that woman escape. Little Crouch, you go. Idiot, don't say my name. What does it matter? There's no one else here, is there? That woman is dead for sure. The master is missing, we can't be as reckless as before. We must be careful in everything. You're just too timid. Dana's eyes began to redden, and the lines of a magic circle slowly spread from beneath his feet, soon covering the entire battlefield. Two green lights struck a tree, the exploding splinters, accompanied by a loud bang, made the woman shrink her neck. Her heart was filled with immense grief. Her beloved husband had been killed by these hateful Death Eaters, and now her son was also targeted by the Death Eaters. She clutched the bundle on her back. She couldn't give up. She had to repel the Death Eaters and get her child beyond the range of the anti-apparition device. Suddenly, her expression shifted. There seemed to be magical lines rapidly forming beneath her feet. Lowering her head, she saw familiar patterns. Her father had taught her this magic circle. It could disrupt the magic of wizards within the area. She calmed herself and felt it. The person who drew the magic circle was very, very powerful. To lay down such a large-scale magic circle in such a short time, and still be imperceptible to ordinary people. Anyway, among the people she knew, there was no one stronger than this person. So, the person who laid down the formation was definitely not the Death Eater's opposite. This disorganized rabble didn't have that ability. If it weren't for the Death Eater's sudden attack, catching their family of 3 off guard, she alone could have dealt with them without any worries. Buzz. The magic circle activated. The woman synchronized her magic with the flow of the magic circle's magic. This was the best way to resist the effects of this magic circle, but there was a prerequisite. You had to first recognize this magic circle and perceive its magic flow. Obviously, she knew how to do it. A murderous intent appeared in the woman's eyes. She flashed out from behind a large tree and waved her wand at the Death Eaters. The surrounding stones transformed into ferocious beasts, lunging at the Death Eaters. She no longer needed cover. Those stones were the best weapons. The Death Eaters ignored the beasts. In their view, as long as they killed the woman, her transfiguration would fail. Avada Kedavra. However, the scene they expected did not appear. The wands of most Death Eaters only sparked a small flame. The strongest few did manage to cast the killing curse, but the green light was thin and slow, even worse than a minor wizard's spell, and the aim was completely off. The Death Eaters were shocked. The sudden spell failure immediately threw them into disarray. The Death Eaters standing at the front were already knocked down by the beasts, wailing. The woman was expressionless, waving her wand. Powerful cutting curse began to mercilessly reap the lives of the Death Eaters. That cutting curse was clearly enhanced. Dana felt that if magical factors were ignored, his own cutting curse level was about on par with hers. Quickly turn off the anti-apparition device. Little Crouch shouted loudly. Immediately, a Death Eater pulled out a small black box and fiddled with it twice. Instantly, the apparition prohibition within a 400-meter radius was lifted. Some Death Eaters impatiently performed apparition, but under the magic circle's disruption of magic, that person suddenly staged a "Where's my head" act. His head apparitioned away, but his body remained in place, turning into a human fountain. Under the effect of the magic circle, even ordinary spells couldn't be cast, yet using the more dangerous apparition was playing with one's life. The woman's every move brought death, each step claimed a life. With the help of the magic circle, the woman was death itself. Little Crouch was, after all, an elite among the Death Eaters. He raised his arm and shouted, "Scatter and run! She can't catch all of us!" The Death Eaters immediately scattered like birds. Although the woman claimed a few more, they were not completely annihilated after all. The woman, after all, was thinking of her son and quickly ran to the child, picking him up. Seeing that her son was fine, she finally relaxed and, her legs giving out, sat on the ground. Looking at her husband, who was no longer breathing, the woman's tears streamed down uncontrollably. The infant struggled to reach out his chubby little hand, laboriously wiping away the tears on his mother's face. The woman hugged her son tightly, wiped away her tears forcefully, and said, "Dana, be good, Mommy is fine." Anna held the young Dana securely, stood up, and bowed slightly towards the forest on the hillside. The 18-year-old Dana was no longer there. A peregrine falcon flew out of the forest, chasing after a Death Eater. It was his bad luck. 7 people had escaped, but he was the one Dana had targeted, even though he had already escaped the terrifying witch's line of sight. It was also his foolishness. Other Death Eaters cast simple spells while running, and once a spell could be cast normally, they immediately operate. But this person just kept running, even forgetting he was a wizard, which was understandable. He had been terrified by Anna's ruthlessness. The peregrine falcon swooped down, green flames erupting from its eyes, incinerating the Death Eater's legs. The Death Eater cried out in pain, tumbling into a rolling gourd. The peregrine falcon executed an elegant spin in the air, transforming into a human figure standing before the Death Eater. "Answer me, Death Eater? Why did you attack that family of 3? The Death Eater gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face from the pain in his legs. "Mind your own business, or when the Dark Lord returns, you'll be sorry." Crucio. It had been a while since he used Crucio, so he was rusty, Dana thought, increasing the output of his magic. The Death Eater's eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth, and all the muscles throughout his body twitched violently. If it weren't for these people, his father wouldn't have died, and if his father hadn't died, the tragedy of their family might not have happened. 5 minutes later, Dana stopped the torment, not because he was soft-hearted, but because the person had been tortured to death. Dana frowned, extended his right hand, and made a grabbing motion in the air. The person's soul was extracted by Dana. He couldn't be bothered to question him, directly extracting memory fragments from the soul. This method was very brutal. Although the memories were extracted, the inside of the soul would be churned into a mess and would soon dissipate, accompanied by extreme pain. To be honest, this method of treating souls was far more cruel than Avada Kedavra. Amidst a series of soul screams, Dana found the answer.